Feng, after his journey across realms, initially aspired to amass wealth through knowledge and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Little did he know that this world was plagued by malevolent spirits, which had set their sights on him. Fortunately, he awakened to an infinitely simulative device, allowing him to inherit all his simulated gains. He soon discerned that something was amiss in this world. Not only did the malevolent spirits persist, but they could also bring about apocalyptic destruction. How absurd! Wait for me 3 seconds, and let me teach you a lesson, malevolent spirit. Chapter 1. No cooldown. Simulate fiercely. The infinite simulator is ready. Each simulation consumes 3 seconds. Would you like to commence? Feng surveyed his surroundings. The Emerald River, a small boat, and a net floating in the water. It dawned on him that he had traversed realms, as his previous incarnation was the son of a fisherman. His mother had perished during childbirth. He had spent his youth fishing alongside his father, honing his skills on the water. A few days prior, his father had suddenly fallen ill, his body cold, and passed away, leaving the 17-year-old Feng all alone. His previous self had completed the funeral rites and was now navigating the small boat, casting nets to fish. Not long in his efforts, he caught a massive fish. It was enormous. Despite the strength and skill he had gained from years of fishing, he struggled for half an hour in the water, nearly capsizing the small boat multiple times, yet he could not bring it to the surface. Fortunately, his predecessor was resourceful and devised a way to drag it to the shore. Perhaps exhausted, his previous self tied the fishing net to a rock and closed his eyes for a brief rest. When he reopened them, he had changed entirely. He was utterly drained. To catch such a colossal fish right after arriving, Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He did not rush to pull the net, but instead broke a branch and stood it upright under the sunlight, marking the end of its shadow. Simulation commencing. You enter the simulation and immediately realize you are in a simulated world. You remember the enormous fish that had eluded a 17-year-old youth for half an hour and rushed to pull the net. You tug forcefully, and the fishing net easily rises, but due to your excessive force, you nearly stumble. There is nothing in the net. Your heart aches. Not only did the fish escape, but your means of sustenance has also been ruined. You inspect the net closely and find it intact, with no signs of damage. You breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that the net held, preserving your means of sustenance. You step onto the small boat and continue fishing, slowly realizing the implications. If the net is unbroken, then where has the enormous fish gone? A chill runs down your spine. Looking around, you feel a chilling breeze, and the surroundings are eerily silent. You do not believe in ghosts, but that was in the past. You concocted over a dozen explanations for the fish's disappearance, only to be defeated by the singular truth of fate. Especially considering that your predecessor had mysteriously changed, the more you pondered, the greater your fear grew, leading you to head directly to the fish market with the boat and net. Due to your inner fear and inexperience, you were heavily undercut, and the boat and net ultimately sold for a mere 3 taels of silver. Yet, you held no regrets. Once, out of boredom, you had learned the method of soap making online. Armed with the key to wealth, initial funds secured, and having avoided the perilous fishing endeavor, a beautiful life was just beginning. You purchased 2 pounds of lard and gathered various wildflowers along the way before returning home to commence soap production. You expertly concocted a caustic soda solution. Mixing the lard and caustic soda, you heated and stirred the mixture. After over 3 hours of stirring, exhausted yet smiling, you realized the soap was nearly complete. You poured the soap mixture into molds, eliminating air bubbles, and awaited its solidification. You sighed with relief, ready to retire for a brief rest. You fell asleep. In your dreams, you felt an intense chill and tugged at the old quilt beside you. You had perished. This simulation has concluded. Rewards are being tallied. Damn it, I've truly been ensnared by that thing. Feng found it hard to accept. Despite his decisive nature, he had still failed to escape his grim fate. Theoretically, if hell exists, then so should heaven. If there are malevolent spirits that kill invisibly, then surely there must be benevolent beings to save the souls of the innocent. Feng strained to suppress his fear, glancing at the shadow of the branch. Still marking its position, his mood slightly lifted. There was still hope. Rewards have been calculated. During this simulation, you have obtained talent, a slight enhancement in root structure. Items, 11 blocks of soap, 5 taels of silver, 956 copper coins. You may choose to claim a portion or all of your rewards. A slight warmth coursed through his body, fleetingly indicating a transformation in his root structure. The 11 unwrapped but solidified blocks of soap and silver appeared in the simulator's designated space. The space was boundless. It could only store items acquired through the simulator. Just as Feng was about to board the boat, Another prompt appeared. Would you like to initiate the next simulation? Can I really simulate again? Feng felt a surge of joy. The Infinite Simulator offered unlimited simulations without cooldowns, making it utterly perfect. What more was there to contemplate? Simulation commencing. You realize you are in a simulation, and you immediately head for Yunwu Temple. If there are ghosts in this world, there must be Buddhas as well. Even if there are no Buddhas, as the largest temple near Pingshan County, the abbot must know something. The higher the status, the greater the knowledge. After more than an hour, you successfully arrive at Yunwu Temple. You placed all the silver you had withdrawn into the merit box, bowing in prayer to the Buddha with a sincerity you had never felt before. After bowing 3 times fervently, you approached a nearby monk, claiming you had a monumental opportunity to share with the abbot. To bolster your persuasion, you handed the monk a piece of soap you had previously withdrawn, explaining its usage. The monk sniffed the soap in his hand, appreciating its pleasant aroma, and, coupled with your prior donation, decided to run an errand for you. The abbot agreed to meet you, sending the monk to escort you. You extolled the soap's exceptional cleaning properties, far surpassing traditional soap and lye, and its delightful fragrance, asserting it could become a bestseller among the affluent. This would turn Yunwu Temple into an endlessly fruitful gold mine. You envisioned it becoming the preeminent temple in the world. However, the abbot frowned, stating that a monk's focus is on emptiness, not on worldly wealth or fame. You are anxious in your heart, preparing to continue your persuasion. He suddenly shifts his tone, acknowledging that soap is indeed remarkable, beneficial to the nation and its people, and of immeasurable merit. He then inquires if you have any requests. Internally, you curse the bald monk for his hypocrisy, yet you solemnly articulate your 2 requests. The first is to expel the malevolent spirit that haunts you. The second is to take you as a disciple and impart the art of exorcising evil spirits. The abbot grips your hand, his expression grave. You feel a warm current coursing through your veins, invigorating every limb and bone, and you are filled with immense joy, realizing you have found the right place. The abbot agrees to help you banish the evil spirit, but refuses to accept you as a disciple. He explains that in this time of celestial decay and obscured reincarnation, what haunts you is an indestructible malevolence that can only be temporarily repelled, advising you to avoid places tainted by such evils. He further states that your innate constitution is too poor. Even a lifetime of cultivation would yield little reward. He suggests providing you with a sum of money to descend the mountain, marry, and raise a family, so as to avoid wasting your life. You calmly adjust your robes, placing your hands together. The disciple knows his own limitations and does not seek to achieve fame and recognition in the world. I only wish for a moment of illumination from the Buddha's light to guide my foolishness. I shall have no regrets in this life. Chapter 2. Will of Iron. The abbot, deeply moved, acknowledged your extraordinary insight and agreed to accept you as his direct disciple to delve into the teachings of Buddhism. You inquired whether the practice of Buddhism could dispel malevolent spirits. The abbot shook his head, stating that while it could not, it could lead to enlightenment and the sight of the Buddha. Internally, you curse yourself for your pretensions, revealing that your father had fallen victim to a malevolent spirit, igniting a desire for vengeance. The abbot, reciting the Buddha's name, harbored hopes of guiding you onto the righteous path and consented to enroll you in the martial academy for the cultivation of martial skills. Anticipating that you would eventually recognize your lack of talent in martial arts and turn to the true practice of Buddhism, the abbot led you to the demon-subduing hall and presented you with a scripture, only to discover that you were illiterate. Patiently, the abbot taught you a segment, which you quickly memorized. Once you had committed it to memory, he commenced reciting the sutras. Doubts crept into your mind about whether you had made the right choice. After all, reciting the sutras might also eradicate the malevolent spirits afflicting you, yet you soon dismissed this notion. One after another, monks entered, all muscular and robust, clearly capable of subduing 10 opponents each. Alongside the abbot, there were 9 masters in total. The 9 encircled you, commencing a vigorous display of martial arts accompanied by loud shouts. You felt a buzzing in your head, even questioning if you had unwittingly joined a cult. After a quarter of an hour, the 9 were panting heavily and drenched in sweat. The abbot once more grasped your wrist, a warm current coursing through you, assuring you that the expulsion of evil had been completed. You were elated within, yet refrained from immediately revealing the formula for soap. The abbot, seemingly oblivious, departed with the others, leaving a young monk to arrange your accommodations. A great burden lifted from your heart. You felt an overwhelming fatigue and soon fell asleep. The following day, upon discovering you were still alive, You leaped with joy, finally convinced that the expulsion of evil had succeeded. The abbot appointed a venerable monk to shave your head. Once the shaving master confirmed your resolute intention to ordain, he bestowed upon you the Dharma name Ming Dao. You declined, not wanting to express your discomfort overtly, instead subtly conveying that the name bore too much weight for you to bear. The shaving master then renamed you Ming Xin, removing all your hair and imparting the precepts and regulations. The abbot, an action-oriented individual, assigned a 10-year-old monk named Ming Jing from the martial academy to help familiarize you with your surroundings. On the third day, as you entered the martial academy, you found yourself surrounded by young monks of approximately your age, and an uneasy premonition arose within you. The one imparting martial skills was the head of the Arhat Hall, dedicated to training students with promising potential in martial arts. Those of greater age and skill had already ascended to the Bodhi Hall of the Dharma Academy. As you entered the junior class, you felt somewhat resigned. Fortunately, the head did not single you out, teaching you the Arhat body refining technique, which not only strengthened the skin, but also enhanced the muscles, tendons, and bones. It was then that you learned the martial arts realm was divided into 8 stages, refining the skin, muscles, tendons, bones, cleansing the internal organs, purifying the marrow, renewing the blood, and opening the meridians. Having spent your childhood making a living on the water, your memory was sharp, and you quickly mastered the Arhat body refining technique. The surrounding young monks gasped in awe, perceiving you as a prodigy. You find yourself somewhat elated. The master reminds you that your innate abilities may be lacking. However, with diligent practice, you shall not fare poorly in the future. A splash of cold water awakens you to reality, prompting a serious commitment to the practice of the Arhat body refinement technique. This endeavor feels less like training and more akin to a torment, each movement akin to the relentless bites of ants. As you progress, a sensation akin to being torn apart engulfs you. Yet, you persevere, firmly believing that a sword's edge is honed through adversity, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the harshest of winters. The young disciples exhibit remarkable resilience. Yet due to their tender age, they require nearly 10 minutes of rest after each session. You steadfastly persist, determined to ensure those young ones experience the agony of rigorous training ahead of time. At noon, Ming Jing escorts you to the Martial Arts Academy's cafeteria, where you're taken aback. Unlike the oil-free vegetarian dishes in the scriptures hall, the wooden basin is brimming with beef. Ming Jing, salivating, remarks that martial training demands substantial nourishment, and the disciples of the academy consume meat. Once you officially advance to the next level, you will be entitled to a bowl of medicinal soup daily, albeit accompanied by the necessity to recite sutras 3 times before consumption. By afternoon, having overeaten, you find yourself somewhat immobile, and it takes a considerable amount of time before you can commence your training anew. As days turn into weeks, you ascertain that the malevolent spirits have been expelled, allowing you to breathe a sigh of relief as you share the method of soap making with the abbot. You take the initiative to guide several individuals in the craft, meticulously detailing every aspect until they swiftly grasp the technique. As time passes, you notice an improvement in life at the temple. Even without having advanced, you receive a bowl of medicinal soup each day. After consuming the soup, a warm current surges through your being, making the practice of the Arhat body refinement technique markedly more effective, alleviating much of the pain and itchiness. You are utterly consumed by the fervor of training. Each day, aside from eating and sleeping, you ardently devote yourself to the Arhat body refinement technique. 3 months later, Ming Kong officially reaches the realm of body refinement. His once fair skin has turned a rough, bark-like gray. You are filled with envy, further fueling your dedication to practice. A month later, Ming Jue also crosses into the realm of body refinement. The following year, all have transcended to this level, except for you. You ultimately recognize the flaw in your innate abilities. Even with double the effort, you still cannot compare to this group of young prodigies. Your diligent efforts seem trivial in the face of natural talent. Yet, you find solace in your perseverance. You continue to grind through the training, undeterred. The master nods in approval, though he remains silent. By the 3rd year, you finally break into the initial stage of body refinement, feeling the roughness of your bark-like skin and nearly succumbing to tears. You hold back, aware of the many onlookers, all of whom are children. In the same year, Ming Kong successfully advances to the realm of flesh refinement, ascending to the Dharma Hall, while Ming Jue and the others excitedly pursue him. You, still at the initial stage of body refinement, come to realize that the one truly being swept along is you. Fortunately, this world does not possess playing cards. You have changed positions. The former location has now become the territory of the new generation at Luohan Hall. Observing those innocent young monks, an ominous premonition burgeons within you, almost materializing. You grit your teeth and persist in your cultivation. Since death cannot be attained through your efforts, you shall cultivate to the utmost. You reserve merely 6 hours for sleep each day. In the 6th year, Ming Jing informs you that Ming Kong has ascended to the realm of muscle refinement, urging you both to strive together. He no longer speaks of catching up to Ming Kong. A month later, Ming Jing breaks through to the realm of flesh refinement and departs for the Damo Institute. You ponder your own modest advancement to the mid-stage of skin refinement, feeling a sense of frustration welling up inside. Yet, you do not succumb to despair, but rather intensify your efforts and training. By the 10th year, you finally break through to the late stage of skin refinement. The previous batch of young monks has all matured and left Luohan Hall. In the 15th year, Ming Jing seeks you out, revealing that Ming Jue has achieved muscle refinement but has suddenly vanished. He speaks of the impermanence of life, urging the cherishing of each day lived. You remain unaware of the trials Ming Jing has faced, yet it is evident that his resolve has been shattered. You offer him comfort for a long while. Ming Jing smiles, remarking on your unwavering determination, asserting that had it not been for your limited potential, you could have surpassed Ming Kong. In the 20th year, at the age of 37, you finally attain perfection in skin refinement and break into the realm of flesh refinement. Chapter 3. The End of the World. The abbot of Luohan Hall approaches you, inquiring whether you wish to remain at Luohan Hall, transfer to the Sutra Institute, or return to secular life. It is apparent that he subtly conveys you lack the aptitude to proceed to the Damo Institute. Without the slightest hesitation, you choose to remain at Luohan Hall. The abbot is pleased, stating that Luohan Hall is in dire need of an experienced instructor like you. For a moment, you find it difficult to discern whether his words are sincere praise or veiled sarcasm. You become an instructor. Each day, aside from teaching the young monks, you dedicate yourself to personal cultivation. By the 43rd year, at the age of 60, you barely reach the pinnacle of flesh refinement, perpetually lingering just a step away from muscle refinement. You are aware that 60 is a critical juncture before attaining organ refinement. This age signifies the decline of physical prowess, with bodily functions deteriorating, making breakthroughs increasingly arduous. The abbot of Luohan Hall approaches you once more, asking whether you wish to continue at Luohan Hall or depart. Before you can respond, he chuckles to himself, presenting you with a tome of martial arts. You gain the Luohan skill. This is an upgraded technique of the Luohan body refinement, capable of not only cultivating skin and flesh, but also refining muscles and bones. You commence your practice of the Luohan skill. You discover that it is a method that extracts potential while simultaneously serving as a means of aggression. Potential dictates the future. Gazing at your 60-year-old frame, you smile and begin to cultivate with all your might. In the 50th year, you have unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of your initial training phase, which signifies that you have exhausted your potential. It is likely that throughout your lifetime, you will never ascend to the realm of bone forging. Yet, you harbor no regrets. On this day, the abbot approaches you, hesitating to speak. You chuckle at his indecisiveness. He gives you a pat on the shoulder and hands over the token of the abbot of the Arhot Hall. Why? You inquire. Just to let you play with it for a couple of days, he replies. You are aware that the matter is not so simple. Although the Yunwu Temple may not be regarded as a super sect, its rules are stringent. Without the abbot's approval, he would never dare to entrust the token to you. Nevertheless, you understand that he will not divulge the truth. After sharing 3 bowls of beef and 3 bowls of plain water with him in the dining hall, you bid him farewell. You discover that not only has the abbot of the Arhot Hall departed, but many skilled practitioners from the temple have also left. 7 days later, the abbot returns with others. The abbot of the Arhot Hall has not returned, but among them are those who have already become the abbot of the Bodhi Courtyard, including Ming Kong. The Yunwu Temple has suffered significant losses, and you officially become the abbot of the Arhot Hall. You diligently practice every day, transforming all the benefits you receive into medicinal elixirs for your cultivation. The abbot asks if you regret your decision. You smile and offer no reply. The abbot departs, convinced that you are an obsessional martial artist, completely abandoning any thoughts of taking you as a direct disciple. You vaguely hear the abbot reciting Buddhist verses and lamenting the whims of fate. Am I truly endowed with Buddhist nature? You ponder. If not fearing death counts, then perhaps I am. You respond with a wry smile and a shake of your head. In the 91st year, at the age of 108, your hair has turned white and your wrinkles are deep like ravines. You have remained at the peak of your initial training for nearly a decade, making no progress whatsoever. An invisible wall seems to block your path, leaving you devoid of any hope. Nevertheless, you persist in your practice. The abbot states if you delve into Buddhist teachings, you may become my disciple. You urge him to cease his jest. The abbot appears younger than you, yet his true age is likely more than double yours. He departs with over 200 skilled practitioners. Upon returning 2 months later, only a handful remain. The abbot has aged significantly, appearing older than you, his back more hunched. Not just him, but the remaining practitioners resemble wilted plants. Their resolve has shattered. The abbot resigns. The new abbot is not you, but rather a young monk in his 60s. In the 100th year, at the age of 117, you are seized by a sudden impulse to fervently practice the tiger subduing Arhut technique. The surrounding young monks are terrified and desperately try to dissuade you. Yet, you remain unmoved. To hear the truth at dawn is worth dying by evening. Whether others believe it or not, your determination is genuine. For you have attachments, and you repeat the practice again and again. Your entire being is ablaze with vitality. Your previously aged visage has returned to its youthful splendor. Your skin now as smooth and radiant as that of a young person. Even the white of your beard and brows has begun to regain its former hue. Yet, the surrounding young monks are utterly astonished. The old abbot approaches silently, gazing at you with a complex expression. The new abbot disperses the crowd, observing you with a contemplative demeanor. They comprehend that you are sacrificing your life force. Once, twice, thrice, 30 times. With each cycle of cultivation, you relinquish a year of your lifespan, and your remaining years are few. Boom! After yet another cycle, your bones resonate with a thunderous sound. The previously elusive realm of bone tempering has finally been breached. You have triumphed in your gamble. However, even with this breakthrough, your remaining lifespan is scarcely 3 years. The old abbot sighs, I am not your equal. Even if you cultivate martial arts, you could teach me. You wave your hand dismissively. You understand that your broad-mindedness stems from your attachments. Perhaps, 3 days hence, the heavens shift hue, the sun and moon lose their radiance, and a terrifying majesty sweeps across the world. A wave of dread washes over you. The surrounding young monks sit on the ground, trembling as if facing the end of days, murmuring prayers in hushed tones. You raise your gaze to the sky and, in your peripheral vision, see the chanting monks morph into a pack of black hounds, their transparent drool hanging ominously, as if they would pounce at any moment. In the sky, a colossal eye fills the expanse, veins of crimson coursing through it, surveying the earth below. In that instant of eye contact, you explode. The simulation concludes. The harvest is being calculated. What is this? To possess an eye that occupies the entire sky, how immense must it be? Feng had initially believed that humanity was the protagonist of this world. The outcome of the simulation has left him somewhat uncertain. At the very least, he is certain that the old abbot cannot contend with that eye. The settlement is complete. During this simulation, you have attained cultivation, initial stage of bone tempering. Technique, ara body refinement technique, ara tiger subjugation force. Talent, slight enhancement of root bone. Items, 2 sets of monk robes, a bowl of nourishing soup, 120 taels of silver, 12 Buddhist scriptures, and a complete set of writing implements. You may choose to receive a portion or all of it. All of it. With a mere thought, a terrifying vigor manifests, coursing through your limbs and bones. The body that once belonged to a fisherman transforms, growing taller, stronger, and fairer under the onslaught of this formidable vitality. A chilling force is expelled. If all goes well, the sinister aura that clung to you has been banished. Your realm ascends rapidly. Perfected skin, perfected flesh, perfected tendons, an initial stage of bone tempering. Your root bone has once again experienced a minuscule enhancement. One cannot predict whether the next simulation will be as harrowing. Feng glances at the shadow of the branch, still lingering on the scale, unable to suppress a surge of excitement. Rest? Upon glimpsing that final orb, who could possibly find solace in repose? The simulation must continue. Chapter 4, Third Simulation. Commence simulation. With 11 bars of soap in hand, you head straight for the misty temple. Upon encountering the abbot, you present the soap as an offering, expressing your desire to join the martial academy. The abbot, a 17-year-old master of bone refinement, is visibly moved. He inspects your back. his expression shifting through various shades of disbelief, nearly grasping your collar to question. How did you, with such inferior roots, manage to ascend to the realm of bone refinement? The abbot requests you to demonstrate the techniques you have practiced. You reveal no secrets, initiating the display of the Arhut body refinement technique and the Arhut tiger subduing strength. With but a glance, the abbot ascertains that you have mastered these two arts to a transcendent level, innovating beyond the original forms. In this world, none comprehend the nuances of skin, flesh, and sinew better than you. Even the venerable creator of these techniques would be compelled to cover his face in shame, recognizing the myriad flaws within his creations. The abbot believes he has discerned the reason for your remarkable breakthrough to bone refinement at such a tender age, your exceptional perception. He assigns you to the Bodhi Institute, though a cadre of elders fervently protests. Ultimately, you are placed in the Dharma Institute. The head of the Dharma Institute, known for his fiery temperament, openly declares his disdain for those who take shortcuts. Such a fine world has been sullied by these opportunistic rodents. He tosses you a manual on the dragon elephant bone refinement technique along with a vial of bone refinement pills, turning on his heel to depart. You suppress the urge to report his remarks regarding the current state of affairs. Real benefits outweigh mere harsh words that are but fleeting whispers. The bone refinement pill is a privilege exclusive to the Dharma Institute, something you had never even heard of in your previous life. You ingest one of the bone refinement pills and immediately feel a fiery sensation in your stomach, as if every bone in your body begins to awaken. You commence your practice of the dragon elephant bone refinement technique. With the potency of the pill coursing through you, you sense a profound enhancement in the quality of your bones. In comparison to the previous two techniques, the efficacy of the dragon elephant bone refinement technique is leagues ahead. After 3 iterations, you can distinctly perceive a significant surge in your progress. However, as the potency wanes, your advancement returns to mediocrity, while the dragon elephant bone refinement technique surpasses the prior two. It remains limited. Regrettably, the bone refinement pill can only be consumed once every 3 days. Exceeding that would be detrimental, ultimately hindering your progress. You diligently practice the dragon elephant bone refinement technique, having long since acclimated to days devoid of significant advancement. Moreover, you now experience a modicum of improvement. Time and again, you persevere, meticulously adjusting your movements to maximize the effects of bone refinement. Unbeknownst to you, a pair of watchful eyes lurking in the shadows harbor a sense of admiration. A month has elapsed, and you have become exceedingly proficient in the dragon elephant bone refinement technique. The esteemed abbot of the Dharma Academy has arrived, instructing you to demonstrate your skills once more. With a calm heart, drawing from previous experience, you make slight adjustments and execute an even finer performance. The abbot nods in approval, offering you guidance. Without hesitation, you follow his advice and perform again. This time, you discover that your results have improved by a notable 20%. You express your gratitude, only to find that he has vanished without a trace. Undeterred, you continue your diligent practice. In the 3rd year, Mingkong arrives. You are aware that a multitude of young monks will soon follow. Though they currently possess only the foundation of physical training, it will not be long before they catch up to you, perhaps even surpassing you. Yet, you feel no bitterness. The world is just. They possess talent, while you have the advantage of guidance. By the 9th year, Mingkong has advanced to the bone forging stage, while you remain at the early stage of the same level. In the 12th year, Mingkong breaks through to the organ refining stage and enters the Bodhi Academy, while you finally make it to the mid-stage of bone forging. That night, overwhelmed with excitement, you drink 3 bowls of plain water and indulge in an additional half bowl of beef. The following day, you immerse yourself in training as usual. In the 15th year, the abbot inquires whether you would be willing to represent the Dharma Academy as an outstanding disciple. You are somewhat taken aback. In terms of cultivation, you cannot compare to the likes of Mingkong, Mingxing, or Mingji. In terms of seniority, you fall short of Mingda and Mingwei. The abbot remarks that while you may not excel in innate talent or understanding, the disposition best embodies the spirit of the Dharma Academy. You contemplate your own character, but, considering the benefits that come with being an outstanding disciple, you agree. On the 1st day of the following month, you participate once more in the box opening ceremony as a representative. This ceremony entails the opening of the merit box before the Buddha, alongside your distinguished disciples from the Bodhi Academy and the temple overseers. Having participated in this event twice before, you are well aware of the rigorous procedures and the significant number of attendees, making theft utterly impossible. More importantly, you are not that kind of person. As you begin to draw out coins and recite their numbers, you remain blissfully unaware that 7 copper coins are tainted with dark red blood. That evening, after practicing your punches several times, you feel utterly exhausted. As you reach for the edge of your bed, preparing to sleep, memories of the past flood your mind, jolting you awake in alarm. There is a malevolent presence. In the sanctity of the temple, you have unwittingly fallen prey to its influence. You immediately rush to find the abbot. He remembers you well, not only for your use of soap, but also for your perceptiveness. Noticing that you remain at the mid-stage of bone forging, he expresses some concern, but first inquires about your purpose. Summoning your strength, you voice your apprehensions. The abbot, somewhat skeptical, agrees to personally protect you for the night. Reassured, you lay down to sleep. You awaken abruptly at the sound. Opening your eyes to witness the abbot and over a dozen adept monks from the Bodhi courtyard surrounding an elderly woman. It is evident without a doubt that she is a malevolent spirit. You have no intention of charging into the fray, given your capabilities. Your involvement would only serve to create chaos, earning you little more than a hollow reputation for battling evil. This is your second encounter with such a spirit, and your curiosity piques as you take refuge nearby, eyes wide in keen observation of the unfolding conflict. The elderly woman dons a small black cap and wears a tattered black robe, along with a dark blue cotton overcoat. She resembles a kindly neighbor rather than an embodiment of darkness. At this moment, the abbot unleashes his full might, exuding an aura as formidable as towering mountains. With a single punch, the terrifying resolve of Marshall will empowers him, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. The old woman attempts to maneuver, but she is ensnared by the formidable presence surrounding her, rendering her movements futile. Each monk strikes with a punch, the force of their blows exploding in the air, as golden Buddhist light radiates like a furnace, consuming the sinister energy enveloping the old woman. The sizzling sounds resemble flames scorching ice. The woman moves with ghostly agility, darting left and right, seemingly devoid of inertia, her speed nearly imperceptible. Yet, the abbot and the 14 monks prove to be even stronger. Whenever she nears an escape, they unleash their full power. The golden radiance of their strikes threatens to solidify, resembling minuscule suns, almost blinding in their brilliance. It dawns upon you that the old woman has already sustained significant damage. The tattered state of her robe is not merely a sign of poverty, but a testament to the fierce onslaught she has endured. They have been engaged in combat for quite some time, and the damage to her attire indicates that the battle has lasted no less than 3 minutes. Had she not been injured, you might have remained blissfully unaware, meeting your end silently in slumber. Chapter 5. The Life Bargaining Crone. The old woman is formidable, yet you observe clearly that no matter her strength, she is akin to a fish ensnared in the net of the abbot and his companions. Her fate is sealed. Time drips slowly away. The old woman's form begins to fade. Ultimately, faced with over a dozen seasoned monks, she succumbs to defeat. She yearns to escape, but the abbot and his cohort maintain their steadfast grip, leaving her no opportunity for flight. In the end, the abbot delivers a decisive blow to her head, and with a mournful wail, she is reduced to ash. The abbot and the others immediately settle upon the ground, commencing their meditative breathing to gather spiritual energy. You find yourself belatedly aware of the ferocity of the battle, yet the door remains firmly shut, and not a single soul comes forth to investigate. As if a group had conspired to divert attention elsewhere. You faintly sense that this moment of cultivation holds significant benefit, and without hesitation, you begin to practice the dragon-elephant bone tempering technique. As you embark on this endeavor, you discern a stark difference from your previous training. Your bones feel as though they have come alive, inhaling the spiritual energy in the air. Gritting your teeth, you disregard the fact that you had consumed a bone-tempering pill just yesterday, and you take another. A searing pain engulfs you, as if your bones were being melted by fierce flames. You are acutely aware that this is a side effect of excessive consumption of bone-refining pills. Despite the agony, you persist in your cultivation. During your initial attempts, the pain contorts your movements. Yet as you continue, your bones, seemingly possessing consciousness, begin to cooperate with your efforts. Over the years, you have ingested a copious amount of bone-refining pills, with most of the nutrients remaining unabsorbed, accumulating within your bones, rendering breakthroughs a formidable challenge. Now, as you practice, the impurities within your bones are expelled, countless nutrients amalgamating with your skeletal structure, leading to a remarkable acceleration in your refining progress. The universe aligns in your favor, and you finally experience the joy of a prodigy. You advance to the late stage of bone refinement, with your progress continuing to soar. However, as you approach the pinnacle of perfection in bone refinement, the rapid ascent you once felt begins to wane. You sense a heaviness, as if the weight of heroism restricts your freedom. Both the bone-refining pills and the mysterious nutrients in the air are depleting, causing your progress to regress to a sluggish crawl. The abbot and others conclude their practice. Among the monks, a certain Uncle Master Guang Yuan expresses dissatisfaction with your actions, remarking on your sluggishness in eliminating the malevolent spirit, while your speed in claiming the rewards leaves others in the dust. You feel a twinge of shame. However, upon reflection, you recognize this is merely a simulation, all aimed at vanquishing the final terrifying demon for the sake of humanity. With this thought, you regain your composure. Guang Yuan's anger intensifies, and he harbors thoughts of disciplining you. The abbot chants a Buddhist incantation, reminding everyone that for those who have renounced worldly ties, fame and fortune are but ephemeral illusions. The other monks join in persuading, and eventually, Guang Yuan suppresses his fury, reciting the incantation to the end, regarding you as inconsequential before turning away. At the age of 32, you stand as a mere pawn. The abbot acknowledges Guang Yuan's profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, yet notes that he has recently been affected by his practices, struggling to control his emotions. He comforts you, advising you not to hold grudges to avoid nurturing inner demons. You are taken aback by the abbot's demeanor and nod in agreement. You harbor no resentment towards Guang Yuan. After all, he did lend you assistance. The abbot, impressed by your composure, decides to impart additional wisdom. He informs you that the malevolent spirit you just vanquished is the legendary life-bargaining hag, born from the greed of humankind, intertwined with malevolence. As long as humanity remains greedy, the malevolence persists, and the life-bargaining hag will resurrect. This recent defeat may only silence her for a decade. He retrieves 7 copper coins. You're perplexed. The abbot elucidates that these coins are artifacts dropped by the life-bargaining hag upon her demise, which must have been mixed with offerings. You realize that in this era, there are indeed astute individuals who, understanding their entanglement with malevolence, directly offer it to the Buddha for suppression. However, you merely brushed against the money while counting it, only to be ensnared by the fate of the money-granting witch, and the destiny of those who ascend the mountain with riches is readily apparent. You recalled the last simulation, where Mingjuem mysteriously vanished in the 15th year, presumably succumbing to the hands of the money-granting witch. In your mind, you felt you had saved Mingjue's life, noting down a small deed of merit in your notebook. Suddenly, it dawned on you that during your previous simulation in the temple, you had remained oblivious to these unfolding events. The following day, the abbot instructed you to journey to the Jia family in the western part of Pingshan City. It was a modest dwelling, marked by a white lantern at its entrance. Inside, the atmosphere was one of mourning, with a cacophony of wails as onlookers pointed and whispered, declaring that the weeping woman had given birth to a harbinger of calamity. The newborn had, within a mere month of her arrival, caused the death of her grandmother, followed closely by that of her father, and people urged the mother to abandon the infant. Otherwise, she would bring ruin upon herself and their neighbors. In an instant, you pieced together the grim truth. The infant's grandmother, driven by greed, had attracted the attention of the money-granting witch. The father, having touched the cursed money, had met the same fate. The only stroke of fortune was that they had not immediately squandered the cursed coins. Otherwise, the toll would have been far greater. The poor infant was unjustly burdened with a heinous reputation from the moment of her birth. You understood that the beliefs of those around you were deeply entrenched. Even if you revealed the truth, no one would believe you. Resorting to reprimanding them would ultimately harm the mother and child. You addressed the crowd, proclaiming that the infant was the reincarnation of a celestial being destined to alleviate the sufferings of the world, only to be pursued by malevolent forces that had learned of her existence, which led to their misfortunes. Thankfully, both the infant and her mother were under the protection of great fortune, causing the evil to afflict those less fortunate in their vicinity. The onlookers, though skeptical, were gripped by a palpable fear of the lurking evils. You performed a display within the house, regrettably unprepared, as a dramatic act involving the slashing of paper figures would have captivated the audience. Nevertheless, your compelling performance won their trust. You urged them to keep this matter confidential, for attracting the attention of malevolent forces would be perilous. The crowd, enchanted by your demonstration, swore an oath to maintain silence. Once you had persuaded them to depart, you generously bestowed upon the infant's mother the entirety of your 80 taels of silver, urging her to relocate to a different city with her child. The mother could only weep, lacking any sense of agency. With a sigh of resignation, you borrowed a carriage, transporting the mother and child to the neighboring Bishi County, where you arranged for their lodging. The woman, deeply moved, introduced herself as Qin, her husband's surname being Jia, and requested that you name the child. You suggested the name Xiao Dang, hoping she would grow to be responsible, accountable, and filial towards her mother. Qin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. After ensuring the mother and child were settled, you returned to Yunwu Temple and recounted the events to the abbot. He chanted a Buddhist mantra and led you to the scripture repository. Your heart raced with excitement, sensing that something auspicious was imminent. Yet, you soon realized your intuition was mistaken. The abbot, carrying over a dozen sacred texts, including the Bodhisattva precepts and the Diamond Sutra, instructed you to transcribe them and return them to him once completed. You felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon you. You began to transcribe sacred texts. During dinner, a young monk brought you plain rice and vegetables. You comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was a deprivation of your rights to indulge in feasts and practice martial arts. You devoted yourself entirely to the transcription of the scriptures. After 10 days, with your hands nearly exhausted from the endeavor, you completed the copying of the sacred text. Simultaneously, you grasped the reason behind it. You had violated the 10th precept concerning false speech. In the 6th chapter of the 7 rounds of Bodhi Sutra, you presented your transcribed scriptures to the abbot, who meticulously scrutinized each sentence you had penned. You silently lamented. His diligence surpassed that of a teacher reviewing a student's homework. The abbot reviewed the entire text and instructed you to rewrite it. Though your heart was filled with indignation, you refrained from expressing it. Upon returning to your small chamber, it took you a long while to find tranquility. You sensed that the abbot was not the type to nitpick. You earnestly copied the Buddhist scriptures selected by him, yearning deeply for meat. After 15 days, you submitted the scriptures to the abbot. He glanced at them and set them aside, inquiring about your insights. You recounted the 10 precepts of monastic life, placing special emphasis on the precept against false speech. As you spoke, your words flowed abundantly, nearly leading you to confess matters from your past life. The abbot shook his head, stating that although you had spoken falsely, your intentions were not self-serving, nor did you harm others. Even the Buddha would not fault you for it. You were bewildered. Was it not the act of false speech that mattered, but rather the mischievous name you had chosen? Confusion enveloped you, as you did not believe the abbot could discern your thoughts. The abbot instructed you to transcribe the scriptures once more. Your longing for meat intensified. Upon returning to your quarters and adjusting your mindset, you began to diligently copy the text again. This time, as you transcribed, you contemplated the meaning of each sentence while reflecting on your actions, causing your progress to be exceedingly slow. 3 months later, you completed the transcription, yet remained oblivious to the abbot's intentions in having you copy the scriptures. The desire for meat gnawed at you, akin to the longing of a thief. Rather than seeking out the abbot, you decided to start anew by reading the scriptures and pondering the reasons behind all. As the 16th year commenced, you still did not approach the abbot, yet the slight deficiency in your bone-forging realm was finally rectified. While you rejoiced, a shadow of melancholy lingered, for you still did not understand the abbot's purpose in having you transcribe the scriptures. You resolved to visit the abbot, motivated by the desire to cultivate your inner practices and the craving for meat. The abbot did not examine your copied scriptures, but rather asked you about your insights. You rambled on about the chaotic thoughts you had during your journey, even bewildering yourself in the process. The abbot chanted a Buddhist invocation and asked if you had reached perfection in the bone-forging realm. You affirmed that you had. The abbot then dismissed you. You were left in a state of confusion, sensing that the abbot's decision to release you was not based on the misguided interpretations you had shared. After nearly 11 months, you returned to the Dharma Hall, where a new representative disciple, Mingjue, had taken your place. You noted in your small notebook that Mingjue owed you a karmic debt that should be repaid. The head of the Dharma Hall appeared somewhat displeased and inquired whether you wished to remain at the Dharma Institute, transfer to the Sutra Institute, or renounce your monastic vows and descend the mountain. You recognized that your earlier decision to seek the abbot's assistance in confronting malevolent forces, rather than turning to him, had sown seeds of resentment in his heart. Ultimately, you chose to stay in the Dharma Hall. The head presented you with the 7 wheels of Bodhisutra, which contained esoteric methods pertaining to the 3 realms of internal cleansing, blood purification, and spiritual transformation. You discovered that this was a breathing technique, distinct from the Taoist focus on the 8 extraordinary vessels, as the Bodhisutra centered around the 3 channels and 7 wheels. The 3 channels refer to the left, central, and right channels, while the 7 wheels encompass the root wheel, sacral wheel, solar plexus wheel, heart wheel, throat wheel, brow wheel, and crown wheel. The practice emphasized nurturing essence through breath. Although you cultivated true qi, it served merely as an aid. The crux of the practice lay in refining the physical body and strengthening the internal organs, muscles, and bones. Despite the initial simplicity of the breathing technique, you remained exceedingly cautious, knowing that even minor mistakes could lead to complications. You committed the technique to memory and mentally rehearsed it countless times, ensuring clarity before commencing your practice of the 7 wheels of Bodhisutra. It was only upon truly beginning your training that you realized many terms used in various techniques were ambiguous. Just as you were about to pause and seek guidance from a renowned master, a cascade of answers naturally surged into your mind, insights derived from the Buddhist scriptures you had transcribed. It became clear that these scriptures contained numerous annotations regarding the technique. Had you not extensively studied various sutras, you would have been utterly bewildered by the practice laid before you. Relying solely on conjecture could lead to disaster. Many familiar terms held different, even contradictory meanings within the context of the scriptures. A chill of sweat trickled down your back as you pondered whether the technique was intentionally crafted in such a manner or if the eminent monk who devised it had become detached from the mundane world due to his limited experiences. Grateful for the abbot's guidance, you adjusted your breathing rhythm, aligning it with the technique's requirements, and attuned your body to sense the ethereal qi in the universe. As you synchronized your breath, your perception began to heighten. Soon, you could finally sense the spiritual energy that permeated the cosmos. It was omnipresent through the breathing technique. You gathered a substantial mass of this energy and attempted to assimilate it into your being. However, most of it fled and dissipated almost instantly, leaving less than 1% converted into vital blood energy. For the first time, you gained an intuitive understanding of your innate potential. While others might refine a similar volume of spiritual energy, you could only manage a mere fraction. How could you possibly compare? The majority of the energy you managed to refine was absorbed into your flesh, with less than 1 or 2% fortifying your internal organs. Darkness clouded your vision, and given your current pace, you wondered if you would ever achieve complete mastery of internal refinement before the end of your days. The overwhelming pressure even caused you to forget the exhilaration of experiencing the first breath of true energy. You began to adjust your mindset, quickly stabilizing your spirit and resuming your cultivation. In the 20th year, nearly 3 years had passed, yet your progress in refining your inner essence was almost negligible. You calculated that, barring any obstacles, it would take you another century to attain perfection. For the first time, the thought of descending the mountain crossed your mind. If you could vanquish a few malevolent beings, your realm would ascend rapidly, akin to the forging of bones. However, you abandoned this thought. Even a single life-threatening hag required more than a dozen master-level practitioners to confront. And you felt that, should you encounter a malevolent spirit now, you would undoubtedly be the one to perish. In the 30th year, you remained in the early stages of refining your essence, still far from reaching the pinnacle of this initial phase. Once again, the notion of descending the mountain surfaced. The head monk inquired whether you wished to descend to secular life or visit the Scriptures Academy. You recognized that this inquiry stemmed from your recent unrest. While guiding the monks of Bodhi Temple, your focus had waned. Ultimately, you resolved to stay at the Dharma Academy, expressing your commitment to diligently mentor your disciples. The head monk reminded you that during your leisure, you might immerse yourself in the scriptures. You dedicated yourself to guiding your disciples, and, in your spare time, you borrowed Buddhist texts from the sutra repository to read. As you delved deeply into the scriptures, your heart brimmed with newfound insights. You found tranquility, no longer fixating on gains or losses. By the 35th year, you broke through to the peak of the early stage of essence refinement, swiftly advancing into the mid-stage without encountering any barriers. Moreover, your progress in refining your essence subtly increased. It dawned upon you that the abbot had subtly hinted at this long before during your time in the bone-forging realm. By the 49th year, you had perused all the ordinary scriptures in the repository and your cultivation approached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of essence refinement. On this day, a flash of inspiration struck you. You recalled that during the simulated catastrophe on the 50th year, the Cloud Mist Temple faced a significant calamity. The abbot had led a group out for a month, returning with the loss of the head monks of the Arhut Hall and Bodhi Temple, including Ming Kong. Unease settled within you. If even a genius like Ming Kong could fall, the peril of that calamity was evidently grave. You began to hesitate, contemplating whether to descend the mountain early to avert disaster. Chapter 7. The Mountains and Rivers Stir. You understood that this was merely a simulation, and they would not perish in reality. Your desire to avoid catastrophe stemmed not from a fear of death, but from a yearning to enhance your cultivation, to vanquish the terrifying demon a century hence. All was for the sake of humanity. That night, you found yourself unable to sleep. The following day, you approached the abbot, expressing concern that the temple disciples were solely focused on refining their cultivation, lacking the necessary combat skills. You suggested that everyone should practice 1 or 2 martial techniques. The abbot declined, advising you instead to read more scriptures to quell the murderous intent in your heart. With no other recourse, you sought out a martial technique suitable for essence refinement, the Putuwa Palm, in the Sutra Repository. You began to devote yourself wholeheartedly to mastering this technique. After years of diligent practice of Buddhist scriptures, you swiftly grasped the essence of the compassionate palm. The absence of murderous intent within your heart only augmented the potency of your techniques. Finding the compassionate palm unsatisfactory, you opted instead for the wrathful king fist. With the fury of the king igniting your spirit, the power of your strikes intensified. The more anger you harbored, the stronger your moves became. You began to recall the injustices faced in your past lives, and the flames of indignation surged within you, propelling your vital energy into rapid motion. After completing a round of punches, you sensed a faint indication of breaking through to the later stages of your cultivation. A month later, you successfully transcended to the advanced realm of cultivation. You discovered that training in the Wrathful King Fist not only enhanced your combat prowess, but also accelerated your progress in cultivation. 6 months later, your advancement remained steady, yet you found yourself increasingly prone to anger. A mere misstep by a fellow practitioner ignited within you an impulse to reprimand him. Doubting the efficacy of the Wrathful King Fist, you began to ponder its flaws. Your keen insight soon illuminated your own shortcomings. The Wrathful King, after all, remained a facet of the Buddhist teachings. Engaging in Buddhist practices, anger is but a facade. True compassion must reside in the heart. Thus, you devoted an hour each day to reciting scriptures, purifying the negativity within. As the 50th year arrived, you began to anticipate the impending calamity. In March, you were summoned to the Grand Hall. Within resided many adept practitioners from the Bodhi Institute, alongside the head of the Dharma Institute and several others with unresolved debts to you, including the head of the Arhut Hall and numerous elders who had aided in vanquishing the life-seeking hag. A quick count revealed nearly 134 individuals present. The assembly was astonished, aware that a significant event was at hand, yet uncertain of its nature. The abbot recited a mantra and commenced the discourse on the matter at hand. A ghoul had emerged from the eastern sea, devouring several counties along its path. Growing ever more powerful, if left unchecked, it could lead to widespread devastation. Gao Yuan erupted in fury, questioning why the Evil Suppression Division had not intervened, as if they were merely idle. The abbot explained that Director Pan Li and 2 deputy directors had departed 10 days prior to suppress the malevolent spirit and had yet to return. After lingering for 10 days, the ghoul was now advancing towards the capital. The assembly understood the implication. The upper echelons of the Evil Suppression Division had been annihilated. Though the Cloud and Mist Temple was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Evil Suppression Division. The abbot stated that aside from the Cloud and Mist Temple, other sects would also join the effort and inquired if anyone wished to withdraw. The assembly chanted mantras, affirming their resolve. If not us, who shall descend into hell? No one expressed a desire to retreat. The abbot began to relay intelligence concerning the ghoul. This ghoul, as described in the scriptures, hails from the realm of the hungry ghosts, possessing a belly as large as a drum and a throat as narrow as a needle. Even when food is found, it cannot be swallowed, eternally enduring excruciating torment. The last appearance of the hungry ghost occurred over a century ago, swiftly met with destruction, leaving behind scant useful information. The abbot retrieved previous intelligence, and upon examining it, everyone deemed it absurd. The clumsy ghost, in its folly, attempted to consume its own foot, devouring itself entirely due to its constricted throat, ultimately leading to its own demise. It felt as though one had witnessed a darkly humorous jest, chilling in its absurdity. Now, this ghost, having wreaked havoc across several counties and the entire town's evil management, had a century prior been foolish enough to consume itself entirely. What a hellishly cold joke. You, alongside the others, journeyed to Ping Shan County, awaiting the arrival of masters from various sections. Within a single day, all factions convened. At the forefront was the Longfo Temple of the provincial city, not only because Abbot Guanglong bore the imperial title bestowed by the Deqian Emperor, but also due to the presence of over 30 masters at the realm of Qi training within the temple, with Abbot Guanglong himself at the pinnacle of this realm. The assembly felt reassured. Yet, you recalled the unfortunate fall of Minkong, who was to ascend as the head of the Bodhi Institute. Understanding that the situation was far from simple, Abbot Guanglong delivered an impassioned speech, stirring the crowd into a fervor, eager to confront the hungry ghost in a decisive battle. He began to recount the intelligence he had gathered. The hungry ghost had acquired a domain. Within a 10-kilometer radius, it could traverse at will, and any person or object it consumed would transform into a ghostly minion. The crowd was horrified, aside from the countless minions. The mere ability to move freely within 10 kilometers rendered pursuit futile. Abbot Guanglong, with a smile, produced a fist-sized small cauldron, the mountain and river cauldron. When the Qian established its dominion, the founder divided the realm into 13 provinces, vanquishing the strongest evil spirits of the time, and from their remains, forged 13 mountain and river cauldrons to suppress the provinces. This cauldron could bind malevolent entities and stabilize the fortune of a region. The assembly gazed in awe. They had long known of Longfo Temple's favored status, yet they had not anticipated such extraordinary favor. You found it curious that such a divine artifact, even if not granted to the provincial governor, should be conferred upon a temple. Together, you set forth, soon spotting a vast expanse of obscuring gray mist. That was the hungry ghost's domain. Go! Abbot Guanglong intoned a spell, infusing the mountain and river cauldron with his vital energy. The small cauldron instantly expanded and was cast into the air, enveloping the mist in a golden light. Following Abbot Guanglong's earlier arrangements, everyone entered the mist as units of their respective sections. The Yunwu Temple possessed adequate strength to proceed independently without assistance from Longfo Temple. As you stepped into the fog, you were met with a forest. There were no sounds of insects or birds. The world felt eerily lifeless. The only sound was the rustling of footsteps. In the gray mist, visibility was limited to about 10 meters, and you remained vigilant, scanning your surroundings with a mix of tension and anticipation. You have never encountered malevolent spirits before, silently reciting scriptures to calm your restless heart. Suddenly, a shadow darts past you with astounding speed. Who dares to create chaos before me? Guang Yuan bellows, charging forward. Wait, do not act impulsively. The abbot attempts to intervene, but Guang Yuan has already dashed away. Helpless, the abbot dispatches a skilled practitioner and 4 adept fighters to locate Guang Yuan, emphasizing that they must not separate under any circumstances. The 5 immediately set forth. The abbot reiterates the rules, stressing the perilous nature of the surroundings. Even 3 adept fighters from the town Evil Control Bureau have perished here. One must never act alone. Chapter 8, The Source Stone. You recall scenes from horror films where minor characters recklessly stray from the group, while the protagonists engage in a desperate rescue, ultimately falling victim to malevolent forces. The sounds of a skirmish and shouts echo ahead, leading you to suspect a trap set by the hungry spirits. However, your voice is but a whisper, and even if you share your suspicions, they will not be heeded, prompting you to remain vigilant and attentive to your surroundings. The abbot, composed and wise, leads the group forward in an orderly manner. After a while, they encounter Guang Yin and the 5 adept fighters valiantly fending off the hungry spirits. These spirits, resembling ordinary humans, possess slender limbs, an abdomen as round as a drum, a neck as thin as twine, and heads that float like helium balloons, creating an impression that their necks are vulnerable, inciting the urge to strike. Upon noticing the approaching group, the hungry spirits regard them as delectable prey, their eyes glowing crimson, with translucent threads hanging from their lips. With a sharp crack, the massive abdomen of a hungry spirit suddenly splits open, unleashing a horde of ghostly apparitions. Be cautious. The abbot warns, his body radiating a brilliant light as he thrusts a hand forward. The golden imprint of his palm expands as it is infused with formidable spiritual energy, resembling a golden wall crashing against the hungry spirit. The distant apparitions wail in agony, reduced to ashes by the radiant light. You suddenly realize that the abbot is stronger than you had anticipated. Perhaps he had previously held back when vanquishing the soul-buying witch. The ghostly entities pouring forth from the spirit's abdomen are the souls of those it has consumed, ranging from elderly men in their 90s to newborn infants. All the townsfolk utterly devoured without exception. Newborn, you begin to unleash the full might of the wrathful King Fist, your heart ablaze with fury, channeling the maximum potential of the technique without needing to summon feelings of injustice. Yet, you maintain a thread of compassion within you, the key to avoiding the descent into madness. You silently invoke the principle that killing is for the sake of protection, and severing ties is not the same as taking lives. Due to the extraordinary manifestation of the wrathful King Fist, your combat prowess rivals that of the peak of the cleansing marrow realm. The ghostly apparitions, once ordinary townsfolk, stand no chance against your fists, effortlessly ignited by your righteous wrath. You have drawn the attention of the hungry spirits as several apparitions from the town Evil Control Bureau encircle you. In your heart dwell only fury and a hint of compassion. Unyielding and fearless, you boldly approach the malevolent spirits of the town Exorcism Bureau. In comparison to ordinary folk, these spirits were immensely powerful, yet in your hands, they could manage no more than a few exchanges. You were somewhat astonished by the frailty of the elite spirits from the Bureau. Many of them barely reached the bone-forging realm. As you surveyed your surroundings, your gaze was inevitably drawn to Ming Kong. At not yet 60, he had already attained mastery in the Meridian realm, though he had not trained in martial arts. His strikes radiated with the brilliance of Buddhist light. The spirits he engaged found themselves gasping for breath, while ordinary spirits around them were reduced to ashes by the radiant light. Not only the spirits, but even the trees in the vicinity were charred to cinders. Your hands were in constant motion as you swiftly dispatched several more spirits from the Bureau, when suddenly, a realization struck you. Why was the Buddhist light capable of scorching the trees around? It was not a demonic power, which could only imply you hastily called out a warning, urging caution towards the surrounding flora, for they too were spirits. You unleashed a powerful punch against a large tree. The fiery wrath of the Ming Wang fist coursed through your fist, igniting the tree. Those who had previously been puzzled began to strike at the nearby vegetation. The gluttonous ghost, unable to conceal its plans any longer, directly commanded the tree spirits to assault the crowd. Seeing its scheme exposed, the gluttonous ghost opened its massive maw once again, unleashing a swarm of wild beasts, tigers, leopards, wild boars, and black bears. The sheer multitude rivaled that of an army. With a single charge, they shattered the formation maintained by the presiding monk. Vile beasts! The monk exerted his full strength, unleashing a golden palm strike that swept through the throng. Yet against the overwhelming number of spirits, it was but a drop in the bucket. Instantly, the pressure upon you intensified. It seemed this was the true strength of the gluttonous ghost. Previously, it had merely toyed with you. Do not panic, comrades of Yunwu Temple. We have come to aid you. Reinforcements arrived. They were the elite exorcism squad, specially assembled by Guanglong, consisting of masters from various sects, dedicated to hunting the gluttonous ghost. As soon as they engaged, the gluttonous ghost howled in agony, utterly bereft of the power to resist. It promptly abandoned its throng of spirits and fled. The exorcism squad pursued relentlessly. The monk, however, instructed you not to follow, as your task was to systematically eliminate the spirits. Each of you had your role to play. You joined the members of Yunwu Temple and began to eradicate the surrounding tree spirits. After this battle, not only was much of your vital energy expended, but the toll on your spirit left you feeling weary. You advanced steadily, noticing that after slaying the tree spirits, the mist within the gluttonous ghost domain had significantly thinned. As you regrouped and continued to cleanse the spirits, half a day passed. Your condition improved considerably. Before you loomed a small mountain, its slopes densely covered with trees, presenting a considerable challenge. The abbot, invoking the golden handprint, delivered a powerful strike, shattering a multitude of tree spirits. Among them, a colossal ancient tree swayed its branches, directly lunging towards a crowd. The abbot, accompanied by over a dozen elder monks, exerted their utmost efforts to intercept the impending attack. As you joined the fray, You soon realized that the branch was as unyielding as steel, possessing immense force that even your most formidable technique, the Ming Wong fist, struggled to counter. However, you were not alone in this battle. With the combined might of the abbot and the others, the giant tree spirit ultimately collapsed with a resounding crash. Beneath its roots, a dark, gaping hole emerged, saturated with a potent aura of malevolence. Could it be an evil presence? Gui Yuan exclaimed in alarm. The essence of evil is the crucible of malevolent spirits. A careless touch could lead to corruption unless one's heart remains impeccably pure. The abbot, equally concerned, struck the ominous void with all his might. Boom! The golden handprint descended, sending earth and stones flying, as shards of white rock scattered in all directions. You instinctively grasped one, and an overwhelming hunger surged through your very cells, urging you to consume it. A sense of rationality threatened to slip away, as you yearned to swallow the fragment whole. Could this be a trap of the hungry ghosts? A wave of trepidation washed over you, prompting an immediate desire to discard the stone. You were not alone. Many others who had seized the stones hastily tossed them aside. A few figures flitted through the air, effortlessly collecting the scattered shards, among them Gui Yuan. Initially intending to relinquish your stone, you observed Gui Yuan gathering them and decided to keep yours. Gui Yuan declared, "Everyone who finds a source stone, please hand them over to me. We will tally them upon our return and request the abbot to reward us accordingly." Upon hearing this, the crowd dutifully surrendered their acquired source stones. Just as you were about to hand over yours, you suddenly noticed that Gui Yuan and the 5 individuals who had previously sought him were receiving the stones from the throng. A chill ran down your spine. Something felt amiss. Observing Gui Yuan and his companions, who were deliberately avoiding the abbot and the elders, you recognized their immediate intent to approach the adept practitioners. Ming Kong and Hai Ji, you urgently called out, "Wait!" The crowd halted, turning their gaze towards you. In their eyes, you discerned a subtle glint of murderous intent. While the specifics of their conspiracy eluded you, an undeniable sense of treachery lingered in the air. What exactly is a source stone? You inquired of the abbot. Without hesitation, the abbot divulged the truth. Upon the demise of malevolent spirits, there exists a minuscule chance of these white stones manifesting, their origins shrouded in mystery. Yet their consumption purportedly enhances one's innate potential without adverse effects. Your breath hitched as the pain of lost potential pierced your heart. You were not alone. The faces of the others mirrored your own conflicted emotions, including Ming Kong. You sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Yet you could not discern the underlying complexities. If understanding was beyond your grasp, perhaps it was wiser to navigate around it. As your thoughts began to stir, you declared loudly that handing the source stone directly to the abbot would be more convenient and straightforward. The abbot, held in high esteem, received immediate compliance from the crowd without the slightest hesitation. Ming Konghai sought to reclaim the source stone. However, Guang Yuan swayed and had already entrusted it to the abbot. The abbot's gaze flickered, and rather than accepting the stone as others had, he instead enveloped it in a radiant golden aura within his palm. The expressions of Guang Yuan and the other 5 shifted slightly. After extracting all the source stones from the cave, the abbot counted them before finally accepting them. Excitement illuminated the faces of the onlookers. Their spirits lifted as they prepared to vanquish the wandering spirits along their path. That evening, the group took turns resting for 2 hours before resuming their hunt for the spirits. The hungry ghosts, either detained by the spirit-slaying team or by the other groups, had not shown themselves for quite some time. Concerned that the group might grow complacent, the abbot repeatedly urged caution. You noticed that his attention, whether intentional or not, lingered on Guang Yuan and the others. Not only the abbot, but also over a dozen elders from the Guang clan shared this vigilance. You breathed a sigh of relief. Time swiftly passed until noon, when a hungry ghost suddenly descended from the sky. It tore open its abdomen, releasing a swarm of spirits that surged forth. The 3 spirits at the forefront hesitated to strike immediately, exuding an imposing presence akin to mountains. In a mere glance, you deduced that they were the 3 leaders of the spirit-subduing division. The hungry ghost had grown serious. Your adversary was a gaunt, stick-like spirit subduer, with hollow eye sockets and emaciated cheeks, bearing a sickly visage. Armed with 2 daggers that glimmered like phantoms, he appeared before you in the blink of an eye. You unleashed your full might with the Ming Wong fist, flames of righteous fury enveloping your fist as you struck toward the slender spirit. The specter vanished in an instant, its body seemingly weightless. You swiftly turned, catching a glimpse of a shadow flitting past, only for it to disappear again. The opponent's speed was astonishing. Despite your repeated attempts, you could not seize him. You steadied your mind and refrained from haste. After more than a day of efforts from various sects, the range of the hungry ghost's activities had been significantly curtailed. If you could hold out just a moment longer, reinforcements would arrive. Should you manage to delay for another day, the allied sects would converge in triumph, and the hungry ghost would be overwhelmed by justice. Time was on your side. The slender spirit darted forward, and in a careless moment, stumbled upon a stone, nearly losing its balance. You remained unfazed, recalling the teachings of the spring and autumn annals, which spoke of exploiting weaknesses. The spirit made several more missteps, yet you remained impassive. Growing anxious, the slender specter charged through your defenses, thrusting a dagger toward your chest. Seizing the opportunity, you delivered a powerful blow to its right shoulder, igniting it with the flames of righteous fury. The bamboo pole specter cried out in agony, swiftly severing its own shoulder to extinguish the flames. Yet, it could not halt your relentless assault. Within mere 10 strikes, your chest, left arm, and legs were all ignited by fire. The bamboo pole specter transformed into a roaring inferno, a flicker of clarity flashing in its eyes as it pointed to the side. Ultimately consumed by the flames, you turned your gaze towards the direction indicated by the specter, where a group of ordinary monks was besieging the evil spirit of the town. Further afield lay the approaching path. Suppressing your confusion, you glanced at Ming Kong and the head of the Luan Hall, both of whom had perished in this battle during the last simulation. Ming Kong had not cultivated martial arts, yet at a tender age. He had reached the initial stage of chi refinement, delivering formidable blows with both fists and feet, radiating with the light of the Buddha. Ordinary specters, upon encountering the transformed energy of the Buddha's light, sizzled and crackled, as if searing red iron were pressed against their flesh, emitting wisps of white smoke. A single punch or kick could annihilate them, reducing them to nothingness. Meanwhile, the head of the Luan Hall, though esteemed as the leader, had only attained the pinnacle of bone tempering and found himself somewhat overwhelmed, surrounded by a dozen specters. You rushed to his side, dispatching the nearby specters with a flurry of punches and kicks. The head of the Luohan Hall clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed nephew." You nodded, saying nothing, yet a sense of satisfaction welled within you. The battle escalated in intensity as the slaying evil team arrived. Brothers of Yunwu Temple, hold them off. Guang Long laughed heartily, exuding a commanding presence, more akin to a mountain bandit than a monk. You breathed a silent sigh of relief. Focusing intently on the clash of top-tier fighters, Guang Long wielded a demon-suppressing staff, striking the ghoul's head. The ghoul's skull cracked open, releasing tendrils of sinister energy. You couldn't help but gasp in shock. Previously, you had witnessed the abbot deliver over 10 strikes to the ghoul, merely diminishing a fraction of its sinister energy without breaking skin. Everyone attack. Once the ghoul falls, the specters will disperse. Guang Yuan bellowed, lunging at the ghoul. Hai Zi, Ming Kong, and others joined the fray. Sensing treachery, you concealed yourself among the ordinary specters while keeping a watchful eye on the battlefield. Hai Zi, having practiced the demon-subduing, flower-picking finger, wore a compassionate expression as he launched a full-force strike at the ghoul amid the collective assault. Suddenly, the ghoul, battered and howling in pain, turned around with an enraged roar that froze everyone in place. A shattered bowl appeared in the ghoul's hand, resting atop Haiji's fist. The broken bowl seemed an extraordinary treasure, untouched and pristine. Haiji withdrew, gazing at his hands in bewilderment, followed by a peculiar smile spreading across his face. You felt a wave of confusion wash over you, a foreboding sense creeping in. The crowd once again converged on the ghoul, which continued to wail as its immense form began to turn transparent. Ha ha ha, it's finished. Behold the old monk's precious staff. Guang Long laughed heartily, retracting his weapon and plunging it into the ghoul's back. The hungry ghost roared in fury, its gaping maw as dark as ink, seemingly filled with countless ghostly hands reaching out towards Guanglong. With a twist of his body, Guanglong appeared behind the hungry ghost, striking it with a staff, causing its head to burst and blood to flow profusely. Unbeknownst to him, Guanglong circled around to stand before Haiji, raising his staff once more to strike at the hungry ghost. Haiji extended a finger, unleashing the full force of his mid-stage cultivation, his face contorted with malice. Pointing at Guanglong. In Chapter 10, the evil beggar, you cried out urgently, "Master Guanglong, be cautious." The demonic flower finger, originally derived from the tale of Buddha's smile at Kasyapa, emphasizes the attainment of enlightenment in silence. Haiji had grasped three aspects of this technique. Yet his recent move resembled that of a novice, his murderous intent laid bare, and his momentum akin to that of a dragon, though its power was considerably diminished. Guanglong sensed something was amiss. Upon hearing your warning, he darted aside without looking back, narrowly evading an attack. Before he could catch his breath, Guang Yuan made his move. Not only Guang Yuan, but also Guangjin, Haicheng, Herong, and three others who had once pursued Guang Yuan attacked simultaneously. This was a deadly trap set for Guanglong. We must first eliminate the hungry ghost, Guanglong shouted, his eyes glinting with ferocity, his muscles taut as he summoned his treasured artifact, a golden bell that enveloped him. Enduring the onslaught of 6 attackers. Kill! Guanglong spat out blood, resembling a wrathful Vajra, as he raised his staff high and struck at Haicheng, who was merely at the peak of the blood exchange realm. With a sickening thud, Haicheng was cleaved in two, black blood gushing forth, a foul stench permeating the air. The figure before them was no longer Haicheng. Master, I come to assist you. 3 members of the evil slaying team rushed forward. Guanglong was about to intervene when the golden bell around him wavered, shattered by the combined assault of the remaining 5. The 3 fighters reached Guanglong's side. Engaging in battle with Mingkong and others, Guanglong realized he had overthought the situation. Just as he exhaled in relief, blades struck him. In a fit of rage, Guanglong howled, his terrifying aura sending those around him flying. He did not seek revenge, but charged towards the battered hungry ghost. Kill! Guanglong's face contorted as he raised his Vajra staff, aiming at the gaping head of the hungry ghost. Guang Yuan and the others rushed to intercept him. Guanglong tore off his prayer beads, chanting an incantation, and bellowed, "Explode!" The beads erupted with golden Buddhist light, disfiguring Guang Yuan and the others as they pursued him. Ha ha ha! Guanglong laughed heartily, channeling all his true energy into the Vajra staff, crashing it into the hungry ghost's head. The hungry ghost's head melted away like snow, and its entire body was cleaved in two. The hungry ghost was slain. As the mist dispersed, the nearby phantoms evaporated into nothingness. Just as Guanglong revealed a hint of a smile, a golden hand silently pierced through his chest. It was Mingkong. You were left in utter shock. What are you doing? The abbot's expression changed drastically as he raised his hand to strike towards Mingkong. Mingkong extracted a pulsating heart, crushing it into a gruesome pulp, his eyes cold as ice. Guanglong is dead. The crowd surged towards Mingkong, but just as they were about to seize him, they turned and attacked their companions instead. You recalled that many among them had provided Guang Yuan source stones, and you immediately voiced your suspicions while retreating. In the chaos of battle, most individuals remained unidentified. Indiscriminate attacks would only exacerbate the situation and harm the innocent. Everyone, cease hostilities and maintain a safe distance, you urged loudly. The abbot quickly grasped your strategy, echoing your command. All of you, stand down, or face the consequences as malevolent spirits. As he spoke, the abbot had already struck down 2 groups of combatants engaged in fierce fighting. Those individuals fell to the ground, their fates uncertain. Mingkong and the exposed malevolent spirits turned to flee. The abbot did not pursue them. Ensuring the safety of the group took precedence over vanquishing the malevolent spirits. The abbot's authority and decisiveness awakened the combatants, prompting them to halt and retreat to a safe distance. He looked at you, eager to hear your plan. You did not conceal the fact that the malevolent spirit's blood was black. By merely cutting a finger and observing the blood that flowed, one could discern whether an individual was human or malevolent spirit. Amitabha, the abbot chanted. While cutting a finger was simple, Buddhists adhere to the precept of nonviolence, which includes not intentionally harming oneself. The abbot instructed the monks to recite scriptures in atonement and declared that he would bear all sins alone. The crowd began to cut their fingers to let their blood flow. The malevolent spirits hiding within the crowd, realizing they could no longer conceal themselves, attempted to flee. 2 of them, harboring a grudge against you, charged directly at you. You unleashed the Ming Wong fist, although it did not incite anger. Its power was formidable enough to repel their attacks. The abbot had been prepared, systematically eliminating the fleeing malevolent spirits. Once the spirits were vanquished, the abbot meticulously examined the remaining individuals, even displaying his own blood, allowing everyone to rest for a short incense stick's duration. Among the demon-slaying team, most hailed from Long Fo Temple, and upon seeing Guang Long's lifeless body, they were consumed by grief. Some gazed at you with hostility. The majority of those who had just attacked Guanglong were from Yun Wu Temple, and it was they who had ultimately ambushed him when he was exhausted. An elderly monk from Long Fo Temple intervened to quell their anger. The immediate priority was to identify the lurking malevolent spirit that could usurp our forms. We must not engage in infighting. Besides the hungry ghosts, there was another malevolent spirit hiding away. The abbot nodded repeatedly and shared his thoughts. If this old monk is not mistaken, the lurking malevolent spirit is an evil beggar. Is that truly the case? The old monk from Long Fo Temple was taken aback. Evil beggars represent one of the most insidious and troublesome varieties of malevolent entities. Their innate strength is not particularly formidable, yet once they reach a certain threshold, they become a persistent source of distress for those they encounter. Initially, an evil beggar was merely a common vagrant, distinguished from ordinary beggars by the unsettling fact that they cannot be easily dispatched by regular means. Their development is contingent upon forming connections. Once someone bestows alms upon them, a bond is established. From that moment forth, the beggar will relentlessly pursue the benefactor, coercing them into further donations, each of which must exceed the value of the last. As one's wealth dwindles, the beggar will begin to extort their fortune, ultimately seeking to usurp their very identity. The more identities they acquire, the greater the number of manifestations they can create, and with each subsequent act of coercion, the demands escalate correspondingly. In the later stages of their growth, even the smallest offering, a mere copper coin, can lead to the confiscation of one's identity by the following day. The elder monk from Longfo Temple shared the knowledge he possessed, leaving the assembly in a state of shock. It became evident that Ming Kong and his companions were not mere specters of the hungry ghosts, but rather manifestations of the evil beggar. Each manifestation operates independently, endowed with the full capabilities of the original beggar. To eradicate the evil beggar, one must annihilate all of its manifestations. However, the elder monk suddenly urged everyone to disperse and maintain a safe distance, exclaiming that the manifestations, prior to activating their powers, still belonged to the realm of ordinary humanity, possessing red blood. Upon learning of the beggar's method of forming connections, a surge of indignation welled up within you. Is this not a calamity that preys upon those who are genuinely in need? Who would dare to assist another in the future? If one finds themselves in dire straits, even the simplest request for a bun might go unheeded. Such a malevolent entity truly deserves extermination. You racked your brain, attempting to recall the individuals who had handed the source stones to Guang Yuan and his companions the previous day. As you surveyed the crowd, you could only remember 3 individuals who had passed along the stones. Abbot, I recall, he. Yesterday they were the ones who gave the source stones to Master Guang Yuan and his companions. You deliberately refrained from naming them, gesturing toward the cluster of people. Apart from the initial 3 who were accurately identified, the subsequent pointers were random and unfocused. To mitigate any unforeseen repercussions, you intentionally obscured the identities of those you indicated, gesturing rapidly and with urgency, rendering it impossible to discern whom you were referencing clearly. The abbot, placing immense trust in you, swiftly acted, and in the blink of an eye, he dispatched the 3 individuals. As he prepared to ask you to indicate again, 3 more individuals in the crowd fled in panic. Without needing to inquire, the abbot swiftly acted once more, eliminating the fleeing trio. The 6 lay dead upon the ground, their dark blood pooling, and not a single error had been made in their execution. Only then did the abbot realize that you had employed a tactic to stir the grass and alert the snake. He then intentionally moved with agility among the crowd, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Whether the evil beggar had become wary or if there were no remaining manifestations among the throng, no one else dared to make a move. Within the eradication squad, another individual was identified, attempting to flee with the wind at their feet. Yet, the old monk merely snorted coldly, striking with the palm the remaining Vajra pestle left by Guanglong, which struck the individual squarely in the back. The old monk and his companions gathered the corpses strewn across the ground. These malevolent beggar avatars were merely feigning death, if left unattended. Their tenacious vitality would soon enable them to recover completely. The abbot and the adept practitioners of the Qi refinement realm unleashed their purest vital energy, reducing the beggar avatars to mere ashes. The crowd reconvened, yet the harmony that once bound them had irrevocably shattered. The newly formed formation resembled fragile paper, easily pierced. You recalled that previously, Master Hai Ji had executed the demon suppression flower-picking finger with remarkable subtlety. Yet his recent ambush on Master Guanglong was impressively forceful. Although the beggar could usurp identities and cultivation, he could not replicate martial techniques. The abbot requested everyone to demonstrate their most familiar techniques, and none exhibited any signs of unfamiliarity. He reminded them that at the time, Haiji had likely just had his identity stolen, making the beggar unaccustomed and overly bloodthirsty, which exposed his flaws. Should he become wary, discerning his true nature would be exceedingly difficult unless one was intimately familiar with him. You had an epiphany. When the beggar usurped a person's identity, he also seized their memories and cultivation. Yet human habits are often fixed. Certain inadvertent details would still betray the imposter. Your gaze turned piercingly towards the head monk of the Arhut Hall. In the previous simulation, you had been quite familiar with him. His subtle mannerisms were etched in your memory. After thorough assessment, it was confirmed that he had not been possessed. The team set forth, determined to locate the remaining sections. It was highly probable that they too had fallen victim to treachery, though the extent of their losses remained uncertain. The first encounter was with the Dragon Buddha Temple, where the team was down by over 40 members. Fortunately, most of the seasoned experts had remained. After exchanging accounts, it was clear they had also suffered at the hands of the beggar. As the two teams converged, the anticipated triumphant reunion turned somber, widening the rift between them. Until the beggar was eradicated, a pall of anxiety hung over everyone. In the early hours of the following day, having completed your vigil, you sat cross-legged, meditating in lieu of sleep. Just as your eyelids began to close, you heard faint sounds. Opening your eyes, you spotted a monk from the Dragon Buddha Temple approaching. Instinctively, you threw a punch. The monk evaded your strike and was about to retaliate when he noticed your fist igniting with the wrath of the King of Anger. Your fury flared, amplifying the might of the angry king fist. Flames illuminated the surroundings. Those who had been restless, caught in shallow slumber, were instantly roused, witnessing the monk's advance. While a few remained bewildered, the majority responded with heavy counterattacks. Your retaliation awakened the others, yet it also emboldened the expert sent to eliminate you. With your cultivation only at the late stage of chi refinement, even with the aid of the King of Anger fist, you felt somewhat overwhelmed. Seeing the chaos erupt around you and unable to find support, you turned and slipped into the darkness. As the old saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The individual, possessing superior cultivation, effortlessly caught up. He understood you well. Mingxin, indeed, possesses a heart as intricate as a seven-orifice exquisite gem. The invention of soap, despite his inferior innate talent, was achieved through exceptional insight, allowing him to break through to the latter stage of the body refinement realm. Impressive indeed. You queried, "If you admire me, why pursue me? I possess no syrup for urgent ailments." The man was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, with a surge of wrath, you unleashed the most formidable Ming Wang fist ever recorded. The fiery orange flames enveloped your fist, and a terrifying blow tore through the air, crashing before him. His face was a portrait of fear. As your fist struck his chest, he seized your wrist. Blood exchange realm. A wave of horror coursed through you. His expression bore scorn, clearly having granted you an opportunity on purpose. If you have any tricks left, unleash them swiftly. He released your hand, genuinely offering you another chance. The transition from a body refinement realm to the marrow washing realm, and subsequently to the blood exchange realm, placed you at an insurmountable disadvantage. Yet, you were unwilling to concede. Even if it were merely a simulation, you would not endure such humiliation. You etched his face into your memory, gathering all your focus. Just as a breeze whispered past you, he turned, his chest pierced by a sword. Astonishment adorned his face as he opened his mouth to speak, only for his head to be severed. The newcomer, veiled, revealed only a pair of radiant eyes. Judging by her form, she was a woman. She attempted to speak, hesitated, and then produced a scroll of beast hide, tossing it to you. As you received the scroll and glanced back at her, her figure swiftly retreated into the darkness, vanishing from sight. You cast a brief glance at the scroll. It contained a secret method to enhance one's innate talent, the 9 transformations of Jade refinement, reputed to refine one's root bone into a Dao body after 9 transformations. Your heart raced with excitement, yet the owner of those eyes eluded your memory. The scent of rusted blood reached your nostrils, igniting a sense of foreboding within you. Upon closer inspection, the liquid pooling on the ground was not the foul black blood of a demon, but rather the vibrant crimson of human blood. This was not the doppelganger of a malevolent spirit, but pure humanity. A surge of anger welled up within you. You have always been compassionate, practicing kindness and avoiding conflict. In 50 years, your visits to the city had been fewer than 10, yet you had attracted the attention of human assassins. Is there no law? Is there no justice? After a moment, you recognized that this calamity was not merely a result of demonic forces, but orchestrated by human hands. Chapter 12. The 9 Transformations of Jade Refinement. You contemplated for a moment, deciding to return to the previous camp to bring this matter to light. You are acutely aware that revealing the identity of your benefactor may lead to their exposure. Yet the thought of countless lives lost in the counties weighs heavily on your conscience, leaving you devoid of regret. Personal loyalty pales in comparison to the demands of justice. Upon returning to the camp, the chaos of battle has temporarily subsided, the ground littered with an overwhelming number of corpses, both human and malevolent entities. The crowd remains in place, maintaining a respectful distance. The abbot endeavors to calm the gathered individuals. However, his authority is limited to the confines of Yunwu Temple. Fortunately, the venerable monk Guanghai from Longfo Temple steps forward to assist, and together they momentarily quell the unrest. The immediate concern lies in identifying the avatars of the malevolent beggar. As you re-enter from the outside, doubt begins to cloud your mind. You relay previous events to the 2 men, who acknowledge your account with nods, but remain silent regarding their subsequent plans. Your cultivation level is still too low, despite your earlier displays of competence. You remain but a mere pawn in this grand scheme. In this realm, strength reigns supreme. You retreat to a corner to study the 9 Transformations of Jade Refinement Scripture, a quintessential Taoist practice that hones the flesh, bone, and sinews through 4 distinct realms. Each time you attain perfection in the bone refinement stage, it necessitates a complete relinquishment of your cultivation, compelling you to start anew. Now, as you approach the culmination of the refining organ stage, you must decide whether to pursue the ideal Taoist body after 9 iterations or to seize the momentum and transcend to the blood exchange stage. You hesitate for a moment, fearing that any further indecision might be seen as a disrespect to the 9 Transformations of Jade Refinement Scripture and its accompanying enhancements. Ultimately, you choose not to abandon your progress immediately, but resolve to act after returning to Yunwu Temple. The abbot and Guanghai converse throughout the night, the substance of their deliberation unknown to you. The group proceeds, various sects converging, yet the atmosphere starkly contrasts the ease of their departure. An air of tension envelopes them, each person hyper-aware, as if every rustle of grass could herald danger. Eventually, several sect leaders convene, deliberating for 2 days before arriving at a resolution. They propose to consolidate the source stones collected, with the core leadership channeling their vital energy to establish the Vajra demon-subduing formation of the Buddhist sect. A golden radiance envelopes the assembly. Bathed in this divine light, you hear the resonant chimes of great bells and the murmurs of 100 monks. The residual fury from your practice of the wrathful king fist dissipating into tranquility. You feel a wave of relief wash over your body. Observing the formation, you notice several individuals exuding thick, dark energy, swiftly enveloped and purified by the golden light. You sense that they are indeed the avatars of the malevolent beggar. Yet, at this moment, they all lay down their weapons, their inner shadows evaporating, achieving enlightenment. You speculate that these avatars may find forgiveness. A sense of discontent arises within you. Those who conspired with the wicked spirits to ravage numerous counties seem to evade consequence, leaving the tormented souls of those counties unavenged. The Buddha teaches, causes from past lives yield fruits in the present. The plight of the populace in those counties is the result of malevolent causes sown in previous incarnations, now reaping the bitter fruits. Yet, this doctrine starkly contrasts with the teachings you have received. Indeed, this endeavor to expel evil has come to naught. Even the shadowy puppeteer behind it all remains elusive. Future actions are undoubtedly in the works, yet you, a mere ant, remain oblivious to them. Resolutely, you vow to eradicate the malevolent beggar in the next simulation. Upon returning to the Cloud Mist Temple, only 62 souls remain. The survivors account for less than half. In just 6 fleeting days, time feels more protracted than the preceding decades. Back at the Dharma Institute, a sense of dissonance envelopes you. Although the temple is familiar, it feels profoundly alien to your heart. 3 days later, you seek out the abbot to request a return to secular life. Despite the abbot's repeated pleas for you to stay, your mind is resolute. The abbot presents you with 30,000 taels of silver. claiming it as your share of the soap formula profits. You accept without hesitation, taking the silver to the capital and purchasing a relatively secluded residence to retreat and disperse your energy. The Buddhist cultivation emphasizes the physical body, and with little true energy remaining within, you can't help but feel fortunate. Had you primarily cultivated true energy, not only would your strength have been significantly diminished, but the process of dispersing energy would have been even more agonizing. You begin to slowly dissipate the true energy, taking care to avoid harming your meridians. In just 3 days, the true energy cultivated in the practice of the internal realm dissipates completely. You exhale in relief and commence the dispersion of external energy. The so-called dispersion of external energy does not revert you to an untrained state. Your flesh and bones have undergone countless transformations and enhancements. Returning to your original state is a feat even the most exalted beings would struggle to achieve. Dispersion of external energy involves shedding the traces of the Buddhist body tempering practices, preventing conflicts between various cultivation methods, for the effort would be in vain otherwise. The 9 transformations of Jade Refinement scripture contains a unique method of energy dispersion. Following its teachings, you dedicate 3 months to thoroughly disperse the external energies of the Buddhist practices while laying a solid foundation for the cultivation of the 9 transformations of Jade Refinement. Feeling the frailty of your physical form, discomfort envelopes you. Even after 3 months, you still find it somewhat disconcerting. You experiment and discover that your current physical prowess equates to the early stage of bone tempering. At least you retain some capacity for self-defense. You officially embark on the cultivation of the 9 transformations of Jade Refinement. Thanks to the foundation laid previously, your progress is swift and remarkable. The Taoist practices differ from the Buddhist ones. With the initiation of skin cultivation, the refinement of true energy begins. Benefiting from your experience in refining true energy during the internal realm, within just a single incense stick duration, you successfully reignite the first wisp of true energy. This ethereal energy is notably feeble and cannot yet be projected outward, yet you remain exhilarated. The sensation of genius is truly delightful. You stabilize your mind and resume your training, discovering that your aptitude indeed shines, as your speed in cultivating true energy has more than doubled compared to before. Hunger pangs strike you. Unlike the Buddhist emphasis on physical cultivation, where energy nourishes essence, the Jade Refinement scripture focuses on true energy, where essence nurtures energy, which in turn cultivates the root and bones, leading to a rapid onset of hunger. You have only now realized that your rapid cultivation of true energy is attributed to your formidable physical body. Were it not for the limitations imposed by your innate constitution, your speed could multiply several times over. Should you neglect to replenish your nourishment in a timely manner, you would swiftly reduce yourself to nothing but a mere skeleton. You glanced at the energy replenishing powder inscribed on the animal hide, noted the prescription, and proceeded to the apothecary, where you began to procure the necessary herbs. Among them, the most expensive was a decade-old ginseng. Upon inquiring about the price, you found it to be 2 taels per root, which seemed quite reasonable. After visiting 5 pharmacies and acquiring a few additional inexpensive herbs, you returned home to commence the preparation of the energy replenishing powder. The process of concocting this powder was remarkably straightforward, with clear steps outlined. You experimented several times with the cheaper herbs you had purchased, gradually mastering the timing. You began to prepare the energy replenishing powder, meticulously timing the addition and sautéing of the herbs, followed by the addition of water. You succeeded. The crafting of the energy replenishing powder, while akin to the simplicity of frying a dish, yielded not a complete elixir, but rather a cauldron of black powder. Yet you felt a surge of exhilaration. You believed you possessed a natural talent for alchemy. In due course, you could produce high-purity liquor and perfumes, which would undoubtedly yield a fortune. Acknowledging the Buddhist perspective on wealth, you, no longer a monk, could not suppress the smile that crept upon your lips. Seizing the momentum, you crafted 3 more batches, achieving a success rate of 100%. With a generous handful of energy replenishing powder, you boldly consumed it. Chapter 13. The He Family Sword Technique. You quickly stifled your words. Even within your own courtyard, you ensured no one was present before you seized a ladle and drank heartily. The energy replenishing powder was exceedingly dry, akin to sesame paste lodged in your throat, turning your face crimson. The grandeur of your genius as an alchemist plummeted to the ground, shattered into fragments. Before you could regret your actions, the powder had already descended into your stomach, rapidly digesting and merging with your vital essence, infusing your limbs and bones. You resumed your cultivation. Compared to before, the speed at which true energy was generated had increased by more than 50%. You remained steadfast, fully immersed in your practice of true energy. A year later, your accumulation of true energy reached the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage. 6 years hence, you successfully broke through to the perfection of bone refinement. Ming Kong, considered a once-in-a-century genius within the Buddhist realm, required a full 12 years to achieve the same. With a brief calculation, you discerned that your talent equated to that of 2 Ming Kongs. You began to sense your flesh, tendons, and bones. Indeed, there were no signs of enhancement. Undeterred, you recognized that the Buddhist path is inherently focused on the refinement of the body. And given your prior peak at the organ refinement stage, a lack of enhancement was to be expected. The true crux lay in your innate constitution. Your true energy had nurtured your constitution for 6 years, allowing it to fully acclimate to the newly born true energy. Following the secret methods contained within, you began to disperse your energy, employing the unique energy post-dispersion to transform your constitution. Pain ensued, as if a myriad of ants were gnawing at your spinal cord. An amalgamation of numbness and pain coursed through your body. You steadfastly maintained your focus, for moments lapse could result in total paralysis. The spine, often regarded as the grand dragon of the human body, orchestrates the harmonious coordination of all bones. A single thread pulled could ensnare the entire being, making it the most challenging yet pivotal aspect of enhancing one's fundamental essence. Fortunately, years of meditative practice had endowed you with remarkable fortitude. You bore the agony with stoicism, your mind teeming with esoteric methods to refine your essence. Owing to your prior cultivation experiences, you effortlessly commanded each bone and muscle. The excruciating pain nearly engulfed you. Akin to a helmsman navigating a tempestuous sea, one misstep could lead to ruin. You persevered, channeling your consciousness to guide the vital energy in the meticulous refinement and transformation of each bone. The spinal transformation was complete. You exhaled a sigh of relief. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, you almost succumbed to the ground. Hastily, you regained your composure, controlling your dwindling vital energy to refine the cranial bones. This area, too, was of considerable significance. A moment's carelessness could sever one's ability to walk, leading to decades of unnecessary hardship. As you refined the bones of your limbs, your remaining vital energy dwindled to less than 10%. A slight alteration was made, yet the energy was entirely expended. With a profound sigh of relief, you collapsed onto the ground, as if retrieved from water. Expecting to succumb to unconsciousness, you instead found yourself startlingly alert. In the midst of your bewilderment, a satisfied smile graced your lips. Originally, merely completing the spinal transformation with the depleted vital energy would have been deemed sufficient. Yet you had not only transformed the spine and cranial bones, but had also enhanced your limbs, exhausting the last vestige of your vital energy, thereby achieving theoretical perfection. Suppressing your inner elation, you gazed skyward, the corners of your mouth curving upwards as if resisting the gravity of an AK. The transformation of vital energy on the fundamental essence is a subtle process, necessitating a half-year's rest. You began to wander the streets, indulging in melodies at taverns, listening to storytellers at tea houses, and observing children in playful scuffles. You resembled a man in his 50s or 60s, though in truth, you were a septuagenarian of 73. On this particular day, upon returning home, you sensed a potent gaze upon you. Turning, you beheld a figure cloaked in black perched atop the wall. You scrutinized the figure, curious about their intentions. The cloaked figure sneered, leaping down from the wall, brandishing a long sword towards you. "Old man, what are you staring at? What are you looking at?" "Huh, I merely sought to make a bit of profit, yet it appears you wish to provoke me." "Don't blink." The figure thrust the sword towards your neck, the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Clearly, this was not their first encounter. Initially, you intended to teach him a lesson, but upon realizing he was a nefarious criminal, there was no longer anything to discuss. To preserve life is to take life. One does not slay the person, but rather the malevolence. The cloaked figure lay lifeless. Upon a cursory examination, you unexpectedly unearthed a sum of 100,000 taels in silver notes, along with a rudimentary sword technique from the He family. Intrigued, you endeavored to teach yourself the art, discovering the technique to be surprisingly profound, at least of mid to high rank. The foolish thief, limited by his innate talent, was unable to execute even the slightest nuance of the intricate swordplay. You buried the dim-witted thief beneath the jujube tree in your courtyard, subsequently acquiring the neighboring property and settling in. Thus began your dedicated practice of the sword techniques. However, the intricate diagrams proved perplexing, leaving you to ponder if it was your inadequate foundation in swordsmanship that hindered your comprehension. You invested 5 taels in procuring a standard longsword and commenced your studies at the Martial Arts Academy to learn the fundamental sword techniques. The Academy Master, dismissive of your advanced age, compelled you to expend a hefty sum of 300 taels before you finally gained entry. Upon discovering that the majority of individuals required merely 80 taels to learn the same skills, a wave of indignation washed over you, reflecting on the impoliteness of the locals. At 73, you were still in your prime, yet they failed to recognize it. With considerable aptitude and a solid foundation, you advanced to a remarkable proficiency in the fundamental sword techniques within just 1 month. Recognizing their significance as the foundation of all swordplay, you were far from satisfied. After dedicating an additional 2 months, you could effortlessly execute all the techniques of the basic swordplay. You resumed your study of the He family sword techniques, finding that everything flowed seamlessly, devoid of any previous confusion. 3 months later, you had mastered the He family swordplay, executing every move with precision. Yet, the transformation of your innate abilities had reached completion. You then devoted yourself entirely to the 9 transformations of Jade refinement. The moment you commenced your practice, you noted a 30% increase in your ability to refine true energy. It is noteworthy that this was merely the completion of the first transformation. If you were to master all 9 transformations, would it not lead to a 10-fold increase in speed? 23 years passed. In your 79th year, at the age of 96, you completed the 4th transformation. Upon inspecting your body, you discovered a 10% enhancement in your overall physical capabilities. Though a modest improvement, it signified that your physique could now benefit from the enhancements brought about by your cultivation. This was merely the beginning. Further progress awaited. It is no wonder that despite the 4th transformation, the time required for each stage did not diminish but rather slightly increased. Following another 6 months of rest, as you were about to venture outside, you detected a faint sound of movement, the bones of your ears attuned to the slightest disturbance. Concealed behind a courtyard wall, you waited in silence. After half an hour, a pair of eyes peered cautiously inside. Where is he? The thief, sensing a chill in his heart, was about to retract his head and flee. With a swift motion, a razor-sharp sword aura sliced through the air, striking at the thief's throat. His eyes widened in shock, and as his body began to slide downward, you seized him and buried him beneath the jujube tree next door. Over the years, there had been occasional ruffians who attempted to encroach upon your domain in search of gain. You ruthlessly buried them beneath the jujube tree next door, transforming them into spring mud to nurture the tree. In the golden autumn of September, the crisp breeze carries a refreshing chill, and the branches of the jujube tree are laden with plump, red fruits, resembling bashful spirits that giggle in the autumn wind, expressing gratitude for your generous gift. Chapter 14. The Second Great Calamity at Yunwu Temple. You extracted the possessions obtained from the thief, 300 taels of silver notes, various amounts of silver, and the lightness technique Wind Step. Wind Step is an art that excels in rapid traversal over vast distances, possessing unique attributes in agility and evasion. To embark on this path, one must first attune themselves to the essence of the wind. This wind is not the tangible autumn breeze brushing against one's face, but rather an omnipresent air, akin to the very essence of wind itself. You perceive an enigmatic quality, as though deciphering a celestial script. Fortunately, Wind Step includes a set of movements designed to sense the wind. Mastery must precede the attunement to the wind. On the first day, you gleaned nothing. By the 7th day, a faint awareness began to stir within you, albeit indistinct. After half a month, you finally discerned a wisp of wind in the void. A month later, enlightenment dawned upon you. With a mere extension of your foot, you could tread upon the wind, harnessing its power for your journey. When you fully executed Wind Step, your speed surpassed that achieved solely by strength, more than doubling. More importantly, your form became ethereal, silent as a whisper. You were certain that the thief before could not master Wind Step. Otherwise, even with your keen hearing, you would not have detected its sound. This is a purely Taoist technique. Not only Wind Step, but the sword techniques acquired earlier, attributed to the He family, may not truly be named as such. The swordplay is imbued with a profound Taoist essence. This reminded you of the eyes you encountered 30 years ago, and you realized that everything unfolding now was her silent assistance. Yet, why did she not speak directly? With a gentle step, you ascended the wall soundlessly, observing the fruitful jujube tree swaying in the wind. You sat in silence for half a day. A piece of paper descended from the heavens. It read, Zhang Dehua, a discarded disciple of the Iron Sword sect, has robbed over 100 traveling merchants, slain 368 individuals, and imprisoned 9 virtuous women and 12 young scholars. The names listed included Chun Su, a flower thief who incapacitated nearby affluent households with narcotic smoke, and countless ordinary farmers, the Zhao sisters of the eastern city. Zhang Yijian, a purveyor of illicit meat buns, has murdered no fewer than 40 solitary travelers, scholar Zhu Jinshan. You finally confirmed that the one who bestowed the technique upon you was indeed that individual from 30 years past. Upon venturing out to investigate, you discovered that the contents of the paper bore no falsehoods. You continued your practice of wind step. 5 months later, your foundational transformation was complete. You resumed your cultivation of the 9 transformations of jade refinement, effortlessly sensing the spiritual energy in the void as everything unfolded naturally. As the first thread of genuine energy emerged, it was nearly 3 times the thickness of what it had been prior to your rebirth. The duration required to complete the circulatory cycle of energy was reduced by almost 70%. Remarkably, you sensed the weight of the energy. Even a single thread imparted a profound sense of strength within you. When you struck your palm against the ground, it left an imprint a foot deep. Having just entered the realm of skin training, your strength had already surpassed that of your previous mastery in the later stages of bodily cultivation. Logically, the speed of your rebirth should have been significantly accelerated compared to before. Yet, the path of rebirth was not merely a repetition of past experiences. Each rebirth presented varying depths and difficulties of refinement, advancing in a gradual manner. The first attempt required only the fundamentals, while the second necessitated a more intermediate level of understanding, and the third, a further escalation. In your 5th rebirth, you honed your control over the energy with precision, meticulously refining your flesh, muscles, and bones. After several rounds of rebirth, your mastery over the energy reached an extraordinary level. You could even refine a single strand of hair with exactitude. A slight pain, tinged with a tingling sensation, accompanied this process, as you had anticipated during your 5th rebirth. The re-refinement of your flesh and bones indicated that your physical form was still capable of further enhancement. A decade later, in the 89th year of your life at the age of 106, you once again achieved perfection in the realm of bone forging. You momentarily set aside your cultivation, recalling the last simulation of the 91st year when the Cloud Mist Temple faced a calamity. The abbot, accompanied by over 200 skilled practitioners, descended the mountain, yet only a handful returned. The experience shattered your resolve, aging you by a century in a single night, leaving you diminished in spirit and vitality. Though you had returned to the mundane world, the consequences of your ties to the Cloud Mist Temple remained. After a 3-minute hesitation, you began to disperse your energy. The temple boasted a multitude of experts, and your presence as a mere bone-forging practitioner would not alter its fate. Your reliance lay more on the caution bestowed by foresight than on your own abilities. You commenced the dispersal of your energy, channeling the immense force to transform your foundational bones. Each bone underwent a multitude of refinements, appearing as flawless as white jade. Your foundational strength was once again elevated. Even your height increased by 2 centimeters. 6 months later, the transformation of your foundational strength was complete, and you embarked on your 6th rebirth. In a single breath, you summoned forth your energy anew, which grew increasingly dense, subtly hinting at a tendency towards liquefaction. In the 91st year, your cultivation reached the early stages of flesh training. Yet, you were confident that even practitioners in the marrow-washing realm would prove no match for you. Should you employ the He family's sword techniques and wind-stepping methods, even those in the blood exchange realm could be confronted. With your belongings in order, you set forth towards the Cloud Mist Temple. Upon your arrival, the abbot gazed upon you in astonishment and inquired about your purpose. You replied that an inexplicable sense guided you, indicating that the Cloud Mist Temple was in need of your presence. The abbot remarked, "The Cloud Mist Mountain has changed. Your methods have evolved, and your destiny with the Cloud Mist Temple has been irrevocably sealed." You shook your head, The cloud mist mountain remains unchanged, as do I. What is transformed is the gaze of the abbot. You glanced again. Has Mingxin changed? You raise your hand, channeling your inner energy into a sharp sword-like force. And within mere breaths, shaved off your flowing locks. Ba, well done, the abbot remarked, escorting you back to the Dharma Academy. 3 months later, the abbot's expression was grave as he summoned all the masters above the cleansing marrow realm within the temple. You were not called, yet you sought him out. The abbot spoke. The sorcerer Huang Yuan wreaks havoc upon the world, tormenting the populace. He has gathered rogues from all corners to besiege the capital. Though we are but outsiders, we must rally to the cause. The abbot emphasized the phrase rally to the cause with great weight, fearing you might not comprehend its significance. You demonstrated your mastery of the wind-walking technique and asserted that your speed was not significantly inferior even when compared to those in the Qi refinement realm. By virtue of your prowess, you earned the opportunity to accompany the expedition. You observed that all the venerable monks from the Bodhi Institute, who had long engaged in secluded cultivation, were mobilized, many of whom surpassed the abbot in seniority. In this endeavor, Cloud Mist Temple dispatched all its top-tier combatants without reservation. You entered the capital city under the leadership of the provincial governor, making your way towards the imperial capital. This expedition saw the full participation of all sects and noble families. A quick count revealed over 3,000 individuals. While 3,000 masters above the cleansing marrow realm may seem considerable, it appeared less so against the backdrop of the state's population. Furthermore, there were an additional 3,000 elite soldiers. Over 6,000 horsemen galloped towards the imperial capital in haste, yet you could not help but furrow your brow. The provincial governor had not called upon those below the cleansing marrow realm nor rallied local heroes. You did not perceive this as a sign of his benevolence, but rather that the situation was even more dire than you had anticipated. In Chapter 15, the Saintess, you journeyed for nearly a month, engaging in fierce battles, ultimately breaching the stronghold guarded by the Taiping sect and advancing towards the imperial capital. The casualties were significant. Only about 4,000 remained, with the majority of the fallen being elite soldiers. Alas, you were a day late. The imperial capital had already fallen, and the outer city was now held by the rebel forces of the Taiping sect, concerned for the safety of the palace and the emperor along with his ministers. The provincial governor ordered you to rest for a quarter of an hour before launching an immediate assault on the city. The other 4 provincial governors, arriving to assist the emperor, readily agreed, and you divided into 5 groups to simultaneously attack 5 city gates. After a quarter of an hour, you commenced your assault on the Yong'an Gate. A torrential rain of arrows descended upon you. You raised your shield to defend yourself. Observing the monks of Cloud Mist Temple and sensing something amiss. Initially, there were over 200 of you, and now there remained the same number, with only one disciple of the Ming generation having met with misfortune. His shoe had been pierced by a broken arrow in his reckless charge, and that was all. Why did the last simulation result in a mere 10 survivors? Where do the lurking dangers lie? As you surveyed the surroundings, the threat to the Cloud Mist Temple remained elusive. The rain of arrows fell thickly. The bows of ordinary soldiers posed little peril to those at the cleansing essence stage. Several monks from the Dragon Buddha Temple discarded their shields and charged forward, braving the onslaught. Suddenly, a few of the leading monks turned pale and collapsed, their faces darkening. Amidst the barrage of arrows, you discerned something amiss with one particular arrow. Reaching out to grasp it, you discovered the arrowhead contained a deep half-centimeter hole, from which protruded a stinger, sinister and malevolent. This was no ordinary stinger. It emanated an aura of wickedness and was coated in potent venom. Many careless experts fell to the ground, likely beyond salvation. The commander of the defending Taiping sect, witnessing your advance to the city walls, murmured incantations and cast a talisman into the air. The talisman transformed into a tempest of wind, rain, thunder, and frost, interspersed with blazing fireballs. The momentum of your charge was abruptly halted. Under the relentless rain of arrows, elite soldiers continued to fall. The abbot and several peak experts, emboldened by their skills, soared into the air, leaping over 30 meters to the city wall. As you contemplated following suit, you witnessed the abbot and his companions being struck down by several formidable opponents. The Taiping sect boasted an abundance of top-tier experts. The battle became increasingly intense. The Taiping sect held the advantage of terrain and possessed numerous skilled fighters. You realized that to breach the city walls, it would be essential to await the arrival of the royal army from other routes. After prolonged assaults, elite soldiers suffered grievous casualties, and many experts from various factions fell victim to surprise attacks by Taiping sect masters. The governors began to withdraw their forces, convening to devise strategies for breaching the city. For 3 consecutive days, attempts to capture the city ended in failure, the only stroke of luck being that the palace had yet to fall to the rebels. You sensed that the Taiping sect was orchestrating a conspiracy, though the location of this plot eluded you. Over the span of 3 days, nearly 40 experts from the Cloud Mist Temple had perished. On the 4th day, the governors from Yi, Qing, and Liang provinces arrived, each commanding nearly 10,000 elite troops. The farthest governor from Jiao province brought along 2,000 skilled fighters and 2,000 elite soldiers. After a half-day of regrouping, the governors seized the opportunity to discuss tactics. In the afternoon, you, together with the forces from Jiao province, launched an assault on the eastern gate. This was merely a small entrance facilitating the comings and goings of people. Your mission was to feign an attack while genuinely aiming to ascend the city walls. The war drums began to sound. The throng clamored for an assault, yet after merely withstanding 2 waves of arrows, they retreated. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, you formally commenced a vigorous offensive. Your interest lay not in rescuing the emperor, but rather in surveying the potential traps surrounding you. The battle grew increasingly ferocious. Several masters from the exorcism division simultaneously launched their assaults on the adept of the neighboring sect. The Longfo Temple was the first to bear the brunt. Its abbot fell victim to a surprise attack by the director of the exorcism division, who severed his head with a single strike. In a mere 3 breaths, the remaining elders and elite disciples were caught unawares, leading to the temple's near-total annihilation. The governor of the province met his demise amidst the chaos, though the timing of his death remains unclear. The Yunwu Temple fared no better, facing the impending onslaught from the elite of the Taiping sect combined with the exorcism division's forces. You suspected a conspiracy from the Taiping sect, yet the treachery lay perilously close, unnoticed by you until now. Meanwhile, the reinforcements of the provincial governor faced even graver circumstances, as a mere few breaths saw their ranks decimated. Peace under heaven, equal land distribution, and tax exemption. The remaining masters of the provincial governor charged forth. You executed the wind-walking technique, leaping atop the city walls to seek aid from the other armies, only to discover that all loyalist forces had succumbed to disarray. Kill. The Taiping sect's rebels voluntarily opened the city gates and surged out. Kill. Your gaze turned icy as you unleashed your full strength for the first time. Your movements resembled a shooting star, weaving through the throngs like a phantom, while your swordplay unleashed a tempest of fury. The Taiping sect experts standing in your path fell like mere cabbages beneath your relentless assault, carving a bloody path ahead. Following Mingxin's lead, they charged forth. The abbot, suppressing his astonishment, guided the monks of Yunwu Temple in their escape. They were no weaklings, with you as their spearhead. Nearly 100 broke free from the encirclement of the rebels. The Taiping sect's experts pursued relentlessly, prompting you to turn back and intercept them. You go ahead. I will engage. You exerted yourself fully, pulling the leading Taiping sect expert into the fray. If you wish to chase, let's see how sharp your sword truly is. The precision of the He family's swordplay was formidable, and when paired with your agility, it was akin to a deity slaying demons. Even the peak masters of the Qi refinement realm dared not turn their backs to you. The abbot glanced your way, lips pressed together, as he urged the monks onward. You exhaled in relief, fearing that the abbot might look back and render your efforts futile. The peak masters of the Qi refinement realm surrounded you. Hold! A cold voice rang out. At that moment, the bloodlust surged within the crowd. How could they possibly halt? You were powerful, yet against a multitude of masters. Within mere breaths, you found yourself struck by a sword and a spear. A terrifying pressure descended upon you. Dark clouds gathered in the heavens, illuminated by flickering arcs of lightning. Strike! The chilling voice commanded, and a blade of energy pierced the sky, summoning the thunder from the clouds above to descend upon you. Will I be reduced to cinders? You pondered. As the thunder struck, blinding white light engulfed your vision. You shut your eyes, instinctively striking in the direction of your memory, only to find your blade piercing the air. As the brilliance faded, a circle of charred remains surrounded you, while you emerged unscathed. The 4 masters who had besieged you vanished without a trace. The remaining masters of the Taiping sect paused, gazing respectfully at the woman who had just appeared. The saintess, you thought, bewildered by her unexpected assistance. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky, while her flawless visage radiated a beauty that seemed otherworldly. You racked your brain, trying to recall where you might have seen her before, but were certain you had never encountered her. Master, you must leave quickly, the woman urged with a hint of urgency. In Chapter 16, The Laughing Mountain, you glanced at the abbot and others rushing into battle, then back at the saintess. Unlike the previous instance, when she discreetly aided you in eliminating a pursuer, this time in front of nearly 10,000 witnesses. She had vanquished 4 of the top masters of the Taiping sect. You couldn't help but wonder how the so-called saintess would fare after such an act. Surely, she would face repercussions for her intervention. With no refuge left in this world, you resolved to repay her kindness in some way. Shall we escape together? You proposed. The saintess smiled, her expression as radiant as blooming pear blossoms. I must alleviate the suffering of all beings. As one who bears responsibility, I cannot flee with you. Go now. Ahead lies a pass. If you linger, you may find it impossible to escape, she urged, aware that the other loyalist forces, though not entirely defeated, were nearing their end. As you turned to depart, a sudden realization struck you. Her words sounded hauntingly familiar, echoing something you had once said. Jia Xiaodang, you murmured. Turning back, you saw Jia Xiaodang's knowing smile, her dimples deepening. Master, your naming skills are truly remarkable. Then, a terrifying aura swept across the land, and your mind buzzed as if time itself had come to a standstill. When you regained your senses, Jia Xiaodang maintained her sweet smile, only to vanish into thin air. Not just Jia Xiaodang, but all the rebels of the Taiping sect behind her met the same fate. A spectral figure of a Buddha appeared in the sky, crowned by a resplendent sun. Wherever the sunlight touched, the Taiping rebels were reduced to ashes. Your heart raced as you leaped into the air from the city wall, only to find the battlements eerily deserted, with the streets below devoid of life. The Taiping forces had been completely obliterated. The Buddha's apparition spoke, bold and audacious Taiping thieves. How dare you besiege the divine capital, leaving you utterly annihilated? As the words echoed, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. You were shaken to the core. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the founding emperor of the current dynasty. Legend had it that he ascended to the celestial realm over 300 years ago. Yet here he was, manifesting once more, effortlessly decimating hundreds of thousands of Taiping troops with a mere thought. Why has he only now made his appearance? The ethereal shadow in the sky gradually dissipates, yet it remains vividly etched in the hearts of the onlookers. You glance at the distant, dazed abbot, who appears slightly improved compared to your last simulation, yet he teeters on the brink of a shattered Tao heart. Why did the esteemed ancestor of the Qian refrain from intervening sooner? You clench your fists, your nails digging deeply into your flesh, and proceed southward. The abbot, his voice hoarse, inquires, "Shall we return to the Dharma Institute?" You shake your head, replying, "The cloud and mist mountain has transformed, and so have I. There is no turning back." The abbot forces a grim smile, shedding the pretense of his hunched back as he leads the monks back to the cloud and mist temple. You journey to Ezhou, seeking a secluded residence within the city to commence your cultivation. In the 99th year, at the age of 116, you achieve a successful breakthrough to the pinnacle of the bone forging realm. Without hesitation, you disperse your energy and embark on the arduous task of restructuring your bones. Your entire skeletal structure has been reinforced into jade-like bones, reaching its zenith. The new method of transformation does not involve further enhancement, but rather the creation of new bones from nothingness. Transitioning from 0 to 1 is arduous, even if possible. It is beyond the capability of a lowly cultivator. However, evolving from 0 to 1 is a far simpler endeavor. You channel your true energy to shatter a segment of your spine into 2 fragments, subsequently using your energy to morph them into 2 new bones. Intense pain surges through your limbs and nerves, yet you have grown accustomed to it, your tolerance for agony reaching an extraordinary level. An adult possesses 206 bones. You must cultivate 365 to correspond with the celestial timings. Once your Tao body reaches completion, not only will your cultivation accelerate, but you will also gain the support of heaven and earth. You transform into a relentless cultivation machine, fracturing bones, nurturing them, and creating new ones. When your true energy is finally exhausted, you successfully forge 15 jade bones, significantly enhancing your foundational strength. Yet, it remains insufficient. You have completed 6 transformations. Even with the remaining 3, any growth may not guarantee that your bones will total 365 by the 9th transformation. capitalizing on the half-year allotted for bone modification. You begin to reflect on your past missteps. A multitude of shortcomings surfaces, culminating in an astonishing total of 52. You draw lessons from these errors, preemptively simulating the sequence for bone augmentation in your mind. You resolve to simultaneously increase 20 bones next time, wasting no time and expending no true energy in between. Time flows swiftly. In the 100th year, at the age of 117, you recall the impending apocalypse from your previous simulation. You ponder whether the terrifying eye-demon will manifest in Ejo. Ceasing your cultivation, you gaze upward at the vast sky. Time gradually elapses. On this day, as you routinely gaze at the heavens, you observe a shift in the atmosphere. The sky and clouds seem to be soaked in ink, shrouded in darkness. Devoid of any glimmer of light, your gaze pierces through the darkness, seeking the whereabouts of the eye-demon. Laughter resounds joyfully across the expanse, momentarily dispelling your worries and involuntarily lifting the corners of your mouth. Despite a sense of dread welling within you, you struggle to suppress your smile. Yet an inexplicable joy emerges from the depths of your being. You feel the urge to laugh, to burst forth in uncontrollable mirth. The laughter around you is infectious, with others doubled over, tears streaming down their faces. But those tears are not of sorrow, they are of blood. The good news is, the eye-demon has not arrived. The bad news is, something far more terrifying has come. You sense an ominous presence and turn your gaze westward, where a colossal phantom mountain materializes before your eyes. Its surface teeming with countless hands waving and innumerable corpses writhing like maggots. In that instant, you're no more. The sight of the mountain ignites an explosive end to your existence. The simulation concludes. The results are being tallied. What is this? Feng leaps up, struggling to comprehend. In the previous simulation, he at least had a moment of confrontation with the eye-demon. This time, merely glimpsing the laughing mountain has led to his demise. This mountain is even more dreadful than the eye-demon. What is amiss in this world? Have the celestial laws been violated? Not only is there a terrifying eye-demon, but also this laughing mountain. Who knows what other horrors remain unseen? Surely, it cannot be that a century of existence leads inevitably to doom. Feng takes a deep breath, pondering whether the old Dragon Clan patriarch can withstand such world-ending malevolence. The tally is complete. In this simulation, you have acquired cultivation, initial stage of skin refinement, 6 transformations completed. Techniques, 9 transformations of jade refinement, family swordplay, wind step, wrathful king fist, dragon elephant bone tempering technique, 7 will Bodhi sutra. Talent, significant enhancement of innate qualities. Items, 2 flasks of chi replenishing powder, 20,000 silver taels, a sword, a standard long sword, 5 sets of clothing, a cast iron pot, and chopsticks. You may choose to claim a portion or the entirety of your rewards. All rewards. Feng's thoughts shift, and a mysterious energy circulates within him, refining his bones into jade-like structures, while inexplicably adding 15 additional jade bones. Countless experiences regarding swordplay and the 9 transformations of jade refinement swirl in his mind, as if he has genuinely practiced for a lifetime. 3 seconds encapsulate an entire existence. Feng exhales deeply, casting another glance at the shadow of the branch embedded in the ground, which remains motionless. He feels a twinge of fatigue, yet the thought of the laughing mountain invigorates him once more. Simulation, a fervent desire to simulate anew. Chapter 17, 4th Simulation. Simulation commences. You stand still, gazing at the river. 3 minutes later, you board a small boat, rowing towards Pingshan County. You walk through the dilapidated west of the city and purchase a courtyard with your funds. You sought assistance to tidy the courtyard, uprooting weeds, sealing breaches, and restoring the roof. It was commonplace, yet in the impoverished western part of the city, it stood out remarkably. Feeling the emptiness of the yard, you planted a jujube tree, instantly sensing the rightness of your choice. Many neighbors visited, yet you politely turned them away. You cherished tranquility, shunning the clamor of the world. Whispers circulated behind your back, but you remained indifferent, focusing instead on your silent cultivation. With a rejuvenated physique, adorned with a robust skeletal structure, augmented by an additional 15 bones, your innate talent soared to heights unparalleled. 1 day of practice surpassed the progress of an entire month, and the quality of your vital energy elevated 5 to 6 times. Moreover, the notion of a bottleneck was non-existent. Your pace of cultivation surged dramatically. By the end of the first year, you advanced to the mid-stage of physical refinement. Immersed in your training, undistracted and seldom venturing outside. An aura of mystery enveloped you. The murmurs surrounding you diminished significantly. A few audacious matchmakers approached, but after your outright rejections, you nearly severed all connections with others. In the 5th year, you achieved perfection in bone tempering. You had anticipated a swift progression, yet attaining completion in 5.5 years still left you in disbelief. Were it not for the daily reinforcement of your body and the near-liquid state of the vital energy accumulating in your dantian, you might have thought it all a mere dream. You commenced the dispersal of your energy to foster new bones. Over 3 days, you devised over 100 plans and devised remedies for more than 3,000 potential mishaps. You officially began the dispersal process. Initially, you meticulously controlled your vital energy, fracturing 20 of your skeletal structures. The excruciating pain nearly rendered you unconscious, but it remained within the bounds of your plan. Trembling from the agony, you maintained precise control over your energy, nurturing the rebirth of your skeletal form while guiding the growth trajectory of the newly formed bones. Concurrently, you repaired and controlled 40 bones, pushing your mental fortitude to its limits. Fortunately, you had prepared in advance, categorizing the new bones into 3 types, allowing you to multitask effectively. With minimal additional focus, you could observe for any errors. You managed to achieve a semblance of 3.5 tasks at once. The dissipating vital energy nourished the bones as you proceeded steadily, gradually shaping the 20 new bones into form. You succeeded. The remaining vital energy could potentially nurture another 5 bones. You resumed your work, fracturing 5 more bones. This time, compared to the monumental task before, it felt akin to a vacation. Before long, you successfully generated 5 new bones. In your 7th round of reconstruction, you produced 25 additional bones. Together with the previous 15, you now possessed 246 bones. You were still short by 119 bones to reach the required 365. You had only 2 more opportunities for dispersal and reconstruction left. With each cycle of refinement, the necessity arose to produce 60 ethereal bones. Time was of the essence. You cast aside the distractions of your mind and began to contemplate the gains and losses of this current endeavor. A grand ambition was set for your next refinement, to generate 40 ethereal bones. Half a year passed, and you embarked on your 8th round of refinement. In a fleeting thought, you absorbed a wisp of genuine energy, true liquid essence. You could distinctly perceive that the quality of this liquid energy far surpassed that of ordinary essence. A single wisp equated to the strength of 2 prior wisps. You sensed that your target had been set too low. When the time for dispersal arrived, you effortlessly produced 50 ethereal bones. In the courtyard, the jujubes began to bear fruit, their crimson hues vibrant against the foliage. Although they were the first yield, small in size and limited in number, next year they would surely adorn the branches abundantly. By the 10th year, you achieved consummation of the bone-forging realm on your 8th attempt. Instead of immediately embarking on another cycle of refinement, you opted to venture out for supplies. Upon your return, an unexpected guest awaited you at home. "Shall I come out, or will you invite me?" The courtyard lay still, the only sound being the whisper of wind through the leaves. Yet in your ears, the rapid beating of the intruder's heart resonated like a drum. You drew your sword, causing the stranger to falter, sliding down from the jujube tree. My lord, do not act rashly. Murder is a crime. I merely admired the beauty of the jujubes in your yard, which I have never tasted, and thus they go to waste. My craving for jujubes does not warrant a death sentence." You feigned ignorance, asking, "Who are you?" The stranger chuckled awkwardly. "I live next door. My name is Jiadong." You handed Jiadong a bag, instructing him to collect all the jujubes. "Have mercy, my lord," he exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. You, disinterested in explanation, resolved to step out once more, reminding him, "Lock the door when you leave." Jiadong then realized your generosity in offering him the jujubes, and gratitude washed over him. However, he did not take all the fruit, leaving a substantial portion behind. Henceforth, Jiadong frequently invited you to dine at his home, yet you never accepted, dedicating yourself entirely to your dispersal practice. Producing new ethereal bones proved even simpler than anticipated. Your essence was now not only double the quality of the previous cycle, but your dantian had also expanded by 10%. With ease, you generated 55 ethereal bones, leaving only 64 more to reach the required 365 for the Tao body. The future appeared promising. Time flowed swiftly, and you commenced your 9th round of refinement. With the increase in ethereal bones, you had already attained a semblance of the minor Dao body. The essence within your dantian further condensed, and once again, the quality of your liquid energy enhanced by 30%. Even if your dantian experienced no further expansion, you would effortlessly forge the Dao body. The introduction to the cultivation technique states that through the 9 transformations of refining jade scripture, one can achieve a perfect Dao body with a remarkable 1 in 10 chance of success. Successful individuals are invariably those of resolute minds and exceptional understanding. You concur with the creator of this technique. Upon closer examination, the foundation laid by prior Buddhist practices has fortified the physical body. Most importantly, your astonishing perseverance and adeptness at analysis and synthesis, along with the nurturing of numerous jade bones, have maximized the utilization of true energy following its dispersion, thereby creating a snowball effect. The greater the number of jade bones produced, the higher the quality of the cultivated true energy, which not only enhances the nourishment of the physical form, but also provides an abundance of special true energy during the dispersion process, allowing for the cultivation of many jade bones. Finally, there is the insignificant assistance from the simulator. Your cultivation speed has surged. Within a mere year, you have reached the consummation of the skin refinement stage. Unbeknownst to you, you have naturally transcended into the flesh refinement stage. In the 13th year, Jia Dong wed and sent you an invitation. Over the years, he has frequently visited to partake of your dates, and your relationship has become considerably more familiar. You attended his wedding and beheld the bride, Miss Qin. Both Miss Qin and Jia Dong possess merely a delicate beauty, falling far short of captivating allure. You glance at the top of Jia Dong's head. Jia Dong, upon seeing you approach, is filled with excitement and insists on seating you in the principal position, which you politely decline. In the 14th year, Miss Qin is with child, and you have a strong conviction that it is Jia Dong's. As the 15th year arrives, you await in quiet anticipation. Should your predictions hold true, the midwife of life and death shall soon arrive. In the 18th chapter, the superlative Tao body, you have witnessed 3 malevolent entities, yet have never confronted them directly. Now, having cultivated to the mid-stage of bone refinement, your prowess rivals that of a peak blood exchange practitioner. In the face of the newly manifested midwife of life and death, you possess a high degree of confidence. The night is deep and dark as you employ the wind control steps, silently appearing atop the Jia family's wall. Jia Dong paces anxiously at the entrance, arms crossed. The sound of an infant's cries resonates from within the house. Jia's matriarch stands by the door in excitement, grasping the midwife's hand, inquiring, "Is it a boy or a girl?" The midwife, with a professional smile, responds, "Congratulations. Your household has welcomed a precious daughter, and both mother and child are safe." Instantly, Jia's matriarch's expression darkens. Jia Dong thanks the midwife and hands over the prepared silver coins, seeking further advice on subsequent matters. The matriarch hesitates, silently retreating to a corner, her spirit visibly diminished. You stealthily approach her side, overhearing her murmurs. "What a costly burden. Another must be born. Otherwise, the bloodline of the Jia family will cease, and I shall have no face to meet our ancestors. Money, money, money." The Qin family's pursuit of health demands financial expenditure, and the unfortunate burden of expenses weighs heavily upon me. The earnings from Donger alone are insufficient to sustain us. I must seek employment. Indeed, I am determined to earn money, striving to ensure that the Qin family bears a robust heir. Like one entranced, Jiamu stealthily ventured out into the night, intent on finding work. You trailed silently behind her, as a chill night breeze stirred the fallen leaves in the streets, enveloping you in an eerie coldness. A suspicion arose within you that the soul seller lurked nearby, yet she remained hidden from view. "I must find work. I must earn money." Jiamu glanced around anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot pan, as she meandered through the nearby streets. You surmised that the soul seller, aware of your presence, deliberately refrained from revealing herself. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, you resolved to follow her more closely. What concern did the soul seller have for you? After running a couple of laps, Jiamu appeared breathless, her anxious gaze revealing a flicker of clarity. You maintained your pursuit, rounding a corner to discover 5 copper coins lying on the ground. The soul seller, unable to resist temptation, finally made her move. You were left speechless. How could such a trivial test evaluate a leader's worth? Upon seeing the coins, Jiamu pounced upon them like a cat upon a fish. You hastily cleared your throat, calling out, "Auntie, do you not fear the curfew at such a late hour?" Jiamu was startled. coming to her senses as she surveyed the streets and realized she had been led astray by a specter. She offered a few vague responses, avoiding any mention of ghosts, and hurried to escape home. You smiled quietly, your attention unwaveringly fixed upon the copper coins. Noticing the coins suddenly lose their luster, you understood that the soul seller intended to flee. You dashed forward, drawing your sword and striking, a swift and decisive blow. The tranquil essence of Taoist energy, honed through 8 cycles of refinement, surged forth with unparalleled vigor. As your sword tip met the copper coins, a tremendous force erupted, simultaneously dispelling the malevolence that clung to them. A piercing wail echoed through the air as the soul seller's figure emerged, already weakened from her descent into this realm, her form appearing somewhat ethereal. You harbored no desire to engage in idle chatter with the malevolent spirit. You aimed to seize her life while she was vulnerable. Your sword rained down upon her with relentless fury, targeting her vital points with precision. Most malevolent entities lack specific weaknesses. To vanquish them, one must eradicate the evil energy within. The soul seller howled in anguish, her eyes aflame with madness, resembling a frenzied wolf as she lunged at you. With the swiftness of lightning, you evaded her grasp, swiftly positioning yourself behind her and delivering a lethal strike to her back. Like a crazed wild boar, she retaliated with fervor, only to suffer even greater wounds. In a state of desperation, she sought to escape. However, your speed far surpassed hers. Regardless of her efforts, she could never escape your web of swords. The old lady of life suddenly became motionless, her gaze fixed upon you, seemingly intent on committing your visage to memory. You exerted all your energy, mercilessly striking down the wretched. Even if she could indeed remember, by the time she was reborn, decades would have passed. Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? After a stick of incense had burned, her eyes grew increasingly cold, yet within lay a glimmer of anticipation. It dawned on you that she was waiting for your energy to be depleted so she could launch a counterattack. A sense of foreboding washed over you as you realized your internal energy had already diminished by 20%. You resolved to conserve your strength, planning to output only half and use the remainder for recovery once your energy fell to half its capacity. After another stick of incense, the old lady of life appeared even more ethereal, nearly translucent. Suddenly, she could no longer endure and opened her mouth wide, unleashing her full power. You had been anticipating this moment, unleashing a long-cherished strike. With a resounding crash, the old lady of life was cleaved in two, her form vanishing, leaving only 5 pristine copper coins scattered on the ground. That was close. You exhaled a breath of relief, contemplating that nearly 40% of your energy had been expended, almost leading to your demise. The old lady was far stronger than you had imagined, but fortunately, your energy proved sharper than anticipated. You chose not to destroy the copper coins, for now that the malevolent aura had been dispelled, they were merely ordinary coins. Even if the old lady were to be reborn decades hence, it would only be from other coins. A mysterious aura permeated the air. Just a single breath allowed you to refine your energy even further. You could even feel your bones subtly resonating with life. You sat cross-legged, channeling your energy, and your cultivation speed increased significantly. Based on your 301 bones, you had achieved a remarkable 50% enhancement. The next day, Jia Dong arrived at your door with an old hen, expressing his gratitude for saving his mother's life, bowing to you 9 times. You did not refuse him, but instead handed Jia Dong 10 taels of silver, instructing him to ensure the Qin family received proper nourishment. Although he attempted to decline, you insisted for the child's sake. In the 16th year, you reached the pinnacle of bone tempering for the 9th time. Your dantian had improved by nearly 20%, solidifying your Tao body as if it were nailed down. You felt a surge of excitement, yet remained vigilant, devising a plan based on your prior experiences. 3 days later, you finally calmed your mind and commenced the last round of energy dispersal. As per your plan, the formation of jade bones proceeded seamlessly, with no unforeseen interruptions. You still had more than half of your dispersal energy remaining. Just as you contemplated whether to use this energy to enhance your dantian, the final jade bone was formed, and your Tao body achieved complete success. 365 jade bones corresponded to the 365 days of a year. The heavens responded, enveloping you in a peculiar aura of fortune. A resonating hum filled the air. Amidst the oscillations of the primal energy between heaven and earth, the remnants of your aura, guided by an unseen force, surged into your brow. A segment of jade-like bone materialized, piercing through the flesh of your forehead and causing a profusion of blood. You harbored a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, fearing you might transform into a unicorn. However, the moment this jade bone made contact with the air, it was swiftly corroded and dissipated, leaving only the buried bone within the flesh. Regrettably, it retained a semblance of 14. A pang of sorrow washed over you, soon followed by a tempestuous tremor. The assertion that a year comprises 365 days is, in fact, inaccurate. According to the 4 divisions calendar, a year precisely spans 365.25 days. Based on the astronomical calculations of your previous life, a year is approximately equivalent to 365.24 days. Both figures converge on a singular truth. A truly perfect Tao body should not consist of merely 365 jade bones, but rather should possess nearly 14 additional ones. Chapter 19. The Evil Suppression Officer. Your heart raced tumultuously, almost leaping into your throat. A superlative Tao body. Initially, you felt a sense of regret for the considerable amount of true qi squandered in the process of reconstruction, but this swiftly transformed into unbridled ecstasy. You retrieved a copper mirror and discovered a hint of crimson at the center of your brow. Upon touching it, you felt a jade bone the size of a mung bean, its surface smooth and unmarred. Washing it with clear water did not erase the red mark. It seemed as if it had naturally grown that way. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, your lips curved into a smile. The 9 transformations were complete. You could officially commence your cultivation. You restrained your excitement and patiently waited for half a year, allowing the newly sprouted jade bone to fully take shape. During this time, you practiced your sword techniques and lightness skills. As 6 months elapsed, the neighboring Qin family was once again expecting a child. You contained your exhilaration and formally began to cultivate the 9 transformations of jade refinement. Just as you focused your spirit, a wisp of true qi emerged. Its density so profound that it seemed almost solid. More significantly, the jade bone at your brow quivered faintly, as if drawing in the mysterious energies of the heavens and earth. A cool sensation emanated from your forehead, leading you to suspect it might be the fabled spiritual power. Though you lacked evidence, in the 21st year, you reached the pinnacle of bone tempering. Before you could fully comprehend, you directly broke through to the organ refining realm. The true qi within your dantian, upon this breakthrough, desperately contracted and coalesced, transforming into a resplendent golden orb. Was it a golden dan? A martial dan? You were uncertain. Gently pressing your palm against the ground, it sank like tofu, leaving a 1-foot-deep imprint. It was not that you could not press deeper. Rather, you elected to cease. You burst into hearty laughter, only to hear the sound of someone sobbing as they approached your door. It was the 6-year-old Jia Xiaodang. No, it should be Jia Xiaohua. Jia Dong originally wished to name his daughter Jia Zhaohua in gratitude for your kindness, but he faced staunch opposition from both Qin and Jiamu. Ultimately, he compromised, and the name was changed to Xiaohua. Uncle Yi, I feel so pitiful. Upon her arrival, Jia Xiaohua lamented her plight. Ever since the birth of her brother, Jia Zhao, her treatment had declined day by day. Even her father's affection had diminished significantly. Yet, this clever young girl, aware of your kindness, frequently sought opportunities to visit you under various pretenses. Recalling how the previously aloof saintess of the Taiping sect could wield a sword to split thunder during the last simulation, you found her current demeanor amusing, wishing to record it on your phone to show her when she resumed her haughty behavior. "Wenli?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with dissatisfaction at not receiving the comfort she sought, darting around the room. You smiled as you served delicious dishes, while she pretended to be polite, her little hands already reaching for the roast chicken. In a whirlwind, she devoured the meal, her belly round and her gaze pitifully fixed upon you. "Wenli, why don't you be my father?" A cough escaped your lips, as you had not anticipated that the future saintess of the Taiping sect would exhibit such a side. After bidding farewell to Jia Xiaohua, your gaze turned contemplative. You had originally planned to cultivate while awaiting the arrival of the Taiping sect to welcome the saintess, intending to follow them as a guardian. However, to your surprise, even after mastering the 9 revolutions refining Jade Sutra, the Taiping sect had yet to arrive. You needed to practice the techniques of the dirty realm, though you possessed the methods of the Buddhist sect. Their cultivation of the 3 veins and 7 orifices bore little resemblance to the 8 extraordinary meridians of the Taoist sect. Switching to Buddhist practices felt akin to using a golden hoe for farming. As Ing Gu stated, The mountain does not come to me. I shall go to the mountain. Since you could not wait for the Taiping sect, you resolved to proactively seek them out. Currently, the Taiping sect had not revealed their intentions, and their whereabouts remained concealed within various states and counties, making the search akin to scaling the heavens. Yet for you, this task was not insurmountable. In the previous simulation, the newly appointed director of the town evil control department was a master hidden within the Taiping sect, who had likely infiltrated by now. Moreover, the town evil control department, backed by the imperial court, might possess top-tier Taoist techniques. You began to resume your former trade, quickly producing fragrant soap. With the soap in hand, you headed directly to the town evil control department. Upon entering, there were 3 assessments to undergo. The first examined your background, particularly the clarity of your lineage and apprenticeship, which was of utmost importance. The second assessed practical combat skills. The third evaluated your ability to confront and handle malevolent entities. Upon arriving at the town evil control department, you nearly faced disqualification due to the ambiguity of your apprenticeship in the first assessment. Fortunately, your previous background was impeccable, and as a master of the dirty realm, you were granted an exception. During the practical assessment, you had anticipated that someone might challenge you due to their prejudiced perception. However, to your surprise, the practical assessment did not involve combat against others, but required you to unleash your full strength upon a darkened stone. Are you certain of your full commitment? The examiner's demeanor was exceptionally amiable. Rest assured, this stone may appear ordinary, yet it harbors a unique malevolence that will not bring harm. Relax. Gather a mere 10% of your vitality, and with a single stroke of your sword, carve a depth of 1 foot into that stone. The examiner, quite astonished, inscribed a top-tier evaluation in the section concerning your ability to subdue malevolence, his tone becoming increasingly respectful. He invited you into a small room, where you could only evade, not retaliate or resist. Upon entering, a barrage of arrow shafts shot forth. These arrows, devoid of tips, were evidently intended to assess your evasion skills. Utilizing only 10% of your strength to execute the wind step technique, you once again garnered a top-tier evaluation. The third assessment was theoretical, yet it was evident that it held lesser significance and would not hinder your entry into the Department of Malevolent Suppression. To accommodate your potential illiteracy, a minor official was specifically dispatched to assist. However, you declined the minor official's help and proceeded to examine the questions. There are young and strong individuals responsible for regular communication between the county and the villages. 3 days prior, the contact person from Peach Blossom Village failed to arrive as scheduled. The county magistrate dispatched someone to investigate. As of now, they have not returned. As a member of the Department of Malevolent Suppression, what course of action do you choose? After a brief contemplation, you began to write. From the context of the question, it is evident that malevolence is wreaking havoc in Peach Blossom Village. Given its ability to control an entire village, it is highly probable that this malevolence possesses a domain. You suggested that a team of no fewer than 3 experts at the Chi Condensation Realm be assembled to enter the village and eliminate the malevolence. If personnel are insufficient, first dispatch an experienced individual to ascertain the approximate extent of the domain. Subsequently, send soldiers to set up warning signs along the main roads and leave 2 individuals behind to prevent passersby from inadvertently entering and enhancing the malevolence's strength. Once adequate personnel are available, gather the forces to eradicate the malevolence entrenched in Peach Blossom Village. After reviewing your response, the minor official escorted you to room number 2, where Deputy Chief Zhao Xiaojian personally received you. Zhao Xiaojian appeared to be in his 40s, exuding vitality and strength, his muscles bulging, clearly showcasing his peak prowess at the Chi Condensation Realm. Upon noticing that you had achieved 2 top-tier evaluations with your Chi Condensation cultivation, he regarded you with great admiration. He then inquired whether you would be willing to accompany him in addressing the malevolence in Peach Blossom Village. Surprised that the previous question was indeed a matter of reality, you hesitated to agree immediately and first inquired about the personnel configuration. Zhao Xiaojian informed you that in addition to himself, there were 3 individuals at the Blood Exchange Realm, 6 at the Chi Washing Realm, and 1 at the Bone Forging Realm, totaling 11 members. Suspecting that this would determine your treatment upon joining the Department of Malevolent Suppression, you nodded in agreement, resolved to exert your utmost effort. Chapter 20, A Shroud of Mystery. Peach Blossom Village lived up to its name. Surrounded by a plethora of peach trees, their blossoms now in full bloom, wafting a fragrant aroma throughout the land. Your party appeared less like a malevolent suppression team and more akin to a leisure excursion. Among the crowd, a familiar figure stood out, tall and slender, resembling a bamboo stalk. He had previously exploited your weaknesses during simulations. His name was Bai Cheng, a peak practitioner of the bone-forging realm, whose lightness techniques were rated as top tier. Remarkably, he possessed a unique skill for measuring domains. Within less than half an hour, Bai Cheng returned to report that Taowa village lay precisely 3 zhang beyond the earthen wall. Zhao Xiaojian calculated briefly, realizing it was less than 45 mu, and felt reassured as he led the group toward Taowa village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, 2 villagers shouted loudly, "Do not enter." Surprised, the group listened as the villagers continued. "There are ghosts in the village. Once you step within 3 zhang, you cannot leave. We implore you to report this to the county office and summon a high monk to exorcise the spirits. We shall reward you generously." Zhao Xiaojian, intrigued, asked for their opinions. One replied, "I suspect the county officials are too fearful for their lives and will likely flee immediately." Another countered, "Not necessarily. He has family to protect. He wouldn't escape so easily. I fear he has already fallen victim to malevolent forces, and now the villagers have become restless spirits, attempting to deceive us." Zhao Xiaojian refrained from responding and instead sought your perspective. You believed both possibilities warranted further investigation. As your party ventured into the village chief, having heard that a capable exorcist had arrived, hurriedly prepared a sumptuous feast and personally came to welcome you. During this encounter, he mentioned the investigator, expressing that he had never seen him before. You inquired about the strange occurrences in the village, and the chief, with a furrowed brow, recounted 6 days ago. Yang Xiaocai rose from the dead, emerging from his coffin. Initially, the villagers were elated, for it was rare for someone of talent to emerge from their midst. However, the following day, they discovered that they could no longer leave the village, no matter which direction they attempted to take. As long as they ventured 3 zhang beyond the village, they would instantly find themselves back at the entrance. Aside from this, no other oddities plagued the village. You resolved to visit Yang Xiaocai first before returning to enjoy the meal prepared by the chief. Yang Xiaocai's home was guarded by the village's strong young men, who forbade anyone from leaving. Upon the chief's signal, they dispersed, allowing you entry. Yang Xiaocai, named Yang Ling, seemed to have forgotten much of his past, but appeared courteous, resembling a refined scholar. His wife, Ms. Han, with red-rimmed eyes, repeatedly insisted that Yang Ling's death was merely feigned and that the village's peculiar happenings were unrelated to him. Within the house, you discovered the dark coffin where Yang Ling had previously lain, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. With a swift motion, you struck the coffin lid aside, revealing the figure inside. A young man, approximately 20 years of age, dressed in the attire of a government official, appeared to be the one sent by the county to investigate. Though he bore no visible injuries, he lay unconscious within the coffin. Inside the lid, an inscription read, "One lives, one dies." Yang Ling's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily protested, "No, it is not me." The village chief sternly questioned, "Not you? Because of you, the entire Taowa village, over 300 souls, faces ruin." "Yang Ling, how selfish you are." Ms. Han pressed her lips together, tears streaming down her face. The village chief, following your gaze, spotted Han and instantly comprehended that Yang Ling had perished, and it was implausible for him to procure a coffin himself. He promptly directed his ire towards Han. Han simply wept profusely, inciting the village chief's fury to the point where he contemplated drawing his blade. Yang Ling, in tears, implored Han to reveal the truth, yet she remained resolute in her silence. It was not until Yang Ling threatened to take her own life that Han broke down in despair, divulging the details. The coffin had been acquired from Lu Sai at the village's edge, with the assurance that within 7 days, the reincarnation ritual could be completed, allowing Yang Ling to resurrect in earnest. During these 7 days, the coffin would disturb the cosmic balance, and once she sacrificed her life, Yang Ling would be fully revived, restoring normalcy to the village. "My beloved," Yang Ling sobbed uncontrollably, clutching his wife as though he would never let go. "You lack sensitivity." A loud cough interrupted their incantation. "You have yet to disclose the most crucial detail. What is the situation regarding the person within the coffin?" Han shook her head, stating, "I have been at my husband's side these past days, never having seen him." Fearing her words lacked credibility, she added, "My husband and I have been in seclusion, reflecting in solitude, never venturing out, and I possess no power to subdue this official." By all accounts, one should pursue the lead towards Lusai. Yet an unsettling sensation lingered. You swung your sword towards the coffin lid, which, like an ordinary coffin lid, was effortlessly cleaved in two by your sword's energy. You then aimed at the coffin itself, your precise control of true energy shredding it into countless fragments, yet sparing the officer inside from harm. Zhao Xiaojian raised an eyebrow in surprise at your mastery over true energy, a level he barely attained during his own training. You leaned down to examine the officer's body, infusing a strand of true energy from a distance, causing the officer to suddenly awaken, clawing towards your throat. You deftly evaded, choosing not to retaliate. The officer, highly alert, inquired, "Who dares to ambush an official? Are you attempting rebellion?" Zhao Xiaojian cleared his throat lightly. Upon recognizing him, the officer immediately knelt, saying, "I have met with Zhao Siju. I am Tian Xiaoshi, an officer under the command of the county lord, dispatched to investigate the disappearance in Taohua village." "Oh," Zhao Xiaojian replied with a gentle smile, neither affirming nor denying. You felt a stir of realization. Logically, the officer should not have known the nature of this place. Using the term here implied certainty that it was indeed Taohua village. The officer recounted his experience, revealing that as he stealthily approached the outskirts of Taohua village, he encountered an elderly woman with white hair, gathering herbs in a basket and smiling at him, after which he lost consciousness. "Siaipo, that calamity," the village chief exclaimed, his expression fluctuating between dread and disbelief. Kai Pa, now in her 60s, was notorious for being a harbinger of misfortune. She had fled from famine at the age of 6 and was taken in by the Yang family as a child bride. Her presence had brought misfortune to her in-laws, her husband, and her sister-in-law, leaving only a solitary grandson in the wake of her ill fate. Now, even the grandson was suffering from persistent high fevers, suggesting his days were numbered. The entire Peach Blossom village speaks of Granny Kai with trepidation, contemplating expelling her from their midst. You observe silently, gathering fragments of information in your mind. A vague suspicion stirs within you, yet you resolve to observe further. Zhao Xiaojian inquires of the assembly, "What are your thoughts?" Some grasp the hilt of their blades. Others yearn to confront Granny Kai, while a few seek out Lu Sai, who relinquish the coffins. The village chief, his eyelids twitching, hastily calls out, "Esteemed guests, I shall dispatch someone to apprehend both Granny Kai and Lu Si. Dinner should be ready. Please do not disdain our humble fare, and enjoy a drink or two." Zhao Xiaojin turns to you. "Yifeng, what is your perspective?" Your gaze sweeps over the village chief, Yang Ling, and the constables. And you declare, "I perceive that I am entangled in a malevolent occurrence, rather than a mere case like Conan." Chapter 21, The Ceremony. The assembly is perplexed, unfamiliar with the reference to Conan. You pose a question to the village chief. Granny Kai is a harbinger of misfortune, with only a dying grandson left. Lu Sai's household must be suffering as well. Your inquiry conveys an unwavering certainty. The village chief, taken aback, nods. Lu Sai once owned a coffin shop in the county, with a dozen craftsmen under his employ, living a life of luxury. However, at 60, misfortune struck. His only daughter was ensnared by an apprentice of one of the coffin makers. He disapproved, and she eloped. That winter, she perished in childbirth, and a fire consumed the coffin shop, claiming the lives of several craftsmen and depleting his wealth. He sighs now. He is all alone, indeed enduring hardship. You nod in understanding, gesturing towards the inscriptions on the coffin. Surely, such characters are not easily carved by just anyone. The village chief falters, while Yang Ling, crouched beside the coffin lid, observes for a moment before stating, "These characters are meticulously crafted, elegant, and poised. Remarkably, each stroke is uniform in depth. Perhaps only Uncle He from the west of the village possesses such skill." You smirk. "I suspect Uncle He harbors his own tale." The assembly begins to grasp your insinuation. Each individual harbors their peculiarities, each a potential puppeteer in this unfolding drama. Yet they remain oblivious to the deeper meaning veiled in your words. Yang Ling shakes his head. "No, Uncle He has led a charmed life, with a flourishing family. His father, now 98, remains in good health, consuming 2 bowls of rice at every meal." You acknowledge this, so the peculiarity does not lie with him, but rather with his aged father, or perhaps the entire family. The lanky Bai Chung, perplexed, interjects, "Brother Yi, spare us the riddles. Old Bai's a simple man, not fond of overthinking." You abandon the cryptic hints and voice your conjecture. The malevolence is deliberately stalling. It is commonplace for a village to harbor both prodigies and fools, yet when all the clever and foolish congregate, it is quite abnormal. This is Peach Blossom Village, under the auspices of the Qian, known for its untainted customs, not the Gotham where corruption lurks. Thus, they appear untroubled. The true puppet master remains concealed in the shadows. Bai Cheng suddenly realized, his gaze fixed intensely upon the village chief. The chief immediately protested. "No, it wasn't me, I swear." You shook your head, asserting no. I mean, they all have issues. You reached out and seized the nearest constable. Your inner energy surged forth, and though the constable attempted to struggle, he became instantly rigid. Black blood oozing from his orifices. "This is a wraith," you declared. The village chief gasped in shock. As he began to speak, you struck him with your sword, not granting him a moment to react, cleaving him in twain, dark blood spilling onto the ground. He too is a wraith. Yang Ling and his wife were filled with terror and turned to flee, yet the members of the Evil Suppression Division were not inclined to grant them mercy. As they turned, they were met with a flurry of over 10 strikes. Another wraith. Zhao Xiaojian regarded you with admiration, stating, "Not bad. The Evil Suppression Guards must employ their intellect, or they shall remain mere guards for eternity." The three Masters of Blood exchange lowered their heads, concealing the hostility in their eyes. You noticed but paid it no heed. There were limited positions. To not provoke jealousy is to be mediocre. Your objective was to transform their hostility into reverence. The malevolent entity was deliberately stalling for time. We must ascertain its precise location without delay. Zhao Xiaojian divided the team into 4 groups, assigning each of the 3 blood exchange realm experts to lead 2 from the marrow cleansing realm. While he himself accompanied you and Bai Cheng, he appeared less anxious than his words suggested, allowing you to take charge while he lingered in the rear. The 4 of you spread out in different directions, probing each household for information. They indeed bore great suspicion, akin to the village chief, with the words puppet master nearly emblazoned upon their foreheads. Assigned to over 10 households, you quickly finished your search. All were wraiths, and no significant discoveries emerged beyond that. You ventured 3 paces beyond the village, yet ultimately found nothing. As night descended, you gathered at a designated spot, though none perceived anything unusual. Except for a few malevolent entities, the night did not enhance their power. Yet a subtle sense of impending danger lingered in your hearts. There were no lights, no chirping insects, no breaths of animals. The entire village felt as though it had succumbed to death, devoid of life. You stepped outside, employing the wind control technique to soar into the air, surveying the entire village. The night did not hinder your vision. The village lay before you. Yet the movements of the malevolent entity remained elusive. Were it not for the domain enveloping the entire village, you might have deemed this place a desolate hamlet. Where, indeed, was the malevolent entity hiding? One of the blood exchange realm experts, Hua Pingwei, suggested burning the village, and none objected. You scattered oil around, and with the fire talismans in hand, the village soon blazed fiercely, illuminating half the sky. You observe everything around you, yet the mastermind remains elusive. The following day, Bai Cheng suddenly exclaims. You turn your head and behold the village, reduced to ashes the night before, reappearing before your eyes. The village chief, accompanied by the able-bodied villagers, greets you with a warm smile, inviting you to assist in vanquishing the evil. The entire village's specters have been resurrected. Typically, these specters are merely tainted by a breath of malevolence. Once deceased, they cannot return to life. Yet, the specters of the entire village stand before you, beseeching your help in expelling the wickedness. This is not an act of purification. It is, in fact, an affront. Hua Pingwei draws his blade and swiftly strikes down the village chief and several strong men, bringing them to the ground. You suddenly find yourself laughing. Bai Cheng, the weakest among you, promptly voices the thoughts of the group. Brother Feng, do you have any insights? You nod, stating, yesterday, I mentioned that the malevolent force is deliberately stalling for time. Today, it has conjured these specters, indicating that it not only requires time, but also needs these specters to assist in its endeavors. It is a ritual, exclaimed Songji, one of the blood exchange realm practitioners. The others, enlightened, nod in agreement. However, you find yourself the most bewildered. Zhao Xiaojian silently acknowledges. Despite lacking knowledge of the malevolent force's specifics, he can discern its characteristics. Truly a talent. With sufficient strength, he could easily lead a team on his own. Bai Cheng discreetly explains to you. Certain malevolent entities require rituals to enhance their power. For instance, the ghost bride must conduct a ghost marriage to transform her subservient specters into an integral part of her strength. The simplest way to dismantle the ritual is to eliminate all malevolent entities. You divide into 4 small teams and commence the slaughter of the specters along your path. Once everything is complete, you set the village ablaze once more. You begin to consume the provisions you have brought, remaining unhurried. The rituals of malevolent entities often have time constraints. Those who cannot contain themselves will certainly not be you. Chapter 22. The Peach Tree. The lurking malevolence is more anxious than you anticipated. A thunderous roar resounds as an ordinary peach tree outside the village walls rapidly expands, quickly becoming thick enough for 3 or 4 people to encircle. The blossoms swiftly wither, and the peaches, initially the size of grains of rice, rapidly swell to the size of fists, gently swaying on the branches. A hint of ripeness begins to emerge on the green peaches, but just as a slight blush appears, it ceases to spread, revealing faces instead. Those are the faces of the villagers and officials of Peach Blossom Village. Countless faces hang from the branches, filled with bitterness. Bai Chung laughs heartily. Indeed, it is stalling for time, but alas, we have perceived it in advance. The peach tree, embodying the malevolent force, becomes enraged. A branch ensnares a peach resembling Yang Xiucai, tightening its grip. No, please. Yang Xiucai pleads desperately. The villagers surrounding pleaded fervently, yet the malevolent entity remained unmoved, completely obliterating Scholar Yang's peach. The remaining villagers glared at you with fury, incessantly hurling curses as if you were the true instigators of this calamity. In your mind, you began to weave a narrative. The village's peach tree, tainted by dark energy, had transformed into a sinister force that consumed the entire hamlet. The scholar, now a wraith, had heard of the renowned exorcist's prowess and sought to devise a plan for the peach tree. Subsequently, he immersed himself in the fray, fabricating various tales to delay the exorcist's advance. After failing, he attempted a bizarre resurrection to frighten you away. However, you discovered the flaw in their scheme and discerned their true intent. You were aware that during this exorcism, you had garnered considerable attention, causing the 3 elite practitioners to regard you with apprehension. Yet, you were far from ready to relent. You intended to showcase your formidable prowess. By exhibiting an aura of invincibility, you could secure greater recognition and compel them to extinguish their ulterior motives. You took the initiative, stepping forward and appearing before the peach tree, situated over 10 meters away. An overwhelming force surged through the atmosphere, momentarily freezing your movements. The tree lashed out with its branches, resembling a flurry of swords, striking with relentless precision. Zhao Xiaojian, poised to draw his blade in your defense, witnessed you freeze for but a moment before your sword transformed into a cascade of meteors, each star piercing the approaching branches. The starlight converged into a torrent, surging upward and cleaving through thousands of branches, striking a primary limb of the peach tree. The concentrated essence of true qi became extraordinarily solid, channeling through your sword and manifesting as a razor-sharp sword aura. With a single stroke, you left a 1-centimeter gash on that main branch. Zhao Xiaojian exclaimed in admiration. What a masterful sword technique. Meanwhile, Hua Pingwei's countenance darkened further as he scorned, a mere malevolent spirit dares to flaunt its power before me, utterly oblivious to its own insignificance. His blade gleamed like a silver thread. Unlike your intricate swordplay, his technique was bold and straightforward, lacking some finesse yet exhibiting greater directness. The terrifying blade light shredded through the obstructing branches, but just as he was about to advance, a jolt reverberated through his mind, momentarily halting his momentum. When he regained his senses, his blade struck another main branch, yet without the support of true qi, it barely broke the surface. You audacious wretch! How dare you conspire against me? Hua Pingwei felt his pride wounded. In a frenzy, he swung his long knife, cleaving through the surrounding peach branches. With renewed vigor, he delivered a powerful slash, but the multitude of branches diminished the impact of his blow, leaving a gash of less than half a centimeter on the main branch. Song Ji narrowed his eyes, calculating the outcome. Even without the obstruction of side branches, Hua Pingwei's strike could penetrate no deeper than an inch. He could not help but inhale sharply, now perceiving you as a formidable adversary. The sword in your hand resembles a soaring dragon, precise in every strike, deftly parrying the assaults launched by the peach tree. In but a fleeting moment, the main branch has been marred with a multitude of sword marks, while the lateral branches lie in disarray. Yet, the peach tree's malevolent resilience is truly formidable. A verdant sap, akin to blood, oozes from the wounds, rapidly healing each gash. And the severed branches regrow in the blink of an eye. Were it not for this, the main branch would have surely been cleaved asunder by you. The outcome is unmistakable. The third-level blood exchange master, Qin Huiran, observes your steadfast approach, thoroughly suppressing a main branch. Meanwhile, Pingwei, who initially erupted with ferocity, now finds himself fatigued, struggling to subdue another main branch, and it seems that soon he will have no choice but to retreat. Master C, the peach tree before us must be the embodiment of the malevolence. Let's join forces. This approach not only respects Pingwei's dignity, but also allows you to showcase your own prowess. Perfectly timed. Zhao Xiaojian nods with satisfaction. Excellent. Together, they unleash their attacks. The branches of the peach tree flailing chaotically as it begins to falter. Pingwei finally seizes an opportunity, striking with all his might, leaving a 1 centimeter deep gash in a peach branch. Song Ji sighs softly, gesturing towards the main branch on your side. Pingwei looks over and sees that the main branch is drenched in green sap, with numerous sword marks etched into it, many exceeding 2 centimeters even after initial recovery. His expression turns vacant. Had the others not converged, he would have likely suffered a grievous blow. Although Zhao Xiaojian's name contains the character for sword, his weapon is a knife. His knife techniques are exquisite, expertly targeting vulnerabilities. Every stroke can carve an 8 centimeter deep gash into the main branch of the peach tree, landing precisely alongside your sword marks. Initially, you do not comprehend this, but after a while, you realize he is demonstrating his strength, seeking to fully reclaim you. A smile tugs at your lips as you reflect. Joining the evil suppression division was indeed for the purpose of associating with him. Wait a moment. It seems I could also be aligned with the chief. Your lips curl upward involuntarily, a thought that had not previously crossed your mind. Deputy Chief Zhao, you two harbor no such intentions? With everyone exerting their utmost effort, the green sap secreted by the peach tree diminishes rapidly, and a main branch is swiftly severed. The peaches upon that branch wail and curse, dissipating into nothingness. The once massive form of the peach tree begins to shrink, now scarcely as thick as 2 people can embrace. Without needing to be reminded, the group unites to strike at the remaining main branch. The body of the peach tree shudders violently, erupting with a sudden soul attack that stuns you all in place. In an instant, the malevolence channels the residual vitality into the peaches, hurling the remaining half of the tree's fruit in all directions. As you regained your focus, you swiftly drew your sword, weaving a colossal net that dispatched the approaching peaches with precision. The others, too, snapped back to reality, intercepting the fleeing fruits. While the majority of the peaches were eradicated, a dozen managed to break through the encirclement. The malevolent essence of the peach tree dissipated, and the collective powers of the onlookers began to operate autonomously. Without a moment's hesitation, you employed the wind step technique to pursue the escaping peaches. Some, realizing their fate was sealed, transformed into villagers, bowing and pleading for mercy. My lord, the malevolent spirit has perished. With a swift flicker, your sword illuminated the air, silencing the villagers' remaining words. You caught up with the final peach, which morphed into a timid girl of roughly 8 years, gazing at you with trepidation. I beg your pardon. I am the guardian against evil. As your sword lunged forth, her visage contorted in fear as she narrowly evaded your strike. With a swift gesture, she momentarily stunned your spirit, her hands transforming into branches that lunged towards your chest. Just as those branches sharpened into lethal blades, her head was severed from her body. You chuckled, shaking your head. A malevolent spirit would never spare life for a wraith. Not even a dog would believe that. A golden essence fused into the bone of your brow, and you instantly felt a searing heat radiate from that point, akin to being scorched by fire. Chapter 23. The Supreme Clarity of the Primordial Scripture. You instinctively caressed your brow. Its touch was smooth and warm, yet your heart remained ablaze with an inner fire. 2 silhouettes soared towards you. The newcomers were Master Zhao Xiaojian and a seasoned practitioner named Wang Yuan, adept in the cleansing veins realm. Regardless, the decision to abandon the dissipating mysterious aura of the peach tree spirit elevated your standing in their eyes. Zhao Xiaojian exclaimed in surprise. This spiritual energy is remarkably pure. Without further ado, he commenced to circulate his energy, refining and absorbing it. Wang Yuan, arriving a moment later, was considerably slower but also engaged in the process of inhaling the spiritual essence, positioning himself half a step behind you, subtly placing you as the leader. The pure spiritual energy quickly vanished into the ether. Zhao Xiaojian patted your shoulder. Well done. If not for your persistence, this malevolent spirit might have escaped. You smiled faintly, awaiting Zhao Xiaojian's next words. Feigning ignorance, Zhao Xiaojian boisterously laughed. You, my young friend, are astute and composed, with commendable strength. How about taking on the role of captain of the 4th squad under my command? You furrowed your brow, appearing contemplative. Wang Yuan interjected. Master, what position and remuneration are you considering for our friend Feng? Zhao Xiaojian, understanding Wang Yuan's intentions, playfully chided him. The remuneration will undoubtedly match that of a captain in the Guardian Against Evil Division, a monthly stipend of 3,000 taels and 120 contribution points. Additional rewards will be calculated from missions. Having recently ascended to the Cleansing Veins realm, you would also receive a manual for cultivating the techniques of the veins. Furthermore, being promoted to captain would entitle you to an additional manual for the Cleansing Veins realm. What say you? Zhao Xiaojian exuded immense confidence, certain that you would accept his terms, which were indeed top-tier conditions specifically aimed at elite captains. Had it not been for your combat prowess reaching the initial stage of the Qi refinement realm, he would never have been willing to offer such a substantial deal. Wang Yuan, consumed by envy, could scarcely contain his drool. Yet, a sense of unease washed over you. The cultivation technique you once practiced, the 7 wheels of Bodhi Sutra, encompassed the 3 realms of refining the organs, cleansing the marrow, and blood transformation. You voiced your inner doubts directly. Zhao Xiaojian did not conceal the truth. The Evil Suppression Division had, for the convenience of the Evil Suppression Guards, divided a premier technique into 3 volumes. You felt a pang of frustration. A technique is a cohesive whole, and fragmenting it into 3 sections risks losing critical information, leading one inevitably towards madness. If not madness, then a far graver issue loomed. Either it was a substandard technique or a mere truncated version, stripped of its essence and rendered commonplace. You retrieved a bar of soap and recited the well-practiced pitch. Zhao Xiaojian meticulously inquired about the costs and the time required for crafting, even testing the product himself. As expected, its cleaning efficacy surpassed that of similar items, with its floral scent facilitating the unlocking of higher realms. Undoubtedly a gold mine among gold mines. You inquired with this addition. Can one select any premier technique encompassing the realms of organ refinement, marrow cleansing, and blood transformation? Zhao Xiaojian hesitated, wishing to convey his lack of authority. Yet the resolute determination in your gaze made it clear that his refusal would only lead you to seek someone with the appropriate power to exchange. After calculating his remaining contributions, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Very well. If the division does not approve, I shall exhaust my contribution points to assist you in securing it. You expressed your gratitude with a respectful bow. Thank you, Chief. Zhao Xiaojian forced a smile, feeling as though he had been at a disadvantage. Turning to Wang Yuan, you found him immediately bowing. Wang Yuan pays his respects to the captain. Confounded, you directly inquired as to the reason. You were well aware of your own capabilities, yet encountering such a devoted subordinate was somewhat surreal. Wang Yuan's lips curled in a bittersweet smile. Having drifted for 2 decades, I have yet to encounter a captain as competent and dedicated to vanquishing evil as yourself. If your resolve remains steadfast, I shall vow to follow you to the death. Before Zhao Xiaojian, Wang Yuan proclaimed his unwavering loyalty, stirring your emotions and prompting you to enlist him into your team on the spot. The following day, with Zhao Xiaojian's token in hand, you entered the scripture pavilion. The shelves held tomes whose contents and prices could only be skimmed. As you perused, you discovered that a single volume on organ refinement demanded between 6,000 to 12,000 contribution points. In less than a decade, one could exchange for a premier technique. In your last simulation, the exceptionally talented Ming Kong had spent a decade at the organ refinement stage, which was not particularly unreasonable. Suddenly, realization struck you. The calculations were flawed. You were enjoying the privileges accorded to a pinnacle captain, reserved for those who had achieved the complete blood transformation or even the Qi refinement stage. For an ordinary evil suppression guard, the time required would undoubtedly exceed a decade. You shook your head and took another stroll around the area dedicated to practicing the techniques of the Qi realm, contemplating the exchange of skills. Not only did it require 30 years of guarding the town of evil spirits, but it also demanded a staggering contribution of 100,000 to 200,000 points, which was utterly outrageous. You located the exchange point for Taoist techniques and proceeded to select based on the contribution points required, from the highest to the lowest. Ultimately, you settled on the esteemed technique, the supreme clarity in primordial script, which demanded 42,000 contribution points. This technique, attributed to one of the three purities, the supreme treasure, celestial master, exuded an air of grandeur. The prerequisites for cultivation were exceptionally rigorous. The introduction explicitly cautioned that only those with extraordinary talents should choose with great care. While you did not genuinely believe this technique was directly related to the supreme treasure celestial master, the audacity to invoke his name, combined with the exorbitant price, suggested it would not disappoint. You commenced your cultivation and soon discovered that the cryptic language within this premier Taoist text was minimal. However, certain specialized terminologies still left you perplexed. You abandoned the cultivation endeavor and instead purchased an extensive collection of Taoist classics for study. 3 days later, Zhao Xiaojian sought you out. He first glanced at his token, a grimace of pain evident on his face. He handed you a map of Yangzhou's county towns, which comprised 9 prefectures and 105 counties. Zhao Xiaojian was responsible for 3 prefectures encompassing 28 counties. Most of these counties had already been assigned, and you were tasked with overseeing 5 counties plagued by malevolent spirits. Assistance could only be requested from him or higher authorities when faced with insurmountable adversities. You did not refuse. This was both a responsibility and a privilege. The more malevolent incidents you managed, the greater your contributions, which could be exchanged for necessary cultivation resources, divine weapons, and martial arts manuals. You opted for the 5 counties of Pingshan, Bihai, Qingshan, Baiyun, and Beima. Zhao Xiaojian introduced your team, which included the predetermined Wang Yuan, along with familiar faces by Cheng, the master of the washing marrow realm, and Zhang Yinduan, the expert in bone refinement, while additional recruits would need to be gathered by you. Aside from your own stationing in Pingshan County, you assigned several members to guard the other counties, planning to act collectively when missions arose. Upon returning to your residence, you surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that Jiashaohua next door continued to endure hardships, with no sign of the Taiping sect. Could it be that relocating to another county had obscured their holy maiden from their sight? You shook your head to dispel such thoughts and resumed perusing the Taoist scriptures in your possession. Chapter 24. Transactions. In the 25th year, you were 42 years old, and Jiashaohua was merely 10. The Taiping sect's experts had yet to make an appearance. Throughout these years, you had refrained from cultivating, choosing instead to thoroughly study the Taoist classics. Thanks to your remarkable memory, you had retained much of the content. Even so, your cultivation had advanced to the pinnacle of the early stage of the Qi realm. Had you not consciously restrained yourself, you might have inadvertently progressed to the mid-stage. You commenced your cultivation anew. The vital energy within you flows along the path delineated in the supreme clarity's primordial scripture. Your vital energy has transformed into elixir through 9 cycles, yet its essence remains the harmonious and balanced Taoist vital force. In merely 3 days, it has wholly conformed to the shape prescribed by the primordial scripture. The 5 organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, already nurtured to their utmost, begin to undergo a metamorphosis once again under the nourishment of this new vital energy. You discover the initial drawback of possessing an exceptionally high bone structure. Merely half an hour of practice each day suffices to reach the limits of organ training. Should you practice for too long, the 5 organs may not withstand the nourishing effects of the vital energy, leading to detrimental consequences. Transitioning from a state of imperial vitality to one of health preservation feels somewhat disconcerting. Suddenly, a knock resounds at the door. You know it is Jiashaohua, undoubtedly wearing a sorrowful expression. Indeed, she appears, weeping. "Uncle, they are all bullying me. Especially Jiazhao, whom I once held in my arms as a child, has dared to snatch my candied hawthorn. How dare he disregard his elder sister? Why, my parents insist that I yield to him. Why should I? That was my savings from 3 years of New Year's money. Uncle, will you not consider becoming my father?" Jiashaohua, though still young, already possesses a nascent beauty. Though slightly tanned and slim, you are fully engrossed, your pencil dancing across the paper, beads of sweat forming on your brow. Jiashaohua, not finding comfort nor noticing the delectable treats on the table, curiously peers over with her little head. Then suddenly she erupts, "Uncle, you are too much. Not only do you refuse to console me, but you also depict my crying face." She accuses, you are complicit in their cruelty. You must appease me well, with a plethora of delicious treats, including 2 skewers of candied hawthorn and 2 chicken legs. Otherwise, I shall cry vehemently. You remain unfazed, contentedly admiring your artwork. With your foundational skills in sketching, combined with the hand-eye coordination cultivated through practice, the artistic value may not be exceedingly high, but the likeness is strikingly accurate. Akin to a human portrait, the thought of showcasing this piece to the holy maiden of the Taiping sect in the future brings a mischievous smile to your lips. Uncle, you're not the kind of person they speak of, are you? Jia Xiaohua inquires with suspicion. What kind of person? You remain indifferent. Jia Xiaohua cautiously steps back a couple of paces before whispering, the kind that has an affinity for children, a pervert. Your expression darkens, prompting Jia Xiaohua to flee. Yet how could she escape the clutches of your wind-walking technique? You deliver a playful tap on her head, feeling a wave of satisfaction. To strike the future holy maiden of the Taiping sect with the martial arts bestowed upon you by the past holy maiden is truly delightful. Jia Xiaohua, cradling her head, whimpers softly. You retrieve the delectable dishes you had prepared from your spatial bag. Roast chicken, steamed base, and braised pork knuckle. Although not extravagant, they emphasize hearty and substantial fare. Jia Xiaohua rushes over, her face lighting up with joy as she digs in, while you take out the Taoist scriptures to review and gain new insights. Once Jia Xiaohua had her fill, you smiled and proposed, Xiaohua, shall we strike a deal? What kind of deal? Jia Xiaohua abruptly jumped up, clutching her clothes. On the verge of tears. Your expression darkened. What peculiar things have you been watching lately? Or have you befriended some odd characters? Embarrassed by your demeanor. Jia Xiaohua hesitated, but decided that your recent expression was rather unseemly. What deal? You inquired. You sign your illustrious name on this painting, and I shall treat you to 3 meals. What is an illustrious name? Jia Xiaohua asked, bewildered. It is simply your name. 1 name in exchange for 3 meals. That is indeed a most valuable trade. However, Jia Xiaohua extended her hands. I want 10 meals. Without hesitation, you nodded. Deal. This is the weeping portrait of the future saintess of the Taiping sect, complete with a personal signature. Surely, a top-tier cultivation technique, alongside 100,000 silver coins, is not too much to ask. Hehehe. Saintess Xiaohua, you wouldn't want. Jia Xiaohua felt she was at a loss, yet she could not discern where the loss lay. The terms were settled, and with her greasy little hands, she grasped the brush to write down 3 crooked characters. Oh dear, my handwriting is atrocious. I shall practice and come back to rewrite it. Jia Xiaohua believed that in a transaction, the buyer should not be at a disadvantage. You snatched the paper and, upon seeing the handwriting no better than that of a chicken scratch, nodded in satisfaction. Who says this handwriting is ugly? It is splendid. 30 years later, you were 47, and Jia Xiaohua was 15. The masters of the Taiping sect had yet to arrive. You had successfully nurtured your internal organs, harmonizing the yin and yang, breaking through to the cleansing marrow realm, albeit still limited by the capacity of your internal organs. Over the years, you had led your team in addressing 13 malevolent incidents, of which 7 were mere tricks, and only 6 were genuine evils. Across 5 counties in 9 years, only 6 malevolent entities had emerged. You realized that the probability of their manifestation was rather low. Yet, you pondered why such terrifying evils had emerged during the 1st century. Then Jia Xiaohua arrived. In recent years, her visits had become scarce. Uncle, marry me. You spat out your drink in surprise. I'm serious. Jia Xiaohua's eyes glistened with tears, her demeanor much more subdued, devoid of her former wildness. You hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the grand gesture from 5 years prior, but thought of the future haughty saintess of the Taiping sect and restrained yourself. Jia Xiaohua, stifling her sobs, blinked her sparkling big eyes. Uncle, I am quite beautiful. Everyone says I'm lovely. Marrying me would be a gain. You struggled to assert that they were deceiving her, but upon seeing her genuine sorrow, you decided to inquire about her reasons. My father, he sobbed as Jia Xiaohua could no longer contain her emotions, covering her face and weeping profusely. You took out your writing tools, pondered for a moment, and resolved to become a better person. Jia Xiaohua cried for a long while before she managed to explain the situation in fragmented sentences. Her father had accepted 100 taels of silver from the corpulent Huang, compelling her to become the 18th concubine. You couldn't help but murmur to yourself, oh, future saintess of the Taiping sect, how could you be in such dire straits? You retrieved 200 taels in silver notes, urging her to return and annul the engagement. Jia Xiaohua, shaking her head in tears, insisted that Huang was a retired 6th-rank official, and she feared the repercussions of breaking the engagement. Oh, poor saintess of the Taiping sect. Not only were you nearly sold, but you were to be wed to an old, fat, and unattractive man as his concubine. You stifled your laughter and assured her that you would resolve the matter. That afternoon, Huang himself came to the Jiao residence to apologize and left behind 3,000 taels as compensation. Chapter 25. Born with the essence of Tao. That night, Jia Xiaohua arrived at your door, clutching a blanket, her face streaked with tears. What do you want? You asked. Great benefactor, I have no means to repay your kindness, and I am willing to dedicate myself to serve you, she responded, her voice laced with an unmistakable distance. You realized she had discerned your elevated status, yet chose to reside in the impoverished district, clearly with ulterior motives. You suppressed your frustration at the thought of having fed a dog, for you too had your own aspirations. It was merely that the demons of the Taiping sect had yet to arrive, and their schemes had not come to fruition. You shook your head, refusing. I do not wish for you to dedicate yourself to me. Jia Xiaohua leaned against the door, unwilling to leave. Growing impatient, you exclaimed, How can you repay kindness with enmity? What enmity? Jia Xiaohua asked, her face reflecting a profound existential doubt. You hastily shut the door. How naive to think one could obtain your top-tier cultivation secrets without cost. Jia Xiaohua continued to knock, but you chose to ignore her, returning to your studies of the Tao scriptures. In the 35th year, you were 52, while Jia Xiaohua was 20, and the demons of the Taiping sect had still not arrived. Over 5 years, you had reached the pinnacle of the marrow-cleansing realm. This was not your ultimate limit, but rather the limitation of your physical body. You recalled from your last simulation that by the 50th year, Jia Xiaohua's cultivation was unfathomably deep, capable of slaying a blood-exchanging realm expert with a single sword strike. Was it possible that her innate talent could allow her to attain the blood-exchanging realm's combat prowess in merely 15 years? You pondered whether your butterfly wings had altered the timeline, erasing the saintess of the Taiping sect. In those 5 years, Jia Xiaohua had almost returned to her childhood, frequently visiting you. She no longer spoke of dedicating herself, nor referred to you as uncle. Jia Xiaohua came again. You laid out a sumptuous meal on the table, and she unceremoniously picked up her chopsticks to begin eating, just as she had done over a decade ago. Jia Xiaohua paused, chopsticks in hand, and asked, Is there wine? You shook your head, no. She sighed, Without wine, how can I pretend to be drunk and declare my wish to marry you? You remained silent. Voice of the heart, have you not already spoken? Jia Xiaohua smiled, resembling a pear blossom blooming on a branch. My parents dare not control me, and the matchmaker does not dare to approach. I am destined to remain unmarried. Do you not intend to take responsibility? Her beauty, unparalleled and captivating, revealed a tinge of desolation, which did not diminish her allure, but rather enhanced her fragmented charm. You fell silent for a moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of cruelty towards Jia Xiaohua, and thus spoke the truth. In truth, I have been plotting something since I moved here. Jia Xiaohua's heart raced, her grip on her garment tightening to the point of blanching her knuckles. Through the art of celestial calculation, I have foreseen that you will become a supreme master in the future, and I wish for you to bestow upon me a top-tier skill. Jia Xiaohua wept, her sorrow pouring forth uncontrollably. You sighed inwardly, recognizing the harshness inflicted upon the young girl, and prepared to depart. A pair of delicate arms wrapped around you from behind, but fortunately, you managed to evade in time. Jia Xiaohua cried out, Is this all? I had heard that the unparalleled old demon intended to devour the entire family of his counterpart, thus exerting such effort. Woe is me. Do not speak of top-tier skills. I would willingly offer you my very self. This time, it is not a desire to strike you down while you slumber, but rather a heartfelt plea. You felt a pang of guilt, not realizing the immense psychological pressure you had placed upon a young girl. You resolved to enlighten Xiaohua, explaining that marriage entails a life of supporting a husband and raising children, leaving no room for personal aspirations. Only through cultivation can one grasp the true essence of existence, enabling one to confront the calamities that lie 60 years ahead. Xiaohua, overwhelmed by your discourse, felt disoriented. Can cultivation truly preserve youth? Like you, decades later, remain so youthful. You nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 65 years hence will herald the great catastrophe. And with Jia Xiaohua's innate talent, she could undoubtedly maintain her youthful appearance. Then, can you accept disciples on behalf of your master? Jia Xiaohua replied with remarkable composure. Accepting disciples on behalf of my master signifies that we are of the same generation. Once I acquire the top-tier skills, I shall also accept disciples to pass them on to you. At such a tender age, she already grasped the art of ambition. You decided to impart a portion of knowledge to Jia Xiaohua, fearing she might struggle to reach the realm of cultivation in the future, especially mastering the technique of cleaving thunder with a sword. You resolved to assess her bone structure before deciding whether to pass on the 9 transformations of jade refinement. Jia Xiaohua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she graciously consented to your examination of her bones. You once again emphasized the camaraderie of martial artists, proceeding only after confirming mutual understanding. Jia Xiaohua's innate constitution was not only far superior to Ming Kong's, but was also of the celestial body. Though the human skeleton consists of 206 bones, the parts pertaining to the celestial body exhibited subtle protrusions, allowing her to advance not from 0 to 1, but directly from 0001 to 1. The difference was merely 0001. Yet this seemingly trivial 0001 made a disparity as vast as the heavens and the earth. Not only can one enjoy the pseudo-Dao bone talent upon initial cultivation, but the process itself requires no bone cracking, offering a completely painless nurturing of the Dao bone. This technique is known as the 9 transformations. Reaching the 5th transformation, or at most the 6th, will allow you to achieve your goals. You feel a twinge of envy. However, you still selflessly divulge the matter of the 366th Dao bone, along with the 9 transformations refining Jade Sutra, sharing it with her. Jia Xiaohua clutches the manual, filled with delight. You let out a quiet sigh and set out to gather the herbs needed for the qi restoration powder, which proves quite useful in the early stages. Upon arriving at the apothecary, you discover that the unscrupulous shopkeeper has deceived you with inferior ginseng, claiming it to be a decade-old variety. Having simulated this purchase countless times, how could you not recognize what decade-old ginseng looks like? After switching between several apothecaries, you realize it is not merely the practitioner's greed, but rather you have been duped. In your previous simulations, the decade-old ginseng you acquired was in fact a century-old variety. Returning to your residence, you notice the complex expression in Jia Xiaohua's eyes. The words of Zhang Wuji's mother seem to gain even more weight with time. In the 36th year, you break through to the early stage of blood transformation. Jia Xiaohua perfects her skin cultivation, advancing into the realm of flesh refining. This all transpires within a mere year. You recall that the most gifted Ming Kong took 3 years to reach the skin refining stage, though aided by the qi restoration powder and your guidance. The disparity among geniuses remains vast. You ponder the difference between a score of 100 and another 100. Jia Xiaohua's 100 signifies a test that only offers a maximum of 100, while Ming Kong represents one who can merely achieve that score. Fortunately, you also belong to the former type of genius, with additional support. Suddenly, you feel a warmth at your waist. Upon touching it, you realize the talisman from the Evil Suppression Division is glowing. This is Zhao Xiaojian summoning you in urgent need. Without delay, you swiftly mount the blooded steed and hasten forth. This operation involves not only Zhao Xiaojian, but also the chief, Pan Li, the deputy chief, Feng, and the captains from their respective teams. Surprisingly, none of the lower-ranked members were summoned, indicating the formidable strength of the evil entity you are about to confront. Chapter 26, The Performance. On the way, Pan Li begins to introduce the evil entity you are to face. Zheng Tu, gifted from a young age, he began studying literature at 3, dedicating himself to hard work with lofty aspirations, yet repeatedly failing his exams. In despair, he turned to martial arts, training relentlessly for a decade without even breaking through to the initial skin refining stage. He sold off his entire estate to venture into commerce, only to encounter bandits along the way. Fortunately, he hired a master who barely saved his life, yet he lost all his wealth. Returning home, despondent, he opened an apothecary, but on the very first day, he misidentified a herb and accidentally poisoned someone to death. Ultimately, he switched professions to become a butcher, only to find himself tainted by evil energy after just 3 months, transforming into a terrifying, malevolent being. This individual harbors immense resentment, blaming heaven, earth, and fate, and will kill anyone he encounters. Ordinary individuals were barely able to withstand him, having taken merely an afternoon. Even masters of the bone-forging realm could not endure a single strike from him. Currently, Captain Shunqing, possessing strength at the Aperture realm, was exerting all his effort to intercept him. The longer the delay, the greater the uncertainty. The group dared not rest, hastening their pace until they finally arrived at Qinyun County just past midnight. In the dead of night, Qingyun County appeared lifeless. They tethered their horses outside the city and utilized their light-footed techniques to leap onto the high city walls, searching for Shun Qing's whereabouts. To the east of the city, Pan Li, possessing a secret method, swiftly pinpointed Shun Qing's location. Spring Warm Pavilion. They rushed over, only to find 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance, casting a dim, flickering light. This was the sole source of illumination in the entire city, seemingly drawing all moths to its flame. Upon entering, they were met not by the anticipated flurry of courtesans, nor the warm welcome of a matron. Turning a corner, an unsettling chill crawled over them. The vast hall was densely packed with people, young lords seeking pleasure, attendants maintaining order and serving tea, as well as the courtesans and their maids. All stood in silence, their gazes fixated upon the stage on the second floor. A man in his 70s was engrossed in performing a silent play. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s. Shun Qing, Panley called out, yet he did not rush forward immediately. The elderly man was Zheng Tuesday. The atmosphere here was undeniably sinister. Shun Qing's complexion turned ashen, his expression vacant, as if he had not heard at all. Everyone be cautious. Focus on probing and do not seek glory. The unknown malevolence was exceedingly terrifying. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Panley cautioned further before activating the domain stabilization disk, securing their current realm. Without this disk, the malevolence could enter and exit the domain at will, rendering it invincible. Zheng Tu seemed to sense the domain stabilization disk, casting a glance at the group as his voice resonated. 2 decades of diligent study turned to ash. 10 years of toil wasted in vain, fleeing only to be robbed by heartless thieves, with lives sacrificed to frame the innocent. Those in power only recognize gold and silver, while the impoverished turn to darkness for wealth. The so-called benevolence is but a collection of absurdities. He lamented, alas, there is no justice in this world. The art of healing saves the body but not the heart. Only by exterminating the wicked can we hope to attain a clear and bright realm. The verses sung by Zheng Tu were rich in inflection and possessed a certain enchantment, drawing listeners into a vivid tapestry of imagery. A warmth surged at your brow, pulling you back into reality. You did not act immediately, but instead pondered the grievances of Zheng Tu's life. He was not devoid of talent. Rather, he had been suppressed by corrupt officials. He was not lacking in aptitude. Instead, he had fallen prey to deceitful martial artists and learned false scriptures. He never contemplated engaging in commerce. His sole desire was to flee. However, those who wronged him offered no chance of escape. By a stroke of luck, he managed to survive with the aid of a hired expert, nurturing hopes of healing and expanding his connections, only to be ensnared by treachery on the very first day. Life has become unbearable. Zheng Tu's tone shifted, his voice resonating with an authority akin to that of a judge presiding over the fates of mortals. Yan Pingya, even before your marriage, you consorted with numerous paramours while forbidding the dissolution of your engagement. Subsequently, you exploited your family's influence, leaving others with no means to live or die. Truly, you are the epitome of malevolence. Such deeds warrant retribution. Execution is necessary. With that, Zheng Tu unleashed a strike into the air. Yanxi Lu, you have incited your daughter to commit acts of violence, colluded with officials, and consorted with bandits to seize others' fortunes. Death is your just reward, Zheng Tu proclaimed as he delivered another strike. You, having escaped the illusion, felt a sense of vindication upon hearing Zheng Tu's words. Yet, rather than dwelling on it, you channeled your true energy to assist those around you in breaking free from the enchantment. Zhao Xiao Jian emerged from the illusion, silently giving you a thumbs up, then proceeded to infuse true energy into those nearby, liberating them from their control. Zheng Tu continued to strike with fervor, delivering over 10 blows without a hint of fatigue. Your gaze shifted, inadvertently noticing a crimson hue enveloping the stage on the second floor. A ritual was unfolding, as Zheng Tu was undergoing a form of ascension. You could not afford to delay. Drawing your sword, you charged forward. Zhao Xiao Jian and the others sharpened their focus and joined the fray. Zheng Tu laughed heartily, dismissing the charges against him, simply chanting, "Decapitate, decapitate, decapitate." He disregarded your attacks, relentlessly slashing at the void. A figure on the first floor was cleaved in two without shedding a single drop of blood. The sanguine hue upon the stage deepened. With the wind-walking technique augmenting your speed, you became a wraith, traversing from the first floor to the stage entrance in the blink of an eye, thrusting your sword toward Zheng Tu's right arm. In a swift arc, your blade severed his right hand. As his limb fell, torrents of blood erupted, weaving strands that reconnected his severed arm. He appeared oblivious, his knife continuing its relentless assault on the emptiness. Below the stage, individuals were periodically bisected. He sensed no faltering in his onslaught. With each strike he delivered, a life was extinguished. Those who survived did so merely because they had not yet arrived at Chun Wanlu. He could not be allowed to continue this slaughter. For every soul he claimed, his strength would amplify, and soon, no one would be able to confront him. You adjusted your sword's trajectory and delivered a decisive blow, severing Zheng Tu's head. Blood gushed forth, intertwining threads that maintained the connection of his head. Yet, his actions showed no sign of hesitation, as though the severed head were not his own. Decapitate, 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 he continued to chant. As the blade fell time and again, lives were extinguished on the first floor. You shifted your focus, no longer targeting Zheng Tu, but instead directing your assault towards the weapon he wielded. While you could not vanquish him outright, you could alter the trajectory of his deadly strikes. Your swordsmanship was both precise and swift, repeatedly striking the weapon in his grasp, diverting its angle significantly. You were uncertain of the outcome, yet the deaths below ceased. The stage beneath your feet no longer blushed crimson. Zhao Xiaojian and the others exchanged glances, beginning to collaborate in their efforts. Some attacked Zheng Tu's vulnerable areas, throat, heart, and head, while others opted for a more gradual approach, directly targeting the blade in his hand. Pan Li and the others dispelled the illusion, joining the fray. Chapter 27. Stance. Zheng Tu found himself besieged, his blade intercepted just as it was drawn. He attempted to struggle, but you were all masters of the blood exchange realm, outnumbering him significantly, leaving him with no chance to prevail. Zheng Tu halted, gazing at you, allowing your true energy to erode the malevolent force within him. His calm demeanor bore no resemblance to a sacrificial victim. Instead, he appeared as a valiant martyr. Unusual occurrences often conceal malevolence. A sense of unease gripped the hearts of the onlookers. The situation bore similarities to a sinister beggar. Offer him money, and he would ensnare you. The more you gave, the deeper you became entangled, with many succumbing to his insidious grasp. No one dared to rule out the possibility that Zheng Tu was an even more treacherous entity. What merit does a malevolent spirit possess if it is not truly sinister? With each strike, the crowd's resolve waned, glancing towards Pan Li for guidance. Zheng Tu, however, chuckled, proclaiming, "I have just slain the treacherous thieves of the Yin family and corrupt officials. The mountain bandits have gained threefold the malevolence, while you have merely dissipated one. Continue." His words instilled further trepidation within the group. Zheng Tu scoffed, "The exorcists of evil spirits, daunted by my malevolence. Are you hesitant to act?" He beckoned, his gaze settling on Feng, who instinctively took a step back. As he retreated, the others followed suit. Zheng Tu's derisive expression deepened as he regarded you and Pan Li, who stood firm. "If they will not come, you shall." Despite his height of less than 1.70 meters, Zheng Tu exuded an aura that towered nearly 100 feet, overwhelming the exorcists with sheer dread. You fixed your gaze upon Zheng Tu, a hint of pity in your eyes. "I have heard your tale. I am aware of your grievances, and I shall restore your honor in due course." Just as the crowd anticipated your words to be mere platitudes before retreating, you pivoted your stance. Yet, you are now a malevolent spirit, and I cannot permit you to complete your ritual. I invite you to your demise. A cerulean light flickered along your sword, sending shivers of apprehension through the onlookers. Those present were discerning individuals, capable of recognizing that while your sword appeared tranquil, the terrifying energy within was fully contained. A demonstration of control that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. More terrifying is the inner vital energy contained within your sword, akin to the tumultuous magma surging before a volcanic eruption, desperately confined yet poised for release. At the moment of eruption, it could trigger tremors that shake the earth and obliterate all in its path. You hasten your steps, though Zheng Tu insists he will remain still. Your faith lies firmly in yourself. A strike that has been meticulously cultivated must not allow for any miscalculations. Zheng Tu, true to his word, remains motionless, bracing himself against your strike. The terrifying vital energy shatters his flesh, reducing it to mere fragments, while simultaneously eradicating the visible manifestation of the malevolent energy within him. A collective gasp escapes the onlookers. That strike could easily equate to a dozen strikes from another. Instinctively, all eyes turn towards Zhao Xiaojian, though you serve under him. That strike is beyond Zhao Xiaojian's capability. Its might rivals that of the pinnacle of the refinement realm. Zhao Xiaojian's countenance twitches slightly, attempting to feign indifference. Hua Ping, Song Ji, and the others are inwardly astonished, relieved that they had refrained from treachery against you, for they would not withstand that strike. Blood surges, and in the blink of an eye, Zheng Tu fully restores himself. As a malevolent entity, he cannot perish as long as his wicked energy endures. You deny him the opportunity to voice his thoughts and strike once more. The sword in your hand moves with the swiftness of a meteor. Each strike appears effortless. Yet the contained sword energy is nothing short of terrifying. Every strike, however, pales in comparison to the prowess of the pinnacle of the refinement realm. It is nearly time. If I allow you to continue, I fear I shall not have the chance for vengeance. Zheng Tu's figure flickers as he evades your assault, cleaving through the void, resulting in yet another victim being severed in two. The crowd, initially prepared to encircle, halts once more. Such an extraordinary attack, should it fall upon oneself, would lead to an incomprehensible demise. Pan Li's fierce eyes nearly bulge from their sockets, yet he still cannot discern Zheng Tu's assault. He knows that waiting is no longer an option. Should Zheng Tu complete his ritual, who knows how many lives he would claim with a single blow. Altogether, intercept his strike. Pan Li grits his teeth. Zheng Tu dodges desperately, and when evasion fails, he resorts to absorbing the damage with his body while his right hand continues to slash at the void, attacking his adversaries from afar. It is evident he still clings to his humanity. His sole desire is revenge. A flicker of hesitation crosses his gaze, swiftly replaced by resolve. The adversary has become a man-eating fiend. Even remnants of humanity within him signify his malevolence. The mind follows the dictates of the body. Once transformed into a fiend, even if he harbors concerns for humanity, his allegiance lies with the malevolent. This is not a matter of good or evil, but rather a question of the instinct for survival. At this moment, his humanity lingers because he has yet to fully embrace his fiendish nature. Fiends deserve to perish. He is innocent, burdened with unexpressed grievances. It is only just that he be slain, thereby restoring his honor. In a fleeting moment, you have made your resolve. The sword in your hand carves an unusual arc, circumventing numerous obstacles, and with all your strength, you thrust it into his chest. The surging true energy floods forth like a released deluge, seeking to extinguish the malevolence within him. Pan Li commands the battle, yet most inadvertently miss their opponent's blades, instead focusing their efforts on purging the evil that clings to him. As time passes, the darkness of Zheng Tu's malevolent energy diminishes further. Suddenly, Zheng Tu's blade halts mid-swing. Only one last villain remains, the one-eared bandit, and the task falls to you. Zheng Tu casts one final glance your way, his blade grazing his throat, and the malevolent energy within him dissipates like a deflated balloon. He could have delivered that final strike, yet ultimately refrained. Perhaps he feared that after the ritual's completion, he would lose control. With a sharp clang, only the blade remains on the ground. The final gaze bestowed upon you clearly conveys his intention to bequeath the sword. A flicker of melancholy passes through your heart, yet you harbor no regrets. However, Feng suddenly bursts into laughter. This cursed blade is in fact a precious weapon, just what I need, as my own blade is broken. It seems fate has favored me. His audacious proclamation transforms the blade into his trophy. Though many inwardly curse, no one dares to expose him. The deputy leader is not to be trifled with. Without waiting for response, Feng snatches the blade from the ground and sheathes it. Yet, he suddenly stiffens in place. A gaping wound has opened in his chest. Not a single drop of blood spills forth, but his heart lies shattered, his life extinguished. The malevolence is not yet vanquished, gasps the crowd in astonishment. Pan Li urgently shouts, "Be cautious and vigilant. Do not scatter." In this chaotic moment, recklessness would spell danger. However, those present are not fools. They gather, warily watching the blade. What has happened to me? The audience awakens, soon erupting into screams. There are dead bodies. Quick, notify the authorities. Do not alert the authorities. No. We must first find the culprit before notifying anyone. Chapter 28. The malevolent figures of the Taiping sect finally reveal themselves. The cursed blade within its sheath appears to sense something, beginning to tremble as if yearning to escape. Pan Li's pupils constrict, and he bellows, "Everyone, stand your ground. Those who act without permission shall face merciless retribution." His voice crashes like thunder in their ears, and the previously anxious crowd freezes in place. Among them, one richly adorned individual quickly assesses the situation, clasping his hands in greeting. "My lord, I am from the Zhou family." Pan Li roars, "Inanja, silence." The man feels humiliated, his cheeks burning with shame. "My grandfather is of the third rank." Pan Li's brow twitched as he observed the sinister blade on the ground pulsating ominously. With a swift motion, he pointed backward, and a sharp gust of energy pierced through the young man's brow, silencing his unfinished words forever. The onlookers stood frozen in terror, covering their mouths, paralyzed by fear. The malevolent blade lay still. Pan Li declared, "In the face of this malevolent incident, where life and death hang in the balance, we must not concern ourselves with pride or human sentiments." Noticing the blade's inertia, he turned his gaze toward you. "Yi Feng, Zheng Tu wished to bequeath this blade to you at the brink of his demise. Do you dare to embrace the peril and attempt to subdue it? There exists a possibility of harnessing and utilizing malevolence, especially in the case of a weapon like this curse blade. Should one decipher its patterns and rituals while evading its backlash, it could significantly augment one's own prowess." You shook your head resolutely, stating, "When it comes to malevolence, I am solely inclined to eradicate it." The crowd exchanged peculiar glances, directing their attention to the fallen Feng. Had he not been so eager to seize the blade, a moment of observation would have revealed its true nature. It is said that every action has its destined consequence. Pan Li recited several names, and upon reaching Hao Shuang, the latter expressed a desire to try. Hao Shuang concentrated his vital energy in his palm, cautiously grasping the blade's sheath, yet it betrayed no response. As he placed his hand upon the hilt, his motion abruptly halted, and with a sudden thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. An eerie silence enveloped the group. Pan Li's expression shifted to one of understanding. After further inquiries, it became evident that the others held no intentions toward the cursed blade. It was simply too terrifying. Any sign of movement could lead to instant annihilation, leaving no room for error. Pan Li's gaze flitskeret. He contemplated drawing forth the talisman to quell malevolence, but ultimately decided against it. There was no necessity for such recklessness. Let us strike together and obliterate it. Pan Li was the first to unsheath his weapon. Over a dozen weapons descended upon the sinister blade simultaneously, their diverse energies colliding chaotically, eradicating the malice that enveloped the cursed weapon. A resonating hum filled the air. The blade trembled, most of its malevolent energy dissipating, though 4 individuals' energies surged into the blade, extinguishing the darkness within. You were among them. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, and a captain of the blood exchange realm was cleaved in two, blood spilling across the ground. "Be careful," Pan Li exclaimed in alarm. Another flash of white light surged forth, but you swiftly unsheathed your sword, precisely intersecting the luminous arc. The light faltered, revealing the true form of the cursed blade. Song Ji, whose life you had just saved, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing under the strain. The sinister blade's speed was formidable, yet without Zheng Tu, its attacks became predictable. A white flash darted toward your face, and once more, you thrust your sword, striking the blade and momentarily slowing its ferocity. A terrifying recoil surged through you, causing your right hand to tingle with numbness. With a deft movement, you pivoted lightly, akin to a wisp of smoke, and unleashed another strike. It appeared unremarkable, yet it found its mark with precision against the blade. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that each of your strikes lands upon the same spot. The malevolent blade emits a furious hum, its trembling form unleashing terrifying waves of cutting energy, weaving a lethal net intended to rend you into fragments. Yet, you do not evade. Instead, you channel all your strength into a counteroffensive using the wind-step technique. Rarely have you engaged in combat, and now, facing the wicked blade with full force, you seek to discern the limits of your own capabilities. The dreadful radiance of the blade slashes wildly, yet your sword dances like a meteor, striking against the blade with a resonant clang, akin to a spirited symphony. Attack! 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 You become attuned to the rhythm of the wicked blade's assaults, the intervals between your strikes diminishing, the melody growing ever more exhilarating. The onlookers, inspired by the fervent symphony, rush forth with their blades drawn. You swiftly call out, "Brothers below the Qi refinement realm, withdraw." assist the innocent civilians on the first floor in their evacuation. The captains of the lower realm flush with realization, recalling their own limitations, understanding that they cannot breach the defenses of the malevolent blade. Fortuitously, your reasoning is sound, granting them a semblance of dignity. It is the fervor of that exhilarating melody that ignited their bloodlust, compelling them to take on 10 adversaries. Punli, Zhou Xiaoyan, and the nearly recovered Shenqing decipher the blade's patterns and follow suit. After the burning of a joss stick, the malevolent essence within the blade is utterly extinguished. The wicked blade falls to the ground as though lifeless, pure spiritual energy spilling forth. The crowd settles down to meditate, beginning their cultivation. Zhao Xiaojian, noticing you standing still, inquires in surprise. Yi Feng, why do you not cultivate? Even at the pinnacle of the qi refinement realm, absorbing this spiritual energy could fortify your foundation and enhance your strength. You manage a faint smile, replying, my cultivation method is unique. Zhao Xiaojian, recalling that your method was exchanged at the scripture pavilion, shifts his thoughts and refrains from pressing further, sensing a secret behind your words. The bone in the center of your forehead grows increasingly warm. Had it not been for its cool touch, you might suspect it could burn through your skull and dry up your brain. Over the years, each time you vanquished a malevolent entity, your brow would flush with heat. You have a vague sense that it is gestating, yet always feels just shy of completion. At last, the scorching sensation subsides, granting you a sigh of relief, as you believe the dispersal of spiritual energy has concluded. However, observing that others remain in their meditative postures, you realize that the flow of energy has not yet ceased. Instead, the transformation of the bone at your forehead has reached its completion. You touch your brow, still smooth as jade, devoid of any eye-like formations. You sense a subtle change, yet cannot pinpoint it. The bone continues to absorb the dispersing spiritual energy from the vanquished malevolence, seemingly having undergone its initial metamorphosis, adapting to its new state, no longer exuding that unbearable heat. As the dispersal of spiritual energy ends, the door is suddenly kicked open, a thunderous shout ringing in the ears of the assembled crowd. Bold and audacious, daring to wreak havoc in Qingyun County. It seems you have no regard for my esteemed presence. Your pupils constrict as you hastily rein in your emotions. At last, the malevolent figure from the Taiping sect makes an appearance. In the previous simulation, he ascended to become the next lord, stealthily assassinating the future abbot of Longfo Temple. A flicker of curiosity crosses your eyes, yearning to discern how he will navigate this awkward predicament. Should he act sooner, he could showcase his prowess and secure greater favor. Should he delay, he might uncover another opportunity. Unfortunately, in this moment, he has become a mere jester. Zhang Ding, having undergone professional training, swiftly composed himself, seamlessly transforming his surprise into a hint of embarrassment. It appears the master of the Jinxia division has vanquished the malevolence. I, Zhang, have made a fool of myself. Chapter 29, Perception of Flaws. Zhang Ding bursts in with great bravado, only to leave in a disheveled state. Due to your formidable abilities and exceptional performance, you are promoted to the position of Deputy Lord, pending approval from the court. Zhao Xiaojian breathes a sigh of relief, genuinely bidding you farewell and expressing his willingness to allow you to take a trusted aide with you. After an amiable exchange with him, you agree to gift him 3 jars of 36-year-old pear blossom brew, and he permits you to take 2 confidants. You decide to take by Cheng and Wang Yuan, one a master of lightness and the other a top-tier brute. The next day, with the aid of your financial prowess, you swiftly locate the bandit and usher him into the realm of bliss. Upon returning home, you immediately survey the neighboring area and discover that Jia Xiaohua is still present. Jia Xiaohua approaches you, seeking guidance on the He family's swordplay. After offering some insights, your curiosity gets the better of you. Xiaohua, have you encountered any peculiar individuals lately? What kind of peculiar individuals? Jia Xiaohua inquires, her eyes blinking with intrigue. Those who wish to take you as a disciple or claim that you possess extraordinary talent and a significant background. None really. Jia Xiaohua replies with genuine sincerity. You kindly caution her. Our sect does not adhere to outdated traditions. Should you meet a master wishing to take you as a disciple, do not refuse. Concerned she might not appreciate the gravity of your warning, you emphasize, I have foreseen that you will soon encounter a benefactor. Seize the opportunity, and you could soar to great heights. Yes, I will. Jia Xiaohua nods earnestly. A month later, the court's appointment letter arrives, and you are officially designated as Deputy Lord. In addition to a monthly salary and enhanced contributions, you are granted unrestricted access to the tomes on the first and second floors of the scripture repository and the privilege to select a technique or treasure from the fourth floor as a benefit. After careful consideration, you choose the 7 swords to vanquish evil. The He family sword techniques are exquisite, with a single sword yielding hundreds of variations, expending little energy while delivering immense power, making it suitable for prolonged combat. However, against malevolence, one cannot channel their entire essence swiftly enough to eradicate the evil. The 7 swords to vanquish evil, in stark contrast, features minimal variations in each move, executed with bold and sweeping strokes, akin to the art of blade work. However, it is precisely for this reason that each sword carries an immense amount of vital energy, rendering its power even more formidable. You commence your practice of the 7 swords of exorcism. At long last, you discern the purpose of the Taoist bone at the center of your brow. You gained insights into the flaws within your techniques. Whether in your own swordplay or while guiding Jia Shaohua, you could clearly perceive the vulnerabilities within each move. Every sword technique is bound to harbor weaknesses. Acknowledging errors allows for correction. Upon recognizing all the flaws, you could enhance your swordsmanship accordingly. Your sword techniques began to advance. In the 42nd year, your cultivation naturally transcended into the realm of qi refinement, without encountering any bottlenecks. It was as effortless as drinking water. The golden vital energy pill within your dantian had swelled to the size of a water tank. When you gazed inward, it resembled a star suspended within your dantian, radiating brilliance and illuminating the entire area. Having immersed yourself in Taoist scriptures, you intuitively grasped the mysteries of the qi refinement realm, accumulating vital energy and cultivating the acupoints. Taoism emphasizes the mastery of 360 acupoints, corresponding to the number of celestial spheres. The number of auxiliary acupoints to be cultivated depends on the quality of the technique. Taoist texts record that all 84,000 pores are acupoints. The human body contains 84,000 acupoints. It is not sufficient to merely fill them with vital energy. One must prioritize primary and secondary acupoints. A single misstep may lead to a clash among acupoints, resulting in internal strife. In severe cases, acupoints may explode, causing collateral damage to the host. The optimal approach would be to exchange for a supreme qi refinement technique from the Taoist sect. Given the prices and contribution accumulation of the evil suppression division, one would need to abstain from food and drink, diligently slaying malevolent beings for over 3 centuries to catch a glimpse of such elite techniques. The simplest method would be to emulate the heavens and the earth. The internal microcosm of the human body corresponds to the external macrocosm. By observing the stars daily and documenting their positions, one could identify the primary, secondary, and auxiliary stars, thereby creating a unique technique. This monumental task is daunting to contemplate. In moments of uncertainty, consult oneself. In minor dilemmas, seek Zhao Xiaojian. You presented 2 jars of pear blossom wine aged for 42 years. Zhao Xiaojian, without reservation, declared his loyalty to the emperor in the capital, vowing eternal allegiance to the great Qian, with no intentions of betrayal. You meticulously inquired about the content of the oath, insisting that it must remain unchanged. Furthermore, the exchange technique only comprised the 36 primary and 108 auxiliary acupoints of the Celestial Gang Qi refinement method, totaling a mere 144 acupoints. Should the promise to open all acupoints entail a lifetime of unwavering loyalty, perhaps you would reconsider. To offer your eternal allegiance for a mediocre Qi refinement technique seemed like a grave mistake. You refrained from further questioning the oath and instead began to persuade him to drink and feast, and Zhao Xiaojian grasped your intent. Brother, today I shall pretend you have never visited. Let us drink and drown our sorrows. As the evening progressed, Zhao Xiaojian began to vehemently criticize the court, lamenting the abundance of techniques available. Yet they only bestowed upon them the most inferior ones, treating them like dogs. Not only the court, but all sects are similarly affected. Reluctant to become a mere pawn, one struggles to acquire the techniques of the Qi refinement realm, forced to navigate the path alone, with the ever-looming threat of death. You began to suppress your cultivation, dedicating yourself to swordsmanship, gazing at the stars each night. In the 49th year, at the age of 66, while you are aware that Jia Shaohua is 34, the demons of the Taiping sect have yet to arrive. A sense of being ensnared by Jia Xiaohua pervades your thoughts. You doubt her ability to transform into a central figure within the Taiping sect in just a year's time. What could be the source of this discrepancy? Jia Xiaohua, with her innate talent, has remarkably reached the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage for the fourth time in merely over a decade. After dispersing her energy, her foundational strength has already reached 80% of its potential. It is anticipated that upon her next cultivation, the concentration of true energy within her will approach the level you attained during your seventh rebirth. Should she undergo 2 more rounds of refinement, she might achieve the effects of the 9 transformations. It would be disingenuous to claim you are not envious, yet you harbor no jealousy. After all, not everyone possesses such advantages. Senior brother, are you heading to Bichu County? Jia Xiaohua appeared bright and early. Indeed, your heart quickens. This girl is rather astute. She not only deduces your destination, but also pinpoints the timing with precision. If you were to become involved, it seems even pocket money would be under scrutiny. How absurd. You swiftly suppress such thoughts, pondering how such terrifying notions could arise. Jia Xiaohua, brimming with excitement, jumps up, exclaiming, "Take me with you. I am in the midst of refining my foundation, and accompanying you would greatly enhance my experience." Just as you are about to decline, Jia Xiaohua clasps her hands together, shaking them fervently. "Senior brother, I implore you." With a resigned sigh, you concede, "Just this once." "Yay, thank you, senior brother." Jia Xiaohua twirls with delight. Bichu County, the very location where you were once devoured by a hungry ghost during a prior simulation, is likely to be the first attacked again. With only a year remaining before the ghostly devastation, you are eager to ascertain whether it is possible to preemptively eliminate the threat. Situated near the sea and adjacent to the Great River, Bichu County boasts an abundance of both river and ocean fish, fresh and inexpensive. As you stroll along the street, Jia Xiaohua exclaims with childlike enthusiasm, entirely unfitting for a woman in her 30s. Passing a stall, she begins to scream, "Senior brother, look! Golden carp! Legend has it that should one leap over the dragon gate, they shall transform into a dragon." You suppress the urge to critique and turn to see a golden carp, approximately the length of your arm, languidly lying in a large basin, only occasionally flicking its tail, indicating it is still alive. The vendor is not a robust fisherman in his 30s or 40s, but rather a slender girl of 15 or 16 with slightly darkened skin, busily hawking her wares. "Senior brother, look at the fish. Why are you staring at the people?" Jia Xiaohua's voice bore a hint of displeasure as her bright, sparkling eyes fixated on the young girl, as if facing a formidable adversary. The surrounding onlookers regarded you with an expression akin to that of observing a fool. One, though possessing a delicate appearance, was slender and slightly tanned, while another boasted a flawless physique with alluring curves, her skin so smooth it appeared almost ethereal, her enchanting gaze capable of drowning one in its depths. How could one possibly misjudge such a sight? "Brother," Jia Xiaohua remarked, "that fish is merely an ordinary koi. I am famished. Let us sample the fresh fish soup here." She tugged at you to leave, and, as you frowned, your gaze lingered on the young girl for moments before. A flicker of urgency crossed Jia Xiaohua's eyes as she tentatively inquired, "Brother, is that girl particularly special?" Instinctively, you nodded, only to realize that Jia Xiaohua's expression had turned wistful. The tales often suggested that men are drawn to the beauty of a young maiden. Yet it seemed your brother was no exception. You shook your head in denial, asserting, "No, I perceive flaws in that girl." Jia Xiaohua's face brightened instantly, her tone lightening. "So, brother, you do not fancy her? You wish to assert that with her by your side, it was implausible for you to be interested in anyone else." But the words that escaped your lips were simply, "Of course." Jia Xiaohua gazed at you with expectant eyes, her smile radiant as she asked, "Then what type do you prefer?" Her sparkling eyes blinked eagerly, causing your heart to skip a beat as you turned your gaze elsewhere. At that moment, a somewhat shabby scholar approached. "Pardon the intrusion, esteemed guests," he said. Your attention shifted, focusing intently on the scholaress crown, where a red mark the size of a coin resided. The street bustled with passers-by, yet only the 2 of them bore flaws. You furrowed your brow. Previously, when you noticed such discrepancies, it was either Jia Xiaohua practicing her swordplay or yourself engaged in training. Why then did the fishmonger and the scholar before you exhibit imperfections during their mundane activities? Chapter 30, The Target. As Jia Xiaohua caught sight of your familiar expression, she instinctively began to scrutinize the scholar. The scholar, somewhat awkwardly, retracted his neck and implored, Might I trouble you too for a small favor? Please procure that golden koi for me with 2 taels of silver, and I shall be most grateful. Jia Xiaohua, astonished, replied, Isn't that fish merely worth 1 tael? Why would you pay twice the amount and not purchase it yourself? The scholar sighed, a tale unfolding as he explained. The fishmonger, named Jiang Xiaoyu, had been his childhood companion. However, she steadfastly refused his assistance, insisting on self-reliance. After her father's illness, she preferred to fish in the river herself rather than accept his charity, naturally refusing to sell him the overpriced golden koi. The scholar's somewhat threadbare attire and the girl's stubborn choices hinted at a multitude of untold stories. Jia Xiaohua glanced towards the girl, now lost among the crowd, then back at the anxious and earnest scholar, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, yet she did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she turned her gaze towards you. After a brief contemplation, you remarked, assisting you is quite simple, yet I require a small favor in return. The scholar, visibly excited, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Certainly, I am more than willing to oblige, and I shall not refuse any task within my capabilities. You extended a finger, akin to a sword unsheathed, directing a stream of vital energy to the scholar's Baihui acupoint. The Baihui acupoint, governed by the governing vessel, holds dominion over the spirit and is a significant point within the human body. That thread of energy, when applied to an ordinary individual, could easily induce a fainting spell without any adverse effects, instead nourishing the spirit and temporarily enhancing memory. The scholar shivered, his gaze vacant, as the flaw at his Baihui acupoint vanished momentarily. He shook his head in confusion, exclaiming, What have you just done to me? Observing the re-emergence of the flaw, you realized that the scholar was merely feigning ignorance. You pointed once more, concentrating your energy tenfold. For an ordinary person, this would pose a life-threatening risk, necessitating immediate intervention. With a swift motion, your fingers struck the Baihui acupoint again. The scholar's expression returned to one of confusion, quickly followed by terror, as he turned and fled, shouting, Ghost. There's a ghost. Leave me be. Your gaze turned icy, already suspecting the identity of the assailant. Evil beggar. It was indeed that vile entity who had previously sought to exploit the kindness of others and had attempted to coerce you into handing over money through another of his incarnations. How malicious! You swiftly pursued, piercing the scholar's back with your sword. The surge of energy expelled the taint of malevolence that had clung to him. Black blood flowed forth. With the shroud of deception shattered, the scholar's true identity as a wraith was laid bare. Panic ensued among the crowd. You employed the wind step technique to track down Jiang Xiaoyu, the fishmonger. Jiang Xiaoyu, another incarnation of the evil beggar, could share the experiences of the scholar and dared not linger, desperately fleeing home. Within a minute, you caught up to the fleeing Jiang Xiaoyu. She was merely an ordinary person, even transformed into a wraith. Her combat capabilities remained akin to that of an average individual. What do you intend to do? I can give you money. Please do not kill me. You scoffed derisively. At this juncture, do you still think to deceive me? Is it even meaningful? Jia Xiaohua proposed. Senior brother, leave this wraith to me. I have yet to confront one. Very well, you acquiesced, but cautioned her to be wary of the potential broken bowl in her hands, for even an attack could ensnare her. Thank you, senior brother. Jia Xiaohua drew forth the sword you had gifted her and made a tentative thrust. Jiang Xiaoyu, caught off guard, was struck in the thigh, wailing in agony. Jia Xiaohua pressed her attack, her swordsmanship reflecting a third of your own mastery, easily overpowering the wraith's strength, which was akin to that of an ordinary person. With wounds adorning her legs, arms, abdomen, and back, Jiang Xiaoyu was soon covered in injuries, each one more grievous than the last. Gazing into her earnest eyes, one could not discern whether her actions were deliberate or merely accidental. Jia Xiaohua had just completed her cultivation and had yet to replenish her vital energy, rendering her unable to extinguish the malevolent aura residing within Jiang Xiaoyu. Blood gushed forth, its metallic scent overwhelming the senses. Furrowing your brow, you implored Xiaohua, allow me to reveal her true form. Jia Xiaohua waved her hand dismissively. No need, senior brother, I shall handle this. With a swift thrust, Jia Xiaohua pierced Jiang Xiaoyu's Baihui acupoint, causing her to collapse instantly. However, devoid of vital energy, the lingering malevolent presence ensured that she could not truly perish. Just as you prepared to caution her, a furious voice erupted. Audacious scoundrels! In this vast world, how dare you wreak havoc in Bichue County? Do you not regard me? Zhang Ding, with any respect? A thought struck you. Had the demons of the Taiping sect finally come to claim their saintess? Unaware of the adversary's identity, Jia Xiaohua took the initiative to explain that Jiang Xiaoyu, although appearing human, was in fact a ghoul, easily unmasked by attacking her by Wei acupoint. Is that so? Should you dare deceive me, I shall not show mercy. Zhang Ding, embodying the righteousness of a wandering constable, drew his sword to strike Jiang Xiaoyu. Yet, as he was about to land the blow, he suddenly altered his attack, aiming directly for Jia Xiaohua's chest. Jia Xiaohua, caught off guard, attempted to defend herself, but her inherent strength paled in comparison to his, and without the aid of vital energy, she found herself in dire peril after just the initial strike. In less than 3 blows, her demise seemed inevitable. Your initial surprise left you unprepared for such an ambush, prompting you to hastily draw your sword in her defense. Zhang Ding smirked, his sword's tip shifting, unleashing a terrifying surge of sword energy that soared skyward. His target had never been Jia Xiaohua, but rather you, the deputy leader of the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 31 presented you with an opportunity, yet you remained ineffectual. Rage surged within you as you realized that the ambush was clearly intended to aid the malevolent beggar's avatar. The last simulation revealed that the Taiping sect had been orchestrating the chaos behind the scenes. Your preconceived notions had ensnared you in a trap, leaving you looking foolish. Such disgrace could only be expunged with blood. Rather than retreating, you advanced, your body swaying as your true self and shadow unleashed a flurry of swords from either side. Zhang Ding's sword light shifted, manifesting as countless sword shadows that enveloped you. The overwhelming sword momentum resembled a celestial river cascading down, threatening to upend the very heavens. Instinctively, you executed the second move of the 7 swords of evil slaying, the evil cutting style. A sword beam, over 10 meters long, surged skyward, cleaving through the tumultuous sword energy. The onslaught did not cease, continuing its relentless assault toward Zhang Ding. Babayon bu sword technique. Zhang Ding scoffed disdainfully, leaping to evade the attack and reappearing before you, unleashing a flurry of over 30 variations with his sword. As your right hand trembles, the sword in your grasp transitions into the He family's sword technique, executing a counterattack that embodies the intricate 81 variations. Zhang Ding's expression shifts dramatically as he transforms his slash into a thrust. You adeptly follow suit, successfully shifting from defense to offense. The true energy within your acupoints flows seamlessly into your swordplay, manifesting as a constellation of stars, swiftly targeting his vital points. One step leads to victory. Each step further ensures triumph. Zhang Ding, fully aware of the principle that prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss, alters his swordplay, unleashing a terrifying surge of sword energy from his blade. With brute force overpowering finesse, he seeks to engage you in a direct confrontation amidst the chaos. Your movements are as swift as lightning, encircling him with relentless attacks, yet you refrain from a head-on clash. Anxiety etches across Zhang Ding's face, but his hands remain steady as the fearsome sword energy cascades chaotically, wreaking havoc on the surrounding streets. Are you merely going to evade? A true man stands and fights honorably. Zhang Ding begins to taunt. You respond with a disdainful chuckle, which deeply wounds his pride. Very well. Since you refuse a fair fight, I shall ensure you come to regret it. Zhang Ding unleashes a barrage of over 10 sword energies, momentarily forcing you back, and then swiftly turns to strike at the distant Jia Xiaohua. Seeking death, you exclaim. You exert all your strength in the wind-controlling step, just as you pursue him. His sword lunges towards your heart with uncanny precision. The timing is impeccable. That thrust flows like water, leaving no trace akin to a gazelle's antlers. The fearsome sword energy cleaves through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. You are utterly useless in this opportunity. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ding cackles menacingly. No, Jia Xiaohua, hidden in the distance, cries out, rushing towards you. Puff! With the swiftness of lightning, you narrowly evade the incoming strike while simultaneously plunging your sword into Zhang Ding's back. With a mere twist, his heart is shattered into fragments. Bewilderment washes over Zhang Ding's face, unable to comprehend how he went from certain victory to demise in the blink of an eye. It was a flaw, fool. You retort. Do you not understand the agony of watching the red dot and being unable to strike? My heart aches. You intentionally avoided exploiting the flaws in Zhang Ding's defense to accumulate combat experience, resulting in a considerable reduction of your overall strength. Ironically, in your attempt to allow him a few more seconds of life, he was unwilling. Such is life. As you ponder this, a fragrant breeze suddenly envelopes you, the warmth of a delicate figure pressing against you. Whoa, you scare me to death. Jia Shaohua weeps. You stand frozen in place, momentarily lost in thought. Upon regaining your senses, as you prepare to push Jia Shaohua away, she has already leapt back. Oh no, that alluring little enchantress has vanished. Come on, come on. We must not allow that little enchantress to escape. I recall she fled in this direction. Jia Shaohua offered you no opportunity for conversation, hastily retreating into the distance. You shook your head, swiftly searching the corpse on the ground. The figure was devoid of possessions, save for a sword and a lightweight black pouch. Weighing it in your hand, you suspected it contained merely a few copper coins. You reassured yourself that it might be filled with silver notes, and hastily pursued the direction taken by Jia Shaohua. Within a humble wooden dwelling, Jiang Xiaoyu wept loudly. Why must you force me? I only wish to heal my father's ailment. I implore you, allow me to save him, and I will submit to your demands. The able-bodied men from the nearby houses emerged, wielding their carrying poles and sickles, their faces etched with fury. You despicable outsiders, begone. Why must you bully kind-hearted Xiaoyu? Are you not afraid of the authorities? If you intend to harm Shaohua, you must first step over my dead body. It was evident that Jiang Xiaoyu was held in high esteem, beloved by those around her. Jia Shaohua appeared somewhat at a loss, casting a pleading glance in your direction. You drew forth the token from your waist. This is an official matter of the Town Exorcism Bureau. All unauthorized individuals, step aside. An elderly man, over 50, charged forward with his carrying pole. I care not for your bureau. I only know that you shall not harm Xiaoyu. You grasped the old man's pole firmly. Brother, think clearly. Do not let malevolent spirits deceive you into endangering your own kin. The onlookers, observing your youthful visage, struggled to reconcile it with your address to the elderly man. You stepped forward, pointing at the brawny man with the sickle, channeling your vital energy. The man collapsed as his mind was shattered, foul black blood oozing from his orifices. Gasps of horror erupted from the crowd. Those with knowledge recognized the corpse on the ground as that of a wraith. Jiang Xiaoyu stood in stunned disbelief, aware of her impending doom. She ceased her pretense, regarding you coldly. How did you discern it? A smirk played upon your lips. Curious, are we? Then beg me. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu knelt, bowing her head in earnest supplication. I beseech you, tell me. Otherwise, I shall find no peace even in death. Even if you plead, I shall not divulge. Your unrest post-mortem concerns me not. With a single stroke, you severed her head from her body. You commenced a thorough investigation of Bishi County, dispatching 18 of the evil beggar's avatars in a single day. Regrettably, you were unable to locate his true form, nor ascertain whether you had eradicated all his manifestations. The beggar's abilities were indeed revolting, manipulating the goodwill of others while remaining elusive and impossible to pinpoint. You resolved to traverse every district and county of Yangzhou in the time to come, purging all malevolent entities. You would eradicate the fiends of the Taiping sect as well. Nightfall descended. You retrieved the black pouch obtained during the day. Upon pulling, the opening remained stubbornly sealed. This impoverished wretch dares to flaunt a false pouch. You took a deep breath, on the verge of discarding the bag when a sudden thrill coursed through your heart. Given that individual's moral compass, it was inconceivable that they could be completely destitute. You attempted to channel your true energy, and the silken thread at the top of the money bag sprang to life, revealing a dark opening. Chapter 32. The ancestor of the great Qian owes the world a debt of cause and effect. Indeed, it was a storage bag. Your excitement nearly propelled you from your seat. While you had long suspected the complexity of this world, the successful discovery of a storage bag left you exhilarated. You circled the table thrice before managing to regain your composure. Upon opening the storage bag, you found a space of merely 333 cubic meters. Yet the items within were meticulously arranged. 2 rows of shelves lined either side, with 3 large chests occupying the center. One chest contained gold, while the other 2 held silver. On one shelf hung 3 swords, 2 knives, and 2 guns, all of which could be deemed weapons of divine caliber. The opposite shelf was tiered, with the bottom layer filled with numerous white porcelain vials containing unknown elixirs. The second tier held over a dozen manuals, while the top tier displayed 3 statues of deities. What on earth was this? The Taiping sect indeed practiced the insidious art of brainwashing. You retrieved the 3 statues and squeezed them with considerable force, yet they remained unyielding. though you had not employed your true energy. That casual grip should have exerted nearly 10,000 pounds of force, and yet the wooden sculptures remained intact. Realizing the peculiarity of this realm, you hastily summoned all your true energy and concentrated your strength, squeezing down with all your might. Crack! A hole was punctured in the chest of one statue. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from its eyes. A sense of caution washed over you. You swiftly drew your sword and executed a strike of righteous judgment. The 10-meter-long true energy was compressed to half a meter as it sliced toward the heads of the three statues. The fearsome energy continuously cleaved, reducing the three statues to mere dust. After ensuring that you were not tainted by any strange substance, you let out a sigh of relief. This place was no longer safe. You knocked on Jia Xiaohua's door. Brother. Jia Xiaohua opened the door briskly, her cheeks flushed, a mix of shyness and anticipation evident on her face. We must change locations. Understood. Without requiring further explanation, Jia Xiaohua readily agreed. After a moment's hesitation, you resolved to take refuge in the neighboring county for the night. It was not fear of the Taiping sect that drove you, but rather the determination to eradicate evil entirely. Only by completely vanquishing the vile beggars could you protect the citizens of the surrounding districts. In the ensuing 6 months, you traversed all of Yangzhou, eliminating over 300 incarnations of the wicked beggars and purging the newly emerged hungry ghosts. The essence of the Tao within your brow further cultivated, yet did not undergo a new transformation. You sheathed your sword and returned to Pingshan County, where you began to study the manuals within the storage bag. Excluding the fundamental techniques and weapon arts, only 3 volumes are truly applicable. One is the sword technique, Taiping Shui Sword. You casually flipped through a few pages. This swordplay is comparable in caliber to the He family's sword techniques, which Zhang Ding previously employed. It would be worthwhile to practice it when time permits. There are 2 usable manuals on martial arts. One is the Taiping Dongyu, Kai Shui Jing from the Taiping sect. The foundational technique has been acquired. With excitement, you open the book. The introduction elucidates that this technique enables the practitioner to perceive all 36,000 acupoints throughout the body, categorized into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and absolute training. The initial practice focuses on the 9 primary acupoints, governing 36 main acupoints and 72 auxiliary acupoints, allowing for the cultivation of a total of 117 acupoints. Absolute training centers on 360 primary acupoints, governing 200 main acupoints and 28 for 140 auxiliary acupoints, culminating in the perfection of the Taiping Tao body. However, the preface cautions that only those with exceptional talent and lineage should attempt the absolute level. For those of merely superior aptitude, it may take 3 to 5 months to fully cultivate a single acupoint. Even for the lower level, over 30 years may be required to achieve mastery. Ignoring the warning, you resolve to pursue absolute training directly. Eagerly, you turn to the first page. A myriad of question marks hovered above your head. What on earth does this mean? Each character is familiar to you, yet they fail to coalesce into meaningful comprehension. Even when attempting to piece them together, the meaning eludes you entirely. You try to decipher it, whether viewed horizontally or vertically, or even word by word. Nothing made sense. You realized you had encountered the notorious cipher. Without oral transmission, even possessing the manual renders it utterly incomprehensible. To your surprise, the seemingly respectable Taiping sect harbored such a secretive nature. You then glanced at the other manual, Taiping Zhu Shangju. Upon perusing the preliminary outline, a sense of familiarity washed over you. Turning to the first page, there was no cipher, but it bore no reference value whatsoever. It resembled your own cultivation manual, the Upper Clarity Hunyuan Classic. The shameless Taiping sect had the audacity to claim the writings of predecessors as their own and even altered the title. Unworthy of respect. You tossed the manual aside. In the dead of night, unwilling to concede defeat, you retrieved the manual once more, hoping to uncover 1 or 2 ciphers. At last, you discovered the discrepancies. You had sensed several inconsistencies that conflicted with the doctrines in the Tao scriptures. Upon closer inspection of this manual, it became evident that the text from the Zhengxie division had been tampered with. Was it the case that the acquired manual was flawed? Or had someone deliberately altered its contents? Contemplating the court's regulation of the cultivation techniques, you had an inkling it was the latter. The court is deliberately undermining the power of the Zhengxie division. But why? The more you observe, the more convinced you become that the court is behind this. The modified technique poses no risk of going astray, but has diminished its potential by at least 20%. You attempt to revert the technique. Yet the foundation has already been set, molded halfway, and can no longer return to its former state. You think of the treacherous ancestor of the Deqian, who could have annihilated the Taiping sect with a single blow but chose to wait until the very end to strike. You inscribe in your heart, the ancestor of Deqian owes the world a debt of causation. Could it be that the Taiping sect's rebellion is rooted in this? Immediately, you dismiss the thought. The Taiping sect colludes with or exploits evil forces and employs secret codes. They're certainly no good. Your emotions are tumultuous as you step into the courtyard. A golden full moon hangs in the sky, and a cool breeze brushes against your face. Suddenly, a sense of murderous intent washes over you. Instantly, you become alert. As you take a step forward, you witness the jujube tree in the courtyard silently severed. Within the recent gust of wind, there was a strand of intangible sword energy. You unleash your full power in the wind step technique. Just as you clear the courtyard wall, a sword energy hundreds of meters long descends upon you. You swiftly raise your sword to defend, feeling a fierce sword aura penetrate your meridians. In an instant, your entire network of meridians shatters, and you become a figure drenched in blood. To withstand a single blow from me at the initial stage of the practice realm is remarkable. Unfortunately, you have become a dog of Deqian. The voice resonates, yet the source remains unseen. Your flawless Tao body continuously secretes vibrant life force, working to mend your meridians. It is then that you realize the perfect Tao body possesses such a function. But alas, the disparity between you and the person lurking in the shadows is insurmountable. Hearing the commotion, a figure swiftly approaches. Your expression changes dramatically, and you urgently shout, "Stay back. Do not seek revenge. It is futile. Approaching only leads to death. And you do not wish for Jia Xiaohua to make a senseless sacrifice." However, that figure shows no signs of hesitation, flying straight to your side. "TSK, TSK." You hear a mocking voice, and in the next moment, an invisible sword energy cleaves you in two. In your final moments, you hear Jia Xiaohua's anguished cries. Her cries are so loud. She must not have been harmed. Your consciousness shatters. Chapter 33, Revenge. This simulation has concluded. Calculating rewards. Yi Feng is completely disheartened. He had believed that despite merely entering the practice realm, his combat prowess had already reached the pinnacle of that stage. Except for the ancestor of Deqian, he felt he could contend with anyone. Yet, he was grievously injured by a master of the Taiping sect with a single sword strike, and the second blow left him no chance to react, leading to his demise. However, upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. The Taiping sect is not composed of those emasculated practitioners of the Qi refinement realm. They possess at least the ability to cultivate 36,000 meridians. The disparity between them and others is staggering, not merely in the thousands, but perhaps even surpassing 30,000 times. It is only natural to be outmatched. Yi Feng promptly retrieved paper and pen, solemnly inscribing, "The Taiping sect owes me an immense karmic debt. Settlement complete. In this simulation, you have obtained cultivation, early stage of Qi refinement. Techniques, Supreme Clear Hunyuan Scripture, Taiping Guardian 1 Sword, Taiping Qi Refinement Formula, Taiping Word Sword, Taiping Mountain Cleaving Blade. Talent, significant enhancement of root bone, slight increase in comprehension. Items, 1 Chinquan bag, 40, 512 taels of gold, 44, 500 taels of silver, 968, 500 taels in silver notes. 4 swords, 2 sabers, 2 spears, 18 volumes of scriptures, 3 sets of writing materials, and 10 sets of clothing, along with a signed portrait of Jiao Xiaohua weeping. You may choose to receive a portion or the entirety of your rewards. Yi Feng pondered briefly and opted for a partial receipt. Due to the flaws in his foundation caused by the exchange of the scriptures with the Exorcism Bureau, it was unnecessary to claim everything. Ultimately, he decided to accept the initial stage of Qi refinement, while claiming the remainder of the items. As his thoughts settled, a terrifying surge of vitality manifested, circulating through his limbs and bones. The originally liquid, true Qi rapidly compressed, transforming into the form of a golden elixir. Furthermore, his previously enhanced physique remained unweakened. Although he bore the cultivation of the initial stage of Qi refinement, his body had been fortified to the early stage of the Qi cultivation realm. Compared to his former peak state, only the quantity of true Qi had diminished slightly, and its quality had decreased by 30%. In terms of combat prowess, he still rivaled most peak practitioners of the Qi refinement realm, despite their emasculated state. Just as he believed everything had concluded, the excess true Qi was compressed into a true Qi pill, sharing the same origin. It could be refined directly without any loss. Excellent. Not a drop was wasted. Feng rejoiced, leaping onto a small boat, and began casting his nets for fish, guided by his memories. After approximately half a day's time, he felt a sudden weight on his line as the net was nearly yanked into the river. He hastily infused true Qi into the net to prevent it from tearing. With one hand dragging the net and the other maneuvering the boat, he sped towards the shore. The fish within the net sensed something amiss and struggled vigorously. Yet no matter how hard they fought, the net showed no signs of yielding. Soon, he reached the shore. With a powerful tug, he heaved the net onto the bank, revealing the corpse of a boy, no more than 5 or 6 years old, whose body had turned pale from the water. Suddenly, the boy's eyes sprang open. The boy, or rather the water ghost, opened his mouth wide, revealing serrated teeth, poised to pounce. Surely this cannot be, with such a small stature. Do you think you can frighten me? Feng, already brimming with suppressed anger from discovering the malevolent entity responsible for his predecessor's demise, showed no mercy. Exorcising the evil, the sword energy in his hand transformed into a colossal mountain, cleaving the water ghost in a single strike. Without waiting for him to rise, another 10-meter-long sword aura descended. The water ghost, in agony, began to weep. Weeping? Even while crying, one must fight. Feng's hands remained relentless, as terrifying sword auras rained down upon the water ghost. The creature wailed, its malevolent energy gradually being extinguished. Unable to bear it any longer, it leapt to flee. Feng, with a flick of his sword, executed another suppression technique, pinning it in place. Slash, slash, slash. One sword stroke after another fell, continuing to eradicate the malevolence within. Observing the dwindling malevolent energy within the water ghost, Feng unleashed his ultimate technique, the sun-piercing strike. The sword in his hand resembled a dragon drinking water, gathering sunlight from the air to morph into a blazing fireball. The terrifying heat reddened his sword, causing the nearby green grass to wilt and turn brittle. The water ghost, upon seeing the fireball, turned even paler and screamed in terror, attempting to escape, but was firmly held down by the suppression technique, destined to be scorched by the fireball. The water ghost howled in agony, rolling on the ground, its eyes filled with a venomous rage that seemed almost tangible. Feng clicked his tongue. The sun-piercing strike, as a final move, was not as powerful as he expected. Its only merit was the dramatic flare. He once again thrust his sword into the air, gathering the essence of sunlight, transforming it into a colossal fireball. He did not strike immediately, but silently amassed energy. Just when he felt the vital energy about to overflow, he finally brought his sword down. The water ghost, lost in its suffering, was jolted awake by the foreboding sense of death, gazing in terror at the fireball that was 7 or 8 times its size. Boom! The residual malevolent energy within the water ghost was completely obliterated, and its diminutive form was ignited by the flames, reduced to ashes in a mere 5 or 6 seconds. A pure aura of spiritual energy emerged. The center of its brow felt cool, continuing to nurture and await a new transformation. Feng's vital energy surged within him as if awakened, requiring no conscious effort to circulate, flowing automatically according to the previous method. Seated upon the ground, Feng began to cultivate according to the authentic supreme unity and harmony classic. With prior cultivation experience, the organs and marrow in his body had already been refined significantly. A hidden corner within his internal organs, nourished and fortified by the surging vital energy, was awakened. Unlike the usual vital energy cultivated, the spiritual essence released after vanquishing the malevolent being was exceptionally nourishing, allowing him to bypass the usual accumulation of time and leap directly to fruition. Seeing that his organs had been adequately refined, Feng retrieved a vital energy pill to begin the refining process. This vital energy belonged to him inherently, requiring no barriers, not even a need for refinement. The vital energy surged, rapidly transcending the initial, mid, and peak stages of organ refinement, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the marrow cleansing stage. Spiritual energy flowed continuously. The previously insufficiently enhanced jade-like bones transformed rapidly under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, purging all impurities. As time gradually passed, the spiritual energy in the air dissipated completely, The process of cleansing the marrow still requires a bit more time. It is estimated that it will take another half-month to completely purge the hidden impurities within. Yifeng exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling his entire body resonate with newfound vigor, as if he could now harness more true energy, amplifying the power of his swordsmanship. With his great vendetta avenged and the ties of his former life severed, he felt as though a speck of dust that had long lingered in his heart had been wiped away, leaving him refreshed and invigorated, almost as if he were soaring towards immortality, stepping onto a small boat, propelled by the infusion of true energy. It shot forth towards Qingyun like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 34. A Simulated Return. In Qingyun County, the streets buzzed with a humorous tale, wagering whether the prodigious talent Zheng Tu would finally succeed in the imperial examination. Having begun his studies at the tender age of 3, his writings at 12 had already garnered acclaim across several neighboring counties, earning him the title of child prodigy. Yet, he chose not to partake in the examinations, opting instead to patiently continue his arduous studies, determined to achieve a perfect score of 5. At 18, he finally entered the county examination, only to face dismal results. The county magistrate even suggested he spend another decade in study before returning. For the next 10 years, he participated in the county examinations annually, with his best performance merely passing the second round. The prodigy had swiftly become the subject of ridicule. Each examination season, the air was filled with a jovial spirit. Zheng Tu's name resonated throughout the streets of Qingyun, known to all and sundry. A casual inquiry from Yifeng prompted a multitude of people to offer directions, with even some enthusiastic individuals eager to accompany him. Politely declining the offers, Yifeng, under the fervent gaze of a crowd eager for entertainment, entered Zheng Tu's residence. "Are you here to witness my misfortune as well?" Zheng Tu's tone was remarkably calm, not the numbed despair of a shattered heart, but rather the composed demeanor of one who has weathered many storms. Unperturbed by external circumstances, he maintained a serene disposition. Such a mindset is easier said than accomplished. Yet Yifeng found himself unable to embody it at this moment. With such poise, Zheng Tu could at least aspire to become a top scholar. "Alas, no. I am here to assist you." A flicker of surprise crossed Zheng Tu's eyes as he scrutinized Yifeng's attire, bursting into a bemused chuckle. "You hardly seem the type to sway the magistrate's decision." Yifeng nodded in affirmation. "Correct. However, I possess a modicum of skill in cultivation." Zheng Tu's heart jolted. He harbored little confidence in passing the county examination, while he bore no bitterness towards the decade of animosity. He recognized that the magistrate and the Yin family certainly did. The oppressors often care more than their victims. Deep down, he had already resolved to abandon literature for martial pursuits, yet had never voiced this intention. Who had informed this stranger? Zheng Tu is so said. But his words remained light. "Why?" Yifeng replied. "Because despite being cast down into the dust and trampled upon, you still refuse to relinquish the kindness within your heart." Zheng Tu acknowledged the bitterness of his 10 years, barely qualifying as being cast down. Yet he felt there remained a significant distance before he could be so easily trampled upon. Yifeng discerned his thoughts, offering no further explanation, merely leaving behind a final remark before turning to depart. "I am Yifeng. Should you require assistance, you may seek me out." Eager pursuits often lead to unfulfilled transactions. Moreover, his decision to assist him out of goodwill stemmed merely from an emotional stir during the last simulation. Over 3 decades of service in the town exorcism bureau had endowed him with a considerable fortune. He purchased a residence nearby, and upon settling in, he ordered an extravagant feast from a local tavern, relishing every bite. He also procured a batch of pear blossom wine to bury in the ground. Though he was not fond of alcohol, aged spirits were a valuable commodity, and fortuitously, he had the means to produce them in bulk. Once everything was in order, he reclined on a plush bed and began to devise his ambitions. Within a mere 6 months, he anticipated reclaiming his former glory. At that juncture, what he would require most was a method for cultivating the aperture realm. Although the Exorcism Bureau could provide insight, they had already revised the manuals for the foundational 3 realms of cleansing, marrow washing, and blood replacement. Who knows what the methods for the aperture realm will be transformed into? Should he attempt to exchange for a top-tier manual costing 1,000,000 contribution points? A careless mistake could lead to his demise through the perils of obsession. He dared not practice even in the presence of such manuals. Currently, both the Grand Qian Ancestor and the Taiping sect owed him a debt of karma, which could be leveraged. However, Engaging with either was fraught with difficulty. Additionally, there was the matter of Jia Xiaohua. In the previous simulation, she held the esteemed position of a saintess within the Taiping sect, even until his demise. She had not joined the sect, let alone ascended to the status of a saintess. He speculated there were two reasons for this, one being her place of residence, and the other, in his earlier simulation, he had created momentum for her, perhaps drawing the attention of the Taiping sect. He leaned towards the latter explanation. After some contemplation, he resolved to proceed. Initiate simulation. You continue to cultivate the marrow cleansing realm, aided by the true chi pearl. The essence of true chi is not the issue, but rather your jade bones and marrow cannot withstand its nurturing. There is no rush. Gradually refine the parts that were previously unrefined. But each night, you must vocally scold the grand Qian ancestor, using rather crude language. After half a month, Zheng Tu visits, requesting you to come to his home the following day. You arrive punctually, only to find his courtyard crowded with people, one of whom is your old acquaintance, Zhang Ding. At this moment, you realize Zheng Tu has summoned all the renowned martial arts masters in the city. Offering substantial rewards, he requests a demonstration of your martial prowess. At once, over half the attendees depart. You suspect Zheng Tu may have lost his mind, yet you remain. Recognizing Zheng Tu's commendable character, you decide to grant him another chance. The remaining martial arts masters begin to showcase their skills. Most are mere practitioners of superficial techniques, the only notable one being at the bone forging realm. When it is Zhang Ding's turn, he declines, stating, "Martial arts are a lethal skill, not a performance. I have heard of your exceptional talent. If your roots are similarly promising, I shall take you as my disciple without charge." Zheng Tu, typically unflappable, now appears somewhat hopeful, consenting to allow Zhang Ding to assess your bones. Zhang Ding furrows his brow, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Your roots are commendable. However, you still fall short of becoming my disciple." Zheng Tu implored you for assistance, yet you similarly declined. Scholars possess their pride, and warriors have their own sense of honor. Those truly skilled in martial arts would never acquiesce to mere displays of technique. All that Zheng Tu contemplated remained unspoken. You cautiously assessed his innate potential, subsequently falling into silence. One could only remark that heaven is equitable. When a window is opened, a door must surely be closed. Zheng Tu's foundational skills were even inferior to your initial assessment. With such a base, his aspirations to master martial arts would forever remain unattainable. After a moment of contemplation, you subtly suggested, "Young master, given your unfavorable fortunes here, why not relocate to another province? A change in environment might enhance your luck, making it considerably easier to achieve success." Intrigued by his experiences, you pondered that although the imperial examination prohibited candidates from different locales, moving to a neighboring county or province would not pose a challenge for someone of Zheng Tu's background. Zheng Tu shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he expressed his discontent. "Is my innate potential truly so lacking?" You nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is exceedingly poor." At that moment, those showcasing their martial prowess erupted in indignation. Having previously hinted at their mediocre skills and lack of pride, they could no longer tolerate such disparagement. "What are you saying? Are you envious of young Master Zheng's talents?" one exclaimed. "Who claims that young Master Zheng lacks talent? His gifts are exceptional." A chorus of voices filled the air, and you retorted with a cold smile. "Since you all assert that young Master Zheng is highly gifted, surely within 3 years he could attain mastery in the foundational realm?" The crowd pounded their chests in agreement. "Very well. If you can elevate young Master Zheng to the foundational realm, I shall provide a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Should you fail, however, 1,000 taels will suffice as compensation, and we shall document this agreement. What say you?" The crowd grew anxious, realizing that while they proclaimed exceptional talent, perseverance was essential. One cannot gamble on unearned rewards. Zheng Tu's face turned pale, and he inquired with a hint of hope, "Is mastering the foundational realm truly impressive?" You replied, "It is akin to learning the 3-character classic in academics." In this world, a similar text existed, a foundational work he had encountered at the tender age of 3. Yet, after 3 years, he had not even grasped the basics. Zheng Tu chuckled as he discreetly gifted the onlookers a sum of silver, though his heart felt heavy with despair. As he departed, Zhang Ding approached. "Your skill in assessing potential is clearly beyond the capabilities of those lesser beings," remarked one of the onlookers. Chapter 35, Escorting. In the realm of the underworld, reputation is paramount. However, Those who survive understand the hierarchy of importance between reputation and life. The crowd, momentarily enraged, took a step back before scoffing and departing hastily. Every encounter is fated, young brother. Allow me to treat you to a drink at the moonlit pavilion. Zhang Ding proposed, eager to forge a connection with you, and, fortuitously, you shared the same intention, resulting in an immediate rapport. During your initial meeting, your conversation remained somewhat superficial, primarily lamenting the decline of noble families and the misfortunes of Zhang. Tuesday, Zhang Dingshan lamented the dominance of aristocratic families, pondering how many heroes have been buried in their shadows. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that he harbored a story behind him. You raise your cup in a toast, refraining from probing too deeply. Given your lack of familiarity, it was wise not to scare away the essence of your practice techniques. 3 days later, after thoroughly refining your marrow, you found your cultivation restored to the initial stage of blood transformation. While the enhancement of your physical form was modest, it perfectly compensated for previous deficiencies, imparting a sense of completeness to your being. You attempted a self-assessment, concluding that your actual combat prowess now rivaled the peak moments of your previous simulations, though your endurance was slightly lacking. You commenced your training in the Taiping Shui sword, building upon the foundational techniques of the He family's swordplay and the 7 swords of evil exorcism, and your progress was visibly remarkable. 3 months later, Zheng Tu appeared at your door, his countenance despondent. There was no need for inquiry. It was clear he had endured a difficult 3 months, leading him to seek your assistance. Brother Yi, I have offended the Yin family. Can you truly help me? He implored. Of course. You replied without hesitation. Zheng Tu remained silent for a long while before finally revealing his plans. He intended to move to Yuzhou to seek refuge with his aunt, who had married into the area, and to diligently study for 10 years in order to qualify for the imperial examinations. You agreed to escort him to Yuzhou. Zheng Tu's expression was one of gratitude, yet he hesitated, asking, helping me would incur the wrath of the Yin family. Are you not afraid? In truth, he wished to understand why you were willing to antagonize such a formidable family for the sake of a stranger. You picked up a peanut with 2 fingers, gently squeezing it until the kernel emerged. To you, the Yin family was a colossal entity, but in your eyes, it was merely a peanut, easily manipulated as you wished. Zheng Tu had contemplated numerous answers, but was taken aback by this one, leading to a sense of relaxation. 5 days later, Zheng Tu finalized the sale of his estate, retaining only an elderly servant, 2 maids, and a young scholar, along with 6 guards, setting forth with minimal burdens. You rode an exotic blood horse, escorting the group beyond the city gates. On the 3rd day, as you traversed a mountainous region, a band of robbers encircled you, brandishing knives and bows, numbering no fewer than 100. The leader was none other than the infamous figure known as One Ear, though at this point he was still relatively inexperienced, his ears intact, and yet to earn his notorious reputation. You took the initiative, riding forward and declaring sternly, "This path belongs to me, and this tree is under my protection. If you wish to rob, first leave your hands behind." The robbers were taken aback, amused by your audacity. They had encountered many individuals, but none had been so brazen. Kill. One Ear, intent on bloodshed, bypassed any formalities and commanded his men to attack. The archers among the robbers swiftly drew their bows, ready to unleash their arrows when you made your move. With a thud on your saddle, you leapt into the air, delivering a strike towards the archer bandits from a distance. The sword energy, extending over 10 meters, cleaved through the air, claiming the lives of 5 or 6 archers. Only 7 or 8 swords remained, their momentum utterly diminished. The bandits, initially prepared for 3 waves of arrows followed by a charge, were left in a state of shock. Such formidable sword energy, who could have survived had it struck them? Each of them lamented that their parents had not bestowed upon them 2 additional legs, turning on their heels to flee. One Ear, exerting every ounce of his lightness skill, was the swiftest among them. You, employing the wind step technique, moved with a speed akin to a phantom, your sword quivering in your grasp, and the bandits along your path had their heads severed one after another. Sensing his impending doom, One Ear turned and fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "No, I am." The cold gleam of your sword sliced through the air, and his head flew from his body. You paid little heed to what he wished to convey. Most likely, he was merely acting under orders or attempting to argue that he could not escape the county. You pressed onward, and on the following night, a group of over 10 cloaked figures obstructed your path. The voice of their leader was hoarse and grating, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard. Young Master Zheng. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the only salvation. To persist in your folly is to harm both yourself and others, plunging not only yourself into the depths of hell, but also ensnaring those around you. His gaze swept over the crowd, lingering longest on you and the old servant. Turn back? You could not suppress a laugh. What do you find amusing? The leader demanded, fury radiating from him. You shook your head dismissively, expressing your disdain. Is that veiled threat meant to coerce Brother Zheng into taking the bait, leading him to his demise? TSK. How profoundly venomous is a woman's heart. The leader cackled in a sinister manner. You interject here, yet do you not seek a share of the spoils? Since time immemorial, wealth has swayed hearts. None among us is more noble than the other. You chose not to engage in explanation. For the words of summer insects are insufficient against the frost. You unleashed a wave of sword energy, and the adversaries, consumed by a mix of fury and fear, scrambled to evade. While the sword energy was formidable, it required immense stamina. After a few strikes, they would be at our mercy. The leader shouted, urging his men to maintain their resolve. You regarded him with scorn, setting aside your formidable recovery abilities provided by your flawless Tao body. Your true energy alone could sustain uninterrupted strikes for half an hour. Who could withstand such an onslaught for even half that duration? Slice. You released sword energy as though it were without cost. One black-clad figure failed to evade in time, and a leg was silently severed. He collapsed to the ground, unprepared for the excruciating pain that followed. Ah! He screamed, only for a subsequent flash of sword light to cleave his neck, causing his head to roll twice upon the ground. Old Four, a fellow black-clad man, cried out, rushing to his fallen comrade, desperate to reclaim his head. Yet you granted him no time for lamentation, hurling 3 more waves of sword energy, ruthlessly dispatching the grieving figure. The sounds of curses and weeping filled the air. The leader, sensing the tide turning against him, understood that without a decisive shift, his forces would falter. Fear not, everyone. The young man possesses no more than a single trick. As we rush toward him, he will undoubtedly become our prey. The leader swayed his body, swiftly covering the distance of several dozen meters in a few leaps, arriving before you. Encouraged, the others surged forward like a swarm. Old Zhao, first sever his limbs. I wish to torment him to death. Leave that thing behind. I too wish to savor the flavor of youthful genius. Their words grew increasingly vulgar, while you, maintaining your composure, unleashed a sword aura that had already placed them on your list of targets. Chapter 36. The Trial. The leader sneered, twirling his long sword in over 30 intricate maneuvers, crafting a net intended to ensnare you. You shifted your sword technique, deftly redirecting, transforming your grand strokes into nimble strikes that sank into the leader's throat. He could have engaged you in a fierce battle for a dozen or so exchanges, but due to his arrogance and eagerness for success, he fell beneath your blade. The cloaked men behind him, believing their leader had triumphed, began to file in. You focused on the 3 most incompetent among them, vanishing like wisps of smoke. When you reappeared, you stood behind them. With calculated precision, a terrifying sword aura erupted forth. Before they could react, they were cleaved in half. Even after being bisected, a person can remain conscious for several minutes. These cloaked figures, possessing true energy, could survive for 3 to 5 days. With timely intervention, they might even endure. You pondered whether you had erred in your strike. It was certainly unintentional. The remaining cloaked men, clearly lacking experience, fell into disarray. Some retaliated, others fled, while a few indiscriminately swung their weapons, inflicting harm upon their own. These individuals were indeed trained by noble families, possessing second-rate skills but third-rate resolve, their combat prowess barely rising to the level of third-rate. No longer inclined to refine your swordsmanship, you pointed your blade toward the vulnerabilities you discerned. With swift thrusts, lives extinguished beneath your hand. Demon, you slay without a flicker of remorse. Have you no humanity left? Please spare me. I am but a victim. Amidst the cacophony of pleas, your gaze remained fixed solely on the flaws laid bare before you. With a thrust, you sheathed your sword. Once all nearby had fallen, you pursued the 3 fleeing figures. Though their speed was remarkable, it paled in comparison to your windstep. One by one, you dispatched them, then returned to deliver the final blows to those you had bisected, rejoining your comrades. The group shrank back in fear, crowding together in the center. Zheng tu hésitait repeatedly, his eyes betraying an internal struggle. In the days that followed, no bandits dared to attack again. At the borders of Yangzhou, you tighten the reins. Young Master Zheng, it is likely that those who hold interest in you will no longer visit. Allow me to take my leave here. Huh? Brother Yi, have I not been a sufficient host? Zheng too felt a twinge of shame. In recent days, he has shown you no sign of estrangement. However, even his closest attendant instinctively keeps his distance from you. What does it matter to a man of stature? Your tone is grand, and you would rather those individuals not intrude upon you. Zheng too produced a stack of banknotes and presented them before you. Brother Ye's kindness is something I shall never forget. Please accept this modest token of my appreciation. You resolutely declined. I have stated before that my willingness to assist stems from your unwavering goodwill. If it were merely for monetary gain, I would prefer to remain in the courtyard in solitude. Seeing the sincerity in your eyes, Zheng too felt even more moved. You smiled and said, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then grant me your attendant. Huh? Zheng too was taken aback. He could hardly believe that one who would refuse a fortune would desire an attendant. Unless, the attendant gasped in horror. Young master, please don't. From the day the master took me in, I vowed to serve you for life. Alive, I am yours. In death, I shall be your ghost. Zheng too regarded the attendant with a scrutinizing gaze. He was not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have sought a reliable expert before choosing to move. Reflecting on the attendant's recent behavior, the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. My apologies for troubling you, Brother Yi. Zheng too performed a deep bow. The attendant attempted to explain, but you swiftly struck his throat with your sword. You escorted Zheng too for another 2 days. And indeed, you encountered a group of cloaked figures. Upon catching sight of you, they attempted to flee, but it was not so simple. You decimated nearly 70% of them, while the remainder escaped too far, and you found it too bothersome to pursue. Seeing your destination ahead, you made a swift move, delivering Zheng too to his location before taking your leave. Upon returning to Qingyun County, Zhang Ding sought you out. In recent days, your bond has deepened, and you have begun to share heartfelt words. Brother Yi, you journeyed 1,000 miles to send off a friend without seeking any reward. Such noble righteousness has touched countless hearts. You produced food and drink, sharing in revelry, fully aware that his urgent visit must have a purpose. Indeed, Zhang Ding invited you to spar. You understood this to be one of the initial steps, and naturally, you did not refuse. In the back courtyard, you commenced your sparring match. Even during your last simulation, he was no match for you. Now, with his cultivation at the late stage of blood exchange, and with your concurrent mastery of the Taiping Shui sword, you easily overwhelmed him. In fewer than 30 exchanges, he conceded defeat. Brother Yi, your innate talent is unparalleled. Though I am but one minor realm below you, you have left me gasping for breath. Such extraordinary talent is rare in this world. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire what techniques one should cultivate in the realms following a breakthrough? Your heart skipped a beat, for you sensed that the moment of intrigue had arrived. You managed a wry smile, confessing that you were without sect or affiliation, having fortuitously acquired a lineage in your early years. Yet regrettably, you could only attain the blood exchange realm. Were it not for my impure nature and the myriad restrictions imposed by the temple, I might have sought refuge in the monastic life, pursuing the divine arts of Buddhism. Zhang Ding, elated, feigned concern as he offered counsel. Dear brother, you are mistaken. The Buddhist sects across the realm are all constrained by the imperial court. The techniques of the Qi training realm have been repeatedly curtailed, and being able to cultivate over 100 meridians is already considered a top-tier secret. Even in the various Dragon Buddha temples, the genuine lineage is not accessible to us. Even so, the number of meridians one can cultivate barely exceeds 300. Ordinary disciples can only cultivate 36 or 72 meridians, and they must also pledge numerous oaths. Is this not a hindrance to our natural talents? You lifted the wine jug and took a sip, feigning a melancholic demeanor. A conflict brewed within. Should you capture this individual and extract the secrets and hidden knowledge through interrogation? What if he were utterly brainwashed, resolutely silent, rendering your efforts futile? Zhang Ding sighed heavily and departed. Yet, a thought stirred within you, if your intuition served you right. This person intended to invite you into his sect, albeit after testing your loyalty for a while. Before long, your cultivation broke through to the Qi training realm. Lacking the appropriate techniques for this level, you could only suppress your advancement and redirect your focus towards swordsmanship. Time flew by, and 2.5 years passed. During this period, Zhang Ding, in his inebriation, began to speak more freely, criticizing the aristocratic families, denouncing the court as tyranny and lamenting the emperor's folly, nearly suggesting that nobility and ministers were devoid of merit, urging a collective endeavor. You patiently bided your time, practicing your sword by day, stargazing by night, and often sharing drinks with him, all the while maintaining an air of unfulfilled ambition. You set a long-term goal of 15 years for yourself, and if there was no progress by then, you would test this charlatan's loyalty. One day, Zhang Ding approached you, his face alight with joy. "Fortune, magnificent fortune," he exclaimed. "Dear brother, do you know what opportunity one have encountered?" His expression brimmed with excitement, exuding the air of a newlywed whose sister-in-law had mistakenly wandered into his chamber. You were well aware that he wished to recruit you into his sect. You feigned ignorance, playing along with his theatrics. Your performance was lacking, yet fortunately, Zhang Ding was engrossed in his own narrative and did not pay it much heed. He mysteriously produced a tome and placed it before you. The cover bore the bold inscription, "The Taiping Cave as Secret Manual for Opening Meridians." Your breath caught in your throat and your heart skipped a beat. This technique could only unlock 36,000 meridians, a significant distance from the 48,000 required. However, the techniques I have encountered thus far primarily allow for the cultivation of merely several dozen acupoints. Surpassing 300 is considered an extraordinary achievement. Suddenly, Atome emerges, promising the ability to cultivate a staggering 36,000 acupoints, akin to a solitary cloud rising amidst a vast expanse of desolation. A striking figure amidst a multitude of ordinary beings. Is the Taiping sect truly capable of such grandiosity? In that instant, it felt as though the debts owed to you by the Taiping sect were being repaid in full. With caution, you unfold the ancient manuscript, which begins much like the one found within the Qian Kuan bag, advising disciples to act according to their own capabilities. As you continue to peruse, you come across the phrase, "observing the universe, heart of 9 thieves, listening to the life and death of 8-5, tranquil fire path." Indeed, this is the very text you encountered within your simulated realm. Not merely similar, but strikingly identical. Zhang Ding discreetly grips the short sword concealed within his sleeve, maintaining a facade of nonchalance as he inquires, "Have you heard of the Taiping sect, my dear brother?" You observe his every movement, internally scoffing. "Brother, your Taiping sect hasn't yet been branded as a cult, has it? At least, you appear unfamiliar with it." You shake your head. Zhang Ding gazes upward, enunciating deliberately. "Heaven is dead. Let the yellow sky arise. The great Qian is devoid of virtue, poisoning the world's heroes. We must unite to restore a clear and bright realm." Having anticipated this, you exhibit no particular reaction, allowing him to relax slightly. Recalling your previous simulations, you venture to ask, "Are you familiar with the great Qian as founding ancestor, Long Baichuan?" Zhang Ding responds with surprise. "Why do you mention him? Do you intend to serve him like a beast for the sake of his merits, only to be oppressed by the emperor?" You shake your head. "Certainly not. He ascended over 300 years ago. Should he descend to the mortal realm, who could stand against him?" Zhang Ding scoffs. "Ascension to the celestial realm? Donotist. That is merely the folly of dreamers. No one in this world can become an immortal." You furrow your brow, as this contradicts your observations. Why? Is the cultivation method monopolized by the great Qian? Yet, even a monopolization of cultivation techniques cannot encompass Long Baichuan. Zhang Ding shakes his head. "I do not know. Regardless, ascension to the celestial realm is impossible. To ascend is to perish." A profound doubt arises within you. In your previous simulation, you clearly witnessed Long Baichuan's intervention, obliterating the vast army of the Taiping sect in an instant. Was that not akin to divine intervention? Yet, you also recognized the terrifying power of the Taiping sect. Had they not been blessed by divine descent, they would have been capable of crushing all worldly forces. They must possess knowledge of certain secrets. Zhang Ding appears to lower his guard. "Dear brother, would you be willing to break free from your confines and join the Taiping sect to cultivate the unparalleled techniques within our esteemed manuscript?" "Certainly," you reply with a nod. Compared to the techniques acquired from the great Qian, the pitfalls within the Taiping sect are significantly fewer. Whether it be the 9 transformations of jade refinement obtained by Jia Shaohua or the supreme primordial scripture, both are devoid of any hidden traps, representing the pinnacle of cultivation arts. Zhang Ding instructed you to cease your sword training from today onwards, to bathe, burn incense, and recite the Tao scriptures, committing to a continuous period of 49 days of fasting. One cannot help but acknowledge the commanding presence of the leader of the Taiping sect. In pursuit of mastering the subtle arts, you chose to adhere strictly to his directives. Each day, you consumed only vegetarian fare and rice, dedicated yourself to the recitation of the scriptures, and preserved your stargazing rituals for the night. The scriptures articulate that there are 48,000 meridians in the human body, and the stars are countless and boundless. Not only must you identify all the constellations, but you must also correlate them with the corresponding acupoints within the human form. As you recited the scriptures repeatedly and gazed upon the celestial bodies, you sensed that mastering the subtle arts was not merely a matter of memorizing all the stars. The scriptures speak of 3 realms and 36 heavens. Thus, you felt compelled not only to recognize the stars, but also to classify and match them correspondingly. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Cultivation is indeed a process of emulating the natural order of the universe. Time swiftly passed, and the 49 days came to an end. Zhang Ding escorted you to the county office of Qingyun County. The Taiping sect had chosen to receive you in the most prestigious location in Qingyun County, a clear demonstration of their strength. The county office was nearly deserted, likely cleared out early by the local authorities. Following Zhang Ding, you encountered an elderly Taoist clad in yellow robes. His gaunt features and gentle gaze complemented by a 9-section staff. This was none other than Huang Yuan, the leader of the Taiping sect. He wrinkled his nose slightly, detecting a faint scent of sandalwood, and cast an irritated glance at Zhang Ding. Xiaolu, you always indulge in such theatrics. The Tao is found in nature, not in artifice. Seeking fish in a tree is to fall to a lower realm. After admonishing Zhang Ding, his gentle gaze turned towards you. A serene and harmonious aura enveloped you. The highest virtue is like water. It nurtures all things silently, yet possesses an overwhelming force. In an instant, you discerned that you were not his equal, and moreover, the assailant from your last simulation was not he. Such an aura could not be feigned by another. Huang Yuan inquired, "What brings you to see me?" You candidly replied, "To cultivate the subtle arts." You noticed Zhang Ding, visibly disappointed, as though he wished to answer for you. Well, Huang Yuan did not appear angered. Instead, a smile graced his face. "Would you permit me to assess your innate talent?" You nodded in consent. Huang Yuan stroked your back, his delight growing with each touch, culminating in hearty laughter. "Heaven has aided me. Xiaolu, you have finally found me a prodigious talent." Huang Yuan's face beamed with joy. "Yi Feng, are you willing to become my 13th disciple?" "I am willing," you responded, performing the customary bow of respect. Huang Yuan raised his hand to halt you. "To become my disciple, you must travel with me for 10 years. Are you willing?" You nodded in agreement, and only then did Huang Yuan allow you to complete your formal initiation. Zhang Ding smiled and congratulated, presenting a gleaming sword. "Congratulations, junior apprentice. On your official initiation today, I have observed your exceptional swordsmanship, yet you lack a fine blade. This sword is named Evil Slayer, forged from a meteorite from beyond the heavens. Since ancient times, swords have been bestowed upon heroes. I hope you can vanquish all wickedness with this weapon." Huang Yuan expressed his displeasure, saying, "Xiaolu, why does your practice of the peaceful way lead to such a heavy inclination towards violence?" Zhang Ding repeatedly apologized. Huang Yuan gifted you a black storage pouch, akin to Zhang Ding's, albeit empty. The following day, Huang Yuan took you on a journey across the land. Chapter 38, The Intent to Kill. Huang Yuan rode a green donkey, heading northward. He refrained from discussing matters of cultivation or expounding on the scriptures. Like a humble barefoot doctor, he spoke of farming and the vicissitudes of ordinary life, including birth, aging, sickness, and death. Along the way, he gathered herbs to heal the sick. You remained vigilant, wary of being indoctrinated into a cult. In the 3rd year, at the age of 20, after 6 months of traveling with Huang Yuan, you finally exited Yangzhou. During this journey, you became acquainted with 36 varieties of medicinal herbs and gained the ability to treat common ailments. Together, you saved 186 patients, with 106 surviving. In the 4th year, at 21, you accompanied Huang Yuan throughout Jingzhou, witnessing the suffering of humanity. You treated 562 individuals, with 313 surviving. In the 5th year, a great flood struck Yuzhou, leaving the populace in despair. You followed Huang Yuan, treating thousands, with only 85 surviving amidst widespread starvation. Sickness is easier to cure than poverty. You learned. In the 6th year, a severe drought ravaged Yuzhou, leaving the land parched. The already impoverished populace faced further hardship. Bark and wild grasses were stripped bare, and even the earth was dug up for sustenance. You encountered bandits 32 times, vanquishing 261 of them. Master, I wish to travel to Ijo to procure grain and aid the people, you declared. Very well. I shall await your return, Huang Yuan replied. You sought out a rare blood horse and hastened to Ijo, where grain prices had surged by 30%, yet remained within reach. Upon arriving in the capital, you exchanged half your silver for grain. You hired a large contingent of individuals, including many skilled fighters from martial arts schools. With your caravan, you set forth toward Yuzhou. Just beyond the city gates, you were surrounded by heavily armed troops, accused of hoarding supplies. You asserted your intent to transport the grain to Yuzhou for disaster relief, distributing it freely to the populace. The leader accused you of attempting to win the people's hearts in a bid for rebellion. Such accusations carried the death penalty. The members of your caravan chose to kneel and surrender, crying out in protest. The leader insisted you accompany him for further questioning. You understood that should you truly go with them, the grain would be lost. But do not accompany them. You alone cannot transport such an abundance of grain. You are not a person prone to internal strife. You inquire of the leader how to ensure the safety of the grain. The leader scoffs. These are all incriminating evidence. Naturally, they must be stored in the treasury. You come to a profound realization. They intend to exploit you without recompense. Suppressing your fury, you take note of the appearances of those who seem to lead. The leader feels a chill in his heart. What are you doing? You calmly respond. I am memorizing your faces. Should even a single grain go missing, I will hold you accountable. Excellent. The crowd bursts into laughter, more joyous than hearing of the 9 different ways to write the character for fennel beans. Only the leader remains silent, sensing a murderous intent. You are confined within the yamen, awaiting the governor's personal interrogation. On the first day, the governor does not arrive. On the second day, he still does not arrive. On the third day, unable to bear the weight any longer for the people of Yuzhou, you ask the chief jailer when the governor will question you. The chief jailer scoffs. The governor is preoccupied with countless affairs. Why would he meet with a mere convict? You produce a banknote worth 100 taels of silver, beseeching the chief jailer to grant you an audience with the governor. Recognizing the value of the banknote, he concedes. On the fourth day, the governor does not come. On the fifth day, he remains absent. You inquire with the chief jailer, who claims he has contacted the governor's steward. And the steward promised to bring the governor to you, but beyond that, he knows nothing. His gaze is intense, evidently desiring more silver. Your sword trembles in your hand. You suspect this is a cunning scheme devised by Huang Yuan to truly draw you into their fold, yet you struggle to maintain your composure. For the sake of the people of Yuzhou, you endure. You produce 3,000 taels worth of banknotes and present them to the chief jailer, asking, "Can you ensure the governor meets with me today?" The chief jailer grins. With 3,000 taels, certainly. He reaches for the banknotes, and you narrow your eyes, coldly stating, "If you fail to bring the governor, this 3,000 taels will be the price of your family's lives." The chief jailer, taken aback, nods in agreement. "By tomorrow at the latest, if the governor does not come, my family's lives will be yours. By evening, your meal is poisoned. Yet, how could mere poison affect one of your cultivation? You expel it all from your body." On the sixth day, the governor still does not arrive. You sit cross-legged in your cell, focusing your mind in anticipation. The chief jailer claims that should you provide another 3,000 taels, he can surely procure the governor for you. You remain silent, simply waiting for the final moment of the day to arrive. The chief jailer, shouting and cursing for a long time, sees you motionless and grows fearful, then slips out of the prison. At midnight, the governor has yet to appear. You channel your vital energy, shattering the shackles binding you, and draw forth your sword to cleave open the cell door. The prison erupts into chaos. "Brothers, I am the second chief of the Sun Mountain. Release me, and I will ensure you dine luxuriously." You unleashed a sword chi, cleaving him in twain. "Apologies, I miscalculated." A hush fell over the onlookers. The jailers, upon witnessing your escape, rushed at you one after another. With a flourish of your long sword, each was dispatched effortlessly, a torrent of blood flowing forth. You sensed the vital energy lingering on the silver notes in the jailer's form. As you entered a modest courtyard, you spotted an 8-year-old rascal brandishing a wooden sword, his features strikingly akin to those of the head jailer. "Apologies, your life was bartered away by your father." With a flick of your wrist, the blade of your sword pierced the child's throat. "Who goes there?" A woman, alerted by the commotion, emerged to investigate. Just as she was about to scream, you silenced her with a thrust that pierced her own throat. You stepped into the dwelling, delivering a final blow to any who still drew breath. As you prepare to depart, you return to the kitchen, scattering the eggs in disarray. Following your instinct, you advanced with purpose and soon discovered a small building. The head jailer was entwined with a woman in disheveled garments, indulging in wine. The woman playfully fed him a morsel of fish. Yonga, don't just feast on vegetables. With a powerful kick, you burst through the door, revealing a gruesome scene. The head jailer, startled, stammered, You? How did you escape? You smiled wickedly. You sold the lives of your family to me, and I have come to collect. And no, I am merely a lowly jailer. I have no opportunity to meet the governor. You cannot impose such demands. Your expression turned icy. Behave, and do not covet what is not yours in the next life. Suddenly, the head jailer lashed out, kicking a table towards your face and, in the distraction, thrusting a knife toward your chest. With a swift motion, you unleashed another sword chi from your blade, cleaving him in two. The woman fell to her knees, pleading, Great king, spare my life. Wealth or beauty, take what you desire. With a casual stroke of your sword, you ended her life as well. How dare she insult your taste? Her audacity was intolerable. You strode forth, sword in hand, towards the governor's mansion. The guards at the governor's estate were significantly more formidable. With 4 masters at the chi cultivation level, the governor stepped out, walking with an air of authority. What brings a hero to attempt the assassination of this official? In Chapter 39, Breaking the Cage, you refrained from grandiloquent speech, instead patiently relaying the sequence of events leading to this moment. The governor pondered for a moment before responding. You have unlawfully escaped prison and slain jailers along with their families. This warrants extermination of your clan. However, considering your concern for the people of Yuzhou and the circumstances that led to this, shall we consider this matter resolved? You, not one to revel in slaughter, recognize that aiding those in distress is akin to extinguishing a fire. Reaching Yuzhou swiftly would allow for the timely alleviation of suffering. You nodded in agreement and inquired when you might accompany provisions to Yuzhou. The governor, taken aback, asked what provisions. You repeated your request. The governor shook his head. That is evidence of your hoarding. How could you transport it? After much deliberation, the intent to seize your provisions remains. You suppress your fury, asserting that the grains are destined for disaster relief in Yuzhou to be distributed free of charge, with the possibility of having the provincial governor appoint supervisors, allowing him to maintain full authority over the matter. The governor categorically refuses, stating, I have spared you this time, recognizing your underlying decency. How dare you demand more? Expecting both my generosity and my compliance? You chuckle, a hearty laugh that brings tears to your eyes. The chief jailer embezzled my silver. I eliminated his entire family and reclaimed all my funds, even profiting in the process. Governor, are you truly intent on misappropriating my provisions? Your voice, icy and devoid of pretense, delivers a stark threat. The guards seethe with rage, their anger palpable. 4 adept fighters, each masterful in their craft, eagerly prepare to rend you limb from limb. The governor barks sternly, I have shown you leniency, recognizing your good intentions. Leave now, before you commit an irreparable mistake, and I shall overlook this transgression. A thought suddenly strikes you, recalling the treachery of Song Jiang. That individual, during his tenure, covertly released heroes from captivity, mitigating risk while cultivating alliances. This corrupt official's righteous rhetoric is mere facade. His sole desire is to seize your provisions without consequence, while reaping your gratitude. He would sell you out, then expect your thanks. You perceive this not as an affront to your intellect, but an insult to your very soul. When words fail to resonate, silence reigns. A fierce tiger stirs within, breaking free from its cage. Kill. You unleash a powerful strike, a blade of energy extending over 10 meters, tearing through the void. The governor's pupils narrow, struggling to mask his fear, fully aware that his guards will protect him. 2 pairs of guards spring into action, to protect the governor, while the other 2 aim to eliminate you. Surrounding guards swarm towards you. 2 peak-level fighters poised like venomous serpents, ready to deliver a lethal blow. You stand resolute, your murderous intent boiling within. Martial arts is a path. Swordplay is a discipline. When discontent festers within and cannot be articulated, let the sword speak. Those who serve the corrupt deserve to perish. Without these minions, how could the fierce tiger behave so brazenly? You raise your hand, executing a devastating strike, the 10-meter arc of energy sweeping across the battlefield, causing the advancing guards to bow their heads. A few, caught off guard, raise their blades in futile defense, only to be cleaved in 2. Beneath the realm of mastery, A single sword against a throng of novices. The Inferno Sweep. You continuously wield your long sword, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy converging, akin to a dam poised to unleash a deluge. The guards rushing towards you visibly pale, torn between fleeing and advancing, knowing that either choice leads to certain death. Even the two peak-level fighters lurking among the crowd can scarcely contain their trepidation. Charge! As long as this move is blocked, he is doomed, I assure you. One of the practitioners of the Chi realm shouted. Several guards, steeling themselves, rushed forward, attempting to interrupt your gathering momentum. You swiftly darted into the crowd, unleashing a ferocious sword strike. The terrifying sword energy instantly engulfed the surroundings, akin to a wild fire sweeping through a prairie, uncontrollable and relentless. The advancing guards were reduced to mere remnants, blood splattering everywhere. The torrent of dreadful sword energy continued unabated, sweeping away the guards behind, dragging them into a gruesome fate. Two adept practitioners flank you, one on the left resembling a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, his strike exuding a magnificent might, while the one on the right was like a wraith, his sword thrusting forth with over 40 variations. Both were once formidable masters in their own right, possessing vast combat experience and ruthlessly fierce techniques. You lunged towards the one on the right, your wicked sword delivering a series of over 10 transformations, enveloping his vital points. Dare you flaunt such trash swordsmanship? He scoffed, his technique morphing to not only counter your myriad transformations, but also to unleash over 30 variations of his own. At the instant of the sword's collision, your form dissipated like a mirage. Old Xing, be cautious. The left practitioner's expression shifted, yet he did not alter his technique. Instead, he gathered his true energy, intent on executing a devastating move that would instill fear. The violent shout erupted suddenly, reverberating in the ears and blurring vision. Had it been anyone else, they would have fallen prey to his deception, meeting their demise. However, as the embodiment of the perfect Tao, your resilience to harm was unparalleled. Moreover, your keen perception allowed you to discern his vulnerabilities. Even before he opened his mouth, a conspicuous red marked his throat, enabling you to prepare in advance, significantly diminishing the attack's potency. With a swift thrust, your wicked sword pierced through his throat. With a gentle swipe, a severed head rolled to the ground. How is this possible? The practitioner on the right was filled with disbelief. You offered no explanation. Instead, your sword danced like a shower of stars, embodying 81 variations in a single strike. The right practitioner raised his sword in defense, and a fierce clash ensued, neither of you gaining the upper hand. His swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, and despite your ability to spot numerous flaws, his rapid strikes thwarted your attempts to exploit them. Endurance cannot last. Although his techniques were exquisite, they cannot be sustained indefinitely. Observing this, the governor dispatched 2 additional Chi realm practitioners to assist you. Yet it was too late. You feign a weakness. The practitioner, sensing his comrade's approach, relaxed his focus and seized the opportunity to attack your supposed vulnerability, only to be pierced through the right hand by your sword, followed swiftly by a thrust that struck his throat. He attempted to speak, but the surge of true energy within him extinguished his life force. The two who had come to aid stood frozen, awaiting your assault. You swiftly darted towards the governor. As the two abandoned their defensive stance to attack with all their might, you retreat as if defying inertia, your sword slicing through the air, finding its mark in the hearts of 2 foes as if guided by an unseen force. The 2 formidable defenders, adept in their craft, fall in an instant. You express a sardonic admiration. When one has grown accustomed to a life of servitude, it becomes all too effortless to take lives. The guards continue to surge forth. Yet with each swing of your blade, at least one of them meets their demise. Amidst the chaos, the provincial governor feels no semblance of safety, only a chilling dread enveloping him. Brave soul, it is not that I wish to withhold my assistance, but the drought in Yuzhou will be addressed by the court's relief efforts. Your good intentions could disrupt the imperial arrangements, resulting in a greater loss for all, he pleads. As you approach him, nodding in acknowledgement, you reply, I see. However, I am a harbinger of death, and I have already bathed the ground in blood. His eyes widen in terror as your sword cleaves through his neck. In his final moments, his gaze is filled with a blend of fear, despair, and a flicker of bewildered rage. You nod in satisfaction. This artistry is at least 3 stories high. Chapter 40, The Deadlock. The governor is dead. Flee. But where can one escape under the dominion of the great Qian? Only by eliminating this brigand can one hope to redeem oneself. Are you mad? That is a death sentence. The guards instantly divide into factions, some fleeing, others charging forward. You remain unfazed. After dispatching the governor, an invisible shackle within you has been released. Even the guilt of having slain the jailer's 8-year-old son dissipates into nothingness. Your strikes grow even more merciless. Whether they attempt to surround you or flee, anyone within your reach shall not escape unscathed. Within 10 minutes, the entire governor's estate lies in ruin. Those dead, those fled, save for you, the sole survivor. You discover the governor's treasures, revealing over 3 million taels in silver notes, thousands of pounds in gold and silver, and an abundance of priceless artifacts. Most notably, there exists a tome detailing the cultivation of over 100 channels of energy, a curious find. Yet it makes sense given the governor's status as the Lord of Ejo. Alas, there are no storage pouches to be found. As you exit the governor's estate, a throng of soldiers encircles you, including familiar faces, old acquaintances eager to seize your provisions, all adorned with cruel smiles. Well, well, I need not search for you any longer, you exclaim. The leader, fuming with rage, retorts at such a tender age, possessing such formidable prowess. Yet you choose not to serve your country, committing patricidal acts, an abomination, a disgrace to your ancestors. You laugh heartily, a hint of madness in your expression. Accuse me of hoarding resources and plotting treason. Such are your definitions. Attack, the leader commands, and a torrential rain of arrows descends upon you. The bows, crafted from the tendons of mythical beasts, possess remarkable elasticity, each capable of unleashing projectiles akin to sniper bullets. Before you, the elite cavalry rides forth on bloodsteed horses, their armor gleaming, wielding meticulously forged goosefeather blades, their edges as clear as autumn waters, reflecting a chilling glint. Even masters of the realm of chi training find such formations exceedingly challenging. You scoff softly, shake your longsword, and return to the governor's mansion. Selecting a section of the wall, you leap over it with a deft motion. Engaging directly is unwise. Even strength must be conserved. As arrows rain down, you brandish your sword to shield your body, and within mere breaths, you have plunged into the throng. The 7 swords of evil not only excel at vanquishing malevolence, but also provide immense satisfaction when dealing with lesser foes. The sword energy crisscrosses, and most soldiers, even the most elite among them, cannot evade the sharpness of your blade. Excluding a few fortunate souls, over 10 have perished in a single wave. The leader clenches his fists in fury. Letting the tiger return to the mountain will make it difficult to capture him again. Contrary to his expectations, you do not flee. You charge into the archers, dispatching 10 foes with each stride, as swift as a meteor. Wherever you tread, heads roll. The leader nearly bursts with rage. You dare to slay the elite supported by the court? You have rebelled. Rebelled? A smirk crosses your mind as your sword continues to reap lives. The leader arranges his troops, employing formations meant for countering top-tier experts against you. Your sword energy flows endlessly, showing no signs of depletion. Before those formations can approach, they are shredded to pieces by your blade's might. Unable to close the distance and unable to withstand your sword energy, the encircled warriors finally succumb to fear. Even the most elite among them cannot escape despair and begin to retreat to the corners. You stride before the leader, smiling. I warned you, dare to touch my provisions, and I shall take your life. Your radiant smile stands out starkly amidst the carnage of severed limbs. The leader stands defiantly, refusing to retreat. I am Xiangyi. I shall face the rebel and fight to the death, even if it means glory in death. You retort, you are the rebel, a scourge to the nation, devoid of king or father, living in shame, dishonoring your ancestors. With a swift slap, you strike Xiangyi's face. You label me a rebel. Yet seek to lecture me on loyalty and righteousness? You urge him, pray fervently that you did not sell my provisions. I truly wish to spare the innocent. Realizing your implication, Xiangyi's eyes widen. I was the one who sold your provisions. One must bear the consequences of their actions. One my family in this heroism. Another slap lands on him, and you spit in his face. What nonsense! You just labeled me a rebel and now wish to define me as a hero? You mock him, with such skill in manipulating people. Why not start a company? You embezzled my provisions, causing countless families in Yujo to suffer. And dare to be so brazen? You demand, are your family members human, while the families of Yujo citizens are not? Quickly devise a means to return all the embezzled provisions, and I shall spare your family. The soldiers hiding in the corner, their faces pale with astonishment. Turned to Xiang Yi. Upon seeing his silence, they cast their gazes upon the lifeless bodies on the ground, each succumbing to utter despair. Some wept profusely, others laughed maniacally. A few left in a state of utter dejection, while others stared vacantly at the battlefield. Xiang Yi remained tight-lipped. You shook your head, your voice laced with regret. Would you rather see your entire family perish than reveal the grain you have embezzled? Xiang Yi, like a beaten dog, continued to say nothing. Your eyes fell upon a familiar face, one of Xiang Yi's sycophants, and you beckoned him closer. You know where he lives, do you not? The man shook his head. With a swift stroke of your sword, you ended his life. You turned to another familiar face. You know where these two families reside, don't you? The man fell silent. I only require grain. If the wealth from these two families suffices, I shall cease my actions. If not, you will assist me in my search. Xiang Yi, Fudustitit, erupted in curses. The man finally spoke. Brother Yi, forgive me, my son is only 3 years old. Xiang Yi shouted back, your son is still young. But must my son die? The man bowed 3 times and stood up. You unleashed several sword energies, systematically eliminating Xiang Yi and his companions. The man led you to one location after another, and upon confirming the resemblance among the individuals, you unleashed a massacre. After slaying 3 families, you acquired sufficient wealth and grain. True to your word, you spared the man who guided you. In despair, he took his own life with a knife. Your fearsome reputation rendered you untouchable, allowing only one person to transport several carts of grain to Yuzhou. You sensed countless individuals trailing behind you. A fleeting glance revealed they were experts from the Jinxia division. Your only hope lay in safely delivering the grain to Yuzhou. At the border of Yuzhou, a terrifying intent to kill surged like a tidal wave. A dark mass of people obstructed your path, and upon closer inspection, you discerned that 11 leaders from the Jinxia division had arrived. At least 4 divisions had mobilized, and you realized that today's battle would be insurmountable. You urged your horses forward, allowing a few carts of grain to enter Yuzhou first. The experts of the Jinxia division tacitly made way. Watching the grain-laden carts enter Yuzhou, you breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, another confrontation awaited. Yet, you bore no regrets, only a resolve to plan more meticulously next time. Indeed, the Taiping sect owed you even more in terms of karmic retribution. Chapter 41. Mastery of the Qi realm techniques accomplished. The wind howls. The waters of the Yi River grow cold. A valiant hero departs, wishing to return. You return the sword of evil slaying to your storage bag and exchanged it for an ordinary sword. The great battle was imminent. The sound of an ancient zither echoed. Who dares to play tricks? The sound of the zither grew increasingly closer, and you, alongside the crowd, turned to witness a blue donkey carrying an elderly figure clad in a golden-yellow robe approaching. Huang Yuan, you exclaimed, your rather unorthodox teacher has arrived. Huang Yuan appeared engrossed in his music, seemingly lost in a realm of melody. The passers-by instinctively parted, allowing the donkey to carry him to your side. You were taken aback, your thoughts racing. 8 decades hence, the Taiping sect was bound to undertake significant endeavors, yet it had remained hidden until now. Only to be so suddenly revealed, rescuing individuals from the hands of the Evil Suppression Bureau would undoubtedly garner immense notoriety. Could they continue to conceal their activities thereafter? Xiao Shi-san, what are you pondering? Lead the donkey for your master. Huang Yuan instructed, resuming his delicate playing, seemingly oblivious to the experts from the Evil Suppression Bureau surrounding him. They are comrades of the traitors. Eliminate them all. Bellowed the chief of the Evil Suppression Bureau in Yizhou, rallying his men to attack. With a whoosh, several elongated blades of energy surged forth, ripping through the air with a chilling howl. Huang Yuan remained undeterred, his fingers gliding over the strings, producing notes of exquisite clarity. A few ethereal waves of true energy plunged into the earth, sending soil and stones flying, and from the ground arose 8 towering figures of ochre clay, each standing over 2 meters tall, armed with colossal axes. Their movements were deceptively languid yet remarkably swift, shattering the incoming blades of energy with ease. Several of the more aggressive leaders had already reached the clay figures, their swords clashing against them, sparks flying, but only managing to peel away the thinnest layer of clay. The clay giants swung their massive axes, prompting the crowd to retreat, save for one burly leader wielding a broadsword who faced one of the giants head-on. Clang! The impact was akin to the destruction of brittle reeds, sending the Buddhist expert hurtling over 100 meters, blood spewing forth as he collapsed, his fate uncertain. The remaining clay giants swung their axes through the air, carving deep, unfathomable chasms into the ground. The might of that singular strike was formidable beyond measure. Your eyelids fluttered. No longer did you perceive your eccentric teacher as a mere pretender, but rather as a celestial being. With a mere flick of his wrist, he summoned such fearsome warriors from the heavens, transcending the mundane. You felt as though you were existing in a realm entirely apart from him. While others were merely dabbling in blade energy, the scene had transformed into a mythic spectacle. The zither's melody shifted, and yet another 8 ochre clay figures emerged from the earth, joining the previous 8 to encircle and protect you. We must depart, Huang Yuan urged, grasping the blue donkey. You made your way out of the encirclement, escorted by the clay guardians. The experts of the Evil Suppression Bureau instinctively parted to create a pathway, standing at a distance, hesitant to make a move. A swell of ambition surged within you. You yearned to cultivate your skills, not merely out of coercion from malevolent forces, but driven by an aspiration to stand atop the world, surveying all beneath you. After traversing over 1,000 meters, you occasionally heard the sound of grass being crushed beneath your feet. In the unseen realms, adept pursuers remain in pursuit. Huang Yuanlang proclaimed, to send a friend 1,000 miles is to ultimately part ways. Forcing fate will surely incur divine retribution. In the dense forest, the footsteps of the pursuers faltered. After a brief respite, Huang Yuan sighed, gently caressing the strings of his zither. The sky darkened abruptly, and a thunderous bolt of lightning rent the clouds, crashing into the heart of the forest. A terrified scream echoed, abruptly silenced. One of the pursuers met his demise. As night fell within the dilapidated temple, a bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the face of the teacher, casting shadows that danced unpredictably. Teacher, are you a celestial being? Although one knew this to be impossible, the teacher's methods seemed beyond the realm of ordinary practitioners. Surely, they were of a caliber surpassing the realm of the initial stages of cultivation. Huang Yuan's gaze was fixed upon a point 3 zhang ahead. Instinctively, you followed his gaze, sensing the presence of something elusive. Over the years, he often contemplated this, as if something unseen lingered in the ethereal heights before him. Coming back to reality, Huang Yuan's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Celestial? Not at all. Such trivial arts are within your grasp as well. Your eyes sparkled with anticipation. Could it be that the teacher was finally ready to impart secret teachings? Huang Yuan met your gaze, and you held his stare without a hint of trepidation. He nodded. The cage within your heart has finally shattered. You are now ready to learn my ways. Cage? You inquired instinctively, quickly realizing he was referring to the shackles of your past. Huang Yuan seemed to perceive your thoughts, offering a gentle smile. 13. It appears your heart has been bound by a formidable prison. Your demeanor, languid like withered wood, embodies a serene stagnation. It baffles me how a fisherman such as yourself could cultivate such a disposition and attain this level of mastery. Were it not for your inherent goodness and your decisiveness in handling the Zhengtu affair, despite your prodigious talent, I would never have accepted you as a disciple. A true practitioner must endure countless trials and tribulations to strive for excellence. One must possess an urgent and fervent desire to understand the Tao, willing to face death at dusk. One must embody the audacity to be the first in the world. Huang Yuan's words struck deeply within you. You suddenly realized that despite possessing extraordinary abilities, you had always been a passive recipient, seldom daring to seek actively. Your arduous cultivation in Yunwu Temple was coerced by malevolent forces, and the 9 transformations of refined jade scripture, gifted by Jia Shaohua, was constrained by the court. You had always thought of gradually earning your way. The world has irrevocably changed. The shackles that lingered in your heart were utterly obliterated by Huang Yuan's enlightenment. Observing the ambition gleaming in your eyes, Huang Yuan smiled satisfactorily. He retrieved 2 tomes of scriptures, inviting you to choose. One volume is titled The Classic of Opening the Cavities of Taiping Dawn, and the other is The Classic of Guiding the Cavities of the Celestial Axis of Taiping. The former draws its principles from the earth, likening mountains and rivers to the human body's cavities, allowing one to harness the power of the land. The latter, in contrast, follows the laws of the heavens, correlating the myriad stars with the body's cavities, achieving harmony between the inner and outer worlds, thus enabling the practitioner to draw upon the celestial forces. The former allows for the cultivation of a maximum of 36,000 cavities, while the latter can accommodate up to 48,000. At first glance, the latter seems superior. However, my esteemed teacher elucidated that the earth lies beneath our feet, and the mountains and rivers are visible before our eyes. Whether in observing their forms or harnessing their strength, the results are remarkably efficient. The latter's extensive cultivation demands significantly more time, and the distant stars provide comparatively less power. In terms of equivalent realms, the strength attained through the former is not in the slightest inferior to that of the latter. You have immediately grasped the crux, indicating that the power of the latter is slightly stronger. Furthermore, how can the power of a mere planet compare to the vastness of the starry sky? Without hesitation, you opted for the classic of guiding the cavities of the celestial axis of Taiping. In Chapter 42, The Spirit-Nourishing Pill, Huang Yuan ceased further persuasion and handed you the book. A surge of excitement coursed through you as you opened the cover, bypassing the introductory levels and directing your gaze toward the pinnacle tier. Indeed, the pinnacle level requires the cultivation of 48,000 cavities, pushing the physical body to its utmost potential. However, the notes explicitly warn that even those with an innate Tao body should not attempt the pinnacle level without formidable financial resources, lest their efforts be in vain. Your resolve remained steadfast, unyielding as steel. You silently chose the pinnacle level and opened the tome, only to discover it was devoid of any coded language. Puzzled, you glanced at Huang Yuan, who merely smiled faintly without offering an explanation. Rather than diving into practice immediately, you first surveyed the entire text before gradually comprehending its contents. As anticipated, cultivating 48,000 cavities is not a matter of indiscriminately opening them. It requires not only the thorough opening and filling of the cavities, but also their integration into a cohesive whole. Otherwise, the clash of vital energy could lead to detrimental effects. Moreover, prior to establishing a systematic framework, the state of cultivation merely signifies a slight increase in vital energy, offering limited enhancement to combat effectiveness. You suddenly recognize the complexity of the cultivation methodology at this stage. Zhang Ding, in all likelihood, had yet to reach even the most basic level. While studying the tome, you correlated its teachings with your own astronomical observations. After multiple verifications, you were confident that the text was indeed sound. The initial step of cultivation is the simplest. It merely requires the opening of the three pivotal cavities of heaven, earth, and humanity, filling them with vital energy. Among these, the lower dantian serves as the human cavity, the middle dantian as the earth cavity, and the upper dantian as the heavenly cavity. Within these three cavities, the lower dantian refines energy, the middle dantian refines essence, and the upper dantian refines spirit. To master the 48,000 cavities, the spirit is paramount, closely followed by the requisite physical form to support such an endeavor. Your current task is to unlock the portals of heaven and earth, cultivating the three apertures with a focus on the heavenly aperture, followed by the earthly, and lastly the human. As you gaze upon the true Qi golden elixir within the human aperture, which is thicker than a water vat, a wave of immense pressure washes over you. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, you find yourself invigorated. The secret manual lies before you. What is there to fear? Half a month later, under Huang Yuan's guidance, you fully comprehend the technique. You begin to open the heavenly and earthly apertures in accordance with the secret method. Within a single day, you successfully unlock the earthly aperture, discovering a ball-sized mass of liquid vitality concealed within. This indicates that your physical refinement has been quite commendable. A month later, you successfully open the heavenly aperture of your brow, revealing a mass of liquid soul energy the size of a ping-pong ball. You are pleasantly surprised, as the technique states that even among the powerful practitioners, most possess gaseous soul energy when opening the heavenly aperture. You sense that this is somehow related to the innate essence at your brow. You devote yourself entirely to the cultivation of the heavenly aperture. A gentle chill flows through the essence at your brow into the heavenly aperture, rapidly enhancing your soul energy. Based on the manual's descriptions, you deduce that your cultivation speed exceeds that of even the innate Tao body by a factor of 2. However, you feel little joy in this realization. To refine your soul energy into a golden elixir, far surpassing the true Qi golden elixir within your lower dantian, will require at least 60 years. For the first time, you lament the weight of your own foundational strength, yet you find joy in the process. You finally grasp the meaning of the introductory passage. Seeking out Huang Yuan, you inquire about methods to further amplify your soul energy. Huang Yuan strokes his beard, regarding you with an expression tinged with pity. To enhance the soul energy, initially, one may utilize the spirit-nourishing pill. Once the soul golden elixir is achieved, the heavenly restoration pill can be taken. Huang Yuan generously presents you with 3 spirit-nourishing pills. Without a trace of doubt, you swallow them and commence the secret method for amplifying your soul energy. A refreshing sensation coalesces, accelerating your progress to twice that of your usual cultivation. If you can maintain this pace, in 20 years, you shall cultivate the vitality golden elixir. The duration is indeed lengthy, yet somewhat acceptable. If the heavenly restoration pill proves even more effective, this time frame may be shortened. 3 days later, the effects of the 3 spirit-nourishing pills are depleted. You once again seek out Huang Yuan, inquiring about the crafting method for the spirit-nourishing pill. Huang Yuan generously provides you with a tome on advanced alchemy, which includes recipes for both the spirit-nourishing pill and the heavenly restoration pill, along with a total of 36 other formulations. Huang Yuan continues to guide you as you traverse the world. The slow pace of the azure donkey conveniently allows you to delve into alchemical studies. Along the way, Huang Yuan is generous with his guidance, and your theoretical understanding of alchemy advances rapidly. As you pass through a bustling market, you invest a substantial sum in a plethora of medicinal materials. However, it lacks the elusive spirit herb. Many physicians are even unaware of its existence. Those who do know react with alarm and advise you to leave. A vague suspicion stirs within you. After inquiring with Huang Yuan, you learn that the spirit herb is classified as a forbidden substance, one of the tightly controlled drugs by the Great Qian. Not only the spirit herb, but also key materials such as the restoration pill, 9-turn pill, and returning essence pill are subject to stringent regulation. The Great Qian imposes severe restrictions on practitioners in the Qi refinement realm. Yet where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Where there is oppression, resistance arises. In certain locales, a black market exists where the spirit herb and even the spirit pill can be traded. In the 8th year, at the age of 25, you accompany Huang Yuan to explore 5 black markets, ultimately acquiring 3 spirit herbs, 1 purple jade lotus, and 5 blood soul flowers, spending nearly 30,000 taels of silver and vanquishing over 30 bandits. Throughout the year, you attempt alchemy nearly 1,000 times, failing over 800, though fortunately, all materials used are of ordinary quality. In the 9th year, you travel with Huang Yuan beyond the northern border of the Qian kingdom, continuing northward to reach the Great Yuan. Amidst the vast, boundless grasslands, thoughts of fierce tribes skilled in horseback, riding, and archery cross your mind. Yet, upon encountering them, you realize your misconceptions. These foreign folk average 3 meters in height, with the men grotesquely muscular and many sporting tusks. Apologies within their aesthetic. Such figures are considered breathtakingly beautiful. The round-faced, bearded men are not to be trifled with. The women's beauty is equally difficult to assess. Their skin is rough, yet their figures are voluptuous, particularly those long legs that exceed your height. These individuals practice only basic martial techniques, yet each possesses the combat prowess of the Qi refinement realm. You engage in several contests, achieving 8 victories, 1 draw, and 1 defeat without employing lethal techniques. You receive the affection of over a dozen great Yuan women, which you cruelly reject. Throughout the year, through bartering, you acquire 12 purple jade lotuses and 36 spear herbs, along with various other precious medicinal materials. You reach the northern border of the Great Yuan, heavily guarded by countless soldiers, preventing you from gaining a full perspective. This year, you attempt alchemy over 1,000 times, achieving success in over 600 instances, marking significant progress in your skills. Yet, you still have not succeeded in formulating the spirit pill. In the 10th year, you journey westward to the inhospitable snowy mountains. The cold is biting. Even with the continuous flow of true energy within, after crossing 7 great peaks, you find it unbearable and must turn back. This year, you gather over 30 white jade snow lotuses and dozens of century-old snow ginseng and cordyceps. You only manage to concoct 100 batches of pills, succeeding 85 times, a feat hindered by the harsh conditions of the snow-capped peaks. Huang Yuan advises that your success rate for low-grade pills has peaked, and you may now begin crafting the spirit pill. Chapter 43 is unworthy. In the 11th year, you commence the refinement of the spirit-nourishing elixir. Your mastery over the control of fire and the techniques for processing medicinal herbs has reached an extraordinary level. As the first batch of the elixir emerged, an undeniable twinge of anxiety arose within you. Who does not cherish their inaugural attempt? Upon lifting the lid, you discovered 7 flawless pills, while 3 bore minor imperfections. You began to analyze the reasons. During the processing of the spirit grass, your caution had led to slight overcooking. Thus, you embarked on your second round of elixir preparation. This time, 5 pills were perfect for were commendable, and 1 was of inferior quality. You resumed your analysis. By the 6th batch, you achieved a flawless yield of 100%. The 7th batch also yielded 100% perfection, exhausting your supply of spirit grass. You had crafted a total of 39 batches of elixir, with the latter batches approaching an almost perfect success rate. You handed half of the spirit-nourishing elixirs to Huang Yuan. He took a vial, poured out 3 pills, and returned the remainder to you. My intention in teaching you is not for monetary gain. You journeyed southward, delving deep into the mountains and forests, collecting numerous rare herbs. In the 12th year, you finally arrived at Jiaozhou, the southernmost point adjacent to the sea. A sense of reluctance welled up within you. According to your agreement, in another 6 months, you would complete your decade-long commitment. Huang Yuan guided you through the fishing market, engaging in conversation with the seasoned fishermen. Ultimately, you spent 360 taels of silver to procure a red carp weighing just over a pound, known as the crimson blood dragon scale carp. With its long whiskers and intricately dense scales, edged with a hint of gold, it was said to possess a trace of dragon energy, enhancing vitality and improving one's constitution. Rather than consuming the fish immediately, Huang Yuan carried it with him as you continued on your way. Fortunately, the little creature proved remarkably resilient, vibrant, and full of life, showing no signs of impending demise. Before entering the city, you spotted 12 individuals awaiting at the city gates. Among them was Zhang Ding. A sudden realization struck you. These individuals were all disciples of Huang Yuan. After introducing you to the group, Huang Yuan passed the fish to his second disciple, Bai Zhong, who resided in Windless County. Bai Zhong led you to his spacious residence and instructed his servants to prepare the fish while he kept you company. It was evident that the 12 held Huang Yuan in deep respect, showing no pretense, and they were equally cordial towards you. They spoke of recent challenges in their cultivation, the evil entities they had vanquished, and the corrupt officials and mountain bandits they had dealt with. Regardless of the perspective, they bore no semblance of rebellious sorcerers, but rather appeared to be a band of righteous heroes. Was it mere disguise, or was there an impending upheaval? You turned your gaze toward Zhang Ding among the group. He had previously colluded with malevolent forces in the last simulation, yet now he presented himself as a gallant figure. Zhang Ding responded with a smile, "Little junior brother, if you wish to express your gratitude, there is no need to mention it." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Before long, the fish was cooked to perfection. Bai Zhong invited you all to take a seat for the feast. A grand table laden with an array of dishes was set before you, accompanied by 14 bowls of fish soup. Each person received a bowl, though it contained only a few morsels of fish. As you lifted your bowl and savored the broth, an extraordinary freshness enveloped your senses, free from any hint of fishiness, far surpassing any delightful meal you had ever tasted. Before you could take a second sip, a surge of energy coursed through your body, suggesting that if one were to practice body refinement techniques, the results would be remarkably efficient. One by one, the guests raised their glasses to toast Huang Yuan, who began recounting his recent experiences. When he spoke of your wrathful act of slaying the governor of Yizhou and his underlings, the audience erupted in applause, exclaiming their satisfaction. They eagerly urged you to share the tale of your exploits. Unable to refuse and feeling no need for secrecy, you recounted the events in detail. As the story unfolded, the listeners clenched their teeth in anticipation, and when you narrated the slaying of the head jailer and his family, the crowd erupted in cheers. Though the junior disciple had only just begun his journey, his spirit of chivalry commanded your respect. "Let me raise a toast to you," declared the elder brother, Zhang Wang. Lifting his cup, the others followed suit, raising their glasses in tribute. As the meal progressed, joy filled the air, and the remnants of the feast lay scattered about. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which you engaged in daily bouts of drinking and swordplay, discussing your cultivation, and deepening your bonds of friendship. Having agreed to reconvene in Yizhou after 10 years, the elder brother and the others gradually took their leave. Huang Yuan, too, took you on further adventures, healing the sick and procuring medicinal herbs in the black market. One day, he halted in his tracks. "In 1 month's time, we shall part ways." A pang of reluctance gripped you. After a decade of companionship, the bond had quietly grown profound, especially since he was your mentor in both teaching and enlightenment. Huang Yuan smiled gently. Foolish child, all gatherings must eventually disperse. For us cultivators, the most vital aspect is to seize the present moment. With only a month remaining, he inquired which arts you wish to learn. Without hesitation, you expressed your desire to master the ability to vanquish evil entities. While the art of summoning thunder and rain through the clay soldier technique was indeed powerful, you had not forgotten the terrifying malevolence encountered during your centennial trials. Huang Yuan chuckled lightly. Cunning one, your current cultivation was insufficient for practice. You were advised to observe without attempting to force the techniques. You acquired the sword technique known as the Divine Cloud Thundersword. Huang Yuan commenced imparting the secrets of this swordsmanship. The challenge of this sword lies in commanding the spirit to control the energy and the energy to command the thunder. Even with Huang Yuan as hands-on guidance and personal demonstrations, it took you over 10 days to grasp the fundamentals. He particularly cautioned you not to practice until reaching the initial stage of the Qi refining realm. To compensate for this, he also taught you a method known as the peaceful 7-star steps. The wind-driving steps excelled in long-distance dashes, while the peaceful 7-star steps perfectly complemented your shortcomings. A month swiftly elapsed, and upon rising, you discovered that Huang Yuan and his green donkey had vanished without a trace. You searched all around, yet found nothing. Huang Yuan had disappeared from your world like a specter. You felt a certain disquiet. You procured another green donkey and set forth towards Yangzhou. On the third day, you heard a cacophony of footsteps in the woods. You utilized your wind step technique to hasten your pace, catching sight of a somewhat familiar silhouette. With all your internal energy summoned, your speed increased further. The individual, realizing escape was futile, drew a blade and struck, revealing a mastery at the pinnacle of the blood exchange realm. You deftly disarmed him with 2 swift strikes, sending him flying with a kick. Your sword's tip poised at his throat. Who sent you? You demanded. The man, aware of his impending doom, chuckled nonchalantly. What do you think? Your gaze sharpened, and you recognized the attire of the exorcism division he wore. You had initially believed that after that day, they had abandoned their pursuit. Little did you expect that barely 3 days after your mentor's departure, they would once again be on your tail. Do you wish to live or die? If I can live, who would wish for death? Which province's exorcism division do you hail from? The man fell silent. With a sigh, you severed his throat with your sword. Mounting your green donkey, within half a day, you once again heard those familiar footsteps. You patted the donkey's head, acknowledging your unworthiness, and left it by the roadside, slipping into the dense forest. Chapter 44. A bold advance. After opening the celestial orifices and with the enhancement of your spiritual power, your speed ascended to new heights, swiftly catching up to the exorcist, whom you dispatched with a single stroke of your sword. No longer did you tread the official roads. Instead, you chose to traverse the wilds. With every swing of your sword, the exorcism division's elite seemed inexhaustible. After eliminating dozens of their pursuers, you finally evaded their clutches. Stealthily returning to your residence in Qingyun County, you discovered it was rife with hidden sentinels. They appear to be mere street vendors, but many had served under you when you were the vice chief of the Yangzhou Exorcism Division. Throughout Qingyun County, there were no fewer than 300 hidden watchers. You resolved to let the underground liquor age a few more years and vanished into the shadows. 2 months later, you reappeared next to Jiadong in Pingshan County. You procured another batch of pear blossom brew to bury underground. You began consuming spirit-nurturing pills, continuing your cultivation of the celestial orifices. In the 13th year, you devoted an entire year to silent training. The spiritual power within your celestial orifice had amassed to the size of a water tank. It remained in a liquid state. The efficacy of the spirit-nurturing pills dwindled, and despite the formidable recovery capabilities of your Tao body, you could not escape the onset of tolerance. You silently cultivate the Taiping 7-star step, merging it with the He family swordsmanship, the power growing increasingly formidable. In the 14th year, a sudden inspiration strikes you. You retrieve the Taiping Dongyu opening acupoint scripture that you had acquired earlier. Upon opening it, you observe that the previously concealed phrases have all vanished. Yet, it is not the phrases that have disappeared. Rather, you have undergone a transformation that allows you to see through the disguise and directly perceive the true scripture. The strength of your master continues to elevate in your heart. Stealing a moment to peruse the scripture, you discover that the opening acupoint's scripture primarily focuses on harnessing malevolent energy, necessitating the absorption of earthly malevolence from treacherous terrains. Should you locate a site brimming with accumulated malevolence, you could ascend to great heights, mastering nearly 100 acupoints in a short time. Among your fellow disciples, only your second senior brother practices the guiding acupoint scripture, while the others are engrossed in the opening acupoint scripture. Although the great Qian is vast, there are not enough earthly malevolence for them to cultivate, unless you contemplate the lands beyond the seas. Though the western region is obstructed by the wicked snow-capped mountains and the north is guarded by the great Yuan, the south and east are expansive oceans. With a grand ship and a compass, would not the malevolence from overseas be at your disposal? Suppressing your excitement, you remind yourself that the opening acupoint scripture can only unlock 36,000 acupoints, and its earthly power inherently pales in comparison to the celestial power. Thus, you cannot abandon the latter for the former. You quell your restlessness and continue your practice of the heavenly acupoints. In the 15th year, as you calculate the passage of time, you notice Grandma Jia stealthily slipping out, and you follow her discreetly. The moment the buyer of lives appears, you point a finger, rendering her unconscious, and pounce upon her. With a swift stroke of the sword, a beam of light arcs down, sending the buyer of lives flying. Before she can regain her footing, you unleash the suppression of evil technique, the sword aura crashing down like a mountain, pinning her to the ground. Upon closer inspection, you flip her over but find no flaw in this seemingly perfect old hag. Surprised, you relentlessly employ your spiritual force to extinguish the buyer of lives. A quarter of an hour later, she dissipates into nothingness, leaving behind 5 copper coins, a testament to her earlier presence. The spiritual essence in the air flows into your body, prompting you to begin cultivating the secret method for enhancing your spiritual power. The clear spiritual energy surges into your brow, transformed by your Taoist essence into a rich spiritual force. Compared to true energy, the spiritual essence that spills from the malevolent after death converts into spiritual power with far superior efficacy, surpassing even the effects of hundreds of spirit-nourishing pills. Your spiritual power ascends rapidly, to the point where you hesitate to continue your cultivation. By the time the last wisp of spiritual essence dissipates, your spiritual power has increased by more than half, equivalent to the arduous labor of several years and the effects of hundreds of spirit-nourishing pills. You had just tidied the battlefield and were about to depart when you noticed Jia Mu lying unconscious on the ground. Approaching her side, you first channeled your vital energy to invigorate her internal circulation, preventing her from falling ill. Then, you took a bowl of rooster's blood and inscribed the character for money in her right palm. The initial strokes were clear, but the penultimate stroke was somewhat faint, and the final stroke was left unwritten. It was only then that you infused a wisp of true energy into her Baihui acupoint before swiftly retreating into the shadows. Jiamu gradually regained consciousness, and upon seeing the inscription in her palm, she immediately leaped to her feet, shrieking in terror, nearly fainting. Perhaps reminded of the curfew, she hastily fled back home. Hiding behind the front door, she was consumed by anxiety. Jia Dong approached while carrying Jia Xiaohua, inquiring, "Mother, what troubles you?" Ziemu, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, "I fear I shall not survive." Upon hearing her words, Jia Dong was also filled with dread. After confirming that the character for money was missing a stroke, he gently reassured her not to dwell on it daily and to rest well. Relieved, you turned and returned to the courtyard. You began to search for malevolent spirits, but your solitary efforts yielded little success. In the 21st year, over the past several years, you had only encountered 2 malevolent entities, both of mediocre strength, their combined power less than that of a life-saving old woman. However, this year was different. In the previous simulation, you had soon joined the Spirit Exorcism Bureau, where you had dealt with numerous malevolent beings. You resolved to advance to Taohua Village. You recalled that the root of the malevolence was a peach tree. As you entered the village, you meticulously scrutinized every peach tree, both within and outside the village, yet found nothing. You were uncertain whether the presence had yet to arrive, or if, like the life-saving old woman, it was simply elusive. The village had around 60 households. Familiar, yet unrecognizable. Fearing recognition, you refrained from entering the village and instead savored the food and drink you had prepared in advance. Your gaze was primarily fixed upon Scholar Yang, remembering that everything originated from his demise. You waited in quiet anticipation. One evening, as Scholar Yang studied under the dim light, he suddenly let out a chilling scream, rising abruptly before collapsing to the ground. In the flickering candlelight, a vivid crimson appeared mysteriously on his abdomen. You dashed forward, swiftly rendering Han unconscious with a touch. Drawing your sword of exorcism, you pressed it against the red mark on Yang's abdomen, channeling your true energy. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and a wisp of spiritual essence escaped, which you promptly refined. Leaning down to check Yang's breath, you found him already cold and lifeless. The prior scream may not have even been his own. Casting a glance at Han, who still lived, you awakened her with a touch before vanishing outside the house. You hurried towards the home of Lu Sai, the coffin maker, and indeed, your intuition proved correct. His abdomen bore a conspicuous crimson mark. You discerned that it was the seed sown by the malevolent spirit of the peach tree. With a decisive gesture, you extinguished that seed. Unwavering, you hastened towards the homes of Granny Kai and Uncle He, both of whom had been significant suspects in your previous simulation. Your efforts had proven fruitless then. The death of Scholar Yang had drawn the entire village to his residence. As the villagers congregated, your eyes gleamed with purpose as you approached. In Chapter 45, The Celestial Restoration Pill, you arrived at Scholar Yang's home, where you could hear the mournful wails of the Han family from afar. The expressions of the village chief and others were equally grim. You understood that Scholar Yang was the sole scholar in the village, and their hopes for ascendance were now shattered. This urgency had compelled them to gather hastily. Your gaze swept across the villagers, ultimately focusing on 3 individuals, Granny Kai, Uncle He, and a village chief. Each bore a distinct crimson flaw upon their abdomens. It must be said that Scholar Yang, in your last simulation, had been a sincere spirit, providing information devoid of deceit. You donned your hood to conceal your identity, feeling somewhat undignified. Recalling the heroes who donned their undergarments as masks, you were filled with fortitude. You burst into the room, employing the 7-star step, moving through the crowd with the grace of a breeze, striking with the swiftness of the wind. Before they could comprehend your presence, you had already thrust 3 blades, obliterating the hidden malevolent points within the 3 abdomens. In a mere breath, you had successfully slipped outside. Ah, the village chief is dead. Goda Nikai. Was it she who brought about their demise? Fortunately, that calamity has claimed her life too. The villagers instinctively retreated, compressing the already cramped room, leaving a clear space in the center. Yet, how could Granny Kai have subdued Scholar Yang, the village chief, and Uncle He? Even if the village chief and Uncle He were allied with her Ba, is it a jest one dares to utter? Someone in the crowd shivered just now. I felt a chill brush past me. I even glimpsed a shadow. I felt it too. Me as well. A ghost. The more they spoke, the greater their fear grew. Even those who felt nothing began to believe they had been afflicted, desperately fleeing. Only Han, tearfully clutching Scholar Yang's lifeless body, remained. My dear, have you returned? I miss you dearly. You sighed inwardly, deeming the lurking malevolence truly despicable. You resumed your vigil around the village, scanning the peach trees for any signs of weakness, yet found none. Just as you were about to re-enter the village for further observation, the peach tree before you suddenly swelled, its branches resembling a myriad of blades, lunging toward you. As flaws continued to manifest before your eyes, you brandished the sword of evil slaying, executing the blazing wildfire technique. In a fleeting moment, you unleashed a dozen strikes, layers of sword energy accumulating together, akin to a raging inferno sweeping across the land, surging towards the dense thicket of branches. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying essence of true energy surged forth, obliterating the peach branches, reducing them to mere fragments. In a single encounter, the malevolent peach tree suffered a loss of 14 branches. This was not merely due to its prior lack of lethality, nor its diminished power compared to the last simulation. Rather, it stemmed from the convergence of your celestial, earthly, and corporeal energies following your awakening, resulting in an explosive damage output rivaling that of your previous double strikes. Before the peach tree could make its escape, you executed a binding technique, immobilizing it in place. Your sword, akin to a meteor, relentlessly struck the massive trunk of the peach tree. Occasionally, you interspersed the blazing wildfire technique and the binding technique, firmly anchoring it in position, rendering it unable to move. After a quarter of an hour, the tree emanated a verdant glow, suddenly bursting forth with blossoms that filled the sky. In a concealed corner, 5 tiny peaches rapidly matured. Yet, none of this escaped your keen perception. You were fully aware that 5 individuals had fallen victim to its wrath, transformed into vengeful spirits. As it attempted to flee, it would inevitably bear fruit, seeking to take root and sprout anew. Regrettably, all of this lay within the realm of your anticipation. The branches of the peach tree frantically assailed you, attempting to obscure the existence of the 5 peaches. You employed the 7-star step, swiftly maneuvering to evade the reach of the branches, while your sword darted forth with remarkable speed. In rapid succession, the immature peaches were obliterated by the true energy coursing through you. The peach tree, in a frenzy, lashed out with its branches in a desperate attempt to strike you. Yet, all of this was merely the last gasp of a dying effort. You advanced steadily, awaiting its final outburst, ready to reap the rewards with ease. A spiritual energy, more potent than that of the life-buying sorceress, began to emanate. You sat in silent meditation, your brow exuding an icy calmness, transforming the abundant spiritual energy into soul power. The essence of your soul expanded rapidly, and upon reaching its limit, it began to spin and compress frantically. What was once comparable to 3 large water tanks swiftly diminished in size. Before long, a blue orb, the size of a glass marble, took shape. Stimulated by the true energy within your human orifice, the golden elixir of your soul was imbued with the quality of the true energy elixir from the outset. After a brief interlude, the soul elixir directly expanded to the size of a quail egg. However, even without further cultivation, the true energy elixir also experienced a corresponding growth. Once the soul elixir was perfected, any subsequent attempts to match the progress of the true energy elixir would undoubtedly yield diminishing returns. You retrieved a spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it, only to find its effects rather mediocre, enhancing your cultivation speed by less than 0.1%, rendering its impact nearly negligible. You have come to realize that your spirit has ascended to a new realm, necessitating the consumption of a new elixir to further fortify your essence. It is time to concoct the celestial restoration pill. Returning to Pingshan County, you commence the preparation of this esteemed elixir. This particular pill falls within the top tier of alchemical creations, with its primary ingredients, the blood soul flower and the white jade snow lotus, being rare treasures meticulously controlled by the Qin dynasty, each specimen precious beyond measure. Reluctant to squander such invaluable resources, you turn your attention to crafting the supreme qi and blood replenishing pill, the 9 revolutions pill. Although this too belongs to the elite category of elixirs, its primary material, the millennium-old snow ginseng, is somewhat less rare, as you possess over 100 roots at your disposal. Thus, you embark on the process of refining the 9 revolutions pill. In your first attempt, you yield 10 pills. Yet your heart is not filled with joy, as the expected output for a single batch is 30. After cleansing the alchemical furnace and bathing, you reflect on your earlier missteps, concluding that inexperience was the culprit. You subsequently create 2 batches of the simplest hemostatic pill, but find the experience lacking. Engaging your intellect, you ponder the principles of alchemy and procure materials such as beef, flour, honey, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and chili to begin crafting the sustenance avoidance pill. In your inaugural batch, you successfully produce 10 pills, resembling the size of ping pong balls. Upon tasting, you find a flavor delightful, and the only drawback is the desire for more after consuming one. You then prepare 3 additional batches of the special sustenance avoidance pill, amassing a total of 90 pills, ensuring your food supply for the forthcoming month. With your mindset adjusted, you proceed to refine the celestial restoration pill. You begin by processing the blood soul flower, placing it into the furnace and enveloping it in your true energy, allowing it to gradually dissolve. Once it has fully liquefied, you introduce the white jade snow lotus along with over 30 supplementary herbs. As time passes, one herb after another is added into the furnace. When all ingredients have amalgamated, you skillfully manipulate your true energy to form the elixir into pills. Upon opening the furnace, you behold 28 brown, celestial restoration pills. Examining them closely, you discover that each pill exceeds the standard quality. Only 2 pills were lacking for a complete batch, yet you find satisfaction in the success rate. Swallowing one of the celestial restoration pills, you activate a secret technique to assess its efficacy. As the pill descends into your stomach, it is immediately refined by your true energy, transforming into the purest medicinal force that surges toward your celestial orifice. The golden core of your spirit is stirred, spinning rapidly as it absorbs the medicinal potency, converting it into pure spirit energy. Your spiritual power ascends at an astonishing rate. After 3 hours, the medicinal energy is fully assimilated. You cease your cultivation and take a moment to gauge your progress, realizing that your speed has increased by more than 5-fold. Despite the laborious work, You feel invigorated rather than fatigued when the time comes to rest. Lighting a stick of sandalwood incense, you begin to recite the Huang Ting scripture, only to be interrupted by the sound of weeping from outside. You scale the courtyard wall and beheld the 6-year-old Jia Xiaohua. No, it should be Jia Xiaoya, sobbing as she ran into the distance. Jiang Mu, with a flurry of curses, exited her dwelling only to discover Jia Xiaoya's absence. After calling out several times with no response, she unleashed a torrent of wrath. You worthless child, if you wish to leave, then never return. With a resounding bang, she slammed the courtyard door shut and secured the latch. You couldn't help but reminisce about the last simulation, where that weeping little girl could be easily appeased with a mere meal, even if it consisted of cold leftovers. Following the direction in which Jia Xiaoya had fled, you soon spotted the tearful child. Clever and wary of potential kidnappers, she had taken a detour, hoping Jiang Mu would come searching for her. Alas, Jiang Mu did not come. Returning to the corner, Jia Xiaoya peeked around, only to find the courtyard gate firmly shut. With her lips pressed together, she settled in front of a dilapidated house, burying her head as tears cascaded down her cheeks. With a sigh, you retrieved a bowl and a specially crafted energy pill. Placing it in front of her, Jia Xiaoya quickly wiped her tears and stood up. Uncle, I am not a beggar. You refrained from turning around, deliberately stating, oh, then I shall reclaim the fragrant meatballs for myself. Jia Xiaoya sniffed, the delightful aroma of the energy pill wafting into her nostrils, causing her mouth to water involuntarily. She hastily wiped the corner of her lips, torn between rejection and desire. When she looked up again, you had vanished. After a moment's pause, Jia Xiaoya carefully wrapped the energy pill and, upon returning home, discreetly indulged in it in a corner. You couldn't help but smile. The little girl was indeed quite vigilant. Jia Xiaoya's life had been tumultuous. In under 6 months, she had fled her home 21 times, resulting in a loss of 21 specially crafted energy pills, 6 beef-flavored, 12 donkey-flavored, and 3 lamb-flavored. You once more found yourself at the entrance of that abandoned courtyard, your tone tinged with resignation. Little girl, did you deceive me for those meatballs? No. I was even more heartbroken. Jia Xiaoya's tears flowed freely, appearing and vanishing at will, never lingering. With a sigh, you produced a lamb-flavored energy pill, and her tears ceased instantly. Once she had finished, you said, little girl, let me teach you something, but must not be used for harm, understood? Not even for my grandmother? You paused, and Jia Xiaoya chuckled. I was just teasing you. You departed without imparting the 9 transformations of a Jade Sutra, for she was still too young. Who could tell if her words were truth or jest? In the 22nd year, the decade of promise drew near. Utilizing the heavenly restoration pill, you had cultivated the divine soul golden elixir within your celestial apertures to the size of a water tank. With 1 more year of arduous training, you would surpass the true chi golden elixir and transition to the blood and flesh golden elixir. Once the 3 golden elixirs reach their respective standards, they could be interconnected, harmonizing the essence, chi, and spirit into a singularity, thus achieving the initial completion of the nascent stage. At that juncture, the cultivation of the divine Xia Thunder Sword will commence. Before the dilapidated courtyard, which you have acquired but left unfurnished, it has become a place for Jia Xiaoya's lamentations. You extend a package containing 30 meatballs towards her, advising little one, take your time with these meatballs. Do not consume them all at once, lest your stomach cannot bear it. Jia Xiaoya panics instantly. Uncle, are you departing? I no longer wish to eat your meatballs. You clarify. Uncle must attend to some matters, and I shall return in no less than 3 months, at most 6. You allocate ample time for your return, fearing that the little girl may worry if you do not return promptly. Uncle, can you take me along with you? She implores. Your expression darkens. Are you not afraid that I may be a kidnapper? With narrowed eyes resembling crescent moons, Jia Xiaoya responds, I am not afraid. Even if you were a kidnapper, I would still choose to follow you, as long as you do not abduct other children. You find yourself somewhat speechless. What your father? You are aware that her mother and grandmother possess a bias towards males, yet her father manages to maintain a semblance of neutrality. Indeed, she hesitates. You smile and swiftly vanish into the streets. To evade the grasp of the town exorcism bureau, you practice the divine soul golden elixir during the day and set off at night. After nearly a month of this nocturnal regimen, you finally arrive in Izhou. Residing in Izhou is your 3rd senior brother, Luo Shi. Upon your arrival, most of your fellow disciples have already gathered, engaged in lively discussions. Baizhong beams upon seeing you, particularly delighted. He has similarly cultivated the same technique and has just managed to break through to the initial completion of the nascent stage, unifying the essence, chi, and spirit. Each move he makes emanates a powerful triad of soul, true chi, and flesh. Moreover, an ethereal force from the cosmos further empowers him, a presence both elusive and difficult to discern, yet ancient, vast, mysterious, and omnipresent. Your heart swells with anticipation, yearning to enter seclusion and devote yourself to rigorous practice. When the appointed time arrives, you and the others prepare to greet at the city gates, only to discover that your master has come personally, holding aloft a dragon whisker golden python as thick as a thumb. Luo Shi takes the serpent, exclaiming, "Master, this snake must weigh at least 16 pounds. You are taken aback. The snake appears to weigh no more than a pound, yet it evidently possesses an extraordinary weight. Luo Shi personally leads the effort to process the snake, as ordinary individuals would likely struggle with such a task. You begin to discuss the events of the past decade. Suddenly, Huang Yuan remarks, "As I traverse the vast expanse of the Qian, I find myself yearning to venture into the seas, having never done so before. Perhaps in the next decade, we can gather once more, dear brothers." After a decade of companionship, you are well aware that Huang Yuan harbors no fear of water. Yet he has never considered embarking on a journey to seek immortals or explore the Tao. Your curiosity piques, prompting you to voice your inner queries. Huang Yuan shakes his head, his brow furrowed in perplexity, reflecting a shared sense of confusion. The others, intrigued, suggest preparing nautical charts, acquiring a compass, and constructing a sturdy vessel capable of withstanding turbulent seas. By the time Luo Shi arrives, carrying succulent snake meat and delectable dishes, the plan appears nearly finalized. Luo Shi, in a flurry of urgency, exclaims, "Master, you must take me with you on this voyage. I may not boast of many skills, but my culinary prowess is unparalleled." Laughter ensues as the group begins to feast, and a timeline is ultimately established. 3 years hence, they shall set sail to explore renowned mountains. Chapter 47. Setting Sail. Amidst dining, drinking, swordplay, philosophical discussions, and casual banter, the bonds of camaraderie deepen over the course of a month. You observe quietly, noting no signs of anyone succumbing to darkness or harboring malevolent intentions. Even Zhang Ding, who previously conspired with malevolent forces, now presents himself as a chivalrous warrior. Of course, appearances can be deceiving. After bidding farewell to the group, you return to Yangzhou with Zhang Ding. Upon hearing of your being pursued by the town Evil Control Bureau, he expresses a desire to lure out a few adversaries to exact vengeance. You decline his proposition. Zhang Ding, frustrated, laments, "Those corrupt officials are utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. Only through instilling fear will they learn to behave." You travel by night and rest during the day, engaging in duels. You ascertain that Zhang Ding has reached the 13th channel in his cultivation. To attain the initial perfection of the training realm, one must fully open all 360 channels, and you cannot help but regard him with a measure of sympathy. Unfazed, Zhang Ding responds, "It's of no concern. While you have only opened 3 channels, I have heard that our second senior brother took nearly 60 years to achieve his completion. I am not lagging behind." He then inquires about your own progress. You merely state that you have just begun, choosing not to dampen his spirits. After 2 months, you return to Pingshan County. Upon your arrival, you spot Jia Xiaoyao returning from a neglected courtyard, stirring emotions within you. The following day, Jia Xiaoyao greets you with excitement, exclaiming, "Uncle, you are back." She eagerly asks, "Can you teach me martial arts? I promise not to use it to harm anyone." You entrust her with the 9 transformations of Jade Refinement Sutra. This sutra, a Taoist technique focusing on true energy, nourishes the body subtly without hindering her growth. In your leisure, you recall the memories from your previous simulation and venture forth to vanquish malevolent spirits. Your spiritual golden elixir has finally reached its full potential. You commence your primary focus on the Earth Channel, consuming one of the 9 transformations pills you had previously concocted as your vitality begins to surge. You hastily employ the secret method to extract the power of your life force, continuously channeling it into the Earth Channel. As time gradually flowed by, the vitality within you began to wane. In haste, you consumed a specially formulated fasting elixir, its nourishing essence transforming into a warm current, reinvigorating your life force. Yet, this relief was but a drop in the ocean. The potency of the medicine began to forcibly devour your flesh, incessantly converting it into life energy. You struggled valiantly, consuming the elixir in great gulps. Ultimately, the effects of the elixir were exhausted, leaving you considerably diminished. Fortunately, as a being of unparalleled perfection, your foundation remained unscathed. A moment of recklessness had taught you a lesson in humility. You commenced the refinement of a blood-strengthening elixir to gradually restore your health. In the 23rd year, Jia Xiaoya had made her entry into the Jade Refinement Scripture. Perhaps due to her youth, her cultivation speed had notably slowed compared to the previous simulation, even falling short of Ming Kong's talent. Gradually, you realized that it was not her lack of talent, but rather her poor diet that hindered her progress. Living on thatched grass as fuel, what warmth could one expect from even the fiercest blaze? You began crafting fasting elixirs for Jia Xiaoya, ensuring she consumed one daily. Indeed, her cultivation speed began to accelerate. In the 24th year, you vanquished 2 malevolent entities, and in conjunction with the blood-strengthening elixir, the life energy within your dantian began to hint at a potential solidification into an elixir. By the 25th year, you left Jia Xiaoya a substantial supply of fasting elixirs and a sum of silver, preparing to set sail. Aside from Huang Yuan, your fellow disciples gathered in full force. Moreover, 2 elderly Taoists, one clad in purple and the other in blue, accompanied them. These 2 were Huang Yuan's siblings. The purple-robed elder, Huang Sheng, held the second position among them, his sword intent as profound as the abyss and as imposing as a mountain. And you were certain that the last simulation had witnessed your demise at his hands. The blue-robed elder, Huang Cheng, ranked third, his demeanor somewhat aloof and unsmiling. In addition, a large contingent of fishermen had been hired to embark on the treasure ship as it sailed eastward. The disciples rarely took to such vessels, and each was filled with excitement. Yet, a month later, they were all utterly dispirited. The boundless ocean, an expanse of water as far as the eye could see, grew monotonous for anyone who ventured upon it. You all huddled in the cabin, practicing your cultivation. Suddenly, fishermen stumbled in, exclaiming, "A storm approaches. We must return immediately." You made your way to the deck, where the overcast sky loomed ominously close to the sea's surface, several whirlwinds sweeping through the distance. Before you could respond, the helmsman had already begun to turn the ship around. Huang Sheng, the purple-robed elder, erupted in fury, a mere storm. Who permitted you to turn back? Surrounding fishermen knelt in desperation. "My lord, please reconsider. The storms at sea are unlike those on land. Even a treasure ship would be doomed, and lives would be lost." Huang Sheng was about to unleash further reprimands when Huang Yuan intervened, raising his 9-section staff and reciting an incantation with haste and urgency. His lips parted, unleashing a torrent of words that flowed forth in a manner incomprehensible. The atmospheric pressure around you suddenly escalated, heavy enough to feel as though it might condense into droplets. A tempest arose before the treasure ship, howling fiercely and enveloping the sky with seawater as it surged towards the advancing tornado. The gale clashed with the whirlwind, lingering for but a fleeting moment before sweeping it away into the distance. Immortal, the fishermen prostrated en masse. Huang Yuan assisted them to their feet and bestowed upon them a potion to enhance their vitality, cleansing their internal wounds. The fishermen resumed their control of the treasure ship. Advancing forward, within half a day, a dense fog rose from the sea, and the sky grew increasingly dim. The fishermen, resembling frightened birds, did not hesitate to bow to Huang Yuan instead of turning back. He wielded his 9-section staff once more, invoking the art of wind summoning. Yet, the thin mist continued to roll in, growing darker with every stride taken. Eventually, even your keen sight could not pierce the obscurity beyond 200 meters. Huang Yuan's expression turned grave. He altered his incantation and swung his staff again, conjuring a sea of flames in the air, which ultimately dispelled the fog. However, the water roiled, and dense clouds of steam ascended, once again shrouding the vision of all present. "Brother, allow me to try." The elder Taoist in a blue robe, Huang Cheng, retrieved a lotus lamp from his sleeve, blew upon it, and a multitude of lotus lamps appeared ahead of the treasure ship, forming a luminous path that illuminated the surrounding waters. You widened your eyes in astonishment, although you had received a storage pouch. It was your first encounter with a magical artifact like the lotus lamp. The sword in your hand, designed to slay evil, was merely sturdy and sharp, lacking any further magical properties. The treasure ship continued its journey. "The Dragon King has turned. We cannot proceed." The fisherman gasped in horror. looking to Huang Yuan and Huang Cheng with bewildered expressions, seemingly questioning, as celestial beings, did you not confer? With a lotus lamps shone. The ocean currents appear to have been stirred by an unseen force, disregarding Newton's laws and surging chaotically. You retrieved a cabinet from your storage pouch and hurled it into the tumult. In an instant, the cabinet was torn asunder. The expressions of the crowd turned solemn. Only Huang Yuan regarded you with a peculiar look, sensing a familiarity with the cabinet, momentarily regarding you as a kindred spirit. Chapter 48, The Black Wall. Huang Sheng's face twisted in indignation. A mere stream dares to obstruct me? Do not fret, second brother. There will be an opportunity for you to act soon. Huang Cheng produced a white pearl, channeling his vital energy and casting it into the restless currents, which immediately settled into tranquility. It was yet another magical artifact. You pondered silently whether there were also magical treasures within the storage pouch funded by Zhongding. Your prior inability to discern them was merely due to a lack of recognition. However, observing your senior brothers with their mouths agape, you understood that this was their first encounter as well. Huang Cheng is regarded as the Taoist of multifaceted treasures. You have encountered several challenges subsequently, all of which he has resolved by retrieving magical artifacts. The fishermen have forsaken Huang Yuan, venerating Huang Cheng as a living deity. After 3 days, you have yet to glimpse any land. Before you looms a wall as dark as ink. The lantern summoned by Huang Cheng vanishes into the darkness, emitting not a glimmer of light. Huang Yuan once again conjures a sea of flames, illuminating half the sky with its fierce glow. Yet when the firelight strikes the black wall, it reveals not a flicker of brightness. It is as if a pitch-black barrier stretches from the heavens to the depths of the ocean. Huang Yuan, somewhat unwilling, forms a spell and directs the sea of fire to advance toward the wall. Upon contact, the flames that touch the black wall vanish without a trace, while the remaining fire fails to illuminate the way ahead. What could be the matter? You scan the horizon, finding no answers. After consulting with your master, you steer your small boat closer for inspection. What audacity! A true talent. Huang Sheng leaps onto your vessel, joining you in approaching the ominous wall. As you reach the edge, you draw an ordinary sword and thrust it forward. There is no resistance whatsoever, as if you were piercing through air. However, a tremendous force pulls the blade downward, prompting you to retract it, only to find the sword has snapped. What bravery! Wang Sheng gixknam, unleashing a terrifying aura. His sword intent soaring to the heavens, even dispersing the perpetual mist over the sea to reveal a sliver of daylight. The spiritual energy of the world begins to converge, resonating with a low hum, coalescing into a colossal sword thousands of meters long. The giant blade descends, dissipating into the black wall without a sound, creating not a single ripple. A collective chill runs through the spectators. That last strike could surely shatter mountains and breach cities, yet it elicits no response from the darkness. You furrow your brow in contemplation, gazing at the surging waters beneath you. With a thought, you release your soul's power to probe below. Disappointment washes over you. Not a single fish is in sight. Huang Cheng aboard the vessel brightens, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, my disciple is astute. Allow the old Taoist to give a try. With a wave of his hand, a glass jar-like artifact appears, within which lies a blood-red loach, a foot long. Huang Cheng produces an ancient mirror, performing a spell to extract a drop of water from it, feeding it to the loach. The loach writhes desperately, attempting to escape Huang Cheng's grasp. With a flick of his left hand, he tosses the loach into the black wall, and with a caress of his right hand, a 1-foot radius view of the loach appears on the ancient mirror. The mirror darkens, and 3 seconds later, the loach reappears in the clear waters, vigorous and lively. It worked. No danger lies ahead. The crowd is somewhat exhilarated, yet their excitement gradually wanes into silence. The loach, though vigorous and lively, continues its descent. Time drifts by slowly. A day passes, and the loach remains submerged, gradually losing its ability to move. Huang Cheng's expression grows solemn. That is the blood dragon loach. Even in an airless storage bag, it can survive for a month, full of vitality. Yet, the loach persists in its downward trajectory. After 3 days of waiting, you finally catch sight of a broken sword, its severed end mirroring the fragment in your hand. The broken blade hangs motionless in the water, while the loach continues to sink. The image in the ancient mirror begins to blur. Huang Cheng injects his true energy repeatedly, letting out a quiet sigh. There exists foreign true energy in the sea before us. erasing the seeds of my true energy. The loach continues its descent, the image growing increasingly indistinct. Half a day later, just before the image vanishes entirely, you faintly perceive the shadow of a colossal entity. You cannot discern whether it is reality or mere illusion. Huang Cheng and the others wear grim expressions. Gritting his teeth, Huang Cheng retrieved a fist-sized red firebird, infusing it with a concentrated seed of true energy before implanting it within the creature. After casting the firebird into the black wall, he patiently awaits the image from the ancient mirror. Like the loach, the firebird plunges into the transparent water 3 seconds after entering the black wall. The firebird appears terrified, flapping its wings frantically, yet its body is uncontrollably drawn downward. Huang Cheng's demeanor grows increasingly grave. This is the celestial fire sparrow, rumored to possess a trace of phoenix blood, even more adept at flying than a peregrine falcon. You recall the broken sword in your hand. The seabed across from you seems to possess a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing anything that enters the black wall into the depths of the ocean. The fire sparrow sinks relentlessly until it loses its vitality, the mirror's surface blurring. Despite the firebird's body being infused with dozens of times more true energy, it is only when the mirror turns completely black that you glimpse the silhouette of a gigantic creature. Just as before, it appears both real and illusory, visible only at the moment of culmination. Huang Sheng's face darkens further, his aura radiating power as the sword in his hand hums ominously. Spiritual energy from the heavens surges into the spirit's sword in his grasp, rapidly coalescing into sword energy spanning thousands of meters. This sword energy continues to condense, shrinking from thousands of meters to mere hundreds, yet it persists in its relentless diminution. The sword Huang Sheng wields trembles uncontrollably, seemingly unable to contain the terrifying sword energy. Second brother, I shall lend you my strength. Huang Cheng places a short staff upon Huang Sheng's shoulder, continuously channeling true energy into him. The quaking sword in Huang Sheng's hand steadies, further refining the colossal sword's phantom. Huang Yuan steps forward, gripping the short staff tightly, causing the giant sword to shrink even further. Your curiosity about the outcome of the sword's descent compels you to step forward and grasp the short staff, only to feel your entire vital energy being siphoned away. In a mere 30 seconds, your inner vitality is entirely depleted. Yet, your blood and spirit remain untouched. Not just you, but everyone around is also contributing their vital energy. The immense sword of vital energy in Huang Sheng's hand ultimately shrinks to 30 meters. Unable to compress further. Strike! He bellows, bringing down the sword. Yet the black wall across remains silent and unyielding. Is it a failure? A surge of impulse arises within you, urging you to gaze upon the opposite side. The sea beneath your feet suddenly begins to churn violently. It rolls not merely like a tempest, but as if a washing machine, the sky and sea swirling as if defying gravity. Your vital energy feels akin to a drifting leaf in the wind, utterly beyond your control. Time passes, and you finally regain your composure. A faint glimmer appears on the obsidian black wall, a minor change that signifies a significant progression from nothing to something. Chapter 49. The World of Martial Arts. A chill seeps from the light. In an instant, you recognize that sensation, an aura of malevolence. On the other side of the black wall lies a realm inhabited by sinister entities. Suddenly, Huang Yuan coughs up blood, his vitality waning, his face ashen. The protective spell he had conjured shatters, causing the safeguarded fishermen to tumble into the sea. You leap into the water to rescue them. Fortunately, they are near the treasure ship, and with the assistance of your fellow disciples, the fallen fishermen are quickly brought back aboard. It is then that you notice your teacher and 2 uncles wearing expressions of profound distress. Each of them grapples with shattered resolve, nearly losing their composure. Particularly Huang Sheng, whose murderous intent radiates, his sword rattling ominously. Huang Yuan, pale and weakened, is revived by a few disciples after a brief bout with unconsciousness. Teacher, how has it come to this? Such a minor malevolence. With 13 of us united, what malevolent force could withstand our might? Master Brother Zhang Guang attempts to console him. Huang Yuan, after consuming a medicinal pill, slowly regains his strength, appearing to have aged a decade, and after a long silence, he sighs deeply. I have always roamed the world, aware of the boundaries that exist, yet never felt compelled to explore them until 3 years ago when I suddenly sought to understand these so-called limits. Alas, how ironic it is, how ironic indeed! Huang Yuan exclaims, nearly coughing blood again. But thanks to Zhang Guang and others' reassurances and the infusion of vital energy, he manages to stabilize himself. It is a realization that should have been acknowledged over a century ago, yet has been delayed until now. The implications overwhelming. Beyond the tangible boundaries of the world, there exists an intangible shackle. What kind of power must these malevolent entities possess to achieve such feats? Beyond the boundary lies a realm inhabited by malevolent entities. Does this not imply that humanity exists solely within their confines, much like cattle and sheep enclosed by human hands? The crowd stands in silent anticipation. After a fortnight, a fisherman aboard the treasure ship suddenly transforms into a sinister being. Dark tendrils sprout wildly from his head, reaching towards the nearby fisherman. Alongside the others, you spring into action, and within a minute, the malevolent presence is vanquished. You discover that the true energy of your second elder brother, Bai Zhong, possesses a unique efficacy against the evil. With an equal amount of true energy, the annihilation of the malevolent entity is doubled. This enhancement is bestowed upon one who has fully cultivated the three passages of heaven, earth, and humanity, resonating with the cosmos. A flicker of anticipation stirs within you. Threads of ethereal energy surge into your body, transforming into vital force. Huang Yuan urgently warns, do not absorb that energy. The energy is toxic. Absorbing it will ensnare you in an unshakable curse. Your action to absorb the energy halts as you turn to Huang Yuan. He continues, if you absorb too much energy, once you reach the perfected realm of the passage, you will be targeted by malevolent beings, unable to be killed or eradicated, leading you to willingly seek your own demise. Huang Cheng adds, since elder brother wishes to speak, let us be explicit, lest our disciple's curiosity leads to misfortune. Observing that Huang Yuan has no objections, he points to the void 3 zhang ahead. There stands a wooden door, incessantly beckoning us to enter. One must remain vigilant at all times. For moments lapse could lead one into its embrace during slumber. The apprehensive demeanor of the three indicates their awareness of something ominous. Unable to suppress your curiosity, you inquire, Master Uncle, what lies beyond that door? Huang Cheng shakes his head. Even the old Taoist does not know. However, your ancestral master, great ancestor, and great-great ancestor entered, never to return. Your ancestral master left behind a soul lamp tied to his life. In merely half a day, the lamp dimmed to a flicker, soon extinguished entirely. The prowess of your ancestral master was undoubtedly on par with that of your teacher and his 2 companions. Yet such celestial strength fell within mere hours, underscoring the peril that lurks beyond the door. That door may not even be a door at all, but rather the mouth of a malevolent being, enticing souls to willingly plunge into its depths. Reflecting on the energy you have absorbed, you cannot help but voice your concern. How much energy would lead to entanglement with a wooden door? Approximately 9 portions, comes the reply. You feel a profound sense of relief. After several simulations, you realize that you have long surpassed that threshold, and with a clear conscience, you continue to absorb the energy. The eldest brother, having attained the pinnacle of mid-stage passage, appears pallid and asks, Master Uncle, can we aspire to ascend during the day? You recall Zhang Ding mentioning that the teacher stated there is no ascension, and your eldest brother surely understands this. To ask again now is clearly a manifestation of discontent. Huang Cheng shook his head, declaring, there is no such thing as ascension. According to your ancestral master, the Grand Master was born with a natural Tao body, endowed with extraordinary opportunities, and even reached a realm beyond the Qi refinement stage. Alas, after hundreds of years, he made no progress and voluntarily entered the wooden door. The good news is that the Qi refinement stage represents the pinnacle of this world. One day, you too shall attain the realms of your teachers and seniors without the need to seek out other techniques. The bad news, however, is that the upper limit is confined to the Qi refinement stage, making it quite challenging to eradicate the malevolent entities heralding the apocalypse. Your resolve is indeed steadfast, yet the expressions of the other disciples appeared grim, as though mourning a great loss. Zhang Ding's eyes flickered with malice as he spoke. I always wondered why the emperor sought to restrict techniques and elixirs. Now makes sense. We're like beasts trapped in a cage, while they're the shepherds, suppressing our resistance and leading us willingly into the jaws of their master. Faced with such blasphemous assertions, the fishermen longed to cover their ears, though a part of them yearned to hear more. After all, these are the words of an immortal. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan and the others felt as if they had heard divine music, their furrowed brows finally relaxing. This was soon followed by fervent discussions. It became apparent that the court was unjust. Not only did they impose a multitude of esoteric phrases within Buddhist techniques, but they also established hidden doors in all practices. It was only then that you realized many within the renowned Longfo Temple, the first Buddhist temple spread across the nation, were indeed royal relatives. The higher echelons, such as the abbot and other senior figures, possessed secret scriptures reserved solely for those of noble blood. A flicker of enlightenment crossed your mind. This was the cataclysm that led to the corruption of so many. Unlike the complete moral degradation and slaughter of innocents that one might imagine, Huang Yuan and his companions engaged in fervent discussions, rapidly formulating an action plan. Their objective was to purge the evil and restore peace. Those who contributed would cultivate together. Those who had techniques would practice collectively. If an individual could not vanquish the malevolence alone, then the solution lay in uniting the righteous to eliminate the leading malevolence of the Great Qian. In merely half a day, you witnessed the establishment of a nation-level sect. Huang Yuan and the others were invigorated, growing more excited as they deliberated the steps to dismantle the Great Qian. Chapter 50. The Holy Maiden of Peace. The Great Qian, alongside the divine capital, encompassed 13 states. Coincidentally, Huang Yuan's disciples had dispersed across various districts and counties to absorb the energy of the earth. The eldest disciple, Zhang Guang, was quite strategic and soon proposed a plan for gradual encroachment and eventual unification. You realized that from this moment, they had been plotting to break the internal structure of the suppressive forces, ultimately concentrating their strength to besiege the divine capital. The plan was sound and nearly came to fruition. The only flaw lay in the overwhelming strength of the Great Qian's founding emperor, who annihilated nearly 100,000 elite members of the Taiping sect with a single strike. After contemplating this, you decided to subtly inquire further. Teacher, it is said that the esteemed founder of the Great Qian ascended to the celestial realm over 2 centuries ago. Can he bestow power to hinder us? Zhang Ding was taken aback. He recalled that you had posed this very question to him. Huang Yuan firmly dismissed the notion. Absolutely impossible. There is no ascension in this world, nor the possibility of bestowing power. If there were indeed celestial beings, would they allow malevolent spirits to wreak havoc upon humanity? You inquired again. Is it conceivable that the esteemed founder of the Great Qian is still alive? Huang Yuan shook his head. Impossible. The esteemed founder was undoubtedly a paragon among men. He vanquished dozens of vile deities, and the number of lesser malevolent spirits he eradicated is incalculable. The curses he endured must have been far more terrifying, rendering it unthinkable that he could survive for several centuries. Your brow furrowed involuntarily. If the esteemed founder were still alive, could we contend with him? Huang Sheng, growing somewhat impatient, scoffed. If Long Baichuan were still among us, he would be the perfect one to test the sharpness of my blade. Uncle Master, how formidable you are. Many of the senior brothers coveted his swordsmanship, showering him with flattery. Huang Yuan and his brothers laughed heartily, their confidence overflowing. You knew the ultimate outcome, yet felt powerless to express it. You could only sigh inwardly and redouble your efforts in cultivation. The 3 Huang brothers began devising a formation to seal that glimmer of white light, intending to train a legion of skilled fighters before confronting the malevolent spirits in a decisive battle. Having completed the formation, you commenced your journey back home. The fishermen, struck by inspiration, pledged themselves to Huang Yuan, becoming outer disciples. After 4 months of travel, you returned to Pingshan County. Zhang Ding, shrouded in mystery, brought 2 jars of aged wine and stealthily entered your abode. After feasting, he casually mentioned the esteemed founder of the Great Qian. If the founder were alive, he would undoubtedly not teach his unworthy descendants to collude with malevolent spirits, causing suffering to the populace. You realized that your 2 unusual displays had drawn attention, even from your teacher and others. Without a moment's thought, you spoke. You recounted how, during your incursion into the residence of the governor of Ezhou, you inadvertently overheard him mention that a relative of his had seen a figure resembling the esteemed founder deep within the palace, whose dragon might surpass that of the current emperor. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ding, you commenced your rigorous training. All fears stem from a lack of strength. Once you possess the might of the esteemed founder, what need is there for such considerations? Year 24. You vanquished 2 malevolent spirits, significantly advancing the progress of your vital essence and golden elixir cultivation. With your assistance, Jia Xiaoya's cultivation accelerated, allowing her to enter the realm of flesh refinement. Year 25. You encountered only one lesser malevolent spirit, yet with the aid of blood-fortifying pills, your strength steadily increased. Year 30. Under the auspices of your unparalleled Taoist body, complemented by the modest assistance of a blood-fortifying pill and a trace of malevolent spiritual energy, you have successfully condensed the Qi and Blood Golden Pill. Once the Golden Pill burgeons to the level of the Soul Golden Pill and the True Qi Golden Pill, you shall be able to connect the three elixirs, thus entering the initial stage of the Qi refinement realm, gaining the boon of celestial power. Your heart aflame with excitement, you borrowed 2 bottles of fine wine in Qingyun County to celebrate. Upon your return, you discovered Jia Xiaoya hiding in an abandoned courtyard, her bright, sparkling eyes reflecting a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Upon seeing you, Jia Xiaoya nervously clutched the hem of her garment. "Master, please take me away," she implored. You widened your eyes in astonishment. Reflecting on the past, you realized that most of the time, you had only left behind a silhouette. How had you found yourself in such a predicament with a young girl? Jia Xiaoya confessed that she had heard her father had received 10 taels of silver to marry her off to a corpulent old man as a concubine. In a fit of anger, she had resorted to haunting the old man, frightening him to the brink of death. You inwardly scoffed, thinking, "Ah, what a mess. Not only will you cause trouble, but you also intend to elope with your master." Turning back, you saw Jia Xiaoya's eyes gleaming with expectation. All your irritation dissipated, and you took the time to explain the true meaning of elopement, emphasizing the purity of the relationship between master and disciple. Jia Xiaoya pouted. "But that is precisely what I mean." In a fit of anger, you found yourself momentarily vexed. Despite numerous attempts to reason with her, you found it challenging to manage this headstrong girl. After much persuasion, you finally convinced her to return home, suggesting she refrain from indulging in too many tales. However, the spirited girl became increasingly audacious, creating chaos in the Jia household. In the 31st year, you relocated to Qingyun County and began to monitor Zhang Ding's activities while refining the 9 transformation pill and honing the Qi and Blood Golden Pill. According to your recollection, it would not be long before he was suspected of colluding with or at least tolerating malevolent forces, providing the perfect opportunity to guide him back to righteousness. Jia Xiaoya stubbornly insisted on accompanying you. So you imparted to her the techniques of wind walking and the He family swordsmanship, urging her to practice diligently. After a year of observation, you found no signs of Zhang Ding succumbing to darkness. In the 33rd year, you took the initiative to join Zhang Ding, setting forth together for a decade-long appointment. Although termed a decade, it had only been 7 years since your separation. Zhang Ding lamented his plight, revealing that he could not disclose his lineage or master's teachings, thus failing to gain entry into the Evil Suppression Bureau. It was then you realized he was already a venerable 96 years old, a fact that was utterly inconceivable. He began to inquire about your progress, and upon noticing your discomfort, his spirits lifted. While he grappled with issues of lineage and mentorship, you found yourself a fugitive. Indeed, it appeared that traversing downward was a far simpler path to happiness. Of course, you remained indifferent to such matters. This time, you were to meet in neighboring Jingzhou, which proved quite convenient. Along with you were the 2 brothers, Huang Sheng and Huang Cheng. Especially Huang Sheng, who was exceptionally proactive, successfully replaced a deputy master of the Zhengxie division in Dingzhou due to his formidable cultivation. It is anticipated that within a few years, the Zhengxie division of Dingzhou will bear the Huang surname. Huang Yuan has come this time accompanied by a young girl from Yuzhou named Shi Xiaoxiao, who possesses exceptional talent and is lauded for her beauty, often referred to as a goddess. You have finally confirmed that during the second simulation, the reason Jia Xiaodang could ascend to the status of saintess was due to your orchestrations. After savoring the delectable meat of exotic beasts brought by Huang Yuan, everyone engaged in discussions, swordplay, and revelry. All participants made considerable progress, with the least successful now serving as captains within the Zhengxie division. Only Zhang Ding and you have made no advancement whatsoever. During this gathering, Huang Yuan was elected as the leader of the Taiping sect, with Huang Sheng and Huang Cheng serving as his left and right protectors, while you and your fellow senior brothers were appointed as masters of the 13 halls. Shi Xiaoxiao was designated as the saintess. Huang Yuan urged you to recruit trustworthy disciples, setting an ambitious goal to conquer the divine capital within a century. Together, you all shouted the slogan, Exorcise evil spirits, restore peace. Those who contribute shall cultivate together, and those with skills shall practice together. In chapter 51, those who hinder my progress shall face no mercy. As parting gifts, Huang Chung presented each of you with a wooden statue resembling the three Huang brothers. In the future, whenever you recruit new members, they must burn incense and recite the slogan before these three statues to officially join your ranks. You suspect these statues possess some form of tracking or surveillance capability. The last simulation was likely influenced by these seemingly unremarkable figures. In the 34th year, you dealt with two incidents involving minor evil spirits, which posed little challenge due to their limited strength and the minimal spiritual energy they contributed. Zhang Ding frequented the tavern to establish his reputation, engaging in numerous acts of chivalry and gaining a modest renown. He has recently been attempting to approach the captain of the Zhengxie division, Shi Min. Having once been Shi Min's superior, you are aware that despite his seemingly affable demeanor, he harbors an inexplicable sense of superiority, dismissing even the Zhengxie division's own guards, with little regard for outsiders. You have subtly hinted to Zhang Ding on several occasions, but regrettably, he is too eager for recognition to heed your advice. In the 35th year, as you anticipated, Shi Min welcomed Zhang Ding's invitations with open arms. However, when Zhang Ding sought his assistance to gain entry into the Zhengxie division, Shi Min's demeanor abruptly changed. Zhang Ding, nearly choking on his drink, lamented to you, "That scoundrel is no good. After 2.5 years of friendship, the meals I've treated him to could circle around the ZU Tower 3 times. Not only did he refuse to help, but he also had the audacity to say that I was lacking in courtesy and did not seem like a good person. He claimed that accepting my hospitality was merely out of respect for me. How infuriating. He pays me respect, but refuses to lend a hand." Zhang Ding cursed vehemently for 2 hours, employing a torrent of foul language, his frustration palpable. You felt a sense of suffocation just listening to him. Suddenly, Zhang Ding rose unsteadily to his feet, swaying precariously. "Junior brother, come, let us rid the world of him," he exclaimed. "Unless such corrupt officials are eradicated, the common folk shall never know peace." You were at a loss for words, but managed to coax him back home after much persuasion. The following day, Zhang Ding arrived at your door, carrying 2 jars of aged wine, his expression dark. "Junior brother, I can no longer face the world," he lamented. You listened as he rambled on, and after promising to keep his words confidential, he finally departed in a satisfied manner. Zhang Ding then shifted his affections, setting his sights on Mi Feng, the only female captain of the exorcism division. You couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking that Zhang Ding's judgment seemed questionable. Who is Mi Feng? You pondered. An epitome of beauty, scoring an 85 in looks and an 8 in skills. She had nearly captured the hearts of all the talented members of the exorcism division during the last simulation, had you not remained steadfast. Reflecting on Zhang Ding's face, you secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed safe. As anticipated, Mi Feng did not accept his advances, yet she did not outright reject him either. After witnessing their month-long game of tug-of-war, you stumbled upon a troubling revelation. The materials needed to concoct the 9 transformations pill had been depleted, and the remaining pills were few. Without the assistance of these pills, your training speed had dwindled by a staggering 85%. How could this be acceptable? You sought out Brother Zhang, who, in his exuberance, informed you that he had discovered a way to join the exorcism division and encouraged you to persevere. He occasionally inhaled deeply with a look of bliss on his face. You resisted the urge to remind him, trying to maintain a brotherly bond in the face of such allure. After inquiring about the location of the black market, you hurried over. Upon arrival, the stalls were sparse, and a few vendors appeared lackluster, creating a rather dismal atmosphere. You spotted Blood Bodhi and approached with excitement. However, when you asked about the price, the vendor responded lethargically, still lacking enthusiasm. You silently chastised him for his disinterest and forgave him in your heart. Typically, a single Blood Bodhi would fetch around 200 taels of silver on the black market, yet he stubbornly demanded 500 taels, claiming that the exorcism division's recent rampage had caused a shortage of supplies. The vendor had 3 Blood Bodhi in total, and you ended up spending 498 taels to acquire them all. He then offered you 2 taels worth of tea as an apology. Strangely, a flicker of gratitude surged within you. This despicable vendor, charging exorbitant prices, still sought your appreciation. You also discovered 3 soul-nourishing herbs, a blood soul flower, and 2 century-old ginseng roots in the black market, each priced higher than those in other markets. supposedly due to the exorcism division's rampant activity leading to a scarcity of goods. You resolve to visit the neighboring Jingzhou black market for further exploration. Emerging from the black market, an unsettling sensation of being watched envelopes you. Is it a nefarious vendor or a lurking bandit? A fleeting thought crosses your mind, yet you do not turn back. Instead, you quicken your pace, propelling yourself forward. The rustling sound of footsteps swells from all directions, not a mere ambush, but a well-planned trap. Soon, familiar silhouettes materialize before you, members of the Exorcism Bureau. It dawns on you why the vendors of the market appeared so listless, lamenting the Bureau's tyranny. This was not merely oppression. It was a systematic dismantling of the entire black market, with the remaining individuals serving merely as bait. You halt, retrieving a sharp sword from your storage bag, a relic from your last simulation. White, orange, me, Feng, Rain, Hoping, and Zhao Xiaojian, Deputy Chief of the Exorcism Bureau. Are you truly prepared to engage me? Your voice is frigid, causing surprise to flicker across Zhao Xiaojian and the others' faces, bewildered by your knowledge of their names. Naturally, you refrain from disclosing that your previous simulation had fostered a semblance of camaraderie among you. Seeing their unwavering resolve as they close in, you let out a soft chuckle, shaking the sword in your hand. To cultivate one's path, one must strive. You decide to name this sword Suo Dao. Those who obstruct my progress shall face no mercy. Zhao Xiaojian leads the charge, entering your 20-meter range. With a swift motion, you unleash a 5-meter-long blade of energy into the air, a warning. Approach further. And while I may show restraint, Suo Dao shall not kill. Zhao Xiaojian perceives the blade of energy as a taunt, accelerating toward you, appearing before you in mere breaths. The terrifying aura of his blade weaves through the air, embodying over 30 variations. He maneuvers within the blade's embrace, exhibiting little vulnerability, almost none. Yet almost is not enough. Having cultivated your divine soul and golden elixir, your perception of weaknesses has ascended to a new echelon. In a single glance, you discern a dozen vulnerabilities scattered across his form, most situated on his back, visible yet out of reach. Only 3 weaknesses lie within your grasp. One at the throat, one at the thigh, and one at the left arm. With a swift thrust, your sword pierces forward, its velocity so great that it rends the air, leaving a piercing sonic boom in its wake. The convergence of the divine soul, blood essence, and vital energy within 3 golden elixirs, though not perfectly harmonized, amplifies your power 2 to 3-fold. Swiftly, the strike is faster than a meteor and more rapid than a flash of lightning. Just as Zhao Xiaojian's blade has cleaved halfway through the air, your sword finds its mark upon his thigh. You execute the 7-star step, and in the next moment, you have surpassed him, delivering 3 swift strikes to the shoulders of 2 exorcism guards. As a blade arcs dangerously behind you, you evade it as if endowed with foresight. Taking advantage of a momentary evasion, Zhao Xiaojian swiftly intervened, launching 6 strikes that formed a lethal blade net, effectively sealing off your escape. Chapter 52. Establishing momentum. Ultimately, it was merely a consequence of the previous simulation. Moreover, I had dutifully fulfilled my responsibilities, leaving no debts to anyone. So let it be perish. In the midst of your rapid thoughts, you unleashed 7 strikes with your sword, 3 of which shattered the encroaching blade net, while the remaining 4 pierced Zhao Xiaojian's throat, chest, forehead, and waist. The terrifying blade net was instantly torn apart, and as 4 cold stars emerged, they had already struck Zhao Xiaojian. No! Zhao Xiaojian bellowed in despair and regret, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Perhaps he realized that he had previously held back, or he simply did not anticipate that a madman would dare to kill the deputy director of the Anti-Demon Bureau. Who knows? The anti-demon guards behind had yet to comprehend what had transpired and bravely surged forward. The sword of the path showed no mercy. Where the path lies, there lies the sword. Those who dare obstruct the way shall be slain without mercy. Ping is dead. Mi Feng is dead. Rain is also dead. Over 30 anti-demon guards have perished. Only Bai Cheng, the slender figure who relished cunning tricks, adept in lightness skills, swiftly fled to a distance as the situation turned dire. You began to search the fallen bodies. The deceased were all impoverished souls, lacking storage bags and bearing little wealth. You gathered a total of 42 blood bodhi, 3 blood soul flowers, 3,000 taels in silver notes, over 200 taels in loose silver, and several swords. Turning back to the black market, the stall owners were astonished to see you return unscathed. You calmly announced, "The masters of the Anti-Demon Bureau, lurking outside, are all dead. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Once they settled down to pack their belongings for a hasty retreat, you added, "Outside there are hunting dogs, yet you failed to inform me." Your tone remained tranquil. Yet the crowd collectively froze. They could not help but fear those who dare to massacre even the Anti-Demon Bureau's elite. A few stall owners approached with sheepish expressions. "Hero, we subtly hinted at it just now." You nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you even attempted to extort me." Their faces darkened instantly, realizing your intention to demand tribute. The vendor selling blood bodhi produced 500 taels of silver, expressing gratitude for your life-saving assistance. You shook your head in refusal. "Silver cannot be consumed, nor does it enhance one's cultivation. I do not desire silver." You nearly voiced your need for blood bodhi, urging him to present it promptly. The vendor wept bitterly. "Hero, I too am one who knows gratitude. You saved my life. I would not hesitate to dig up and present blood bodhi to you." The malevolent guardians of the town, more ruthless than bandits, not only drained my blood lotus but also uprooted the trees to use as firewood. How dare they? They could have replanted them. The other vendors lamented as well, their precious herbs also torn from the ground, centuries-old sacred fields laid to waste, and many lives lost in the chaos. Their survival was solely due to the fact that the Guardians were fishing for something. The actions of the Guardians resembled destruction more than mere robbery, annihilating all sacred herbs and fields in their path. Are you certain that the vendors spoke no falsehoods? The Emperor of Deqian is systematically diminishing the strength of the populace. Is this to facilitate the malevolent spirits in their consumption of humanity? The murderous intent within you surged. You accepted the vendors' tokens of gratitude and departed from the black market. You halted in your tracks, sensing a pair of eyes watching you from the dense thicket. The emerging vendors, like startled birds, drew their blades and assumed defensive stances. Bai Cheng, free as you are you prepared to risk your life for the Guardians? The forest was eerily silent, save for the occasional rustle of wings from a passing bird. Your gaze fell upon a distant tree, and after refining your essence into a golden core, your perceptive abilities significantly heightened, allowing you to discern the presence of a person hiding behind that very tree. I shall grant you 10 seconds. If you do not depart, I will fulfill your loyalty. You stood your ground, waiting silently. As the 10 seconds elapsed, you unleashed your windstep and reached the tree in just 2 breaths. Bai Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes darted before he knelt before you. "Hero, the Guardians are unjust, and I have long wished to break free. Please, take me in." His words were earnest, his gaze resolute, reminiscent of the oppressed Yang Bai Lao. Yet, you were acutely aware of his true nature. Since becoming stuck at the pinnacle of the bone-forging realm, he had squandered his days in indulgence, reveling in excess. He sought no advancement, embodying the epitome of complacency, the greatest blight upon the Guardians. Were it not for his exceptional lightness of foot, he would have been cast out long ago for openly defying superior orders. He had previously led you into a trap. How could you possibly trust him again? You are clever. I shall spare you this time. Should you fall into my grasp again, do not blame me for being merciless with my blade. As you turned to leave, Bai Cheng immediately followed. This is a pledge of unwavering loyalty. You couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect as you drew your sword. Bai Cheng promptly knelt again. "Hero, I truly wish to accompany you." Recognizing his past reputation, he hastened to clarify, "With the entirety of Master Zhao's forces annihilated, I am the sole survivor. If I do not perish, I shall surely suffer greatly." Reflecting on his previous methods and today's circumstances, you consider the possibility that he might indeed be an insider. If he were not a traitor, who could be? If he did not survive, who would? At that moment, you found yourself believing him 8 parts out of 10. "Hero, I beseech you to accept me. From this day forth, should you venture east, I shall never stray west. Should you pursue dogs, I shall not chase chickens. If I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down with thunder." A smile graces your lips. Am I to avoid the pleasure houses? Bai Cheng, as if struck by lightning, trembles, his whiskers quivering, and resolutely declares, "Wine and lust lead one astray. I shall henceforth abstain from alcohol." You say no more, tacitly allowing him to follow. The other stallholders hastily gather around. "Hero, we are profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace and vow to follow you unto death." You glance at the stallholders' abilities. Most are merely at the bone refinement stage, with those at the meridian cleansing stage being exceedingly rare. The stronger among them had already been slain. Their professed gratitude for your kindness is, in truth, a plea for protection, as they have been placed on the blacklist of the Evil Suppression Department. Today, nearly a third of that department has been annihilated. They would surely be unearthed if they remained hidden. Having discerned the intricacies of the situation, you recognize their capacity to cultivate spiritual fields and plant spiritual herbs, thus deeming their inclusion beneficial, and you agree to accept them. You begin to recount the sordid collusion between the Deqian court and the malevolent forces that have undermined the world's strength by corrupting martial arts. Bai Cheng and the others transition from skepticism to shock, and eventually to fury. You arrange for them to convene outside the city, encouraging them to share the tribulations they have endured over the years. With Bai Cheng's knowledge of the various secrets known to the evil suppression department, they begin to draw parallels, soon realizing the potential truth of the Deqian Emperor's collusion with malevolent entities. You instruct them to transcribe their martial arts techniques. With your current prowess, you swiftly identify the pitfalls embedded within their methods. No incitement is necessary. Each pair of eyes ignites with fervor, fists cracking in determination. No wonder they have struggled to break through their limits. The martial arts were flawed. That treacherous emperor deserves death. As the moment is ripe, you draw them all into the Taiping sect. Chapter 53. Elder Brother, do not speak ill, exorcising evil and restoring peace, with shared cultivation and synchronized practice. Under your guidance, they ignite sandalwood incense and bow to Huang Yuan and his companions. The wooden statue's eyes flash with a fleeting red light. You sense it resembles a surveillance device more than anything else. You announce the philosophy of universal tranquility and, drawing from your own insights, correct their martial arts. Your mastery encompasses both Buddhism and Taoism, and from a lofty vantage, you swiftly eliminate the errors within their techniques. You also extol the virtues of diligent effort today for the promise of leadership tomorrow, nearly inciting a fervent uproar among the crowd, all clamoring for progress. Even the typically carefree Bai Cheng joins in the fervor, eager to strive and improve. You establish the Qingmu Hall, assigning the first task to the group, to cultivate spiritual soil and plant spiritual medicines, promising to refine elixirs for them free of charge. The stallholder, Niu Dali, generously donates half an acre of century-old spiritual soil to the Qingmu Hall. Zhao Eru, the vendor of blood soul flowers, generously donated 3 portions of 200 years' worth of spiritual soil to the Qingmu Hall. Zhang Sanha, the proprietor of a century-old ginseng stall, made his own contributions. Bai Cheng also donated the 36 techniques of Dongxian to the Qingmu Hall, drawing disdainful glances from the crowd, who questioned its worth. The spiritual soil they donated had been meticulously cultivated over generations. While it may not rival the true value of the spiritual trees, it certainly surpassed the value of the spiritual flowers produced. The townsfolk, ignorant of its significance, failed to appreciate its worth. Ultimately, everyone contributed their meager provisions, save for Bai Cheng. In frustration, Bai Cheng cursed their ignorance and reluctantly offered his entire fortune of 68 taels. You, aware of the true nature of Bai Cheng's finances, recognized that his ability to save such an amount indicated that the Warm Spring Tower had not received new stock. Accompanied by the group, you ventured to collect the spiritual soil, employing storage bags for efficiency. However, upon reaching the final vendor, you encountered a squad of Jinshi guards. Without hesitation, you dispatched them to the underworld. You then led the group deep into the mountains, arriving at a vast canyon. The crowd, buoyed by excitement, began to prepare the spiritual fields while you assisted in designing smokeless stoves. Life in the wilderness had lost much of its charm, and you were determined not to let them suffer from cold, raw food. After months of diligent effort, a small base was successfully established, much to the satisfaction of the group, except for Bai Cheng. Niu Dali, casting a mischievous glance at Bai Cheng, chuckled, "Old Bai, would you like me to relieve your worries? I guarantee a swift cure." Bai Cheng, visibly irritated, retorted, "Go away. Yem me perfectly fine." The others burst into hearty laughter, finding joy amidst their struggles. In the 36th year, you recalled the last simulation, where Zheng Tu wielded a large, malevolent blade, effortlessly dispatching children with invisible blade energy, an uncanny and formidable threat. Now, Zheng Tu had departed, and those controlled by the singing malevolence were unlikely to seek revenge before meeting their demise. You felt that if the two malevolent beings joined forces, your chances of success would dwindle significantly. Upon returning to Qingyan County, you discovered Jia Xiaya practicing her swordsmanship in your newly acquired courtyard, having mastered the He family swordplay. "Master, you're back," she exclaimed with a bright smile. Adopting the demeanor of a strict mentor, you praised her recent progress, emphasizing the need for continued effort, and sent her home. Jia Xiaoya's eyes welled with tears. My parents no longer want me. Master, do you not want me either? Although feigned, her sorrow struck a chord, leaving you with a headache. Such a talent, if not harnessed properly, would indeed be a waste. You promised her she could stay nearby, provided she devoted herself to her training and refrained from indulging in melodramatic tales. Upon learning of your return, Zhang Ding approached with a beaming smile. Dear junior brother, I have finally joined the town exorcism bureau. It won't be long before I ascend to the position of captain based on my prowess. By the way, how have you been recently? Are you certain this individual is merely here to show off? Judging by his current demeanor, he is likely unaware that his entry into the bureau is largely due to your vanquishing of nearly 13 formidable experts. Noticing that he shows no signs of malevolence, you decide not to provoke him. After congratulating him, you inquire about something that has long piqued your curiosity. Senior brother, do you possess any special skills in locating malevolent spirits? Zhang Ding replies with a proud expression, absolutely. I cultivate the earthly, fiendish qi. Although I'm still a bit away from achieving perfection in the initial stage, I can already harness a fragment of the Earth's power. Any fluctuations in the earthly energies within a 3-kilometer radius will certainly not escape my notice. Not to mention malevolent spirits. Even their mere passage cannot elude my keen sight. You immediately shower him with compliments. Senior brother, you are magnificent. Could you assist me in determining whether any malevolent spirits have emerged in Qingyun County? Of course. Zhang Ding beams with delight. At that moment, Jia Xiaoya approaches, carrying a tray laden with a jar of over 30-year-old pear blossom brew and several exquisite dishes. Master, it's getting late. Let's eat first and then chat, she says sweetly, her demeanor charming and poised, a stark contrast to her usual lively and mischievous nature. Zhang Ding glances at Jia Xiaoya, then at you and the dishes on the table, utterly astonished. You have taken in such a well-behaved disciple? Jia Xiaoya smiles with a charming dimple, already showing signs of becoming a beauty at the tender age of 11. As she prepares to pour wine for you, you interject. At such a young age, and yet you do not understand the rules. You are a disciple, not a servant. Why must you pour wine for others? I have not seen your master for quite some time, and wish to converse with him. You should serve yourself, and enjoy your meal at your leisure. Jia Xiaoya takes some dishes and scurries away. You pick up a piece of braised pork, its aroma intoxicating. Neither too fatty nor too lean. With a single bite, you find it delightfully rich without being overwhelming. Just perfect. Noticing Zhang Ding lost in thought, you ask with concern, Senior brother, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? After the meal, Jia Xiaoya practices swordsmanship in the courtyard. The He family's sword technique, which had previously shown some flaws, is now executed flawlessly in her hands, exhibiting an extraordinary level of perfection. Zhang Ding watches, drenched in cold sweat, hesitating to speak several times. You secretly give Jia Xiaoya a thumbs up. As you see Zhang Ding's figure fade into the bustling crowd, the smile on your lips finally diminishes. Just as you are about to return indoors, a sudden realization strikes you. Oh no, I just asked him to help locate malevolent spirits, and now he has left in a fit of jealousy. How could this be? Senior brother, please do not succumb to darkness and put me in a difficult position. Fortunately, Zhang Ding remains remarkably stable. On the third day, news arrived that he had discovered a malevolent presence. Chapter 54, Growth. You follow Zhang Ding to an old residence in the eastern part of the city. The grand courtyard, though imposing, appears to be subtly dilapidated. As you leap into the courtyard, you observe the sparse furnishings, indicating the family's decline. Entering the main hall, you find a gaunt, elderly man seated in a grand chair, his back impeccably straight. He seems to be an ordinary scholar. The old man bows to you with clasped hands, rises, and strides to the center of the hall, beginning to sing. 65 years of hard study, exhausting the marrow and darkening the eyes, shattering teeth and whitening hair, all devoted to the tomes of sages. The old man's verses possess an enchanting quality, compelling you to listen intently. A gentle tremor courses through the Taoist essence at your brow, and your mind clears. You observe a transparent aura emanating from Zhang Ding, intertwining with the old man's recited lines, transforming into a crescent moon of clarity. The more verses the old man recites, the more luminous Zhang Ding's aura becomes, and the crescent moon grows increasingly complete. In an instant, you comprehend that the white aura represents Zhang Ding's spirit. When the crescent reaches its fullness, It signifies the moment the old man will strike. Controlling the malevolent presence requires unwavering focus. No wonder it remains formless and shadowy. You draw the sword of evil's banishment and step forward, appearing beside the old man, subduing the malevolence. The old man suddenly turns, his weathered eyes locking onto yours, brimming with countless untold tales, inviting you to explore their depths. This malevolent entity can even ensnare one's spirit with a mere gaze, dispelling the delusion. From your golden core, a fragment of spiritual thought emerges, transforming into a razor-sharp blade, erasing the delusions that arise in your mind. The sword's aura quivers momentarily, then solidifies into an unyielding mountain, suppressing the old man. Slice. Cleansing evil technique. The sword aura, once spanning 30 meters, condenses to 10. The true energy sword hums ominously, on the verge of violent eruption. With a swift stroke, you strike at the old man's neck, the terrifying energy obliterating the malevolence within him. Zhang Ding, regaining his senses, is astonished and enraged, unleashing the most powerful move from the Taiping Guardian Sword. Amidst the fearsome sword aura lies an almost imperceptible thread of earthly energy. Upon closer inspection, you discern that this earthly energy can inflict quadruple damage upon malevolence. Yet, this thread is finer than spider silk, rendering even quadruple damage somewhat negligible. A meager benefit at best. The old man, with his right hand shaped like a sword, gestures towards the crescent moon above, pointing at you. A sudden heaviness envelopes your chest, and you spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Ding, startled, unleashes a torrent of sword energy without restraint. The malevolent aura surrounding the old man is continually diminished, yet his expression remains unchanged as he again points a finger, without a trace or process. At the moment he strikes from afar, your chest endures yet another blow. Your eyes gleam brighter. The elder's attacks appear elusive and exquisite, yet their force is insufficient, inflicting wounds but not fatal injuries, not even severe ones. Furthermore, as he thrusts with 2 fingers, the crescent moon in the sky seems to be on the verge of collapse. 3 more strikes at most, and it will undoubtedly shatter. You stand upon the 7 stars, moving with utmost speed, yet still unable to evade the elder's finger. The 3rd finger, the 4th finger, the 5th finger. Another 3 strikes, and you spew forth another 3 mouthfuls of blood. Zhang Ding, in a frenzy, wields his sword like a knife, devoid of any technique, seeking only to unleash maximum power in the shortest time possible. Bang! After the 3 strikes, the crescent moon in the sky shatters. The elder's body trembles, and he opens his mouth to begin his incantation anew. Ignoring the turmoil within your body, you take a step forward and execute the barrier-breaking technique. Some malevolent entities possess domains that are exceedingly strange and troublesome. The barrier-breaking technique is specifically designed to breach such domains. It condenses the true energy within the body into a singular point to pierce through the surface. This maneuver requires the mobilization of all your internal true energy, consuming an extensive amount of time. It is a desperate move, one that leaves your dantian empty for a short period if unsuccessful, only allowing you to exert the strength of the bone refinement stage. Given the preciousness of time, you cannot afford to gather all your true energy. You can only condense a fraction into a needle and pierce it into the elder's mouth. A section of his tongue falls away. The elder, unable to utter a word, stutters helplessly. You feel a sense of relief wash over you, yet your true energy surges chaotically within, prompting you to stabilize and regulate your breath for a moment. With your combined efforts, even if the elder regrows his tongue, it is swiftly severed once more. A substantial amount of spiritual energy spills forth, causing Zhang Ding to retreat like a frightened mouse. Unfazed, you sit on the ground, wholeheartedly absorbing the spiritual energy, refining it into vital force to infuse into your blood-chi golden elixir. The blood-chi golden elixir within you expands rapidly, soon reaching the size of football. Although it still falls short of the divine soul golden elixir and true chi golden elixir, with the enhancement of the 9 turns elixir, there is hope to break through to the perfected chi refinement stage within 3 years. Once the last trace of spiritual energy is refined, Zhang Ding approaches with a complex expression. Junior brother, are you not afraid of curses? The more spiritual energy from malevolent entities you absorb, the more susceptible you become to their curses. If the quantity is substantial enough, one could even be cursed in the mid-stages of chi refinement or even earlier. You respond with a carefree smile, It matters not. Are we not seeking to dominate the world and invade the lairs of these malevolent entities? It is merely a means to accumulate strength. Zhang Ding's expression grows even more intricate. That malevolent entity attacked you relentlessly because you are stronger than I, aren't you? You find yourself somewhat at a loss for words, unsure how to console your proud senior. Suddenly, Zhang Ding bursts into laughter. Next time you encounter a malevolent spirit, you cannot keep it all to yourself. At the very least, you must share half with me, so that I too may savor the essence of its spiritual energy. You nod in agreement. 2 days later, Zhang Ding visits once more, inviting you to join him in besieging the Wicked Blade. Without the cooperation of the theatrical malevolence, the blade's attacks become predictable, and within the span of 2 incense sticks, is reduced to ashes. The golden elixir within you has swelled to the size of a basketball. Zhang Ding, now enlightened, begins to seek out malevolent spirits. Finally, with some time to spare, you settle down to concoct the 9 revolutions elixir. It must be said, the bounty of blood bodhi you have gathered is substantial. Combined with the century-old snow ginseng from before, you have successfully refined over 1,209 revolutions elixirs, sufficient to last more than 3 years. You also assist the vendor from Qingmu Hall in producing cleansing and bone-forging elixirs, charging merely 1/10 of the fire costs. The astonishing 90% success rate in elixir production leaves Neo Dali and others awestruck, cursing the alchemist who had once deceived them. Their indignation is palpable, more intense than their previous ire toward the town's malevolence wardens. The crowd is deeply moved, expressing that they had merely experienced a setback rather than a demise, and that many connections remain in other states. Bai Cheng, equally captivated, finds his enthusiasm rekindled by his stagnant state, shamelessly begging Neo Dali to lend him a cleansing elixir. That very afternoon, another voice joins the chorus of complaints. Damn you, Mo Run. I spent 10 years of contributions for 3 cleansing elixirs, and this one is worth less than 1/10 of their quality. Upon witnessing Bai Cheng's breakthrough, Neo Dali first congratulates him before correcting his misunderstanding. Is it Mo Rin's fault? No, it is the court, that damn emperor. The crowd nods in agreement, rallying to chant slogans. Expel malevolence, restore peace. With merit comes shared cultivation, with laws comes collective practice. Feeling their sentiments inadequately expressed, they add a few more lines, with elixirs to share, with medicines to enjoy. Fairness abounds, and happiness reigns. After reciting the slogans, they excitedly rush out, having tasted the fruits of their labor. They cannot let their brethren suffer any longer. Chapter 55, A Fortuitous Opportunity. In the 37th year, your Qingmu Hall has flourished to a robust 126 members, the majority being vendors, along with a few oppressed individuals drawn in by the allure of elixirs. The world is bustling, all for profit, you think, yet remain indifferent. Each month, you dedicate a day or two to selflessly refine elixirs for them, with an astonishing success rate of 90% and unparalleled elixir quality. Your prestige among the people continues to soar. Grateful for your generosity, they present you with numerous valuable or potentially valuable spiritual herbs. More and more families are contributing spiritual fields as well. The hall has commenced the large-scale cultivation of mystical herbs. Your progress in cultivation has not been hindered by these trivial matters. Rather, it has accelerated, especially with Bai Cheng's assistance. You have even begun to eradicate malevolent beings in the neighboring state. Your vital essence golden elixir has reached the size of a half-water tank. In the 38th year, your Qingmu Hall has expanded to 665 members, with your subordinates spread across most regions of the 13 states. These individuals, guided by seasoned veterans, are highly trustworthy. You have selected a few individuals of profound insight to establish branch halls in other states. You founded a grand theater where the tragic tales of your brothers are compiled, adapted, and performed through skits and storytelling. This influence has further solidified your subordinates' resolve against the tyranny they face. In the 39th year, you perfected the golden elixir of vital essence within your earth aperture. You employed secret techniques to connect 3 golden elixirs, designating them as the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. According to orthodox Taoist scriptures, they should be referred to as the formless, the form, and the desire realms. The moment the connection was formed, you received a fragment of the boundless cosmos blessing. More importantly, the integration of the 3 apertures of heaven, earth, and humanity allowed the fusion of spirit, vital essence, and true energy. With a mere flick of your hand, You could unleash a strike that was a perfect manifestation of your optimal state. Your combat prowess has significantly surged. Should you duel with your past self from merely 15 minutes ago, victory would be assured within 30 exchanges. Within 100, life and death would be inevitable. Upon a brief trial, you discovered that the blessing from the cosmos enhances the potency of your techniques by an additional 10%. While it may seem modest, you anticipate that upon fully cultivating the 36 secondary apertures and establishing the 36 heavens, the enhancement will be even greater. The 36 secondary apertures require less true energy than the 3 primary ones, but necessitate the cultivation of a golden elixir of comparable size for completion. You begin your cultivation of the Huin aperture, the initial point of vital essence, marking the commencement of the desire realm. Thanks to your perfected Taoist body, it took you less than 10 breaths to open the Huin aperture and commence your cultivation of true energy. Vital energy surged from all directions, intermingled with a substantial amount of cosmic spiritual energy. With a mere thought, you realize that the blessing from the boundless cosmos is comprehensive, enhancing not only the power of your true energy, but also your innate talent and comprehension. The true energy within your Huin aperture continues to accumulate. Watching as a small amount of true energy transforms from sesame seed to a ping-pong ball and then to a baseball and soccer ball, you find yourself unable to stop. Jia Xiaoya has arrived. It is then that you realize you have been in seclusion for 3 days during this cultivation. After a brief estimation of time, you conclude that it will take approximately 2 years to fully cultivate a true energy aperture. It is important to note that this is a secondary aperture. The Yin Star Sutra exemplifies the principle of gradual mastery, where one must dedicate decades to perfect a single acupoint, akin to the sun illuminating the solar system. You consume a returning essence pill, the pinnacle of elixirs for cultivating true energy. The turbulent true energy surges through your acupoints, accelerating your cultivation speed twofold. It is not that the returning essence pill is feeble. Rather, your Tao body is exceedingly potent. In approximately 8 months, you will fully cultivate the Huin acupoint, filling your heart with anticipation. Master, 6th uncle invites you to gather at the Drunken Moon Pavilion the day after tomorrow. Will you go? Jia Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yes. You nod in agreement. Your swift advancement into the mid-stage of acupoint cultivation owes much to Zhang Ding's assistance. 3 days later, Zhang Ding, shrouded in mystery, lowered his voice even within the confines of a private room in the tavern. Junior brother, there exists a heavenly opportunity. Would you be willing to seize it? Your heart stirs, recalling the last simulation, which seemed devoid of any opportunity. However, during that encounter, he had introduced you to Master Huang Yuan. You express your keen interest with a respectful gesture, complimenting him in the process. Zhang Ding's face lights up with joy, transforming into a broad grin. The great Qian is devoid of virtue. I possess 2 vials of excess elixirs for you. Consume them slowly while awaiting my new updates. And with that, he departed in a mysterious manner. The elixirs are returning essence pills, 10 per vial. Although you're not in need, who would shun an abundance of elixirs? You initially believed that you would receive news within a month, yet you found yourself waiting a full year. In the 40th year, you complete the cultivation of the Huin acupoint and commence the training of a second acupoint. Zhang Ding, with a knowing air, leads you to a modest residence in the western city. Upon entering, you observe a slender figure from behind. Clad in a green robe, their back is straight, resembling that of a righteous scholar, yet you discern a hint of lewdness. The figure turns, revealing a familiar face. Bai Cheng, upon seeing you, widens his eyes and hastily approaches to pay his respects. Zhang Ding quickly assists, saying, "Brother Bai, you may rise." Bai Cheng bows deeply, exclaiming, "Master, what brings you here?" Zhang Ding appears struck by lightning. You suppress a smirk, realizing that the long-anticipated opportunity is indeed you. No wonder your senior brother bestowed upon you 2 vials of elixirs last time. Wait a moment. What opportunity does alchemy represent? Surely, you do not wish for the master to recognize you as the child of fortune, imparting knowledge solely to you and not to other senior brothers. After bidding farewell to Bai Cheng, Zhang Ding's face remains as red as a monkey's backside. You suspect he has fretted so much that he has clawed out 10 luxury villas with his toes. There is no remedy. This senior brother is overly concerned with his reputation. You surmise that in previous simulations, his excessive pride led him down a dark path. Zhang Ding's expression is complicated. So it turns out that the alchemist with an astonishing success rate of 80% is you. 80%. An alchemist? You were taken aback, realizing that his success rate in refining top-tier elixirs was just over 50%. Even Master Huang Yuan only achieved a little more than 80%. You couldn't help but stroke your chin, pondering if perhaps you were a genius. The thought of the Taoist bone at the center of your brow crossed your mind. In an instant, you understood that it was yet another enhancement of your perfect Taoist body. Not only could you discern flaws, but you could also perceive mistakes in the alchemical process, as if aided by divine intervention. Zhang Ding's expression was one of wistfulness, resembling that of a weathered elder. Junior brother, may I ask you for a favor? A flicker of anxiety passed through your heart, fearing that a careless word might provoke his darker side. The assistance he had offered you over the years had long since repaid the debt from the previous simulation where he ambushed you. Deep down, you genuinely hoped to refrain from taking action against him. You spoke. Zhang Ding, with utmost seriousness, requested, "Could you return 2 bottles of Guiyuan Dan to me?" You provided him with 10 bottles of Guiyuan Dan, yet he only accepted 2. In his words, a senior brother should not take advantage of his junior brother. Nevertheless, he resolutely accepted your proposal to refine elixirs for him at no cost. Although it was labeled as free, you were aware that you could only showcase a success rate of 90%. A genius who takes 1 step ahead of others may be deemed extraordinary, but one who leaps 100 steps ahead is either a madman or a devil. With tears in your eyes, you managed to secure 1/10 of the elixirs for your senior brother. To your relief, you noticed that Zhang Ding showed no signs of darkening. Zhang Ding smiled wryly, assuring you, "Rest easy, junior brother. I have always only compared myself to humanity." You nodded in reassurance, yet sensed something amiss. In the 41st year, the Qingmu Hall had already established branches across the 13 states. You had simplified the initiation ceremony, allowing only the heads of each branch to offer incense and pay homage to the 3 wooden sculptures under your guidance. Their disciples only needed to venerate replicas. Even so, you knew there were no fewer than 3,000 people involved, with the spiritual fields spanning nearly 1,000 acres. You prepared to travel the world, intending to incorporate the subordinates of each branch into the Taiping sect. Upon learning this, Jia Xiaoya was so excited that she bounced around joyfully for 3 days. You calculated that the little girl was already 26, yet her temperament was still akin to that of a child, indicating a need for experience. Disguised as a doctor, you traveled, healing the sick and saving lives. You discovered another facet of Jia Xiaoya. She was particularly ruthless towards enemies. Along your journey, you encountered 38 bandits, and she killed a total of 95. The excess were those she interrogated after routing them from their lairs. You noted that Jia Xiaoya's cultivation speed was accelerating. Whether through acts of kindness or punishing evildoers, both seemed to hasten her growth. You began to suspect that she might be a time traveler, possessing some hidden advantage. You remarked on the oddities of change and constancy, mentioning the imperial jade liquid and solitary walks down dark alleys, and she gazed at you with wide, innocent eyes. You recalled the words of Huang Yuan regarding the celestial chosen. They merely needed to pursue their desires with clear thoughts. Their cultivation could soar with the ease of quenching thirst. In the 42nd year, Jia Xiaoya successfully completed her 6th transformation, achieving a superlative Dao body ahead of time. Jia Xiaoya touched the red spot on her forehead, filled with excitement. "Master, the mole on my forehead is identical to yours. He. You thought to mention that the similarity in Dao bone made the difference in appearance rather curious, but seeing her foolishly joyful expression, you refrained from shattering her delight. You entrusted the supreme harmony and primordial scripture to Jia Xiaoya. You noted that the Qingmu Hall had grown increasingly robust, particularly in Gunzhou, where the hall led by Li Situ had welcomed nearly 10,000 disciples, including numerous wealthy merchants and mid-ranking soldiers. Your presence greatly encouraged everyone, and you met with a group of unscrupulous members, ensuring their thoughts aligned with the teachings of the Taiping sect before feeling reassured. You spent 3 days in Gunzhou, further strengthening the ideological foundation of the disciples. In the 43rd year, you diverted to Yuzhou to fulfill a decade-long promise. Many senior brothers leveraged their positions in the Zhengya division to influence the wealthy merchants and mid to high-ranking generals in the city. Only Zhang Ding, content with his role as captain, took no further action. You helped steer the conversation, concerned about his potential descent into darkness. The group discussed gains and losses, reflecting on experiences. Despite the passage of over 10 years, each remained spirited and true to their original intentions. This time, few spoke of cultivation, and even the sword sparring felt somewhat perfunctory. Clearly, Everyone's thoughts had shifted towards rebellion and the propagation of Taiping ideals. Master Huang Yuan crafted a batch of top-tier elixirs for the senior brothers, including 30 each of returning Yuan pills, 9 transformation pills, and sky-mending pills. At parting, Zhang Ding secretly approached you. Junior brother, among our brethren, you have achieved the greatest success. Could you lend a hand to the sect? Zhang Ding was not ill-hearted, but his ambitions soared high, while his capabilities were thin as paper. To suggest he started from the grassroots was akin to a pipe dream. You thought of the initial vendor, Zhang Sanhe, who was bold, meticulous, and principled, yet most crucially, possessed a nimble mind. You recommended Zhang Sanhe to Zhang Ding and patiently counseled him. Senior brother, you are unlike others. There is no need to squander time on mundane matters. You need only to exert your efforts wisely, without the burden of every concern. Those who toil with their minds govern others. Those who labor with their strength are governed. Observing Zhang Ding leave cheerfully, you internally mused. As long as he did not transform into a micromanager, disaster could be averted. That year, you completed the cultivation of the 6 apertures of the Desire Realm and commenced training in the 18 apertures of the Form Realm. These 18 apertures primarily focused on the power of vital energy. Compared to true energy, the pace was considerably slower, even with the continuous consumption of sky-mending pills. It would take a full 2 years to fully cultivate a single aperture. The speed of cultivating true energy is now reduced by a factor of 25. In the 47th year, with the assistance of sinister spiritual energy, you commence your practice on the 3rd acupoint of the Realm of Colors. That year, Jia Xiaoya successfully breaks through to the Marrow Cleansing Realm. By the 50th year, with Zhang Ding's aid, you effortlessly locate and vanquish the malevolent beggar, dispatching his true form. In the subsequent days, you encounter a famished ghost, whose throat is as thin as a needle, desperately crying out for food. Upon catching a fish, he gnaws at it while still howling, frequently choking and coughing. As dull-witted as an ox, you confirm your prior conjecture. The once mighty, possessing a domain of 100 miles. Famished ghost is merely the servant spirit of the evil beggar. Sinister entities can devour one another, growing ever more powerful and enigmatic. In the 70th year, you traverse the 13 provinces of Daqian twice, yet remain unaware of the precise number of disciples within your Qingmu Hall. It is exceedingly numerous. Each time you arrive at the hall's entrance, countless individuals beseech to join, and you personally conduct the initiation ceremonies, their fervent gazes unmistakable, especially in Jingzhou, where Bai Cheng resides, and in Gunzhou, where Li Situang is located, the number of disciples has exceeded 100,000. These are genuine cultivators, many of a considerable level. You have nearly ensnared the entirety of the mid to lower tier practitioners of a province. Qingmu Hall possesses no fewer than 1 million acres of spiritual fields, many of which are situated near the capital in broad daylight. However, these fields have only just begun to yield, their fertility insufficient to cultivate anything beyond the most basic spiritual herbs. You adeptly manipulate your vitality, channeling it into the Baihui acupoint, thus rectifying the final flaw in the golden elixir. You complete the cultivation of the 18 acupoints of the Realm of Colors and begin the cultivation of the 12 acupoints of the colorless realm. Pure spiritual power is infused into the ancestral acupoint, and within 30 seconds, you successfully open it. You then commence refining your spiritual power within the ancestral acupoint. A cool essence penetrates the ancestral acupoint, not only fortifying it further, but also accelerating the growth of your spiritual power. After some calculation, you deduce that, with the continuous support of the Heaven Replenishing Elixir, it will take 1.5 years to fully cultivate one acupoint. In 18 years, you will be able to complete all 36 acupoints of the 3 realms, transmuting them into 36 heavens, thereby achieving perfection in the mid-stage of acupoint cultivation. At that time, the celestial benefits gained will last for 3 years. You begin to inventory the elixirs within your storage pouch. 40 bottles of Heaven Replenishing Elixir, 68 bottles of 9 Transformation Elixir, 92 bottles of Returning Essence Elixir, 96,658 bottles of Spirit Nourishing Elixir, 129,651 bottles of Blood Fortifying Elixir, 356,991 bottles of Qi Gathering Elixir, 1,968 bottles of Blood Cleansing Elixir, 3,698 bottles of Marrow Cleansing Elixir, 9,125 bottles of Organ Nourishing Elixir, and Bone Forging Elixir. The quantity is overwhelming. The more rudimentary elixirs have become increasingly essential. Had Huang Yuan not gifted you a storage pouch with a capacity of 100 cubic meters, you would have undoubtedly been unable to accommodate such an abundance. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction. The sole drawback lies in the fervent aspirations of your subordinates to advance and rescue their suffering brethren. Were it not for your firm restraint, individuals like Li Sitong and Bai Cheng would have already sought to engage with the mid-level officials of the province. You are acutely aware of the terror embodied by the great emperor of Deqian. His might is not that of a single man leading an army, but rather that of one individual equivalent to 1,000,000 soldiers. A mere flick of his wrist could obliterate 1,000,000 troops. The thought is utterly paralyzing. You recall your third master, Huang Cheng, who possesses numerous spiritual treasures. If each individual were to wield one in a range of formation, consolidating the strength of millions of followers, one wonders if they could contend with that ancient monster. Chapter 57, What Uprising? This is the royal army. In the 73rd year, the Taiping sect once again embarks on a decade-long agreement. The Huang Yuan brothers and the Holy Maiden arrive together, all bearing expressions of joy. Every person who joins the sect must offer incense to the 3 revered statues. Of course, the trio is well aware of the multitude of followers at their command. Huang Yuan is animated with excitement. Through collective effort, the principles of Taiping have permeated every corner of the 13 provinces. Our sect now boasts 525 adherents. And once the eastern wind rises, within 3 days, all will be pacified under the banner of Taiping. Observing the skepticism among the crowd, Huang Yuan clears his throat and elaborates. The greatest contributor has been the 13th, whose singular efforts have rallied nearly 1,000,000 followers. The assembly gazes at you in astonishment, yet your demeanor remains composed. The Qingmu Hall is currently in a phase of rapid growth, with the number of its members fluctuating daily. Across the 13 provinces, it is impossible to conduct ceremonies to induct new members. The rate of growth among the followers surpasses that of chives sprouting anew. The count has likely exceeded 2 million. While this may seem a modest number, nearly 1,000,000 skilled practitioners, with slight training, could easily breach the divine capital. Were it not for the apprehension of the great emperor of Deqian, you would have long since decimated those royal sycophants aligned with evil. As you witness the exuberance of those envisioning expansion and military prowess to combat malevolent forces, you feel compelled to temper their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. The Dog Emperor kneels silently outside the Huazong Palace for the duration of a tea's brewing, each first day of the month. On one occasion, a palace maid inadvertently glimpsed the face of the reclusive figure within, finding it identical to that of the great emperor depicted on canvas. The ancient wretch has survived all these years. I suspect he has transcended to a higher level, having broken through the realm of training. If we aspire to seize the divine capital, it would be prudent to establish a formidable killing formation. Without waiting for that old wretch to emerge, we should strike the palace directly. You intend to amalgamate intelligence gathered from the divine capital with a touch of reasonable speculation, yearning for a saturation attack. Huang Sheng scoffs, dismissing the notion of the great emperor of Deqian, declaring his intention to venture to Huazong Palace next month to ascertain the true extent of his capabilities. Fortunately, Huang Yuan and his companions possess a sense of the bigger picture and patiently counsel him. The dissemination of peace is of paramount importance, concerning the well-being of the populace. Even the slightest error is intolerable. The speculations surrounding the 13th must be approached with caution. Over 3 centuries ago, Long Baichuan had already attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm. He has held dominion over the world for more than 300 years, possessing countless secret manuals and elixirs, and it is highly probable that he has transcended the Qi refinement realm. Your eyes gleam with urgency as you interject. He has ascended to the throne of a nation and has allied himself with malevolent forces, undoubtedly seeking profit therein. You halt your discourse, yet others have already filled in the implications within their minds. Who would willingly forsake the throne to become a mere hound? Even the proud Huang Sheng falls silent. While he may not fear Long Baichuan, the latter, with the aid of dark forces, is a different matter altogether. In the subsequent 10 days, discussions shifted from swordplay and philosophy to fervent debates on the design of formations. You aptly declare, saturation, it must be saturated. Relying solely on the Qingmu Hall, you possess an overwhelming 99% certainty in breaching the capital. The only consideration for everyone is to eliminate the formidable Qiantaizu. The factions under your command grow increasingly radical. If not for your elevated prestige, they would have already commenced assaults on various provincial governments. Bai Cheng and others begin to extend their influence downwards, resulting in a burgeoning number of adherents across the regions. In the 74th year, the Qingmu Hall has surpassed 2 million disciples. By the 75th year, this number swells to 3.5 million. In the 76th year, nearly the entire Northern Border Army has converted to the Taiping faith, including over a dozen high-ranking generals. In the 77th year, the disciples begin to target genuine power figures, starting with the death of the governor of Gunzhou, followed by the demise of Vice Director Ku Zhen of the Town Evil Office, struck down by malevolent forces, alongside the failure of the director and another deputy director to render aid. Chaos ensues in Gunzhou. You come to understand Lao Zhao. This winter is uncommonly frigid. Your disciples worry for your well-being, and is it wrong for them to provide you with an extra garment? You have no choice but to temporarily set aside your cultivation and hasten to Gunzhou. Fortunately, the celestial demon-suppressing formation designed by Huang Yuan and his brothers is complete, with the 3 brothers serving as the focal point, while the remaining 12 disciples wield the celestial flags to summon the heavenly thunder to vanquish demons. At the beginning of the 78th year, the court dispatches 30,000 Feather Forest guards from the capital to suppress the insurrection in Gunzhou. You simultaneously inform the disciples in various locations to prepare the signals for uprising and organize the adherents in Gunzhou to withstand the initial wave of the court's assault. Should they withstand this first onslaught, the probability of a successful uprising will increase significantly. Li Sithong kneels before you, seeking your forgiveness. You pat his shoulder, refraining from casting blame upon him. His leadership capabilities are formidable, yet his own cultivation is merely at the qi refinement stage, making it natural for him to struggle with controlling his subordinates. You lead the group to fortify the Evil Wolf Pass. As you contemplate the well-coordinated military forces capable of vanquishing an equal number of elite fighters, a sense of trepidation washes over you. On the 5th day of the 3rd month, an army of 30,000 from the court arrives at the Evil Wolf Pass. The troops establish their encampment 10 miles outside the gate, commencing the preparation of their meals. Such distance piques your curiosity. You channel your vital energy into your eyes, clearly discerning the faces of the individuals at that distance. Zhang Jiantian commands Zhao Ergu. All the faces are familiar. Among the 30,000 soldiers, nearly 10,000 are followers of the Taiping sect. As night falls, Zhao Ergu stealthily exits the military camp, gliding towards the gate like a specter. You instruct your men not to shoot arrows, allowing him to approach. Upon seeing you, Zhao Ergu bows deeply, his face alight with joy. Home Master, I have finally seen you. Through Zhao Ergu's account, you learn that the Yulin guards outside are all your own people. They maintain their distance of 10 miles, fearing friendly fire. Huang Yuan and the others gaze at you with newfound respect. After all, this is the Yulin Guards, an army directly under the Emperor's command, and you have managed to recruit 30,000 of them. Zhao Ergu adds that it is not merely 30,000, aside from the Grand General and 2 other generals. The entire force of 100,000, including the Middle General, is comprised of your own men. You contemplate a cautious approach, leading the newly joined Yulin Guards, determined to wait for the remaining followers from the provinces for 10 days. When you finally march your forces to attack the capital, the gates of the formidable passes along the way open wide, the defenders preparing sumptuous feasts and fine wines to welcome you. Huang Yuan and the others regard you with even greater astonishment. With such strength, why remain so composed? As you progress, your army swells in numbers, yet not a single arrow is loosed. Upon reaching the capital, you discover that 4 additional armies, all composed of Qingmu Hall followers, have assembled nearby. The commanding officer atop the city walls, upon witnessing your preparations for the siege, discreetly ties a piece of yellow cloth around his arm. Turning around, you see that all those beside him have similarly adorned their arms. Before you can even issue a command, the soldiers adorned with yellow cloth have already opened the city gates. Were it not for the familiarity you have with many of them, you might think that your signal had been deciphered, and they were plotting to encircle and eliminate you. You sense that inciting a rebellion is not an insurmountable task. In truth, this cannot even be termed a rebellion. It is simply the suffering of the world under the oppressive rule of the tyrant. And you are the herald of salvation. Chapter 58, Saturation Attack. You understand that in critical moments, one must exercise utmost caution. Among the various armies, you select 3,000 elite soldiers, ensuring that military discipline is meticulously established before entering the capital. The streets are sparsely populated, Yet the grandeur of the surrounding architecture reveals the former prosperity of the city. Countless individuals, upon seeing you, erupt in joyful exclamations of Hall Master. Were it not for your organization, each one of them would have already joined the ranks of the army. Generally speaking, rebellion requires a ruthless resolve. Otherwise, one cannot suppress the guilt within. However, the people bear no such burden, their faces alight with joy. Did you not witness the jubilant cheers echoing throughout? You are the champions of righteousness, encircling the palace walls with your formidable army. The old emperor stands atop the city walls, his eyes ablaze with fury. You command the eager troops ready to set up the siege ladders to assault the city. The emperor sneers coldly, declaring, "Rebellious traitors! Since you have breached the gates of my palace, why feign civility? I stand here today. If you possess the courage, ascend and sever my head." You remain silent as the palace gates swing open with a creak. Who has opened the gates? The old emperor, brandishing the imperial sword, resembles a furious lion. In times past, a throng would have knelt behind him. Yet today, his followers seemed deaf to his call. Even his most trusted eunuchs were expressions of indifference. The emperor, consumed by rage, bellows, "Rebellion! Treachery! Xiao Zhua! Xiao Yi! You two would betray me?" The two sigh softly. "Your Majesty, we are but eunuchs with no desires. Our only passion lies in the profound arts of combat. We yearn to witness true mastery, not the ineffectual trifles presented before us." What audacity! The emperor, incensed, draws his sword to strike. The two swiftly employ their lightness techniques, evading his blows effortlessly, leaving him to swing wildly without so much as grazing their skin. However, they dare not retaliate against the emperor. With a sudden cough, the emperor spews blood and collapses to the ground. The two do not even lift their eyes, regarding him as one would a lifeless dog. Bind him, ensure he does not perish. I require him for thorough interrogation later. After issuing his orders, you lead the group into the Huatsong Palace. As you enter the courtyard, a chilling glimmer darts toward your neck. You, ever vigilant, draw your sword in immediate defense. You do not wield the divine thunder sword, but instead employ the familiar He family swordsmanship. The powers of spirit, flesh, and magic have now fused into one. And with a mere flick of your wrist, you unleash a confluence of these forces. Just as the radiant light is about to strike your neck, your sword barely intercepts it. The overwhelming force matches your own. It is only then that you discern the true nature of the shining light. It is a needle, intricately embroidered. A soft gasp escapes your lips as a shadow flits toward you. You strike like lightning, yet this shadow moves with an alacrity surpassing your own. Armed with the needle, it relentlessly targets your vulnerabilities. In less than 3 breaths, you have exchanged over 10 blows, yet your weapons have yet to connect. This shadow moves like a genuine specter, evading your every attempt, even as you employ the 7-star steps to pursue. Several times, you hover on the brink of death, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. This figure is indeed at the pinnacle of the mastery of techniques. Fortunately, you are not alone. Huang Sheng coldly snorted. A mere eunuch dares to embarrass himself before me, bringing ridicule upon himself. A sharp sword aura sliced through the air. The eunuch, attempting to step onto the sword energy, abruptly withdrew his foot, his body coming to an involuntary halt for a brief moment. In that fleeting pause, Huang Sheng thrust his sword, striking true to the eunuch's heart. The sword energy simultaneously erupted within the old eunuch, extinguishing his vitality. Struggling, the old eunuch gazed towards the door, only to helplessly close his eyes. With a wave of his hand, Huang Yuan commanded the others to arrange themselves according to the rehearsed formation. Within mere seconds, the formation was meticulously established. 12 senior brothers brandished their formation flags. After only 3 flourishes, a mysterious force surged skyward, beckoning the power of the stars. Though it was broad daylight, with the sun shining brightly, stars began to manifest in the sky, radiating a white luminescence that, while not rivaling the sun, still created a dazzling display. The world transformed. Fierce winds gathered dark clouds, and an invisible pressure descended upon the imperial palace. Endless starlight fell, weaving through the clouds like lightning. A resounding crack echoed as a golden lightning bolt rent the clouds, measuring several dozen meters in width, resembling a golden dragon burrowing into the Huazong Palace. The palace's concealed formation was activated, encasing the great hall in a golden shield, akin to an eggshell. In an instant, the shield was shattered by the lightning dragon, dispersing into countless golden sparks. The dragon, now diminished, continued its onslaught upon the structure. The golden radiance erupted above the building, staunchly keeping the lightning dragon at bay. The two forces clashed, and after 3 breaths, the lightning dragon ultimately proved the stronger, breaching the rooftop. However, it had also exhausted itself, reduced to the size of a pinky finger as it crashed into the building. You felt a pang of disappointment. The promised, overwhelming assault had culminated in a thunderbolt that you could withstand. Without a moment's pause, you watched as thousands of lightning bolts descended, merging in midair into a singular, even larger and thicker bolt. "Excellent," you exclaimed. "This is the attack I desired." You strained against the blinding golden light, eager to witness the terrifying elder being obliterated by the thunder. The opulent palace was reduced to ash by the lightning's fury, and in the open space, Long Baichuan opened his eyes the moment the lightning dragon approached. With a sudden gasp, he spat blood before the lightning even reached him. You could not help but feel elated. With his mind in turmoil and facing that fearsome lightning dragon, how could he possibly survive? Struggling against the dazzling light, you beheld Long Baichuan suddenly radiating a dense array of precious light. He was the founding emperor of the current dynasty, having achieved the pinnacle of cultivation centuries ago, unparalleled in the world. What treasures could one acquire with the might of a nation, if not more than just 1 or 2? The radiant treasures shattered, only for a multitude of luminous jewels to rise anew. The divine light of the treasures intertwined with the golden thunder, resembling 2 fierce dragons, neither yielding to the other. The sound of cracking echoed as the remnants of the broken treasures scattered across the ground. Do not hold back. Unleash your full, vital energy. Huang Yuan's previously calm visage transformed into one of immense tension. Even the proud Huang Sheng, known for his indomitable spirit, was now drenched in sweat. You grasped the formation flag from the hands of the 12th senior brother, desperately infusing it with your own vital energy. If this wave failed, the likelihood of your defeat loomed ominously. A thunderous rumble resonated as all present poured their entire cultivation into the formation flag, their collective hatred palpable. The stars shone brightly as an increasing number of thunder dragons weaved through the dark clouds. Thousands of bolts of lightning converged, with a colossal thunder dragon roaring, once again targeting Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan coughed up a mouthful of old blood, trembling as the radiant light enveloping him diminished to a mere fraction. The thunder dragon, far more powerful than its predecessors, tore through the void and crashed into Long Baichuan. Chapter 59. The radiance of the Buddha illuminates all. A cunning tactic indeed. Long Baichuan's eyes suddenly flared open, blood-red and reminiscent of a hellish demon. With one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, a terrifying Buddha light erupted from his being. With a resounding boom, the Buddha light surged skyward, directly repelling the thunderbolts above. Huang Yuan and the others, their expressions drastically altered, invoked secret techniques to extract every ounce of vital energy from within and poured it into the formation flag. The storm clouds above churned violently, lightning crackling as it prepared to give birth to new thunderbolts. However, the earlier Buddha light, akin to a fierce dragon, obliterated the previous thunder, its residual force shredding the dark clouds. With explosive sounds, the formation flag in your grasp shattered into powder. The lingering energy in the starry sky penetrated through the formation flag, sweeping through your internal organs. Your meticulously refined meridians felt as if ravaged by a tempest. Your internal organs violently shaken and ruptured. Only the 3 brothers, Huang Yuan, managed to withstand this onslaught, relying on their formidable cultivation. Long Baichuan fared no better. Already consumed by madness and severely injured, this latest eruption left his face ashen, collapsing to the ground. "Dog thief, come and meet your end." Huang Sheng, blood trickling from his lips, summoned his last breath to strike at Long Baichuan. Countless sword energies buzzed ominously, even from a distance of 10 meters. The sharpness of the blades could be felt slicing through your skin. Long Baichuan, his expression calm, extended a finger, and the golden Buddha light radiated forth, rendering the heavens' sword energies formless. Feeling a surge of anxiety, you hastily began to regulate your breath. As you closed your eyes and sensed the situation, despair washed over you. Your internal organs lay shattered, the lower dantian destroyed, and the middle dantian severely compromised, with only the upper dantian remaining relatively intact. The most tragic fate was reserved for your meridians, of which more than half lay in ruins. Without meridians, One cannot regulate their breath, nor can they move, akin to being lifeless. You attempt to summon the ethereal power from your upper dantian, striving to mend the severed meridians, but it is a colossal endeavor, impossible to accomplish in a brief span. Utilizing your spiritual essence as a bridge, you replace the broken meridians, establishing a connection among various parts of your body. Managing to rise, albeit with difficulty. Observing your fellow disciples. Many appear in even worse conditions than yourself, with the exception of the 12th brother, who holds the formation flag unscathed. Only the first and second brothers can stand, albeit precariously. A howling gale rages as Huang Yuan, employing his incantation, orchestrates 9 fiery crows into a blazing formation, incessantly unleashing fireballs towards Long Baichuan. Meanwhile, Huang Cheng manipulates 2 serpent-like treasures to assault Long Baichuan's lower defenses. Their coordination is impeccable, leaving scarcely any openings in their attacks. Yet, Long Baichuan dismisses their lethal intents with a mere gesture of his finger, an indication of his unfathomable power. Were it not for his disheveled appearance, one might assume he was languidly strolling. Huang Sheng stands to the side, accumulating true qi as his sword hums ominously, drawing spirals of spiritual energy towards it with reckless abandon. A sword aura, stretching thousands of meters, pierces the heavens, gradually condensing into a more compact form, exuding an increasingly perilous aura. Just as you believe a single stroke could determine the fate of the realm, Long Baichuan chuckles. I await the restoration of my power. What do you await? That clumsy display of sword aura? His tone drips with disdain, utterly disregarding the gathered multitude. Yet he possesses the credentials to do so. A chill surges from your tailbone, racing towards the crown of your head. Gritting your teeth, you brandish your sword and charge forward. Even in death, you resolve to perish on the path of progress. With a decisive slash, Huang Sheng ceases to condense the sword aura, delivering a strike with the condensed aura now measuring 1,000 meters. Long Baichuan sneers, his body radiating golden light, which transforms into a golden specter, perpetually expanding. Your pupils constrict. You have witnessed this technique before. Yet the distinction lies in the fact that the golden Buddha specter is not as vast, nor does it boast a great sun above its head. Wherever the Buddha's radiance shines, all shall be reduced to ash. A sudden warmth envelopes your inner essence, akin to iron glowing red amidst flames. Time appears to slow, and an instinctive urge to flee surges within you. You crush the disposable treasure, the falcon feather, previously prepared for Huangcheng, and simultaneously unleash your full power through the wind step technique with your spiritual essence. You feel as light as a swallow, even perceiving the omnipresent winds within the void. With a single step, harnessing the wind's momentum, your form flutters like a falling leaf. Something feels amiss. Not only was it the speed of leaves falling in the wind, but rather the swiftness of consciousness, far surpassing the body, that made everything seem somewhat sluggish. Compared to usual pace, it was at least quadrupled. Yet, it remained insufficient. You disregarded the shattered meridians, exerting all your might to channel your spiritual energy, increasing your speed by another 20%. You floated in midair, the palace receding continuously. And when you glanced back, no one heeded your warning. Perhaps they did not hear, or perhaps they simply could not react in time. The golden Buddhist light emanating from Long Baichuan expanded like flowing water, gradually reaching a height of over 30 meters before it began to radiate outward. The fire crow and 2 serpent treasures at the forefront were reduced to ashes in an instant by the Buddhist light. As the light continued to spread, it touched the 1,000-meter sword energy, causing it to tremble slightly before being consumed into nothingness. Huang Sheng's sword, aimed at Long Baichuan's throat, disintegrated into ash inch by inch, followed by the hand that wielded it. You caught a glimpse of terror slowly manifesting on his face. His brow quivered, and his body tilted back slightly, before he too was turned to dust. The Buddhist light flowed like water. It was not that the speed of the light was slow, but that your consciousness was accelerated, rendering everything else seemingly languid. You observed Huang Yuan still manipulating the fire crow, and Huang Cheng fumbling with his treasure, their reaction time significantly lagging behind Huang Sheng's. It was only when the power of the Buddhist light enveloped them that they finally reacted. Both activated their falcon feathers, barely managing to drift away before the light caught up with them. Many senior brothers lay half-conscious on the ground, unresponsive as they were turned to ash. Even the 12th senior brother, whose body remained intact, merely turned slightly before vanishing from sight. Your body continued to soar backward, the golden Buddhist light surging like a tide in pursuit. Those along your path were all consumed by the light, leaving no one unscathed, be it the Taiping cultists, palace maids, eunuchs, the old emperor, or innocent civilians. Even the pavilions and towers were reduced to ashes by the Buddhist light, unable to withstand even a fraction of its might. It was far more domineering than what you had witnessed in the previous simulation. Your forehead grew increasingly hot as your spiritual energy burned fiercely. You entered a state of hyperconsciousness, fleeing at full force outside the city. In an instant, you flew over 100 meters beyond the city wall. It was at that very moment that the Buddhist light illuminated the area outside the city, and millions of Taiping troops were reduced to dust. Chapter 60, A Century's End. Your mind was a blank slate. The last thought was a relief that you had sent Jia Xiaoya to Jiaozhou. Otherwise, you too would have perished here today. You saw Jia Xiaoya rushing toward you in a white dress, her face filled with terror. How could you be here? Surely, it must be an illusion. A fragrant breeze enveloped you, her soft body embracing you as she wept. How could Jia Xiaoya be here? No, how am I still alive? You turn around and discover that the entire capital has been erased. The majestic city and bustling pavilions have been reduced to mere ashes. Millions of soldiers and civilians have vanished without a trace. It feels like a dream. Only a barren expanse of red earth remains. Master, we must flee. Jia Xiaoya clutches you tightly, her feet swift as the wind, propelling you southward with all her might. The scenery on either side rushes past in a blur. After running 100 kilometers, Jia Xiaoya veers westward, then northward. Deqian can no longer remain. Perhaps fortune awaits into Yuan. For 3 consecutive days, Jia Xiaoya has been fleeing at full speed, as if her vital energy were inexhaustible. You have several times attempted to rise and escape on your own. Yet, Jia Xiaoya has resolutely refused. You are acutely aware that your injuries cannot be concealed. She does not wish to exacerbate your wounds. After another fortnight of flight, Jia Xiaoya finally brings you deep into the Yuan, where she reluctantly relaxes, her face pale. All right, we shall rest here. In truth, Long Baichuan intended to pursue. You would not have escaped this far otherwise. His lack of pursuit likely stems from his own grievous injuries, rendering him unable to chase after you. Now, it is improbable he could catch up. Still, Jia Xiaoya refuses to rest, continuing until she carries you to the northern border, where the Yuan's elite forces are stationed. Xiaoya, did I not instruct you to go to Jiaozhou and command the people there not to act rashly? Jia Xiaoya chuckles. I went, assigned the incense masters on either side to diligently cultivate spirit herbs, and then came to find you. You had excluded Jiaozhou from this operation, hoping to preserve a flicker of hope and spare Jia Xiaoya from peril. Yet, to your surprise, she discerned your intentions and hurried over after completing her tasks. You feel a surge of gratitude. Intense pain radiates throughout your body, causing you to gasp as you begin to nurture your meridians. The good news is that your shattered middle dantian has recovered significantly, and even the completely destroyed lower dantian has seen considerable restoration. The bad news is that your superlative Tao body lacks eyes, causing many of the severed meridians to intertwine. You must sever them once more and reconnect them. This process is excruciating, but fortunately, your soul power has been honed to perfection, akin to a precise surgical blade, capable of cutting exactly where needed. A month later, you finally reconnect all your meridians. You begin to examine your internal organs. You discover various issues, both minor and major, within several organs, prompting you to utilize your soul power to reorganize and transform them. In just 7 days, you meticulously check each organ. You commence the restoration of the 3 major dantians and the ruptured acupoints. After dedicating 2 full months to restoration, you finally completed the repairs. Following a week of recuperation, you commenced your cultivation, absorbing the ethereal energy. After a full cycle of the heavens, a thread of true energy manifested within your dantian. This energy flowed seamlessly throughout your body, devoid of any stagnation or awkwardness. A sigh of relief escaped your lips, accompanied by a smile of astonishment. While such grievous injuries would render others incapacitated or worse, you managed to recover entirely. You understood that this remarkable recovery was attributed to your superlative Tao body. In the vastness of the cosmos, a unique energy exists that aids in the mending of injuries. Little one, how fares the great Qian? You pondered, concerned about the fall of the capital and the encroachment of the great Yuan amid the chaos of warlords. Do not worry, master, replied Jia Xiaoya. The peacekeepers here have received word that Long Baichuan has intervened quelling all rebellions across the states, and has already commenced the reconstruction of the capital. You felt a mix of frustration that Long Baichuan had survived, yet relief that he had not perished. Had he met his end, the entire Great Qian could have descended into utter turmoil, with a potential population decline of 30 to 50%. Yet, with Long Baichuan alive, one must wonder who could possibly vanquish him or resist the malevolent forces. You centered your thoughts and began your recovery. By the 79th year, your meridians were completely restored, and you commenced the consumption of elixirs to expedite your advancement. By the 89th year, after a decade of diligent effort, you finally restored your cultivation. In the 96th year, you perfected the last acupoint within the formless realm. You began to control 3 dantian, sealing the 36 subordinate acupoints. These 3 dantian represented the 3 realms, while the 36 subordinate acupoints embodied the 36 heavens. You merged the secret techniques from the Star Guiding Sutra with over a century of observing the night sky, meticulously adjusting their relationships and distances. A slight deviation may seem inconsequential, yet when magnified across the cosmos, it could lead to errors spanning thousands of miles. After 2 years, you finally perfected the positioning of the 36 acupoints. A gentle hum resonated in your ears, reminiscent of the universe vibrating in joy. A mysterious force from the cosmos enveloped you. Unleashing a punch, its potency surged by a remarkable 50% compared to before. This was merely the mid-stage perfection of the acupoint cultivation. One could only imagine the enhancements awaiting you upon reaching the later stages and pinnacle of this journey. Your heart brimmed with anticipation. You began to cultivate the subordinate acupoints. The late stage of acupoint cultivation necessitated the completion of 3 600 acupoints, symbolizing 3 600 true deities. Under the pressure of the 3 main acupoints and 36 subordinate acupoints, the remaining acupoints would find it exceedingly arduous to coalesce into a golden elixir. You set your focus on cultivating the first true deity acupoint, where the first thread of true energy emerged. Despite the extreme difficulty, and the fact that many have been stifled for years or even decades, the sensation felt surprisingly untroubled. You commenced your arduous cultivation, and within a mere month, you had manifested a golden elixir the size of a ping-pong ball. You continued to refine it with true energy, yet the elixir ceased to grow in size, only acquiring a subtle roundness, a sign of the completion of your spiritual practice. You began to cultivate the second acupoint, and time swiftly passed. A century had elapsed. Through the dual enhancements of elixirs and diligent cultivation, you had unblocked 31 principal acupoints. In previous simulations, this year heralded a deluge of malevolent spirits. You turned to Jia Xiaoya and asked, "Are you afraid?" She shook her head, her gaze fiercely fixed upon you. "With you, I fear nothing." Your heart skipped a beat. How straightforward this little disciple was. You remarked, "The world is on the brink of destruction, and terrifying malevolence will reap the living." Jia Xiaoya stepped closer, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Before the world perishes, can you tell me you love me?" You opened your mouth, but she swiftly kissed you, leaving no opportunity for refusal. Though she had devoted these years to caring for you, stalling her benevolent and punitive endeavors, resulting in her cultivation remaining at the initial stage of the central dantian. You could not evade her advance. It was indeed a sneak attack. Surely that was the case. Time flew by, and nearly a year had passed. The malevolence had yet to descend. Did these spirits only target the Great Qian and spare the Great Yuan? Or did the Great Yuan possess a divine mandate, allowing it to remain untroubled here? You were filled with curiosity as you held Jia Xiaoya's hand and journeyed southward. Chapter 61, Ascending the Throne. You arrived in Bingzhou, where the citizens thrived in peace and joy, laughter resonating throughout, oblivious to the presence of malevolence. Continuing southward, the once barren land had been transformed into an even grander capital, bustling with life, yet still devoid of any sinister aura. You refrained from entering the city and instead ventured further south to Jingzhou, where the malevolence remained unseen. Your face reflected a mixture of astonishment, excitement, and a trace of concealed dread. The malevolence you had witnessed in 2 simulations had not materialized. You sought the local Qingmu Hall practitioners and learned that this year had brought favorable weather and contentment among the populace. "Feng, what troubles you?" Jia Xiaoya asked, concern flickering in her eyes as she grasped your hand. You shook your head. "No, it's nothing." Suddenly, a burst of fireworks erupted into the sky. exploding into countless radiant sparks. Like a clarion call, a multitude of fireworks filled the heavens. The new year had arrived. The sound of firecrackers echoed, and the joyous laughter of children permeated the air. Youngsters ran and leaped, entirely devoid of worry. This year, the foretold apocalypse had not come. Instead, laughter and joy abounded. Jia Xiaoya embraced her waist, her gaze somewhat dreamy. Brother Feng, let us have a pair of children, one named Yi Huan and the other Yi Lo. We shall return to the great Yuan, free from worldly concerns. You set aside your thoughts, gazing into the sparkling eyes of Jia Xiaoya, ultimately unable to resist, becoming lost within them. On the 101st year, you are 118, while Jia Xiaoya is 86. You are united by the heavens and bear witness to the stars as you promise each other eternal devotion. Half a year passes swiftly, and Jia Xiaoya inquires whether you are unhappy. You gently shake your head. No, every day spent with you brings me immense joy. Jia Xiaoya's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Brother Feng, you are not skilled at deception. You open your mouth to speak, but Jia Xiaoya wraps her arms around your neck. Brother Feng, let us return to the capital to seek vengeance on Long Baichuan. A mix of emotions stirs within you, both touched and speechless. To her, it is not an act of revenge, but rather a march towards death. You gaze into Jia Xiaoya's eyes. Xiaoya, I am 90% certain that Long Baichuan is already dead. I wish to see for myself. It is of great importance to me. Will you wait for me here? Jia Xiaoya shakes her head defiantly. No, we are husband and wife. We must live and die together. Her voice trails off, and you understand her fear of recalling the last brutal confrontation with Long Baichuan. If she could rush to her demise then, how could she survive alone this time? Understanding her resolve, you cease your persuasion. You both ride the strange blood steed, heading straight for the capital, ultimately crashing into the imperial palace. Two eunuchs in purple robes, accompanied by hundreds of guards, surround you. Bold thief, how dare you trespass into the imperial palace? Do you not fear the annihilation of your entire clan? Your gaze sweeps across the crowd. Only 3 lack the celestial power of the perfected realm, while most of the guards belong to the bone-forging realm. Where's your emperor? Impudent rebel. How dare you plot an assassination? Who is the mastermind behind this? Speak quickly. The 2 eunuchs question sharply, yet they refrain from acting rashly, waiting for more guards and eunuchs to converge. You shake your head. I do not wish to create bloodshed. I only seek to know if that old scoundrel Long Baichuan is dead. Upon hearing you insult the current emperor, the guards lose their hesitation and rush at you with drawn swords. You and Jia Xiaoya, as embodiments of perfect Tao, unleash a power far surpassing the perfected realm, effortlessly slashing down the approaching guards with a few strokes of your sword. You take Jia Xiaoya by the hand and make your way towards Huatsong Palace. The palace is adorned as it once was, devoid of any sudden ambushes from old eunuchs. The sound of hurried footsteps approaches, yet you pay it no mind. Kicking the door open with a forceful kick, seated cross-legged on a mat, clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe, Long Baichuan sits before a 3-inch tall golden Buddha. He is still alive. Jia Xiaoya's face pales, and she clutches your sleeve tightly. Your heart also skips a beat. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree, not to mention the dragon Baichuan who has proven himself. You approached with a steely resolve, only to find Baichuan with his eyes cast down, utterly motionless. The pressure within you intensified, yet you are not one to be overwhelmed by pressure. Rather, your mind raced, crafting your most formidable strike, the judgment of evil. Within the span of over 50 meters, the sword energy condensed with the essence of spirit, blood, and true qi, as you unleashed a single strike that tore through the rooftop, landing upon Baichuan's neck. It was as if striking steel, emitting a crisp sound. The blade's force continued downward, severing half of the neck, yet unable to cut further. This steel was hardened more than tenfold. Golden blood flowed forth, devoid of the rusty scent typical of ordinary blood, instead carrying a faint, fragrant aroma. It resembled not the blood of a living being, but rather that of a celestial being, as rumored. You stepped forward and struck once more, finally severing his head. Despite having been dead for an indeterminate time, Baichuan appeared entirely lifelike, without a hint of flaw. The emperor has passed. The eunuchs and guards who arrived afterward were taken aback, discarding their weapons in panic and fleeing. They had been subdued by Baichuan's might. Now that he was dead, their allegiance was meaningless, and they fled without regard for loyalty. Jia Xiaoya, filled with concern, lamented, "This is dire. The world will descend into chaos." You realized that when Baichuan had suppressed the various states, they had dared not to rebel. Now that the mountain above them had crumbled, their ambitions would undoubtedly swell. But wait. You glanced at Jia Xiaoya, and indeed found her eyes sparkling, her beautiful gaze fixed upon you. Just as suspected, Baichuan was gone, yet you remained. Jia Xiaoya desired you to ascend as emperor, to bring order to the realm. However, the sheer weight of the endless administrative duties gave you a headache. How could you ever wish to become emperor? Yet, should you refuse, the states would turn against one another, and it would be the innocent civilians who would suffer the most. Just as you were about to acquiesce, a sudden thought struck you, and you erupted into hearty laughter. Jia Xiaoya looked at you puzzled. You embraced her waist and gently kissed her sparkling eyes. Xiaoya, you shall become the first empress in history. Do not refuse. Your benevolence and punishment of evil could enhance your cultivation. Governing a nation could surely elevate your prowess to new heights. Perhaps you might even surpass my own cultivation. Forging a brand new path. Perhaps you could ascend to the heavens, forever becoming a pair of immortal lovers. Jia Xiaoya's eyes gleamed brighter, a spark of enthusiasm igniting within her. Recognizing your own intellect pales in comparison to Jia Xiaoya's. Allowing her to be empress was akin to hitting multiple targets with a single arrow. The young emperor, accompanied by a few loyal eunuchs, hurriedly approached, immediately kneeling and requesting that the throne be passed to you both. He was the son of the righteous king of Jingzhou, now 20 years of age, brought forth by Baichuan to succeed as emperor. Recognizing the inadequacy of one's own virtue and strength, one voluntarily relinquishes power in search of a path to survival. You entrusted authority to Jia Xiaoya, who, based on recent actions, demonstrated commendable abilities, albeit with a slight deficiency in strength, being merely at the muscle refinement stage. Rather than executing him, Jia Xiaoya appointed him as prime minister, aiding in the governance of state affairs. Upon ascending the throne, Jia Xiaoya declared the nation as Taiping and instituted the era of Jinghe. The Taiping sect was established as the state religion, and a martial academy was founded to impart the teachings of Taiping, spreading martial prowess throughout the realm. Chapter 62. The Three Great Pills. In the year 102, the governor of Yizhou and Jingzhou conspired to incite rebellion. Armed with only a sword, Jia Xiaoya penetrated the ranks of hundreds of thousands, beheading 2 leaders, prompting the entire army to surrender. Subsequently, Jia Xiaoya brought the families of the 2 leaders and key generals back to the capital, meting out punishments of execution and exile based on their involvement. In the year 103, the governor of Jiaozhou plotted rebellion, but before Jia Xiaoya could intervene, local adherents of the Taiping sect had already captured him and his family, escorting them to the capital. Rebellions across various regions fell silent, and no one dared to act recklessly again. You breathed a sigh of relief and devoted yourself entirely to cultivation. By the year 119, you had successfully cultivated 506 divine apertures. Despite possessing vast intelligence and having slain numerous malevolent beings, you remained far from achieving the 3,600 apertures. In the palace treasury, you discovered 3 extraordinary elixirs: Fury Pill, Blood Dragon Pill, and Ocean Pill. These could enhance spirit, vitality, and true energy, yet despite mobilizing the entire nation, the principal ingredients remained elusive. You recalled your mentor and 2 esteemed seniors. With their assistance, perhaps the ingredients could be found. You gazed towards a wooden door, standing 3 zhang high ahead of you. Your spirit stirred, as if a mysterious force within beckoned you to push the door open. Beyond it lay the ultimate truths of the universe. Once opened, all secrets of existence would be unveiled. Taking a deep breath, you shifted your gaze elsewhere. The door was peculiar, becoming increasingly irresistible the longer you looked at it. Several times, the urge to disregard all else and push it open surged within you. Fortunately, you managed to restrain yourself. Although you had yet to reach the pinnacle of the muscle refinement stage, you had absorbed too much malevolent energy, and the curse of the malevolent presence loomed. Brother Feng, can you guess what this gift is? Jia Xiaoya, adorned in a dragon robe, held 3 jade boxes, her presence commanding and regal. Yet before you, she remained that same youthful girl. Without waiting for your response, she eagerly opened the first jade box. Ding ding ding. Behold the fabled blood fruit. Your eyes widened involuntarily as the box revealed a fruit the size of a chili pepper, its entire surface a deep crimson, resembling a serpent. This is the principal ingredient for the blood dragon pill. With it, you can concoct the elixir. Next, Jia Xiaoya produced a phoenix soul flower and a millennial mirage pearl. Precisely the two essential ingredients you had been lacking. You are filled with excitement, spinning her around in your embrace, and, after a while, you inquire, where did this come from? Jia Xiaoya giggles. You would never guess where Long Baichuan has hidden these 3 secret herbs. You had long suspected that Long Baichuan possessed these 3 primary ingredients, yet you had been unable to locate them. You pondered several places, but none proved to be correct. With a playful smile, Jia Xiaoya reveals, at Wanshou Mountain, you are somewhat taken aback. Isn't that the burial site of the great Qian Emperor? Jia Xiaoya nods, indeed. 2 grave robbers visited those tombs and stole the Millennium Shenju, which they intended to sell as pearls. They were fortuitously caught by my subordinates and brought back to the palace as tribute. You are skeptical of such coincidences. The tomb complex is guarded by soldiers, making it exceedingly difficult to evade their watchful eyes, even if one were to attempt grave robbing themselves. You embrace Jia Xiaoya, gently kissing her earlobe. She chuckles and pushes you away. You should return to your alchemy. I have state affairs to attend to. You are aware that she has delegated most of her duties to the left and right prime ministers, and her statement was merely a ruse to afford you time for your alchemy. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, you indeed find 3 carts filled with medicinal materials. You begin to calm your mind and focus. You commence the crafting of the healing pill as practice. Once the healing pill is complete, each one is plump and flawless. You then proceed to prepare the materials for the blood dragon pill. You begin the concoction of the blood dragon pill. In the first batch, you produce 8 pills, 2 of which are failures. You analyze the reasons. With the aid of the spirit bone, you quickly identify the issues. You embark on the second batch. This time, you yield 9 pills, yet 3 are of mediocre quality, overall comparable to the previous attempt, prompting further analysis. On the third attempt, the fourth, by the 6th attempt, you successfully produce a flawless batch of blood dragon pills. On the 7th attempt, you again achieve perfection with another batch of blood dragon pills. You have thoroughly mastered the technique of crafting the blood dragon pill. Attention to detail. Throughout the process, thousands of steps must be executed with precision. You have successfully acquired the skill to forge top-tier elixirs. On the 3rd day, you begin the crafting of the Songhai pill. With only 2 batches, you achieve a 100 success rate. On the 7th day, after taking a day to rest and rejuvenate your spirit, you commence the creation of the Fury pill. On your first attempt, you achieve a 100 success rate. Over the course of 10 days, you produce a total of 456 blood dragon pills, 518 Songhai pills, and 300 Fury pills. After a refreshing bath, you seek out Jia Xiaoya, distributing 70% of the pills to her. You believe her cultivation level is lower than yours, and given her years of managing state affairs, it has likely diminished further. You wish to ascend together with her. Jia Xiaoya takes 1 pill from each vial and hands the remaining bottles back to you. As you were about to speak, your word was silenced by her moist crimson lips. Feng, do not utter a word, just love me. You carried her into the bedroom. The following day, Jia Xiaoya remarked that rather than advancing in tandem, it would be wiser to prioritize the development of one, as it would yield greater resilience against risks. You noticed a hint of sorrow in her gaze, for she had already learned of the curse that afflicted you. Despite your persistent attempts, you could not sway her. Jia Xiaoya's eyes curved with a playful smile. I have already located the source of the elixir. Once your cultivation reaches its pinnacle, do you really think I would lack sufficient pills in the future? You consumed a Songhai pill, and as it settled within your stomach, an endless surge of true energy began to flow forth, akin to an unrelenting sea. You directed this energy towards the newly opened acupoints, watching as it rapidly intensified. A day later, you had successfully condensed 1 acupoint. Each pill represented a singular acupoint, and your heart trembled at the sheer magnitude of it all. Were it not for Long Baichuan's stranglehold on the world's spiritual herbs and his alterations of ancient tomes, the realm of cultivation within Qian could have reached boundless heights. Would external malevolence still pose a threat? Long Laogo truly deserves his fate. In the 120th year, September, you had perfected 206 acupoints. You continued your seclusion, striving to attain the late stage of acupoint cultivation within 8 years. On this day, urgent news arrived from Bingzhou. The Yuan dynasty was encroaching, and Long City had fallen. You found this rather perplexing. Although the Yuan were a foreign tribe, they had not troubled the Qian for many years. They had neglected to seize the opportunities presented by the annihilation of the Taiping sect's millions and the confirmation of Long Baichuan's demise. Now, their sudden military action seemed utterly bizarre. You accompanied Jia Xiaoya on a royal expedition. Before your troops could be fully assembled, the Yuan had already arrived. Within a single day, thousands of towering Yuan soldiers, each exceeding 3 meters in height, had surged to the foot of the capital. Each was drenched in blood, their eyes a ghostly white, moving with a rigidity that belied their swiftness. Among them were men, women, and children. Even infants who appeared to be merely 3 or 5 years old exhibited combat prowess rivaling that of seasoned practitioners. Though they were human, they resembled the undead. A torrential rain of arrows descended upon the unarmored Yuan soldiers. They merely waved their hands, deflecting numerous projectiles to the ground. A few arrows found their mark. It struck them as if against stone, easily bouncing off. You seized a powerful bow, infusing true energy into the arrowhead, and aimed at a robust man nearly 4 meters tall at the forefront of the charge. With a whoosh, the arrow flew like thunder, its speed eclipsing that of the other arrows, piercing the air and striking the man's eye before he could react. The robust figure momentarily paused, extracting the arrow lodged in his eye socket and unceremoniously consuming it. A wave of nausea surged within you, astonished by the audacity of Xiahou Bian's outrageous display. Gritting your teeth against the revulsion, you prepared to release another arrow, only to discover a gaping hole in the man's eye socket, revealing the scenery behind him with startling clarity. The previous arrow had pierced through his skull, yet he charged forward as if unscathed. You lose 2 more arrows, striking his knees with precision. Under normal circumstances, a shattered kneecap would render any man incapable of standing. However, he pressed onward undeterred. Not even the likes of Newton or Einstein could contain such a phenomenon. In mere moments, he had traversed several kilometers and reached the city gates. You leapt from the city wall, invoking the divine thunder sword. Your inner energy surged, propelling the blade skyward, as a formidable bolt of lightning descended, obliterating 5 or 6 of the formidable Yuan invaders into mere ashes. Beside you, Jia Xiaoya, clad not in a dragon robe but in a bright yellow outfit, mirrored your actions with her own divine thundersword. Accompanying you were several adept warriors, each unleashing their full strength to fell a number of the Yuan's alien foes. You exhaled slightly, feeling a measure of relief. Though these monstrous Yuan invaders were tenacious, severing their heads and limbs proved fatal. Utilizing the towering height of the sacred capital city, it was conceivable to keep these physically formidable yet unskilled invaders at bay. A warmth pulsed at your brow. Your gaze shifted to the decapitated alien corpse, and to your astonishment, a shadow resembling a human began to rise. The shadow glided toward the nearest city guard, General Wang Jinglong. Oblivious to its presence, Wang Jinglong was caught off guard as the shadow merged with him. Instantly, his body stiffened, his eyes turned a pallid gray, and he struck at those nearby with his blade. Wang Jinglong was not an isolated case. From the corpses of the fallen Yuan invaders emerged swirling black shadows. Some were tall, others short, some plump, others lean, taking forms both human and animal, all lunging toward nearby humans upon their emergence. These are not Yuan beings, but puppets possessed by malevolent spirits. Even when reduced to charred remains by lightning, black shadows still emerged, albeit at a slower pace. Such terrifying malevolence was insurmountable. Retreat. You glanced at Jia Xiaohua, who nodded in agreement, staying close at your side. Together, you repelled several waves of malevolent spirits, employing the wind-walking technique to ascend the city walls, only to realize that the spirits did not possess the ability to fly. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in your heart. The city walls and moat could not deter these sinister entities. They surged toward the gates, brandishing their swords with wild abandon. The sturdy walls began to crumble, dislodging earth and debris. Without allowing you a moment to catch your breath, other malevolent entities swiftly began to stack upon one another, layer after layer, rapidly ascending the city walls. There was no stopping them. Ordinary soldiers were utterly incapable of breaching their defenses. Even if by mere chance one managed to vanquish an entity, it would only result in the destruction of the corporeal form it had possessed, and soon enough, another nearby individual would fall victim to possession. Countless malevolent beings swarmed like locusts, quickly scaling the city walls. You and Jia Xiaoyao began to fight while retreating, yet the space for survival grew ever smaller. You dared not let those shadowy figures draw near, nor did you have the luxury of time to gradually dispel them with your vital energy. There were simply too many. The number of nearby humans dwindled, while the shadows without corporeal hosts multiplied, pressing towards you. Feng, in the next life, I still want to marry you. Jia Xiaoya's face turned pale. Her remaining vital energy was nearly depleted. Though you still possessed a fair amount of vital energy, it was of little consequence. In a one-on-one confrontation, you could extinguish a shadow, but amidst a multitude, you stood no chance. Do not speak foolishly. As long as I am here, you will not perish. You shouted fiercely, your heart aching at the thought of losing Jia Xiaoya. Reluctance filled you. You could not bear the thought of death. With a fierce roar, you summoned another bolt of thunder, obliterating the malevolent entity before you into dust. It's useless, Jia Xiaoya cried, tears streaming down her face. Among the black ashes, shadows writhed incessantly, seemingly oozing from the sewers. You glanced towards the towering wooden door ahead, gripping Jia Xiaoya's hand tightly. Follow me. You leapt into the air, your foot kicking the wooden door open. The entities on the ground leapt and stacked, attempting to capture you. Several hands brushed against your ankles, nearly seizing you. You and Jia Xia dashed through the wooden door, a powerful suction pulling you in, and you held her tightly, fearful of being separated. As if passing through a veil, you and Jia Xiaoya entered another realm. A myriad of auspicious clouds danced above, cranes soared, and the path was lined with precious spiritual plants. The air was thick with spiritual energy. With a single breath, a strand of vital energy filled the meridians within you. This effect surpassed even that of the Canghai pill, which required refinement to harness its medicinal potency. Feng, is this the realm of the immortals? Jia Xiaoya gasped, her dewy lips slightly parted, igniting a longing within you. You restrained yourself, recalling your teacher Huang Yuan's words. This world harbored great dangers. Ahead lay a pool, rising mist curling above it, flanked by 3 peculiar characters engraved nearby. Though unfamiliar, their meaning was instantly clear to you. Transforming immortal pool. By leaping into this pool, one could shed their mortal form and forge an immortal body. Brother Feng, I yearn to immerse myself in the bubbles. My body feels sticky and uncomfortable. You know, Jia Xiaoya primarily wishes to shield you from potential pitfalls. You shake your head in refusal, formulating a spell, and invoke the spring rain technique upon Jia Xiaoya. This is a magic you discovered within the royal treasury. In addition, there exist spells such as wind calling, soil enrichment, pest control, and fruit enhancement. The focus is solely on auxiliary effects, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Old Dragon is truly ruthless. Chapter 64. The Purple-Patterned Immortal Fruit. The celestial realm is vast. Along the way, spiritual herbs and exotic fruits abound, countless in number. Your heart races, more troubled than a eunuch in a brothel. Yet, you refrain from acting impulsively. You follow the jadestone path, passing through a pavilion into an expansive garden. The spiritual energy here is intensified tenfold. Merely inhaling transforms it into a continuous flow of true qi within you. You even suspect it might be an illusion. However, the bone at your brow remains unresponsive. The garden is adorned with an array of bizarre spiritual herbs, most of which you do not recognize. Yet a single distant whiff intensifies your true qi, indicating their preciousness. In the clear waters of the pond, spiritual lotuses bloom, their fragrance enchanting, while spiritual fish frolic playfully. 3-meter-long crimson dragon carp and tortoises as large as grinding discs abound. Do not gaze upon them. You steady your breath. Noticing Jia Xiaoya's cheeks flushed, her bright eyes fixed on you with an inviting intensity. You focus on Jia Xiaoya, your heart pounding fiercely, your thoughts drifting back to that year. You reach out to caress her face, trailing your fingers along her neck, and with a firm grasp. A shocked head rises into the air. This is not Jia Xiaoya. Though the exterior is identical, even the movements are similar. But it cannot deceive someone who has spent decades, even over a century, in close quarters with her. You draw forth the evil-slaying sword, unhesitatingly invoking the divine mist thundersword. Terrifying thunder crashes down from the heavens, striking the pavilion. Amidst the blinding lightning, you show no mercy, delivering a second and third strike. The enchanting paradise before you shatters. The sky turns pitch black, devoid of light. On the blood-red earth, there is nothing. The air is permeated with a foul stench of blood. With your cultivation, darkness cannot obscure your sight. Jia Xiaoya has vanished. You call out loudly, searching around you. Yet, there is not a trace of her existence to be found. From the moment you entered, you have lost her. A sense of unwillingness washes over you. After leaving a mark, you venture further in search. 10 minutes later, you come to a halt, once more wielding the divine mist thundersword. Golden lightning rends the air, bombarding in all directions, after unleashing nearly 100 strikes. The scenery before you transforms yet again. The dim sky loomed above, while clusters of black weeds dotted the ground, the earth itself cloaked in darkness. Not far away, a towering peach tree bore fruit the size of human heads, its skin of vivid crimson, fully ripened and exuding a sweet fragrance. Unconsciously, saliva trickled down your lips as visions of juicy flesh splattering danced in your mind. You hurriedly turned to flee, yet the intoxicating aroma infiltrated your senses, ensnaring your thoughts with a yearning to devour the peaches. In a frenzy, you searched for Jia Xiaoya, but she remained elusive, as if she had never crossed the threshold. An hour later, you realized you had not strayed from the peach tree's domain. The sweet scent had permeated every cell within you. Employing the wind-walking technique, you raced away, sprinting for half an hour. Yet the colossal peach tree stood defiantly before you. Your countenance darkened as the realization dawned that you were ensnared within its realm. You summoned the divine thunder sword, channeling a bolt of lightning upon the tree. A lone peach leaf trembled under the strike, and nothing more. You continued to beckon thunder, bolts crashing against the leaves with little effect. The air thickened with the sweet aroma. At last, you spotted Jia Xiaoya and embraced her tightly, unwilling to release her. The sweet fragrance intensified. Together, you escaped the tree's grasp, finding a picturesque retreat to live a life of seclusion. Then, you perished. In the final fragmented moment of consciousness, you realized you were clutching a peach, inhaling its delightful scent. The simulation concluded, and the results were being tallied. Feng leapt up, cursing himself for his folly within the simulation. The one he sought, who had eluded him, suddenly appeared. It should have been evident that this was an illusion. Ultimately, he collapsed back down, feeling powerless. Having previously discerned the peach tree's sinister illusion and summoned heavenly thunder, the damage inflicted was scarcely a mere tickle. So utterly powerless. The tally was complete. In this simulation, you acquired cultivation, late stage of Qi refinement, 1207 Qi. Techniques: Taiping Zhou Tian Star Pivot Qi Refining Scripture. Divine Thunder Sword, Taiping Cave Profound Opening Scripture, Advanced Alchemy, Spring Rain Technique, Wind Summoning Technique. Talents: Enhanced Root Quality, Increased Comprehension. Items: 1 Purple Patterned Immortal Fruit, 36 Rage God Pills, 68 Blood Dragon Pills, 92 Ocean Sea Pills, 362 Spirit Nourishing Pills, 668 Returning Origin Pills, 566 Pure Blood Pills, 3218 Vital Organ Pills, 6521 Marrow Cleansing Pills, 9682 Bone Forging Pills. You may choose to claim some or all of these rewards. Claim all. With a thought, a terrifying power surged from within, instantly fortifying his physical form and propelling his cultivation swiftly to the late stage of Qi refinement, while the memories of the simulation flooded his mind. Why has the number of my meridians increased? And I have also acquired a purple veined immortal peach. Feng was taken aback, but soon elation washed over him. The world behind the door was suffused with abundant spiritual energy. No wonder those malevolent beings were so formidable. A shallow stream does not nourish a true dragon. A realm capable of nurturing terrifying evil spirits is indeed extraordinary. Even more astonishing was the acquisition of a purple veined immortal peach, a legendary fruit that ripens once every 9,000 years, capable of bestowing one with longevity that rivals the heavens and shares the same age as the sun and moon. Even if one were to exaggerate, surely a fraction of its effect would be remarkable, not to mention the mythical tales surrounding it. Fortunately, Feng retained the memories and temperament from each simulation, forcefully suppressing his impulse. After all, this was something he had seized from a malevolent entity. Who could say if it was safe to consume directly? Without hesitation, Feng initiated a new round of simulation. Simulation begins. You retrieved the purple-veined immortal peach. Inhaling its aroma gently, feeling your entire vitality surge, your spirit instantaneously enhanced, every cell in your body yearning to cry out. You promptly returned the peach to the simulation space. That item was far too treacherous, lingering outside for too long. One could hardly guarantee they would transform into a malevolent being. As a top-tier alchemist, the mere thought of consuming it raw would surely provoke laughter. Your storage space brimmed with an array of spiritual herbs, all of high caliber. You ventured to a nearby apothecary, procuring a substantial quantity of medicinal materials. before taking your alchemical furnace to the wilderness. You discovered a desolate valley, first concocting a few insect-repelling pills and beast-repelling elixirs, driving away all living creatures within a 300-meter radius, before finally extracting the peach to commence your research. You began by taking a strand of peach skin, placing it in your mouth to gauge its potency, then swiftly returned it to the simulation space to prevent any loss of its medicinal properties, before embarking on an original alchemical formula. Chapter 65. The Perfecting of the Meridian Realm. The purple vein peach is the pinnacle of wood attribute spiritual herbs. To harness its full potential, one must employ equally superior medicinal materials. Yet, evidently, you cannot find such things. Even the crimson bloodfruit and phoenix bloodflower, once revered as divine herbs, paled in comparison to the purple-veined immortal peach. You dedicated an entire week to meticulously designing the 5 deities returning essence pill, utilizing the purple-veined immortal peach along with 4 other sub-top-tier herbs as primary ingredients, complemented by over 30 auxiliary herbs. After resting for half a day and refining a few details, you finally took out the alchemical furnace in preparation for the crafting process. Suddenly you froze. The purple-veined immortal peach is already the highest tier of spiritual herb. Who would dare consume such a concoction if it were to be processed in this manner? Surely, one cannot merely lick a portion each time they wish to ingest it. Yet, the idea of crafting another pill left you unsatisfied. You utilized 110 grams of the peach flesh, beginning to purify its medicinal essence. You commenced processing the remaining herbs, eliminating impurities and toxins. You began the alchemical preparation. With your unparalleled alchemical skills and the subtle assistance of the Taoist essence at your brow, you successfully concocted your first batch of elixirs. Upon opening the furnace lid, you discovered 85 perfectly round 5-spirit returning essence pills nestled within. Although the Taoist essence provided aid, your movements were slightly delayed, resulting in the loss of 5 pills. Undeterred, you meticulously placed the remaining pills into a porcelain bottle and stored them in your spatial pouch. After a half-day's respite, you commenced the creation of a lesser version of the 5-spirit returning essence pills. This time, you yielded 88 pills. On your third attempt, you achieved a production of 90 pills, and again on your fourth attempt, you produced 90 pills. In total, you crafted 8 batches of the inferior 5-spirit returning essence pills, amassing 718 pills, which you subsequently renamed as divine essence pills. Your thoughts drifted to Jia Xiaoya, pondering her impending birth in 15 years, and you resumed your cultivation. You resolved to divide the remaining 110 peach meats into 100 portions, aspiring to create 100 batches of the beggar's version of the 5-spirit returning essence pills. With renewed vigor, you took a brief rest before diving into the alchemical process once more. Remarkably, all 100 batches yielded a 100 success rate. Although, due to the reduction in peach meat size, each batch contained only 80 pills, which you designated as 5-element pills. Retrieving the pills designed to repel insects and beasts, you returned to the city to continue your cultivation. You consumed a single 5-spirit pill, and as you began to digest it, the rich essence surged within you like a vast ocean, effortlessly integrating into your energy channels and transforming into your own vital energy. Your progress in channel cultivation accelerated at an astonishing rate. By the time the medicinal effects had fully assimilated, you had perfected the cultivation of 4 energy channels, all within the span of merely 1 hour. This indicated that, if you remained vigilant and tireless, you could cultivate 48 channels in a single day. A faint sense of forgetting something nagged at you, yet it felt inconsequential. What could possibly outweigh the significance of progress? You then entered a period of seclusion for rigorous practice. After 2 months, despite your body developing a tolerance to the 5-spirit pill, you successfully opened the last of the righteous energy channels. With a sigh of relief, you took 3 days to recuperate before employing secret techniques to adjust the positions of the 600 righteous energy channels, a process known as sealing the divine. The objective was to align them with the celestial bodies, thus gaining greater cosmic blessings. Half a month later, as the final righteous energy channel settled into place, your body trembled. A mysterious essence from the cosmos flowed into you. The vital energy within began to metamorphose, transforming toward the radiance of the stars. You speculated that upon the complete mastery of channel cultivation, your vital energy would evolve into celestial magical power. Venturing outside, with each breath, it felt as though you could summon the twinkling stars above, a wondrous rhythm resonating around you. You felt a profound connection to the vast universe and the starry sky. Even a desire to merge with the starlight, to become a celestial body within the universe, stirs within you. The essence of the cosmos is deciphered through the rhythmic pulse at the center of your brow. The heavens are adorned with an infinite array of stars at every moment. Some fade away while others are born anew. How can the mere 48,000 orifices of the human body ever hope to correspond entirely to the vast expanse of the night sky? Your thoughts soar, while your spiritual essence explores the channels within. Fortunately, the 36 heavens of the three realms and their 3,600 apertures align without error. With but a slight modification to your subsequent cultivation techniques, the attainment of true mastery in the realm of apertures is well within reach. As dawn breaks, the resplendent sun obscures the brilliance of all stars, yet you remain attuned to their positions. Silently, you stand in the courtyard, sensing a pair of watchful eyes upon you. Zhang. You recall your recent encounter with Zheng, too, who must have sent someone with an invitation. But you were engrossed in alchemy in the wild, and thus did not receive it. Alas, this time it seems fate has not aligned. There is no need to force it, and you may lend him your assistance another time. As for Zhang, he likely intends to recruit you into the Taiping sect. With this understanding, you divert your attention from that gaze and resume your connection with the stars. As the sun sets and the moon rises, time slips away. When hunger strikes, you consume the pill of abstinence. When thirst beckons, you sip the exquisite wine from your storage bag. For an entire 3 months, you stand in the courtyard, motionless. At last, you perceive the unchanging essence within the celestial transformations. Building upon the foundational principles of the Taiping, Zhou, Tian, Xing, Shu, you create the ancient celestial scriptures. Returning indoors to cultivate, you discover that your vital energy has begun to flow autonomously in accordance with the ancient celestial scriptures, with the remaining apertures nearly all opened. This is enlightenment. Furthermore, the celestial blessings from above augment your journey. The vital energy within you has nearly transformed entirely into celestial magical power. You swallow a handful of 5 spirit pills, and your vital energy surges. Utilizing the ancient celestial scriptures, you transmute them into celestial magical power, systematically opening the remaining apertures. As you unlock the final aperture, a subtle smile graces your lips, not out of excitement, but from the joy of attaining understanding. Just as you prepare to conclude your practice, you notice a slight imperfection within the celestial magical power. A wave of astonishment washes over you. After 3 months of enlightenment and receiving heavenly acknowledgement, how can there still be an aperture unaccounted for? Wait, heavenly acknowledgement. It dawns upon you that you have seen the stars' changes in the cosmos, yet overlooked the ground beneath your feet. This too is a star. Your spirit wanders within, swiftly locating the last hidden aperture. With a soft sound, it opens. The final crucial passage was unsealed, and a surge of vital energy poured in, swiftly transforming into celestial magic, manifesting as a golden elixir the size of a mung bean. The heavens responded, and the starry sky scattered a luminous white radiance. The brilliance of countless stars shone brightly, vying with the sun. Within you, the vital energy had completely transmuted into celestial magic, and your flesh and bones metamorphosed into a stellar form beneath the starlight. In the 66th chapter, The Prophet. In the first year, you perfected the ancient celestial sutra, fully opened all your meridians, resonating with the cosmos, achieving the stellar form and mastering celestial magic. You discovered that the power of celestial magic surpassed that of vital energy by more than 3-fold, and your physical strength had more than doubled. What was even more remarkable was that you had grasped the next level of understanding, intention. The formidable prowess of Long Baichuan stemmed from his cultivation of the Supreme Sun's true meaning. Now, you too possessed a fragment of the celestial true meaning. Although it paled in comparison to Long Baichuan's profound Sun true meaning, it granted you a modicum of resistance. Should you seize the opportunity to ambush him during his seclusion, there was a considerable chance of victory, even if it was deemed unethical. In the face of those colluding with malevolent forces, employing any means was entirely justifiable. This day would be recorded in history due to the celestial river's brilliance. The common folk hailed it as an auspicious omen. However, whispers of a natural prodigy and an unstable throne circulated in the shadows. You paid no heed to such rumors and made your way to the Mingyue Tower, taking a seat beside Zhang Ding. Brother, we are not acquainted, are we? Zhang Ding asked, somewhat nervously. You smiled, fellow cultivator. Have you not recognized me after observing for 3 months? Zhang Ding's expression changed drastically, and he leapt through the window to flee. You form a hand seal and uttered a single word, wind. A tempest arose. The earlier wind-calling technique had only summoned a gentle breeze. Now, with your vital energy transformed into magic and a hint of true meaning infused, it finally bore some power, sweeping Zhang Ding back into the room. Why you? Zhang Ding stammered, his face pale and unable to utter any further words. You secretly chuckled, maintaining a calm demeanor as you lifted your teacup for a sip. Defeated. Zhang Ding returned, but dared not sit again. I was blind and offended you, esteemed elder. Please forgive me. He bowed deeply, displaying utmost respect. You placed a pure blood elixir on the table, and without hesitation, Zhang Ding swallowed it. His countenance brightened with joy, being at the pinnacle of blood exchange. The assistance of the elixir allowed him to mend the final flaw, successfully entering the realm of channeling. Thank you, esteemed elder. Zhang Ding's reverence deepened. You expressed curiosity. Are you not afraid it is poison? Zhang Ding shook his head. With your cultivation, it would be easier to crush me than an ant. There is no need to waste a poisonous elixir. You nodded with a smile, exuding an air of wisdom. Deliver 4 words to your master on my behalf. Zhang Ding, taken aback, inquired, Elder, do you know my master? You chose not to respond, instead producing a 5-spirit pill and placing it before Zhang Ding. This is your reward. Remember to consume it only after you have acquired the technique. Zhang Ding hastily accepted it, asking, may I inquire your esteemed name and what those 4 words are? You decided to momentarily play the role of a prophet. I am known as the Celestial Mechanism Taoist. Simply inform him of the 4 words beyond the 6 harmonies. Huang Yuan arrived promptly. 7 days later, he knocked on your courtyard door. Please. Huang Yuan clasped his hands, asking, should I address you as Yi Feng or the Celestial Mechanism Taoist? You were not surprised that he had uncovered your background, gesturing dismissively. A name is merely a label. You may call me as you wish. Huang Yuan, feigning casualness, uttered beyond the 6 harmonies. You recognized this as a test. Gazing skyward, a look of compassion graced your face. The grandeur of the Dacian mountains and rivers is exquisite, yet alas, in less than a century, it shall be utterly destroyed. Oh, Huang Yuan expressed disbelief. You spoke cryptically, shifting the conversation. Are you familiar with swine and sheep? Huang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Finally realizing that your earlier words about the 6 harmonies were a warning. There are boundaries to the world, and he had never contemplated what lies beyond. Are you suggesting that we are merely swine and sheep raised by evil spirits? You nodded in affirmation. Indeed. However, even swine and sheep can resist and cry out at the time of slaughter. If you and your 3 brothers, along with your disciples, join forces, perhaps you can fight back. Huang Yuan's expression fluctuated, and after a long pause, he sighed, conceding to your assertion. May I ask, do you know how to counteract the evil spirits? Your eyes flickered. To repel external threats, one must first secure the internal, eliminate the traitors colluding with the evil spirits. Then consolidate your strength, relying on the most exceptional talents of humanity to transcend the realm beyond the training aperture. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. And that is merely a glimmer of hope? Huang Yuan, having forgotten how many times he had been astonished, found your words consistently shocking. He was in turmoil, asking, who is the traitor? Long Baichuan. This time, you did not concoct any coincidences but stated the name outright. Being a prophet, you naturally perceived all. Huang Yuan did not dispute the possibility of Long Baichuan being alive, but instead inquired how to defeat him. Recalling the tragedy of the past, you no longer thought of overwhelming him with sheer numbers, but suggested an unexpected strategy. First, launch a remote attack on Huazong Palace, causing it to go mad. Then set up formations on Mount Wanshou. Combined with our strengths, there might be a slim chance of eliminating him. Huang Yuan could not contain himself, exclaiming, and that is merely a slim chance? Is he exceptionally fast? You shook your head. His speed is average, yet he has transcended the training aperture. Huang Yuan remained skeptical. You do not refute. Huang Yuan, sensing your confidence, requests a discussion. Holding a 9-section staff, you cannot help but twitch your lips, recalling how it was not used to vanquish Long Baichuan, but is now being wielded against you. You draw forth the sword of the ropeway, causing Zhang Ding beside you to widen his eyes in astonishment. That sword, I have seen it before. It feels so familiar. The 2 of you engage merely in sparring, devoid of formidable techniques. Yet, even so, Huang Yuan perceives your stellar magical prowess, which surpasses his by more than a fold. He does not comprehend the intent imbued within your sword, though he senses its essence. You do not conceal it, revealing the ancient stellar scriptures in their entirety. Huang Yuan's expression shifts from peculiar to enlightened, ultimately manifesting signs of insecurity. You surmise that he has transitioned from suspecting you of clandestinely learning techniques to doubting whether his own sect has pilfered such knowledge. The truth is oftentimes indistinguishable, with authenticity revealed through superior quality. Upon hearing your exposition of the ancient stellar scriptures, particularly the immutable theory within the realm of transformation, he is utterly convinced. He begins to share the fire crow technique with you, to which you reciprocate with the wind calling technique. He elaborates on the lightning summoning technique, and you respond with the spring rain technique. He demonstrates the bean soldier technique, while you counter with the pest control technique. His countenance reflects bewilderment, while you maintain a stoic demeanor. Had it not been for the few auxiliary spells left behind by Long Laogo, you could have exchanged combat spells. Subsequently, you discuss the realms beyond the cultivation of the channels, presenting the aspiration for the next level, the cultivation of intent. You unreservedly exhibit the true meaning of the stars to Huang Yuan. After a prolonged moment of perception, he is moved beyond words and bows in gratitude. You gesture dismissively, stating, "I have achieved some mastery in the future, yet my research on techniques is limited. I have yet to express my gratitude for your generous sharing." Huang Yuan, rendered speechless by his gratitude, feels that mere techniques pale in comparison to the path ahead. He insists fervently, imparting to you the fire crow array technique, the fire dragon technique, and the ice binding technique. Brother, I have often prided myself on my generosity. Having met you, I now understand the true essence of generosity, and I feel a sense of shame. Observing your profound understanding of sword techniques, he vows, once I locate my second brother, I shall undoubtedly acquire his dragon slashing sword technique. Do not disdain it. Chapter 67. The Four Symbols of Heaven and Earth. The Demon Suppression Array. Huang Yuan resided in your home for a month. Each day, you exchanged insights on cultivation practices. Your foundation is solid, and your perspective is lofty, with virtually no confusion regarding realms beyond the cultivation of channels. The sole deficiency lies in the techniques for cultivation. Huang Yuan, rich in experience and adept in techniques, finds the exchanges mutually enriching. As parting approaches, Huang Yuan is reluctant to leave. Brother, you excel in perceiving the future. Your eyes reflect sorrow as you mention a few times and places of sinister births, followed by a deep sigh. These are merely trifling ailments. 5 years later, Yuzhou is ravaged by a deluge, leaving 1 million victims in its wake. 6 years hence, Yuzhou will endure 3 consecutive years of relentless drought, transforming the land into a desolate wasteland, with corpses strewn across the ground and desperate souls resorting to cannibalism, a sight too harrowing to behold. Huang Yuan is visibly moved. Is this news credible? You merely shake your head in silence. After bidding Huang Yuan farewell, you stroll through the streets of Qingyun County, where rumors of Zheng Tu's abandonment of literature for martial pursuits circulate widely. Even the youngest children are well aware. Approaching Zheng Tu, you present him with a silk pouch. Open it when you encounter significant setbacks. Zheng Tu chuckles lightly, opening the pouch in your presence, revealing the words inscribed on the paper. A decade of martial training yields no results. I long to go to Jingzhou to guard against treachery. Zheng Tu's expression pales. Are you mocking me? You respond with a mysterious smile. How can one know it is not the truth? Zheng Tu, resolute in spirit, remains unyielded despite the trials he has faced. Yet, as a young man of renown, he has been exalted too highly, even when repeatedly suppressed by the Yin family. He retains his proud demeanor, looking down upon the world. You choose not to speak further, allowing him to depart again in 10 years. In the 3rd year, Huang Yuan and his brothers come to pay their respects. You receive a spiritual fish gifted by Huang Yuan, a finely crafted spiritual sword from Huang Cheng, and the dragon-slaying sword technique cultivated by Huang Sheng. The spiritual sword, forged from fallen star, is extraordinarily sturdy and adept at channeling magical power, surpassing the previous 2 swords, the evil-slaying whip and the sword of path, by more than tenfold. You are enamored, naming it the dragon-slaying sword, perfectly suited for the dragon-slaying sword technique. In return, you present them with 3 vials containing 10 5 divine pills each. Upon consuming the elixirs, they are astounded. The finest pills they previously took were merely of the 9 transformation and heaven-mending variety. Now, with the 5 divine pills, they immediately begin to adjust their cultivation methods. You engage in philosophical discussions and swordplay, contemplating realms beyond the realm of mastery, dwelling together for 2 years. Through their concerted efforts, they successfully refined the ancient stellar scriptures to perfection. Alas, they lacked the fundamental Tao bone at their brow, having not comprehended the true essence of the stars in advance. Over the past 3 years, your divine thundersword and dragon-slaying sword technique, along with numerous spells, have reached great mastery, their power far exceeding that of the three. However, the true essence of the stars remains elusive. Without a cultivation method, you can only observe the celestial bodies, awaiting their natural growth. After 3 years of effort, you can only say it is marginally better than nothing. The four of you hasten towards Yuzhou, where you identify several riverbanks. Together, you pool your strengths to fortify the levees with all your might. Just as you complete this task, Yuzhou is besieged by torrential rains, which persist for half a month without any sign of abating. Water levels in the rivers rise dramatically, inundating several county towns. The sole piece of good news is that, during the last simulation, you successfully utilized the influence of Jia Xiaoya to devise an effective flood relief plan, ensuring the levees withstand the onslaught. With the aid of the four of you, the casualties among the people of Yuzhou remain under 4 digits. By the 6th year, Yuzhou faces a severe drought. You four wielded the spring rain technique and the insect repelling technique to stave off locust disasters, ultimately saving most of the afflicted. Yet, there is no joy upon your countenance. The spring rain technique harnesses the ethereal moisture from the heavens, transforming it into water. However, amidst the terrifying calamities, this celestial essence has been increasingly repelled, rendering the technique less effective. In the 7th year, the drought in Yuzhou persisted. The wild grasses and saplings along the roads withered away. The provisions you had meticulously stockpiled were on the brink of depletion. The 8th year arrived, and still, Yuzhou grappled with drought. The three companions harbored no doubts regarding your prophetic identity. As the disaster relief concluded, you commenced the study of formations. By the 10th year, with the assistance of Zhang Ding, Zheng Tu successfully reached Yuzhou. You, alongside the Huang brothers, devised the 4 symbols demon suppression formation. With the 4 of you as the focal points of the formation, you could channel the celestial energies of the constellations and the dragon vein essence of Wanshou Mountain. With your guidance, they were able to sense the true essence of the stars in advance, harnessing the power of the grand formation. A surprise for the dragon old dog seemed attainable. You dispersed, wandering far and wide to gather spiritual materials. By the 14th year, you had nearly amassed sufficient materials, which were collectively entrusted to Huang Cheng for crafting, with an agreement to head to the divine capital for demon suppression 3 years hence. You relocated to Pingshan County, settling comfortably next to the Jia family. This time was different from before. You frequently brought fine wines and sumptuous meats to visit. After all, this was the home of your in-laws. Although Jia Xiaoya had yet to be born, and despite their subsequent ill treatment of her, you refrained from condemning them for future misdeeds. You awaited silently. In the 15th year, Jia Xiaoya was born, and that very night, the life-buying hag appeared. You unleashed the dragon-slaying sword technique. With merely 3 strikes, the hag was reduced to ash. This was not solely due to the formidable sword technique, but more so because the celestial magic and the true essence of the stars proved remarkably effective against malevolence. You sensed that if you were to enter the world beyond the door again and wield the heavenly lightning sword, you could strike down a malevolent peach leaf from the cursed peach tree. But it was not enough. Far from sufficient. A month later, the Jia family held a celebration for the full moon. You arrived bearing generous gifts. Your heart stirred with excitement as you gazed upon Jia Xiaoya, whom you had not seen for over a decade. With just a glance, your complexion turned ashen, frozen in place, your blood running cold. The infant in Qin's embrace possessed only ordinary eyes. She was not Xiaoya. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled like the vast sea of stars, concealing countless mysteries that you could never tire of beholding. The infant smiled at you, and your heart was thrown into disarray as you set down your gifts and turned away. Why was she not Xiaoya? Was Jia Dong in such a deep slumber that a well-meaning neighbor brought warmth in the dead of night? Or had your frequent visits caused Qin to conceal her? The butterfly effect. Your thoughts are in disarray, prompting a resolute decision to engage in diligent cultivation. In the 17th year, you hastened to the imperial capital, clandestinely burying the array flags upon Mount Wanshou with Huang Yuan and 2 others, to evade detection by the tomb-guarding forces, which might alert the cunning dragon. You expend a full month successfully establishing the array. With everything prepared, you stealthily infiltrate the imperial palace, consuming a fragment of your true essence to invoke the thunder summoning technique. The golden lightning strikes the Huatsong Palace, shattering it with a single blow, landing directly upon the head of Long Baichuan, who is in seclusion. An enraged roar erupts, akin to that of a wild beast. Instead of investigating further, you merge a trace of your true essence with your magical power, executing the wind manipulation step with all your might, vanishing from the palace like a flash of lightning. Mount Wanshou is intrinsically linked to that wretched old dog's medicinal garden, having destroyed many spiritual herbs in the outside world. You are confident he will fall for your ruse. Chapter 68, The Dragon Slayer. You do not conceal your flight to Mount Wanshou, where you are swiftly detected by the guarding imperial troops. Wielding the dragon-slaying sword, you strike towards the entrance of Long Baichuan's medicinal garden from distance. The immense sword shadow, nearly 10,000 meters long, engulfs the entire cemetery, casting a shadow over the sky. With a thrust forward, the razor-sharp sword energy cleaves through the hills, sending earth and stones flying. Run for your lives. Even the loyal soldiers on guard, upon witnessing this utterly incomprehensible sword strike, are driven to panic and flee. You perform a hand gesture to summon another bolt of golden lightning, obliterating a small hill on Mount Wanshou. The Long family is treacherous, colluding with malevolent forces and exterminating powerful figures. Today, they shall be reduced to nothing. Those who are obstinately defiant shall be treated as traitors. Among the remaining troops, more than half have fled, leaving fewer than 100 charging towards you. You execute a hand gesture to unleash a swarm of fire crows, forming them into a small fire crow formation according to the fire crow array. 9 fire crows continuously spew fireballs, each capable of incinerating 3 to 5 individuals. And with several rounds of fireballs unleashed, that small squad is utterly annihilated. Witnessing this, the remaining soldiers flee even faster. You inwardly chuckle. Had it not been for Long Baichuan's destruction of his secret manual, the tens of thousands of guarding troops would not have fled so easily. Long Baichuan arrives belatedly, and upon seeing the entrance to the medicinal garden breached by your sword, his eyes turn crimson with fury. Shameless traitor, how dare you disturb the royal tomb? I shall grant you annihilation. You raise your hand and unleash a wave of dragon-slaying sword energy. You, who are destined to perish, dare to challenge me. Even with a trace of true essence infused, the dragon-slaying sword energy fails to harm Long Baichuan, merely knocking him to the ground. Observing him fall into the array, you flip your right hand, revealing an array flag. Simultaneously, the Huang Yuan brothers appear, channeling their inner magical power into the flag. The array is activated. The celestial power of the myriad stars descended, transforming into billions of sword energies, capable of shattering any defense and cleaving through all matter. The summit of Mount Wanshou resembled a fragile mound of flour, crumbling with the slightest touch, and that was merely the collateral damage. In the heart of the formation, Long Baichuan's pupils constricted sharply. One hand pointed to the heavens while the other pointed to the earth. In heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. A golden light of the Buddha enveloped him, as dense sword energies were shattered by the divine radiance, only for more to descend like relentless rain. Slash, 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 slash. Slash. Billions of sword energies were continuously extinguished, yet an unending stream of them emerged anew. These energies were the result of the combined magical prowess of the four, harmonized with the starlight above. As long as the starlight persisted and their powers remained, the sword energies would be infinite. Long Baichuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted with rage as he let out a maniacal laugh. This formation has some merit, but that is all. To tarnish my reputation and commit such heinous acts, your entire clan shall pay. Witnessing his frenzied outcry, you could not bear to remain passive and secretly urged the dragon vein energy beneath the ground. The dragon vein energy, nurtured over millennia, was activated by the formation, akin to a barrel packed with volatile gunpowder. You used the formation flags to create an opening beneath Long Baichuan, and the terrifying earth energy erupted instantaneously. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the dreadful earth energy tore through Long Baichuan's protective golden light. He coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his countenance filled with terror, and his hands came together in prayer as a golden Buddha apparition manifested behind him. Not this trick again. You had already informed the three of this maneuver and immediately executed the explosive technique, channeling all your magical essence into the formation flag. In this moment of life and death, to block was to win. To fail was to be reduced to ashes. The starry river above gleamed brilliantly as you all simultaneously detonated the formation, causing countless stars to fall like solid matter. Boom, boom, boom. The starlight clashed with the Buddha's glow, annihilating one another. After exhausting the potential of the grand formation, you swiftly leaped into the nearby medicinal herb garden. Huang Yuan and the others were aghast. This was still a preemptive strike, leading to Long Baichuan's descent into madness. Nevertheless, the combat prowess he displayed far exceeded their expectations. The typically arrogant Huang Sheng could only give a thumb up in admiration. Daoist Yi, your magical prowess is formidable. You truly deserve the title of Celestial Mechanic. After a brief pause, Huang Yuan inquired, Daoist Yi, could you divine whether that scoundrel has met his demise? You shook your head. We act against the heavens. The cosmic order is now in disarray, making it difficult to divine in such a short span. Huang Sheng nodded. That is reasonable. After all, that old rogue is the founding ancestor and has once held the mandate of heaven. Huang Yuan produced a fist-sized red firebird and an ancient mirror, extracting a drop of magical essence from the mirror and feeding it to the firebird. This was his flying fire sparrow. The ancient mirror displayed the images seen by the fire sparrow. As soon as it emerged from the cave, a golden fist came crashing down. The fire sparrow, being an extraordinary creature, deftly evaded the strike and caught a glimpse of its opponent. It was Long Baichuan, adorned in a resplendent golden robe that was blindingly brilliant, impeccably groomed, and with a rosy complexion, showing no signs of having just engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a blinding radiance emanated from the ancient mirror. Followed by darkness, the fire sparrow had perished. Huang Yuan and his companions wore solemn expressions, instinctively glancing at the rare spiritual herbs strewn across the ground. Even in death, they were determined to obliterate the spiritual medicine. You laughed heartily, remarking that if that old dog had been in tatters, you might have felt some apprehension. Now, however, he was clearly at his last gasp, attempting to intimidate us. How utterly laughable! While the three brothers contemplated the veracity of your words, you had already employed the wind step technique and dashed out of the cave. A golden Buddha light illuminated the surroundings as a colossal hand descended, obscuring the sky. You drew the dragon-slaying sword and slashed at the massive hand above. The technique of the dragon-slaying sword embodies a fearless spirit, capable of vanquishing all terrors. Even when confronted with a legendary dragon, one dares to unleash a sword strike. This strike was predicated on utter fearlessness. The terrifying sword energy cleaved through the enormous hand, soaring higher and further into the heavens. Come fort. You infuse your magical power into the dragon-slaying sword, and the sword energy, stretching nearly 10,000 meters, shattered the clouds above, piercing through the void. The void wept. Long Baichuan, with one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, once again summoned a terrifying Buddha light. Yet, that light was merely a dying flicker. Upon contact with the sword energy, it was torn to shreds. The sword energy continued its descent, and Long Baichuan, filled with horror, extended both hands in defense, only to be cleaved in twain. If the sword energy could sever a dragoness body, how could a mere mortal withstand it? I refuse to accept this, he lamented. Had it not been for your shameless ambush, I would not have fallen. Even after being bisected, Long Baichuan, relying on his formidable Buddhist power, still clung to life. You were disinclined to engage in further dialogue. With a flick of your sword, multiple streams of sword energy sliced him into countless fragments. Long Baichuan perished. You exhaled deeply, and an unexpected sense of calling surged within you. Looking up, a wooden door materialized 3 zhang ahead. In this simulation, you had never absorbed the spiritual energy after the demise of a malevolent entity. Having slain Long Baichuan, you found yourself cursed. Chapter 69, The Martial Academy. You gazed at the simple design of the wooden door, your yearning intensifying. To reopen it, awaiting the rebirth of the young maiden. Yi Daoyu, do not look any longer. Huang Yuan immediately cautioned, employing a secret technique that resonated like a thunderous bell. That door is not to be approached. An elder from my sect once ignited a life lamp there, and within half a day, its soul fire dimmed, soon to extinguish. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until my strength has increased before embarking on this journey together. Your gaze remains fixed on the wooden door, and the yearning within your heart intensifies. The door looms before you, 3 zhang high, visible unless you choose to avert your eyes. Your longing for the young girl grows ever stronger, and the desire to reopen the matter becomes increasingly fervent. Huang Yuan and his companions earnestly attempt to dissuade you, aware that it is not the door that ensnares your spirit, but rather your own desire to enter. They hastily urge you to consider the well-being of the populace. You recall the tragic events of the 120th year and turn your gaze away. The three rejoice at your distraction, but refrain from inquiring about your motives for wanting to venture into the world beyond the door. Instead, discussing the distribution of resources in the spiritual garden. Casting a glance at the elixirs in the simulated space, you choose to forego them entirely. However, the brothers refuse to accept your decision, insisting on sharing a portion with you, claiming that rejecting their offer would be an affront to their honor. Friend Yi, how should we manage that young emperor? What young emperor? A flicker of confusion crosses your mind, yet you remain silent, for you are the all-knowing seer. You soon realize that while the old emperor appears more aged than the three, they, despite not having consumed longevity potions, possess lifespans of 500 years. Their current frail appearances suggest they are at least 3 or 4 centuries old. What else could the old emperor be, if not a young emperor? You do not respond directly, but instead pose a question to the trio. Friends, do you aspire to become emperors? They all shake their heads. We are solely devoted to the path. Such foolish thoughts do not cross our minds. Our only desire is to empower humanity to withstand the malevolence that lies beyond the door. You wish to convey that the darkness beyond cannot be vanquished merely by numbers. Yet you ultimately decide to leave them with a glimmer of hope. Huang Sheng rubs his hands together and chuckles nervously. Say, it seems that the old dragon possesses techniques surpassing the threshold of the realm. If we could borrow them for study, it would undoubtedly serve us well in the future. You shake your head, stating, the old dragon has been thorough in his duty, having altered all the world's tomes. And even powerful martial techniques have not escaped his insidious grasp. The methods he cultivated have been completely obliterated. In the last simulation, despite the efforts of thousands digging deep, no remnants of the old dragon were found. The only survivor is the spiritual garden beneath your feet. 5 days later, coinciding with the first day of the month, the old emperor trembles as he approaches the Hua Tsang Palace, kneeling on the ground. Ancestor, the 12th generation descendant Long Xingfan, pays his respects. You glance at Huang Yuan, who nods and adopts the voice of Long Baichuan. Enter. Thank you, Ancestor. The old emperor, filled with exuberance as if he had consumed a tonic, springs to his feet and hurries to the door, cautiously pushing it open. Then, he is taken aback and sternly demands, Who are you? Where's my ancestor? You cast aside a box, which the old emperor opened with a mix of skepticism and astonishment, nearly losing his breath. However, being the emperor, seasoned in matters of gravity, he quickly regained his composure, his tone becoming remarkably serene. What do you intend to do, esteemed heroes? Curiosity piqued, you inquired. Why do you not summon the guards for your rescue? The old emperor shook his head. There is no need. If these 3 heroes can vanquish my ancestor, no number of guards would suffice. You pose a question. Do you wish to perish or to survive? The old emperor's breath quickened momentarily before he reverted to calm, stating, I wish to live. You clapped your hands together. That is most reassuring. Huang Sheng, in a state of urgency, asked, Where have you concealed the true secret manual? The old emperor's expression darkened, resembling a dog that had been scolded. The current manuals had all been revised by the imperial ancestor. The original text had been destroyed over 3 centuries ago, and the inner treasury contained only these amended versions. You sense the truth in his words. Had the court genuinely retained the original manuals, there would not be a single true master of the cultivation realm within the palace. Huang Sheng, connecting the dots, gritted his teeth. That old dog should have met a far more gruesome end. Had I known, I would have subjected him to 1,000 tortures. Not only did the old emperor not refute this, but a flicker of agreement also crossed his face. With the old emperor's cooperation secured, you had no intention of replacing him. Instead, you instructed him to issue a decree to lift the control of the elixirs and to proclaim a martial edict for the establishment of a martial academy. Huang Yuan was appointed as the inaugural headmaster, with his 12 disciples serving as the first batch of instructors. You offered up the numerous martial arts texts you had meticulously compiled during the previous simulation to serve as the curriculum for the academy. Huang Yuan, upon seeing you and your 2 brothers preparing to depart, could only manage a wry smile. Are you truly leaving me here alone? You chuckled. To whom much is given, much is expected. Indeed, indeed, Huang Sheng and Huang Cheng exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. Huang Yuan grasped your sleeve, preventing your departure. Dear friend Yi, You possess profound insights into the celestial mechanisms. Please foretell the future for the world once more. Are there further crises looming ahead? Huang Sheng and the others nodded, clutching your garment, determined not to let you leave without an answer. You closed your eyes, gesturing with your fingers, and suddenly your expression shifted dramatically. The three were alarmed. What is the matter? With solemnity, you declared, in 103 years, a demonic force shall emerge from the north, bringing about the upheaval of heaven and earth. What? The three leapt in terror. The phrase upheaval of heaven and earth signified destruction and the advent of the apocalypse. Your recent displays of foresight had instilled in them an unwavering belief in your celestial arts, leaving them all deeply troubled. Indeed, as the livestock grows, they shall be led to slaughter. A century from now, it may well be the time of our own maturation. Is there still hope for this realm? Huan Yuan became increasingly anxious. He candidly recounted the characteristics of the malevolent spirits encountered during the simulation. Do not question how I know. It is merely a testament to your mastery of the celestial calculations. Upon hearing the count of tens of thousands of malevolent spirits, the trio's faces paled further. Even with a profound understanding of the truth, one must acknowledge the limitations of intent. Annihilating such a vast multitude of spirits is nothing short of impossible. You reassured the three. Since the dawn of creation, our human race has traversed through chaos and darkness, facing countless adversities. Many have fallen, yet even more have risen. Even against tens of thousands of malevolent spirits, united in purpose, we can surely vanquish them. The three, having reached the pinnacle of their cultivation with resolute minds, swiftly overcame their fears and bowed in respect. Your words, dear friend Yi, are akin to enlightenment bestowed upon us. Allow us to express our gratitude with a bow. In the 70th chapter, Heartfelt Intentions, during the 18th year, you embarked on journeys across the realms, seeking to comprehend the essence of truth. Your sole reference point remained the profound insights of the venerable dragon elder, whose understanding of the great sun Tathagata was most illustrious. The ethereal figure of the Buddha, crowned by the resplendent sun, emanated an aura of grandeur. Notably, he had not attained the sun above his head until the 90th year. You began to ponder the truths you could cultivate. Your practices belonged to the Taoist lineage, theoretically permitting the cultivation of the three pure one's essence. Yet, your grasp of the three pure ones was but a vague impression, devoid of specific methods for cultivation. With aspirations to soar, yet lacking wings, your only recourse was to observe the stars at night, allowing your inner energy to intertwine with the starlight, permitting your intent to grow passively. You traversed various states and counties upon a humble donkey, embodying the role of a wandering healer, curing ailments while nurturing the insights within your heart. One day, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in sturdy attire obstructed your path. She rode a magnificent steed, adorned with an ornate scabbard at her waist, her weary visage unable to conceal her exquisite beauty. "Are you the renowned healer of no name?" she inquired. You shook your head. "I am not." The woman unsheathed a bulging pouch of coins from her waist and tossed it towards you. "This is 800 taels of gold. Accompany me for a brief journey. Should your medicine cure my brother, an additional 100,000 taels of silver shall be yours." Indifferent to gold and silver, you made no effort to catch the pouch, allowing it to fall to the ground. Your practice of healing stemmed solely from your own volition. The woman's demeanor unsettled you, prompting you to disregard her and continue on your way atop the donkey. Undeterred, she swiftly retrieved the pouch and galloped ahead to block your path once more. "I have inquired of many along the way. Your attire is indistinguishable from that of the nameless healer. I cannot be mistaken." You remained silent, awaiting her next words. The woman reached out to grasp the donkey's reins, urgency evident in her voice. "My senior brother lies in a state of unconsciousness just 20 miles away in Feng City. You must hurry and save him." You gently turned the donkey's head, evading her grasp. The young woman was utterly astonished, appearing somewhat flustered, as though she had never encountered a situation like this before. After a brief moment, noticing you riding away on a donkey, she hurriedly pursued you, her voice tinged with desperation. "You must save my senior brother. He is on the brink of death." You found her amusing. "And who might you be?" The woman widened her captivating eyes, realizing you were about to depart, and quickly replied, "I am Long Bi Xia, a resident of this area, and I am 18 years old." A series of question marks floated above your head. It became evident that this woman lacked common sense. Belonging to a category of individuals who had grown up in a sheltered environment, free from worries and accustomed to having their every wish granted. Observing her beauty, coupled with her inability to see her own feet, confirmed your thoughts. She had never faced hardship and had developed an air of superiority. However, what did this have to do with you? Seeing that you remained unresponsive, tears began to cascade down Long Bixia's cheeks without restraint. I am an apprentice at the Feng sword sect. My master is the Jade Sword Fairy, and I rank 9th among my peers. My master calls me Joer. Noticing the beautiful woman trailing behind you in tears, you couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Can't you simply say please? Long Bixia, realizing her mistake, transformed her sorrow into joy. Please, esteemed healer, save my senior brother. You accompanied Long Bixia back to Dengfeng City, and, upon arriving at the Tongfu Inn, you saw 2 waiters carrying a wooden plank draped with a white cloth. As you passed by, an arm slipped off the plank. Long Bixia gasped, immediately lifting the cloth to reveal a handsome young man beneath. Senior brother, what are you 2 doing with my senior brother? Long Bixia appeared somewhat dazed, yet not foolish. She swiftly drew her sword, ready to strike at any moment. The 2 waiters knelt before her in fear. Please spare us, noble heroine. Our master will lose business if your senior brother dies here. Long Bixia's anger flared. Who says he is beyond saving? I have just summoned a renowned healer. He will surely save my senior brother. You 2, quickly return my senior brother. The 2 men frantically bowed. Please, noble heroine, if we take the valiant hero back, our master will dismiss us. We beseech you to show mercy. Long Bixia dodged their pleading heads and looked to you in confusion. You inquired. This individual appears to have a healthy complexion, and his heart beats strongly. How can he be deemed beyond rescue? The 2 men exchanged words, swiftly clarifying the situation. There is a spirit here, one that preys on the souls of the handsome and talented. Those whose souls are consumed may appear merely to be sleeping. Yet within 3 days, their bodies will decay and emit a foul stench. It is said that even the disciple of the Dragon Buddha Temple fell victim to this soul-sucking entity. The malevolent spirit is indeed formidable. Even the Buddha cannot protect against it. Long Bixia turned pale upon hearing this, while you became intrigued. You seized the young man's wrist and discovered that his pulse was as delicate as a thread, barely perceptible. This indicated that the essence of his spirit had been compromised, aligning with what the 2 had said about souls being devoured. Upon further investigation, you realized the young man was at the bone refinement stage. You retrieved a nourishing spirit elixir from your possession and infused it with your own magical energy to refine its potency for him. The continuous flow of medicinal energy entered his body, fortifying his spirit. However, there was still no response from the young man. A meticulous examination revealed that all the medicinal energy had accumulated in his Niwen palace, showing no signs of absorption, as though his soul had vanished entirely. Is there truly such a thing as a soul? Your curiosity piqued. Despite having cultivated the power of the spirit, you had never allowed your spirit to leave your body. Nor could you achieve that step. It was miraculous that a mere bone refinement practitioner could cause their own spirit to disappear. From the 2 individuals, you learned that every year around this time in Dengfeng City, souls are devoured, sometimes 1 or 2, other times 7 or 8, with none ever returning. You channeled your internal magic to sense the trace of the sinister presence, only to find that the entire city was shrouded in a faint layer of malevolence. As you sought to pinpoint the exact location, you were left utterly bewildered. Looking at the unconscious young man, a thought crossed your mind. You placed 1,000 taels of silver on the counter, prompting the innkeeper to immediately summon 2 attendants to carry the young man back to a room. Long Bixia glanced at the pouch of money in her hand, her confusion deepening. You took a seat, gathering a thread of true intent, and pointed a finger at the young man's heart. A hazy world unfolded before your eyes. You stepped in and found yourself in a small room, where ink and paper lay before you, inscribed with 8 grand characters. 1 person, 2 people, with intent or without. You furrowed your brow, recognizing this as something out of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, just as you were about to write the standard response, with intent to do good, even if unrewarded. Without intent to do evil, even if unpunished, you suddenly sense something amiss. Good is good, and evil is evil. If it is good, it deserves reward. If it is evil, it warrants punishment. The only distinction lies in that those who commit evil without intent may have their penalties reduced after compensating for their harm, while those who commit evil with intent should face severe and specific punishment. Otherwise, would not those harmed by malevolence suffer unjustly? More critically, On what grounds does one inscribe a prompt on a blank sheet and expect you to respond? You are not the progenitor of that malevolence, bound to answer every inquiry. Chapter 71. Are the celestial beings from heaven or from the realm above? As you prepared to leave the inn, a beautiful maid barred your way. Young master, you have yet to answer the question. You cannot move about freely. You dismissed her concern. Why should I remain still at your behest? The maid scrutinized your face before gently inquiring. Might it be that you are illiterate, my lord? I would be delighted to read the question aloud and provide you with the answer. You hesitated to respond, fearing the potential encounter with a malevolent spirit, aware that inscribing words could ensnare you in its treacherous web. At that moment, a ghost approached, and you felt no reluctance to voice your answer. The maid lifted her brush, dipped it in ink, and performed the task with remarkable skill. Please, my lord, share your answer, she urged. You unsheathed your sword, the blade of evil's bane. Should you stand in my way without intent, I shall issue but one warning. Should you do so with malice, I will cleave you in twain. The maid's hand trembled, causing her neat and elegant script to become chaotic. Do you intend to obstruct me, my lady? You inquired with a smile. Startled like a frightened rabbit, the maid dropped her brush and fled. Stepping outside the examination chamber, you observed that the surroundings resembled the imperial examination halls, each room akin to a pigeon loft. Yet, at that moment, the courtyard was devoid of other examinees. You found it unsurprising, having entered on the coattails of fortune. Hearing voices outside, you ventured forth to witness a throng of scholars in blue robes encircling the maid from before. Their striking features confirmed that each possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, embodying a noble grace. Upon your emergence, they rushed towards you, their tone filled with indignation. How could you bring tears to the autumn moon fairy? A true gentleman would never commit such a base act. Quickly, apologize to the fairy. Turning your gaze to the autumn moon fairy, you noticed her almond-shaped eyes were red and glistening with tears, evoking a sense of pity within you. Regrettably, your lack of romantic sensibility prompted a light laugh. Fairy? Are you from the heavens or from the realm of mortals? What? The autumn moon fairy was momentarily taken aback, her tears forgotten. The scholars inquired, is there a difference between those from the heavens and those from the mortal realm? With patience, you elucidated. Those from the heavens possess kind hearts, boundless powers, are self-reliant, and unconfined. In contrast, those from the mortal realm may be shackled, feigning joy, and some may even be tainted, becoming venomous and cruel. The autumn moon fairy's complexion turned ashen. The scholars, however, paid little heed to her plight, deeming your words harsh and filled with lofty rhetoric, some even rolling up their sleeves in preparation. You chuckled, if you intend to engage in combat, I possess a modicum of skill in martial arts as well. The momentum of the scholars faltered, and they quickly adjusted their garments, reciting adages about gentlemen who speak rather than strike, and how strength lies in reason rather than brute force. Only one among them truly rolled up his sleeves and approached you. Very well. Let me see the strength of your fists. Upon recognizing the individual, you smiled. He was none other than Jiang Ming, the senior of Long Bixia. Clad in a scholarly blue robe, he exuded an air of elegance. Do you know Long Bixia? Jiang Ming's eyes flickered with confusion as he attempted to recall, just as the autumn moon fairy clung to his arm. Sir, do not engage him. He conceals a sword, exceedingly formidable. Jiang Ming, with a confident smile, replied. The sharpness of a sword is determined by the hand that wields it. He cautiously withdrew his arm, and with a swift motion, appeared before you, executing a technique known as pushing open the door to gaze at the moon, aimed directly at your face. This move, though simple and straightforward, harbored 6 variations. It could target your chest or right arm, unleash a kick, or would transition from offense to defense, making it an exemplary offensive technique. Alas, he met you. With a mere wave of your hand, you sent him sprawling. There was no technique involved. The sole secret lay in speed. Great strength yields miraculous results. The other scholars, witnessing this, retreated in haste. Even their attempts at reasoning ceased. Jiang Ming attempted to speak, only to receive another slap across the face. One does not strike a face. Jiang Ming lamented. You delivered yet another slap. Apologies, but I simply delight in striking faces. I shall contend with you. Jiang Ming rose. It was again knocked down by your hand. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the autumn moon fairy turned to flee. You drew the sword of evil, slaying, and pursued, delivering a fatal thrust to the fairy's back. With a sorrowful cry, the autumn moon fairy dissipated into azure smoke. A resounding thunderclap echoed. The heavens and earth abruptly shifted in color. As the body vanished, the scholars were bewildered, their expressions reflecting the same astonishment as witnessing someone eat or drink. Yet they gazed at you in terror. Jiang Ming, however, struggled to rise, intent on confronting you. You turned to him, your eyes filled with pity. Do you truly not remember Long Bixia? I. Jiang Ming hesitated, his gaze shifting from confusion to the fury of a slain fairy, and then back to bewilderment. The two emotions alternating with increasing rapidity. What a master of disguise, rendered a mere novice before the spectacle. Suddenly, a radiant golden light burst forth from the heavens. A host of golden-armored deities descended, brandishing long spears. Bold demon, to dare slay a fairy, you shall incur divine wrath, your soul obliterated. 12 figures raised their spears, the tips emanating a black light, swift as lightning. You hastily invoked the 7-star step, narrowly evading the strike. Never did you anticipate that the crimson-tasseled spear, intended for prodding, could also fire projectiles. With a flick of your right hand, you unleashed a surge of magical energy, casting forth a spell that summoned earthen warriors. These beings were not legumes, but manifestations of your power. The earth and stone, drawn by your magic, swiftly coalesced into 4 towering earth giants, each 3 meters high. 2 wielded long spears, and the other 2 brandished colossal axes. Under your command, the stone giants advanced upon the deities. The divine beings merely scoffed, aiming their spears at the approaching giants, unleashing black rays of light. You command the colossal earthen giant, striking at the dark radiance with your weapon. Yet, the shadowy light behaves like a mere illusion, effortlessly passing through your weapon and piercing the heart of the giant. In an instant, the earthen giant loses its control, crumbling into mud and stone, scattered across the ground. You behold the scene clearly. The dark radiance wielded by the golden armor divine beings specifically targets the soul. You dare not be careless and unleash the dragon-slaying sword technique from a distance. The terrifying sword energy shoots forth, yet the divine beings do not evade. Instead, they re-aim their long spears at you. With a piercing sound, the dragon-slaying sword energy annihilates the entire squad of divine beings. Is this how easily they perish? You find it hard to believe. Assuming they were shielded by formidable golden armor, you launch several more sword energies, only to discover they were utterly defenseless. Thunder rumbles as countless lightning bolts dance amidst the dark clouds, the sky growing increasingly dim. Suddenly, a gap appears in the clouds. A celestial gateway materializes, supported by white jade pillars, with purple mist swirling at its entrance, bathed in golden light. Beyond the grand door, a multitude of golden armor divine beings brandish long spears, with 3 prominent figures at the forefront riding magnificent steeds, exuding an imposing aura. Chapter 72. I have enlightened. You briefly count, noting that the divine beings behind the door number no fewer than 10,000. Even if each were to unleash a single, soul-piercing dark radiance, the resultant devastation would be unimaginable. Those who frequently engage in battle understand that when faced with a mob, the best course of action is to flee. If escape is impossible, then one must barricade the entrance. Your lips move rapidly, fingers weaving through intricate gestures as you swiftly complete the incantation, pointing decisively. 9 fire crows align in formation, unleashing fireballs towards the divine beings at the massive gate. To amplify the potency of your spell, you imbue the fire crows with a layer of true essence. Though each fire crow remains the size of fist, the flames they expel reach temperatures of at least 1,000 degrees, significantly enhancing their power. Attack! The leading divine general gestures and the divine beings behind him, arranged in a tri-segment firing line, commence their assault with dark radiance. The fireballs collide with the dark rays, incinerating them to ashes. The divine beings remain undeterred, crouching as they unleash a volley of dark radiance, preparing immediately for a second wave while disregarding the incoming fireballs. Rows upon rows of divine beings fire their dark radiance in a meticulously organized manner. The fireballs from the fire crows barely travel halfway before being shattered by the dark rays. The relentless tide of dark radiance continues to advance, while the fire crows incessantly spew forth fireballs. Just as the 3rd fireball is launched, the dark rays are already upon the fire crows. In a matter of moments, the fire crows are entirely obliterated. The multitude of divine beings surges forth from the colossal gate, intent on encircling you. You have completed the preliminary gestures for the divine thunder sword, summoning a bolt of lightning from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the storm begins. The divine being that had just emerged was swiftly obliterated into ashes. You, undeterred, summoned forth a second and third bolt of thunder. A dense web of lightning intertwined, annihilating every divine entity that burst forth from the colossal gate. With a free hand, you unleashed a fire dragon technique against the three leading divine generals. None of the warriors were mounted. If not you, then whom would they burn? The three generals brandished their divine swords, managing to deflect the fiery assault. However, before they could react, the sword aura concealed behind the fire dragon beheaded the trio. The momentum of the golden-armored deities surged forward, yet you commanded the lightning, crashing it into the giant gate. The tightly clustered deities became prime candidates for roasting. One bolt of lightning sent dozens plummeting to their demise. You ascended to the heavens, cleaving forth a sword aura stretching thousands of meters, though most was intercepted by the colossal gate. Only a 12-meter-wide blade of energy sliced through the gate. Rows of divine beings fell, and only after the first 10 rows were decimated did the sword aura dissipate. Despite this, the divine beings remained oblivious to fear, relentlessly charging ahead. Your magical power dwindled rapidly, yet the golden-armored deities showed no signs of depletion. Even after creating several breaches, they were swiftly reinforced by more divine entities. You prepared to dive into the gate for battle, but a wave of trepidation surged within you. There was something amiss with that gate. You directed the lightning toward it, and with one strike, it left a charred mark. The deities behind the gate grew frantic, rushing out. The swift one declared, "What the enemy discards, we shall seize fiercely." You concentrated all your lightning upon the colossal gate, while the divine beings emerging from it were dispatched with sword energy. The sole drawback was the immense consumption of magical power. Entering this realm, you possessed merely a thread of true intent and spiritual force, approximately 1/13 of your total magical capacity. In such a short span, you had expended 1/13 of your power. At most, you could sustain yourself for 7 days before your magic was completely drained. It was utterly terrifying. You resolved to conclude this swiftly. You began to execute the dragon-slaying sword technique, infusing a strand of true intent into your magical power. You cleaved forth a sword aura exceeding 10,000 meters in length, striking the alabaster gate. A resounding boom echoed as the gate was severed in two, the divine beings behind it falling like wheat, instantly clearing half the area. You quelled the tumult within your spirit and unleashed a second strike. Without the gate's obstruction, the number of divine beings diminished by 23. You sensed something was amiss. Logically, the previous divine beings should have been utterly vanquished. To your dismay, you recognized many of the faces among the fallen. Several had been slain by you 3 to 5 times. The realization dawned upon you. These divine beings were immortal and indestructible. So shameless. Not only does he hide at home, soaking in hot springs, but he also disregards the cooling time. Theoretically speaking, the law of conservation of mass applies, yet figures like Newton have long since met their demise. The essence of malevolence is that it is indestructible, utterly imperishable. Reviving those supernatural beings requires no expenditure whatsoever. Jiang Ming, who had been absent for a long while, finally regained his senses. I remember now. I have acquired the opportunity to ascend to divinity. As long as I pass the examination, I can elevate to godhood. Ha ha! Who would covet the foolish pursuit of martial arts? You furrow your brow. Do you still wish to become a god? Have you not witnessed how the deities you speak of are harvested like wheat by me? Jiang Ming chuckled coldly. Did you think you would utter some profound philosophical truth? If I do not become a god, I cannot defeat you. Death would indeed be the end. Attaining divinity grants immortality. And while it may appear that you are slaughtering them, who can assure that they are not depleting your inner magical essence? I have realized, with the intention to become a god, though not yet dead, one can achieve immortality. With a heart devoid of such ambition, even strength cannot prevail. This is a provocation directed at you. Your anger flares, and you yearn to slay him with a single strike, ready to reward him with a tender caress. When a ray of golden light descends, and golden armor begins to materialize around Jiang Ming, with the ethereal image of a long spear appearing in his grasp. Your brow twitches. Do you not recall Long Bai Xia? She is your 9th junior sister and is deeply concerned for you. The golden armor around Jiang Ming paused for a moment before he seized it, being swiftly enveloped by the brilliance. When one achieves enlightenment, one's entire entourage ascends. First, let me attain divinity. Subsequently, I can also guide her into the celestial realm, transforming her into an immortal. As for you, as recompense, I shall grant you a swift end. After Jiang Ming finished speaking, he lunged towards you. The other scholars stood in shock, their expressions brimming with excitement. I realize as well. With the desire to become a god, one can navigate the celestial realm. The heartless shall cross others. Ha ha ha, so it is. Aligning with the heavenly path is to possess a heart. Defying humanity is to be heartless. Those with heart attain divinity, while the heartless face divine retribution. Once again, several rays of golden light descended, and the scholars' bodies were adorned with golden armor. With a flick of your left hand, those scholars were incinerated to ashes. Yet, they soon reappeared on the other side of the great gate, their golden armor continuing to manifest. You turned your gaze to the last scholar, who frantically waved his hands. Chuckling, "Do not worry, I will not attain enlightenment. If a few words could illuminate some nonsensical principles to achieve divinity, then such a god is not worth becoming." You redirected your attention to the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, yet your mind wrestled with the notion that this was not a sustainable approach. Due to the extensive consumption of true intent and magical power, you could only endure for a day at most. One cannot simply escape, can they? A sudden realization strikes you, as if you have pinpointed the source of the malevolence. Chapter 73. Departing from the Butcher Jiang. Your mind races with thoughts. Regardless of how absurd Jiang Ming and the others' answers may be, as long as they aspire to become divine, they can indeed achieve divinity while trampling upon you. The correctness of their answers matters not. It suffices to sever ties with your righteousness. No cultivation is required, nor any spiritual energy or magical prowess. Surprisingly, the combat prowess of these so-called deities is rather feeble. Were it not for their ability to resurrect, obliterating them would pose little challenge. Rather than being gods, they are more akin to specters. The only distinction is that these specters possess the unique ability to resurrect endlessly, immortal and unyielding. Those who frequently meet their demise understand that the principle of resurrection is rather simple. One merely needs to reset the data and code. But what then are these so-called divine codes? Upon recalling that Jiang Ming's physical form lies outside, motionless and compliant, you come to the realization that these divine codes refer to what is termed the soul. As long as the code is destroyed, they shall not be able to resurrect any longer. The entity that preserves their codes is the underlying malevolence. You abandon the golden-armored deities suspended in the void and rush into the academy. You summon the thunder from the heavens, striking down upon the academy. Golden bolts of lightning cascade down, reducing the numbered chambers to mere dust. After several strikes, the entire academy lies in disarray. With a shift of your incantation, a fire dragon weaves into the academy, igniting the structures. The golden-armored deities above are incensed, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Scoundrel, how dare you desecrate my sacred ground? You are doomed. You truly deserve death. Demon, from whence did this demon come? Quickly vanquish him. Rogue, prepare to meet your end." 3 divine generals, aware that you have unraveled their secret of resurrection, sacrifice themselves anew, directing the golden-armored deities to extinguish the flames, while others converge to slay you. Witnessing the deities weep as if mourning lost parents, you deduce that the true essence of the malevolence is not present within the academy. You redirect the thunder, striking the massive heavenly gate. A boom! As the plaque of the heavenly gate is struck by lightning, the entire space trembles violently. Found it! Just as you prepare to unleash a second bolt of lightning, an immense force suddenly manifests behind you. You stumble uncontrollably, and upon regaining your vision, you find yourself back in the inn. "Doctor, how is my senior brother?" Long Bixia inquires anxiously. You come to your senses, realizing that you have lost considerable magical power in your upper dantian and the orifices related to your divine consciousness. You comprehend that you merely brushed against a fragment of true intent and divine consciousness within that peculiar space. You retrieve a 5-spirit pill and consume it, hastily regaining your composure. In less than a moment, your magical power is restored to its fullness. You pause for a moment. You once again gathered a thread of true essence, touching it to Jiang Ming's forehead. The world around you darkened, and you found yourself once more in the examination hall of the Imperial Academy. Just as you rose, the fairy of autumn moon gracefully approached. "Oh, what is this?" Suddenly, a swift motion ensued, and the fairy of autumn moon succumbed. Your gaze swept the surroundings, and wherever there were characters inscribed, a sword struck true. On the central plaque, the characters Yunlu Palace were boldly inscribed. A smirk curled at the corners of your lips, Did they dare to provoke the king of heavenly guardians? You infused the plaque with a layer of true essence, causing the very ground to tremble. It was effective. You dashed out of the academy, only to behold the grand entrance adorned with the words Temple of Ascension. With a decisive strike, the earth quaked and structures began to collapse. Amidst the dark clouds, the entrance for the divine beings had yet to fully materialize, yet the portal was already beginning to close. A sudden warning surged within you, as an invisible force swept past your ear. A cold smile crept upon your lips. The holy warriors would not fall to the same tactic twice. Previously, they had thrust you out when you were unsuspecting, yet they returned. The remaining scholar gazed at you with an expression of innocence, as if beholding a true deity. You offered a gentle smile, assuring him, "Rest easy, I know it is not you." You turned your attention to seek out any inscribed words. Just because there were characters did not imply malevolence, yet the essence of that malevolence surely took the form of text. Soon, you spotted a line of words on a stone in the garden. As you dashed forward, the stone along with you began to plummet. Was this akin to a gecko shedding its tail? You drew your sword and erased the words from the stone. In the next moment, you reappeared in the inn. Before long Bixia could inquire, you once again concentrated a thread of true essence and touched it to Jiangming's forehead. Jiangming opened his eyes, dazed, before suddenly erupting in fury. "What have you done? You wretched being! You have caused me to lose my celestial status and be cast down to the mortal realm." You found his complaints tiresome. He was merely a tool. You pointed at his intellectual center, but your essence vanished as if it had sunk into the sea. Was this a closure of authority? The doctor, your senior brother Long Bixia, spoke with concern. "He is fine." Without waiting for her response, you leaped from the window and descended. Was there no chance of consuming live pork after parting ways with Jiang the butcher? Recalling the information provided by the innkeeper, you rushed toward the scholar's abode. What were you looking for? The two elderly individuals appeared grief-stricken. You did not answer, but instead pointed to the scholar's forehead. Suddenly, the scholar's eyes flew open, and he cried out in distress, "Oh, Divine One, please spare me. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the path, and shall never betray." You turned to leave, leaving the two elders with expressions of fervent anxiety. Not only that scholar, but this time the scholars who fell into a coma were all expelled from the celestial realm, awakening anew. You felt a twinge of restlessness, and suddenly recalled the scholar who had yet to attain enlightenment, sensing he might bring you some unexpected delight. Quickening your pace, you finally located the last scholar in the western part of the city. The humble abode was dilapidated, overrun with weeds in front, lacking even a proper door. Inside the cramped space lay the scholar, with no one else in sight. You pressed your finger to the scholar's brow, and once again found yourself in the crowded hall. The room was teeming with golden-armored deities. A grin spread across your face. Now this was a state of urgency. Just as you were about to unleash a surge of sword energy upon them, you recalled the scholar outside. You decided to exercise caution, raising your sword to strike only those clearly visible before you. Thousands of golden-armored deities were crammed within the examination hall, their spears incapable of even shooting dark rays, let alone piercing through anyone. With the swiftness of the wind, you wielded your sword, carving a bloody path through them. As batches of golden-armored deities fell, your hand suddenly froze upon witnessing one deity who bore a striking resemblance to the previous scholar. The deity exhaled in relief, offering you a faint smile as he removed his golden armor and helmet. It turned out that those golden-armored deities had forcibly disguised him in such a manner to lure you into mistakenly slaying him. Despicable fiends. Recognizing the scholar's location, you began to unleash your attacks without regard for your magical energy, swiftly eliminating the surrounding golden-armored deities. "Hero, I know several locations that conceal secret writings." Under the scholar's guidance, you quickly eradicated all the writings in this place. As the final character was erased, the heavens and earth erupted, an endless darkness enveloping you. Chapter 74. Journey Towards the Heavens. You opened your eyes, having returned to the previous dwelling. Within your dantian, a surge of powerful soul energy emerged. This was the spiritual essence that manifested after the demise of the fiend. Yet, this particular fiend was unique. Upon its death, it released a force of divine consciousness. The scholar on the ground stirred, awakening with a pallid complexion, exceedingly weak, but mustering the strength to rise. He first bowed deeply to you. "Estuden sucio. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace." You wave your hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I did not come specifically to rescue you. If you must express gratitude, then directed towards Jiang Ming's junior disciple, Long Bi Xia. Su Xiu bowed once more. The dragon heroine deserves thanks, but you, my benefactor, deserve even more. Perhaps for you it was merely incidental, but for me, it was a matter of life and death. You chuckled. You do not resent me for disrupting your path to divinity? Su Xiu shook his head. What path to divinity? I was merely turned into a puppet by that vile ghost. Though it seems I can be revived indefinitely, in truth, I lack even my own consciousness. Devoid of desire and enmity, there lingered only a faint obsession with divinity, rendering one less than a ghost. The autumn moon fairy and her companions, as the benefactor had surmised, must surely hail from realms celestial. It became apparent that those so-called divine beings often resembled puppets in their mundane existence. A truth that the scholars, blinded by ignorance, failed to perceive. You recalled Jiang Ming. It stood to reason that although he was merely at the bone refinement stage and had yet to cultivate his soul, a robust physical form would inevitably elevate his spiritual essence in tandem. Whether it be spirit or will, theoretically, it surpassed Su Xiu's abilities. Yet even your involvement did not unveil any flaws in his demeanor. Rather than speculate silently, you posed a direct inquiry. How were you able to evade the allure of that malevolent spirit? Speak, and let it serve as a counterbalance to your life-saving grace. A mere few words cannot possibly repay the benefactor's life-saving kindness. Su Xiu first clarified his stance before divulging the reasoning. The sage proclaimed, "The knowledgeable are unconfused, the benevolent are untroubled, and the brave are unafraid." Henceforth, whenever questioned, the student would respond in this manner. However, deep within, he understood that the primary reason was fear of poverty. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such fortuitous circumstances and dared not believe. You chuckled, unperturbed by Su Xiu's cleverness. Yet, it was evident that his motivations were not solely rooted in fear of destitution. Theoretically, that was a vulnerability, making one more susceptible to temptation. Su Xiu's steadfastness only underscored his resilient will. You placed 100 taels of silver on the table. Do you mind if I stay here for a few days? Not at all. Su Xiu gritted his teeth and began to undress. Your expression turned to one of alarm. What are you doing? Su Xiu inhaled deeply. If it is the benefactor, then I can. You were taken aback and kicked him playfully. Get lost. I merely intend to borrow a place to stay and observe your daily life. You clarified. It should be just as it was before. Su Xiu bisibly relaxed, cheerfully seizing the silver and darting away. Clearly, the preceding exchange was laden with artistry. Before long, Su Xiu returned, carrying a grass fish and a block of tofu, ready to prepare a meal. The fare was simple, stewed fish with tofu, accompanied by 2 bowls of white rice. You briefly suspected it to be a diet meal. Taking a bite, you found it bland and imbued with a strong fishy odor. Caught between the discomfort of your own palate and the desire to assist Su Xiu in recognizing his culinary shortcomings, you consumed the piece of tofu and laid down your chopsticks. I have already transcended, bidding farewell to grains. You may take your time. Su Xiu, unfussed, continued to eat half of the fish and tofu, saving the remainder for dinner. After the meal, he took a simple stall to the street, offering his services to compose letters for others. After setting up his stall, he sat beside it engrossed in a book. You were somewhat taken aback. Having been in a coma for several days and suffering from malnutrition, yet having recently acquired 100 taels of silver, he still chose to venture out to sell goods, demonstrating an unwavering resolve that was indeed remarkable. The book he was reading was a classic of this realm, readily available in bookstores throughout. You observed Su Xiu for 7 days, noticing that his routine remained consistent, writing letters for others, reading, preparing unpalatable meals, eating, and then sleeping. A realization dawned upon you. Su Xiu's life was modest, yet he remained steadfast in his aspirations. Although he did not engage in any particular cultivation, every action he took was a refinement of his will. This was the reason his frail physique belied a spirit and determination that surpassed Jiang Ming's. Your comprehension of true intention deepened. If one sought to cultivate the 3 purities' true essence, one must thoroughly read the related scriptures and embody their teachings in practice. You produced 3,000 taels in banknotes and spoke to Su Xiu. During this period, you have assisted me greatly, and I wish to repay you in some way. You may choose the 3,000 taels or opt for the favor of the county magistrate, with whom I share a close relationship. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiu chose the latter. A wise choice. After introducing him to the magistrate, you mounted your donkey and rode out of the city. A magnificent steed galloped toward you. And you heard Long Bai Xia's voice calling out from afar, "Wait for me." Curiosity stirred within you. Are you not seeking your senior brother any longer? Long Bai Xia shook her head. You saved my brother's life. I shall offer myself in return. How could I ever entertain thoughts of other men? You waved your hand in refusal, yet she remained insistent. Growing impatient, you exclaimed, "Miss Long, how can you repay kindness with ingratitude?" Long Bai Xia, in disbelief, touched her own face, bewildered. You asserted, "I'm already spoken for, with a beloved wife at home. Please refrain from making statements that could lead to misunderstandings. If you truly wish to repay me, then dedicate your next life to serving me." Long Bai Xia stood frozen in place, watching your figure recede into the distance. You began reciting the scriptures while contemplating the philosophies of the three purities, preparing to focus your studies on one in particular. You thought of the old dog Long. Despite his canine demeanor, the true essence of the son Tathagata was indeed extraordinary. You wondered if, after envisioning the great sun, he could affect the celestial peach tree that overshadowed the world beyond the door. Suddenly, you altered your perspective. You had once said, "To learn superficially is to grasp only the surface." This is indeed a lesser path. If there were a method of cultivation, perhaps the true essence of the three purities could be contemplated. Yet, imitation from the void begs the question, why not learn the three purities directly? The world asserts that understanding the heavens is simple. You wish to test whether it is truly difficult to comprehend the heavens and what it means to strive towards them. Reflecting on your past, you recognize that although the scriptures were in your possession, your true teacher had always been the heavens themselves. Even the brow's spiritual essence has become increasingly intertwined with the cosmos and the universe. You begin to perceive the celestial bodies, the rising and setting of the sun and moon, the withering and flourishing of flora, and the manifestations of wind, frost, rain, and snow. Chapter 75, Cage, City Walls. In the 19th year, you arrive at the Great Snow Mountain. In pursuit of the true essence of snow, you journey westward, traversing peak after peak of snow-covered mountains. In your heart, there exists only snow. The centuries-old snow you encounter is akin to mere weeds to you. The air grows increasingly frigid. The snowflakes in the sky become colder with each passing moment. Not only do they lower the temperature, but they also have the power to freeze the soul. Even if you have attained perfection in the realm of Qi and have grasped a fragment of true essence, you cannot withstand the chill that pervades the air. You invoke the fire crow technique. Several fire crows materialize, but as they release a few fireballs, they dissipate into the atmosphere. Not due to the cold. Rather, it is the soul force within the fire crows that is frozen by the surrounding snow. Your eyes grow increasingly bright. The deeper you delve into the snowy mountains, the more profound your understanding of the true essence of snow becomes. After scaling 3 more towering snow peaks, you finally halt your advance. Even you cannot endure the fierce winds and snow that lie ahead. You cease your movement, sitting cross-legged upon the mountain, absorbing the true essence of the raging wind and ice. In moments of hunger, you produce a specially crafted nourishment-eliminating pill. When thirst strikes, you seize snow from the ground and consume it, the bone-chilling cold penetrating deep into your lungs and marrow. You do not channel your energy to disperse it. Rather, you allow it to gradually erode your body. Time and again, your comprehension of ice and snow advances by leaps and bounds. Half a year later, you raise your hand to cast the frozen technique. What once could only momentarily freeze those in the blood exchange realm now possesses an added chill. It can not only immobilize most early-stage practitioners of Qi, but can also slowly freeze them to death. You have also mastered techniques such as Ice Spike, Ice Dragon, Ice Spear, Ice Blade, and Ice Sword. The secrets of ice and snow have become scant in your grasp. Moreover, your understanding of the true essence of wind has also begun to take shape. The wind calling technique and wind riding step have gained significant power, followed closely by the mastery of wind blade, storm, and gale techniques. Instead of integrating the true essence of wind and snow into your primary Qi channel, you have chosen to distribute them among the 3,600 divine position channels. Against the wind and snow, you continue your journey. As you draw closer to the boundary, the essence of wind and snow becomes increasingly evident, almost draping you in a delicate veil that reveals all its splendor. In the 21st year, your understanding of the true essence of wind and snow has reached a plateau, stalling any further progress for the time being. You suppress the impulse to explore the boundary and begin your retreat. Not yet sufficient. Your power still lags significantly behind that of the peak dragon old dog. In the 22nd year, passing through Yangzhou, you unconsciously find yourself in Pingshan County. There, you behold the 7-year-old Jia Xiaoya. Her appearance was identical to that in previous simulations, yet her gaze was markedly different, as though she had traversed through time. You expended 2 candied hawthorns, only to discover that her essence had also shifted, revealing merely an average form. She was Jia Xiaoya, yet she was not entirely Jia Xiaoya. The previous Jia Xiaoya had not vanished due to any butterfly effect. Rather, you sensed a connection to the wooden door looming 3 zhang ahead. But was not all of this merely a simulation of your own making? How could Jia Xiaoya still be confined within that door? Your nails dug deeply into your flesh as you stood, contemplating the wooden door for 7 days. Just as you were on the verge of yielding and pushing it open, you turned away. You had not grasped the true essence of the door. You journeyed eastward, purchasing a small boat to traverse the waters. Approaching the boundary of the Black Wall, you encountered relentless calamities in the sea. Your understanding of the essence of wind deepened, and you began to comprehend the essence of water. You made initial strides in water magic, mastering techniques such as the water sphere, hydromancy, tidal waves, and water evasion. In the depths of utter darkness, you also discerned the essence of shadow. As before, you merely infused this understanding into your divine aperture. In the 26th year, your grasp of the true essence of water and shadow reached a temporary plateau. Rather than probing the Black Wall, you retraced your steps back into the heart of the mountains to begin your understanding of the essence of wood. In the vast forest, you moved like a wild beast, scaling mountains, exploring every tree and blade of grass. You acquired numerous wood-based spells, each possessing considerable power. Your comprehension of the mountains deepened, observing the blooming and withering of flowers, the flourishing and fading of grasses, and the cyclical passage of seasons. You gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the essence of decay and renewal. Ultimately, you settled upon the lofty peak of Kunyu, the highest mountain in Dakian. You traversed every corner of Kunyu, touching each stone, every snowflake, and every blossom. Even with your eyes closed, you could vividly recreate the mountain's form in your mind. Your Naiwan palace trembled violently as the majestic Kunyu sought to assert dominance within. You regained your focus in time, compressing the essence of Kunyu into the mountain's true essence within your divine aperture. Kunyu writhed fiercely, the divine aperture momentarily unable to contain it. You did not relent. Instead, you summoned all your mental fortitude to suppress it. You understood that this struggle stemmed from Kunyu's true essence, far surpassing the others. Should you desire, you could even directly enter the realms beyond the practice of apertures, which you would name the realm of divine intent. It would at least be of mid-level within that realm. Yet, you were unwilling to do so. As days passed, after 7 days, the struggle of Kunyu's true essence began to diminish. A month later, it ceased its resistance entirely and began to take root within your divine aperture. As the essence of Kunyu took root within you, you continued to delve into its profound truths. You unleashed your spiritual power, perceiving the myriad existences beneath the surface of Kunyu. Stones, soil, trees, roots, underground water, mineral veins, and even the humble earthworms emerged vividly in your consciousness. Your understanding of the true essence of water, wood, and earth gradually flourished, subtly merging with the spirit of Kunyu. 3 years elapsed, and you became intimately acquainted with every inch of Kunyu's land, perhaps even more so than you knew yourself. You began to traverse the neighboring mountains, discerning new truths in their peaks, which you subsequently integrated into your auxiliary realms. Initially, these mountains resisted your influence, yet they were swiftly subdued by the might of Kunyu. You could even sense the emotions of Kunyu itself. I am destined for the divine realms. What do you aspire to? And the mountains bowed in reverence. Despite this, the true essences of most mountains coalesced within you, filling an auxiliary realm without the notion of rebellion. The essence of Kunyu would intervene decisively. Time passed, and 80 years flew by. During this span, you grasped the true essences of thunder, fire, and metal, along with a rudimentary understanding of the essence of time. The other elements, wind, wood, snow, and water, also saw varying degrees of enhancement, yet it was the essence of the mountains that experienced the most significant growth. You journeyed across the majority of the great mountains of Dakian, even uncovering the secrets of over 10 peaks in the western snowy mountains. Amidst fierce winds and biting cold, you traversed the great snowy heights, unfazed by the chill. Like a devout believer, you lay upon the snow-capped mountains, employing your spiritual power to explore the depths of their icy realms. Your faith was not in the mountains themselves, but in the way. The essence of the mountains within you coalesced, swiftly breaking free from the suppression of Kunyu's essence, even encircling it and charging towards your spiritual palace. A faint smile graced your lips. The essence of the mountains had reached its zenith. Should it take command, you would instantly ascend to the pinnacle of divine intent. Yet, you declined. The essence of the mountains surpassed that of Kunyu, yet it still fell short of your aspirations. You can find this essence into the first of the 36 heavens. Within the heavenly realm, the formidable essence of the mountains remained unsatisfied. It was not that it eluded your control, but rather that it overflowed as the full moon wanes. Now, with your spiritual palace in a state of emptiness, it yearned to occupy the most crucial spatial realm, a natural occurrence. Yet you resisted. The mountain realm was insufficiently potent. Having learned from your experience with Kunyu's essence, you required merely 7 days to ensure the essence of the mountains took root within the heavenly realm. With the enhancement of the mountain essence, you could now scale even greater snowy heights, further perfecting its integrity. In December of the 110th year, at the age of 127, you found yourself ensnared within the great snowy mountains, unable to advance further. Incorporating the true essence of the mountains into your being, you turn to retreat. Suddenly, a throng of malevolent spirits encircles you. Have the dark entities from the great Yuan emerged prematurely? No, the stench of the sea wafts from them. These are the malevolent spirits from the east breaching the boundaries. You realize that the surrounding barriers may not be a prison, but rather a fortress. You suspect that Huang Sheng and his companions cursed you in their final moments. Such filth. Chapter 76, The Divine Dragon. You draw the blade of evil extermination, raising your hand to execute a spell of suppression. In your previous simulation, a single stroke of your sword could condense your magical power into a mountain, pinning ordinary malevolent spirits to the ground, rendering them immobile for several breaths. Now, the true essence of the mountains approaches perfection. With a single swing, a magnificent mountain materializes, bearing 6 parts resemblance to Kunlun and 4 parts to the Great Snow Mountain and other peaks. A terrifying force of suppression manifests. The air around you warps. The previously bone-chilling cold of the Great Snow Mountain is instantly dispelled. The towering mountain descends, crushing the multitude of malevolent spirits, which can barely withstand a second before being pulverized into paste. Just as they are about to revive, they are obliterated by the overwhelming essence. Only a rich aura remains, dissipating into the air. In a single stroke, you have slain no fewer than several hundred malevolent entities. If the enemy were an army, this one strike would suffice to send 99% of them fleeing. Yet, the foes you face are not human. These malevolent spirits, as if driven mad, show no regard for life or death, relentlessly surging toward you. You change tactics and employ the dragon-slaying sword technique. A sweeping stroke condenses the sword's energy, stretching over 10,000 meters into 1,000, imbued with the essence of thunder. The sword energy, infused with your magical power, flickers with lightning, cleaving the approaching spirits as if they were mere cakes, slicing them in two. The spirits behind, though injured by the thunderous essence, rapidly recover. No fewer than 3 figures disintegrate, their souls scattering. You plunge into the throng of malevolent spirits, where not a single entity poses a challenge. Your true essence is steadily depleted, yet boundless spiritual energy flows into you, continuously transforming into true essence. Slice, slice, slice. Once the essence of thunder is exhausted, you draw upon the essence of fire, and upon its depletion, you invoke the essences of water, snow, and decay. By the time all essences have been expended, you find that your previous true essence has already replenished to a considerable extent. Slaughter. Ukumba. A new essence quietly begins to take form. Your sword continues to strike, reaping lives, then striking again, harvesting more. At first, you can still control your emotions, but as time passes, you become somewhat numb, incessantly swinging your sword. Suddenly, an icy killing intent washes over you. This is not akin to the ordinary malevolent spirits. It feels as though an ordinary person has encountered a ferocious tiger. The soul instinctively trembles. A beam of golden light pierces the void, hurtling toward you with the velocity of a meteor. Seal the evil, you declare, unleashing the accumulated essence of the mountains within you. The majestic mountain reappears, shrouding the sky and eclipsing the sun, directly suppressing the incoming golden light. The speed of the golden light begins to wane, revealing a menacing dragon's head. With antlers like a deer, eyes resembling a rabbit, ears akin to a cow, a serpentine body, fish scales, and eagle claws, the dragon, though subdued beneath the towering mountain, manages to twist its body and emerge from below. It opens its maw and breathes forth a torrent of dragon flames. You hastily invoke the essence of wind, intending to hasten your escape, only to find that the winds around you have suddenly vanished. You realize that your grasp of the wind pales in comparison to that of your adversary, leading to the suppression of your true essence. Gathering all your true essence, you channel it into the dragon-slaying sword. The blade hums with a resonant vibration as it encounters the true dragon, quivering and emitting a mournful wail. The terrifying sword energy erupts forth. Your speed in wielding the sword reaches an apex. Before the thunderous roar can resonate, the blade has already struck the true dragon. With a flick of its tail, the golden dragon shatters the sword energy, and with a single claw, it rends the fabric of reality, lunging directly at your face. In a mere 3 breaths, you have reclaimed 70% of your true essence. The towering mountain transitions from defense to offense, its invincible weight converting into a terrifying force that crashes down upon the golden dragon's head. The dragon retaliates, its claws smashing into the mountain, which tears apart as if made of paper, creating a gaping hole. Defeated, you ascend to a height of 30 feet, summoning divine thunder from the heavens. A bolt as thick as a water jug, empowered by the essence of thunder, strikes the golden dragon. A white mark appears upon its golden scales. The dragon, feeling a profound humiliation, raises its claw to rend the void, summoning a bolt of heavenly thunder. Having grasped the essence of thunder, you sense the impending strike, executing the 7-star step just in time to narrowly evade the blow. The residual shockwave from the thunder leaves your body numb for a full second. The golden dragon grins wickedly, a terrifying gale seizing your form and drawing you into its colossal jaws. So this is how one can wield the winds. You muse in astonishment, harnessing its gusts to soar above 30 feet, plunging into the wooden door. Darkness engulfs you, and when you open your eyes once more, you find yourself in a realm beyond the door. Before you lies a plaza paved with white jade, flanked on 3 sides by nothingness, while a colossal archway of white jade pillars soars into the clouds, obscuring the inscriptions above. Beneath the arch stands a cadre of divine beings clad in silver armor. Nearby, a square table hosts a scholarly figure leisurely sipping tea. Newcomer, come forth to register. Register for what? You instinctively respond. To become a deity, registration is necessary. Without records, will the celestial court not descend into chaos? The document bearer exhibited signs of impatience, grasping the pen as if to place it in your hand. You contemplated the cunning of the peach tree, which had not only devised new illusions, but also seemed to possess a considerable intellect. Just as you pondered how to extract the utmost advantage from the situation, an anxious voice broke through your reverie. Friend ye, quickly sign your name. Otherwise, the divine soldiers surrounding you will strike. Looking up, you recognized a familiar figure among the guardians of the heavenly gate, Huang Yuan. Was it an illusion? Or had he also traversed through the wooden door into this otherworldly realm? As you mused over this, Huang Yuan's urgent plea echoed once more. Hurry and sign. Though you would be subjected to servitude, at the very least, your life will be spared. His tone matched precisely with the Huang Yuan you recalled. Upon meeting his gaze, you saw the urgency etched across his face, yet he dared not press further. The celestial soldier's stares toward him grew increasingly frigid, suggesting that another word could provoke their wrath. After a brief moment of contemplation, you seized the brush that had been offered and inscribed your name upon the document. Yi Fan. Setting down the brush, you observed the character Fan swiftly fade from the pristine page. The once gentle expression of the document transformed into a chilling glare. Unfazed, you murmured to yourself, "Is it not permissible to write in a more succinct manner in this celestial court?" You took up the brush again, hastily inscribing the character foam, waiting for the ink to settle. After a brief moment, the character foam began to fade, prompting you to quickly complete the remaining strokes. The character foam occupied a disproportionate portion of the space, its structure appearing exceedingly peculiar. As your name trembled upon the page, it transmuted into neat golden letters. Subsequently, 3 lines of golden script materialized beneath. Age 127, loose immortal. Merit 16,802. In an instant, these words ascended into the air, vanishing from sight. A chilling sensation coursed through your brow, akin to something being drawn from you, leading to a moment of dizziness. Yet, within less than a second, clarity returned, and you found yourself adorned in silver armor. The previously frigid countenance of the document now radiated warmth and smiles. Splendid, splendid. At merely 127 years of age, you have achieved the status of an immortal, showcasing extraordinary talent. You are granted the Great Immortal Sutra and will cultivate in the immortal pool for 10 years. It implored you to remain true to your origins, to diligently cultivate and to strive for an early breakthrough into the earth immortal realm. With a gesture, the document touched you, transforming your silver armor into white celestial robes that clung to your skin like soft silk. Huang Yuan, standing nearby, gazed at you with envy, his astonishment nearly causing his jaw to drop as he calculated your age in disbelief. Ah, Leaf, my friend, it is remarkable that when we first met, you were merely 17. Before you could respond, the scribe sternly reprimanded. What do you mean, my friend? You clearly lack understanding of the rules. Are you unable to discern the attire he wears? Huang Yuan's expression turned bitter as he respectfully bowed. Immortal, the scribe waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Begone. Huang Yuan indeed left in a dejected manner. It was only then that the scribe revealed a gentle smile. Those wretched rascals must never be met with kindness. Given the chance, they will cling to you like an unshakable adhesive. You pondered why the legendary Celestial Court maintains such rigid hierarchies. However, it appears they are relatively amicable towards you for the time being. In pursuit of further intelligence, you gritted your teeth and acquiesced. The scribe whisked you away at a rapid pace until you reached a heavily guarded area, where he finally slowed down. Even the scribe, upon presenting his token and tome, was subjected to a meticulous investigation before being granted entry. He led you to the celestial transformation pool, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the illusion woven by the peach tree's malevolence in your previous simulation. The pool, emanating a mist of white vapor, was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a realm of immortals. Dear friend Yi Feng, with your innate talent, it would be unremarkable to grant you centuries of cultivation time. Regrettably, in these turbulent times beset by malevolent forces, the Celestial Court suffers from a shortage of personnel and tranquility. I merely hope you can transcend to the earthly immortal realm within these 10 years. The scribe took a deep breath, his chest rising high before he hastily departed. He could not help but feel somewhat astonished. Judging by the scribe's demeanor, is this truly the legendary Celestial Court? You quickly dismissed your own conjecture. This place bears a striking resemblance to the golden armored deity you encountered in Qian, especially the tome that recorded your name. Its script was indistinguishable from that which controlled Jiang Ming and others. You opened the so-called Grand Celestial Immortal Sutra. It delineates the realms into 6 categories: Scatter Immortal, Earthly Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Yi, and Aluo. The term Scatter Immortal refers to various expressions of divine intent. The Grand Celestial Immortal Sutra claims to cultivate the path of primordial unity, regarded as the foremost of all doctrines. The path of primordial unity emphasizes the true essence of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, integrating with the 5 organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys to refine the physical form. Ultimately, achieving the unity of the 5 elements and cultivating the primordial power will allow one to ascend to the earthly immortal realm. The earthly immortal realm breaks the shackles of the divine body, reconstructing it with the true essence of primordial unity, forging a body of primordial unity. Upon perfection, one may ascend to the celestial immortal realm. As you gazed upon the techniques of the celestial immortal realm, a line of golden script obscured the contents. Stay grounded, and do not aspire for what is beyond your reach. If one were an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly begin their study of the scriptures from the beginning, diligently cultivating their practice. You have been nurtured on simplicity, your mind nearly shaped by a CPU into the form of a PUA. How can you be convinced? Without hesitation, you continue to delve deeper. The subsequent text springs to life, transforming into golden characters before your eyes. Ground yourself. Do not aspire too high. You momentarily regard the techniques in your possession as those that can only reach the pinnacle of earthly immortality. In the past, you would have immediately practiced the techniques. Yet now, having already embarked on a path beyond the confines of celestial laws, you naturally refuse to look back. Upon meticulously reading the methods pertaining to the heavenly and earthly realms of the great immortal decision, your future path becomes increasingly clear. You step into the immortal transformation pool. The waters are saturated with rich celestial energy, far surpassing the quality of the spiritual essence found in the great Qian by 100-fold. To cultivate the true essence of the five elements, it is evident that one cannot merely conjure it from thin air. Visualization of the five elements' true essence chart is essential. You understand deeply that possessing a legacy is a remarkable feat. There is no need to traverse vast landscapes, foolishly employing spiritual power to explore inch by inch. After contemplation, you decide to first visualize the true essence of Earth. Your understanding of the true essence of mountains is nearly complete, and the connection between the two is profound. Cultivating the true essence of Earth first not only facilitates a quicker initiation, but also allows you to rectify the deficiencies of the mountain essence subsequently. It is clearly a double victory. You unfurl the visualization chart of Earth's essence, which depicts a dignified and benevolent female sovereign adorned with a jeweled crown, clad in an earth-toned phoenix robe and grasping a jade tablet. The command of the Earth Goddess flashes through your mind. You immerse yourself entirely, striving to imprint her visage in your memory. The essence of mountains quivers, awakening your consciousness. Suddenly, enlightenment strikes you. To learn from the top, one must only grasp what is within, which is a lesser achievement. Visualizing the Earth Goddess, your ultimate accomplishment will always remain beneath her. Although she holds the esteemed title of one of the four sovereigns, you have ample time at your disposal. Why must you perceive the essence of Earth through a veil? As your thoughts whirl, you seem to hear a soft hum. When you refocus on the essence chart, you find yourself amidst a vast expanse of yellow sand. Is this the true essence of Earth, or the essence of sand? Your thoughts become disordered, and as you return from the visualization, the chart still displays the image of the Earth Goddess. You glance around cautiously, relieved that no one has noticed. You recommence the visualization. The form of the Earth Goddess fades, transforming into an expansive sea of sand. Within this sea, it appears as though a breeze stirs. The grains of sand seem to dance. You invest all your concentration, and only then do you realize that they are not mere sand, but elemental earth. There is no wind around. Rather, the elemental earth is in a graceful dance. They breathe, they grow, they possess boundless fertility, capable of nurturing all things. The essence of earth, which can give rise to myriad creations, is profoundly manifest within you. In the 78th chapter, the Blackwater Pool, you began to contemplate the true nature of Earth in the year 111th, under the influence of the essence of the mountain, advancing at an astonishing pace. The essence of Earth rapidly expanded, soon growing discontent with merely residing in the divine apertures, prompting you to relocate it to the secondary celestial aperture. Yet the essence of Earth was still unsatisfied. It aspired to occupy the heavenly aperture, at the very least desiring to claim the spleen. The essence of the mountain arose to assert a fair perspective. The essence of Earth retorted that anything claiming to be just is invariably unjust. With a powerful strike, the essence of the mountain, bolstered by its nearing perfection, easily subdued the essence of Earth. The essence of Earth took root in the secondary celestial aperture, beginning to flourish. By the early part of the 113th year, in a mere span of 2 years, the essence of Earth was on the verge of completeness. The essence of the mountain, too, was stirred, approaching its own perfection. However, neither had yet secured the boundary apertures, leaving them incomplete. You began to visualize the essence of water. Drawing from your prior experiences with the essence of Earth, you swiftly discarded the image of the water deity Xianin. Embarking on a genuine contemplation of the essence of water, you designated the Eastern Sea as the divine aperture, nurturing the growth of the essence of water. By the end of the 118th year, after nearly 8 years, your 5 elemental truths were all nearing completion, occupying the 2nd to 6th heavenly apertures. You could sense their mutual opposition and cooperation. Regardless of the essence, any aspiration to claim the 3 boundary apertures hinged upon withstanding their repulsion. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Should one establish the boundary aperture first? The thought flickered briefly before being cast aside. Your goal was set, resolute and unyielding. The emergence of the great, celestial, immortal decision merely fortified your conviction. You abstained from attempting to cultivate the primordial powers, as that was not your path. You began to perceive the 7th essence. Without a divine image, to aspire to grasp divine intent is nothing short of fanciful. Unless you commence to contemplate the essence of time. Legends in the martial world proclaim, time holds supremacy, space reigns, destiny remains unyielding, and cause and effect are sovereign. Such notions arise from those who have not practiced, yet they still reflect the formidable nature of the essence of time. Have you not witnessed how time diminishes vigor, darkens skin, weakens limbs, and buries countless extraordinary talents? Time is omnipresent, and you began to comprehend the essence of time. Your understanding of the essence of time initiated, only to stagnate thereafter. You began to reminisce about past memories, the cycles of previous lives, and this one, simulating the experience once and again. Your essence of time gradually flourished. As you ponder the profound insights of life, the essence of time eludes even the smallest of places. You have nestled the true nature of time within the seventh celestial aperture. The first 6 apertures, initially poised for a fierce struggle, have once again succumbed to tranquility upon witnessing this. You begin to reminisce about the lives and deaths of others, and it seems you have gleaned some wisdom. After reflecting upon every individual you have known, you realize that the essence of time appears to be in a slumber, utterly motionless. You smirk slightly. Indeed, the essence of time is formidable, yet it cannot be manipulated through cunning means. With each passing day, the essence of time matures a fraction. When you reach the age of several billion years, even in a state of inertia, there exists a 90% chance of achieving completeness. You begin to contemplate the journey of life. Can you reach the other shore? A second later, you provide your answer. It is destined to be you. Just as you are about to contemplate other profound truths, the divine soldiers outside have commenced to call your name. A decade has elapsed. The scribe awaiting outside notes your lack of mastery over the primordial powers, and his expression visibly cools. Though still adorned with a smile, it lacks the fervor of yesteryears. You have shed your soft celestial garments and now don silver armor. You are appointed as a commander, endowed with 10 heavenly soldiers, among whom are Huang Yuan and Zhang Ding, while the remaining 8 are strangers to you. You are assigned to patrol the Blackwater Pool. 2 lieutenants bow in greeting. You frown. As heavenly soldiers, how can you lack vitality? From this moment forth, you need not serve as lieutenants. Both men are taken aback, glancing at the scribe, who turns away without a word. From your earlier probing, you ascertain that as long as you fulfill your duties, they shall have no retort. They might even welcome your dismissal of the 2, thus granting them 2 additional informants. You promote Huang Yuan and Zhang Ding to lieutenants, and they express their heartfelt gratitude. You instruct Zhang Ding to lead the others to a nearby area for rest, allowing you a moment to converse with Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan refrains from mentioning your initial prophecy. Instead, he briefly recounts how 11 years ago, malevolent beings emerged from the eastern shores, wreaking havoc. An onslaught beyond human capability to thwart. Left with no choice, they had to risk their lives to breach the wooden doors. Originally, their trio, along with 12 disciples and over 100 outstanding martial students, had entered together, yet only a handful emerged in this place. Over the years, most have perished, leaving only himself and Zhang Ding. Their task is now to patrol. You attentively absorb the potential dangers and countermeasures encountered during the patrol, committing them to memory. With understanding nearly complete, you set forth with your companions towards the Blackwater Pool. This assignment is regarded as one of the most effortless among the various patrol tasks. As you traverse the celestial road for 2 days, you finally arrive at the Blackwater Pond. From an external perspective, it appeared to be a mere pond, smaller than a basketball court. The water was crystal clear, allowing for an unobstructed view of the smooth, flat bottom, which was rather elegant. It was utterly perplexing why it bore the name of Blackwater Pond. However, your curiosity was not piqued. In the realm of celestial tasks, the highest mortality rate stemmed from inquisitiveness. You instructed your team members to infuse the surrounding celestial stones with true essence, which constituted the primary objective of your patrol mission. These celestial stones served as the energy core of the formation, although they were no larger than a fist. Filling them with true essence required them to expend their full essence 4 times. Coupled with the need for energy recovery, this would take nearly 2 days. Suddenly, Sun Ji exclaimed, "Oh, there are even a few small fish in this pond." You sharply reprimanded him. Silence. Focus on your task, or get lost. Following Huang Yuan's guidance, you understood that your responsibility was merely to ensure the integrity of the formation and to fully infuse all celestial stones with true essence. The rest was inconsequential. The more one did, the more mistakes one would make. You held little faith that a seasoned team member would commit such a fundamental error. They were either foolishly seeking to impress or foolishly serving as a tool for others. Your gaze shifted to the two sergeants, cold and unyielding. If there is a next time, the three of you will be dismissed together. Both sergeants, seasoned veterans, remained outwardly unperturbed. You let out a cold snort but did not delve deeper into the matter. The truth was not of paramount importance. Should the three remain silent, you would expel them collectively. This was, after all, the most expedient way to assert complete control over the squad. Not particularly benevolent, yet effective. In secret, you grew increasingly vigilant. Once everyone had infused the celestial stones with energy, you conducted a meticulous inspection to ensure that there were no issues before returning with the task token. Throughout this time, neither of the two sergeants nor Sun Ji approached you, indicating a refusal to submit. Huang Yuan's expression was grave. Captain, those three may be conspiring. Chapter 79. The Demon Buddha. After half an hour of walking, Sun Ji suddenly halted. Captain, my stomach hurts. I need to relieve myself for a moment. You nodded in consent. Very well, right here. Sun Ji, suppressing his anger, retorted, My lord, in such a public setting, it is a disgrace to our dignity. You shook your head in refusal. After several pleas from Sun Ji, all of which you rejected, he became furious. You, Yi, with your newly acquired authority, have already unjustly dismissed two sergeants and insulted me without cause. We tolerated this, acknowledging your leadership, yet what more do you desire? Forcing me to humiliate myself in front of everyone. This is how you establish your authority? His fiery demeanor raised a question. Did he not fear that the flames would consume him? Your expression remained unchanged, and your tone was frigid. The ninth clause of the Celestial Official's Task Manual states, during the mission, no one may leave the sight of others at any time. Su Ji's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth, but the mission has already concluded. Your tone remained icy as you recited the fourth clause of the preface. The duration of the mission refers to the period from the moment the task is assigned until its handover is complete. Su Ji did not erupt in anger. Rather, he became calm. Indeed, the diligent Lord Shirchong has memorized the entire manual. How admirable! Yet one cannot help but wonder whether such an astute individual seeks death or life. The celestial soldiers gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the three individuals left standing, Su Ji and the two foremen. You maintained your composure, secretly channeling a strand of true intent into the mission token. Su Ji sneered, Surely you jest? You, our clever and dutiful Lord Shirchong, believe I would overlook the token you hold? To be frank, the suppression array has been activated here, rendering any messages incapable of transmission for half an hour. You surveyed your surroundings, desolate and devoid of spiritual energy, and your expression grew grave. What are your intentions? Su Ji replied with a smile. Originally, I had no plans. However, your intelligence has left me no choice. To save the celestial realm, I must sacrifice you. You patted your chest, exuding a heroic spirit. I am Yixia, also known as the Savior, and the world affectionately calls me the Holy Father. Saving the celestial realm and sowing the seeds of benevolence has always been my aspiration. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you. Su Ji burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. I once thought you were diligent and responsible, but it appears you are merely another clever individual. Ha ha ha. Since you wish to live, it is quite simple. Kneel. You look perplexed, utterly bewildered. Kneeling will save the world? Su Ji nodded, of course. Your expression shifted from confusion to enlightenment, followed by exuberance. I understand now. The common folk kneel every day. They suffer and die regardless, and often more painfully due to their kneeling. Yet if I kneel, I can save all humanity. I am special. I am the mandate of heaven. Xuyes Fury ignited. Nonsense. I require you to kneel before my Buddha, basking in the light of the Buddha to attain redemption. Su Ji had initially commanded your kneeling to satisfy his twisted desires, but he had not anticipated your imaginative interpretation would breach his defenses. He produced a golden Buddha statue, seated upon a golden lotus throne, radiating compassion. The left hand lay across the left foot, while the right hand bent upward, fingers forming a circular gesture, as if imparting teachings to all beings. This is an unassuming statue of Buddha. Yet, at the very moment it manifests, you feel as though bathed in the warmth of spring sunlight. Every cell in your body pulsating with a yearning to pay homage. you find yourself unable to restrain your impulses. The image of the Buddha emerges spontaneously in your mind's palace. There is no need for visualization, for his form within the palace becomes increasingly vivid. Countless verses of scripture resonate in your ears, and your knees tremble incessantly, compelled to worship. The essence of truth from the 7 heavenly orifices quivers restlessly, an unending stream of power rushing towards your mind's palace. They resist, yet the Buddha stands firm like a rock on the shore, capable of repelling even the mightiest waves back to their origins. After prolonged assault, the truths of mountain, earth, water, fire, metal, wood, and time converge into a surging force directed at the Buddha. Realizing the urgency, you consolidate the 7 truths, striking towards the sea of consciousness with a decisive blow, a strike to dispel delusion, aimed solely at the errant thoughts. Under the combined force of the 7 truths, your worship within the sea of consciousness is swiftly obliterated. The Buddha in your mind's palace, deprived of the sustaining power, disintegrates into ashes after but 3 strikes of the delusion-dispelling technique. Though the journey through the spiritual realm takes an eternity, merely 2 seconds pass in the external world. You close your eyes and, directed by the memory of the Buddha, unleash a powerful strike. The nearly 10,000 meters of dragon-slaying sword energy, compressed by the 7 truths, transforms into a mere 10 meters in an instant. The energy, akin to an imminent explosion, is terrifying and dense, as if a corpulent figure is on the verge of bursting. A soft chime resonates. A formidable force surges through the sword into your body, sending you hurtling hundreds of meters away. You hear the enraged voice of Sun Ji exclaim, "Dare to harm my Buddha? You seek death. You dare not open your eyes, nor do you risk unleashing your spiritual force to probe the demonic Buddha. Instead, you shout at the top of your lungs, if you do not emerge soon, I shall perish." You hear the flustered voices of Sun Ji and others attempting to flee. A grand and resounding voice proclaims, "Settle." A tremendous power descends upon the world, immobilizing the surroundings as if ensnared by a mighty adhesive. "Li Changgung, how dare you show up?" Sun Ji seethes in fury. You open your eyes to see the scribe flicking his whisk forward, strands of silk cascading like a celestial river, inexhaustible, rushing towards the 10 individuals. Huang Yuan and his companions can withstand it not for even a second, becoming ensnared and bound like dumplings. Sun Ji and the others huddle together, placing the statue of Buddha before them. The radiance of the Buddha surges, countless golden swastikas clashing against the white whisk, locked in a stalemate. Your eyes gleam with newfound awareness. Drawing forth the true essence stored within the 7 celestial apertures, you converge it into a singularity, unleashing a sword strike from afar. En dragon slaying sword technique. Slash. Condensing into a 10-meter sword aura, it is met with the resistance of a golden swastika. Clap, clap, clap. With each swastika extinguished by the dragon-slaying sword chi, its radiance dims incrementally. By the time 6 symbols have been severed, your own brilliance has nearly faded to nothingness. The final remnants of power strike the 7th swastika, yet it is instantaneously consumed by the void. However, the swastikas are infinite. As one is vanquished, another materializes. The swastikas you have obliterated amount to naught in the grand scheme. Sun Ji mocks, "A mere loose immortal, not even worthy of the title, dares to confront our Buddha?" Your expression remains unaltered as you unleash another sword aura. No, not merely a sword aura, but an unceasing torrent. 1 sword strike follows, immediately succeeded by a second, then a third. In less than 3 minutes, you have unleashed over 1,000 swords. Each strike embodies the magnificent essence of the dragon-slaying sword chi. Chapter 80 Rewards. Sun Ji's facial muscles twitch, yet he continues his derision. A modicum of skill. But how many swords can a deceased, loose, immortal truly wield? Surely, you're feeling the strain by now. One must admit, the opponent's insight is astute. Yet, a loose immortal is still a loose immortal, and the addition of deceased is rather impolite. In a fit of anger, you produce a 5 divine elixir. When stamina wanes, let the elixirs come to your aid. You swallow a 5 divine elixir, and as you refine it, it erupts like a volcanic explosion, continuously generating magical power, which you then transmute into various true essences. Enough energy, you squint your eyes, not directly cleaving the Buddha's light, but aiming for the stalemate. Once more, you consolidate your entire essence, swiftly unleashing over 1,000 swords. depleting your internal true essence entirely. Puff, puff, puff. The sword intent shatters the Buddha's light, allowing the dust whisker sky river to advance 3 inches. Not much, but after moving 3 inches, it firmly establishes its ground. Persist, and victory will surely be yours. A smile curls at the corner of your mouth as you swallow another handful of elixirs. Then you strike once more. The dust whisker advances 3 more inches. You consume yet another handful of elixirs. Oxun ye grows frentic. Ye shia. Pefe fete. Ye Feng. Tink visiti. Should you offend our Buddha? The moment you step out of the celestial court, your demise is inevitable. The celestial court harbors no idlers. They will not allow you to evade your duties. Your sword aura is commendable. Go and slay Li Changzhen, and I shall guarantee you a seat among the Arhats. You scoff, finding the opponent unworthy of your attention. Given the malevolent nature of this so-called Buddha, even a true Buddha's position is something you dare not covet. You begin to transmute your magical power into true essence. As the true essence reached its pinnacle, you unleashed over 1,000 swords once more. This time, due to Sun Ji's trepidation, the whisk advanced by a considerable 6 inches. Witnessing you retrieve another elixir, Sun Ji roared, "Let us confront him head-on." The 2 former sergeants howled, unleashing the true essence within them. Meanwhile, Sun Ji clutched the golden Buddha and turned to flee. However, the whisk was as swift as light, instantly ensnaring the 3 of them like dumplings. The golden Buddha, on the other hand, dissolved entirely, vanishing as though it had never existed. You breathed a sigh of relief. Even the flawless Tao body could not withstand the continuous intake of elixirs. Li Changzhen wore an expression of delight, exclaiming, "Your elixir is remarkable, perfectly generating magical power and transforming it into true essence. Let me have a look." You handed him a vial containing 35 spirit pills. Upon receiving it, Li Changzhen's face brightened even further. He extracted one, holding it to his nose, only to be startled, quickly discarding it. Peach of immortality? He pondered. No. It seemed the contamination had been entirely eradicated. Li Changzhen sought the 5-spirit pill again, carefully sniffing it, and even scraped a bit of dust with his nail. Tasting it on his tongue, he smacked his lips, astonished. Not a trace of pollution remains. Which celestial being crafted this? You touched your nose, contemplating that you were indeed that celestial being. Yet, deep down, you were aware that had you been given a contaminated peach, you would have been unable to resolve it. Your ability to extract the contamination from the peach was due to the simulator. You hesitated to admit this, attributing it to serendipity instead. Li Changzhen Buddha no suspicions. For your prowess spoke volumes. You glanced at the 10 individuals bound before you. Li Changzhen harbored no intentions to release Huang Yuan and the others. This did not surprise you. When Sun Ji and his companions appeared so confident, you had surmised that everyone was in league with them. Upon seeing that peculiar Buddha, your conviction solidified. Huang Yuan and Zhang Ding could not possibly escape. This world beyond the door was indeed bizarre. Even with utmost caution, one could meet their demise at any moment. You inquired, "What is that statue?" Li Changzhen replied, "Knowing too much will do you no good. Just understand that you have achieved great merit." This old fellow seems to belong to the type that forgets past grievances, just when he had benefited from your assistance. He treated the loss of a vial of 5 spirit pills as if nothing had transpired. Li Changzhen appeared to sense the discomfort of the situation and added, "It is unspeakable. To speak of it is to invite death." A heavy feeling settled in your heart. It was indeed a terrifying entity whose name could not even be mentioned. Nevertheless, that thing certainly did not seem benevolent. It belonged to the category that warranted universal condemnation. You had no regrets. Shifting to a more straightforward inquiry, you asked what divine intent could be exchanged. Yes, at present, your sole desire was for divine intent. Li Changzhen wore a faint smile, remarking, "Your ambitions are lofty. You even disdain the grand celestial technique." Yet he soon added, "But who can deny the merit of your recent accomplishments?" He hurriedly returned to the celestial court, only to swiftly present a tome of celestial knowledge. The compendium of 100 gods he unveiled. Your eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing this was a unique opportunity. Li Changzhen, stroking his beard, interjected, "What are you thinking? You may choose at most 3. Your gaze swiftly traversed the table of contents. The true meaning of the sun, the true meaning of the moon, the true meaning of the celestial pivot, and the true meaning of the celestial rotation. Though it boasted the title of the compendium of the 100 gods, it encompassed nearly 1,000 truths. The celestial bodies alone presented hundreds of true meanings. However, you found no truths pertaining to time, space, causality, or reincarnation. You discreetly produced 2 vials containing 30 spirit pills each, slipping them into Li Chang's sleeve before inquiring, "Master, why is there no true meaning of time?" His hand, momentarily frozen, hesitated to return the pills. You swiftly altered your query, asking, "Master, do you have any recommended true meanings?" Li Chang shook his head, his tone frosty. "None. The rules dictate that you must choose for yourself." You noticed his fingers inadvertently hovering over the true meanings of the sun, the moon, the Jupiter, the axe, and the essence. Clearly, he intended for you to select 3 from these 5 options. Your thoughts began to whirl. In the vast cosmos, the sun is merely an ordinary star, lacking in extraordinary mass, volume, or temperature. The moon, or the lunar star, is even more unremarkable. Its light is but a reflection of the sun's. Yet, this is a mythological realm where even malevolent entities can exist. Who would dare to declare the sun and moon as commonplace? Who could definitively assert that the moon's radiance is merely a reflection of the sun's light? As for Jupiter, known as the year star, its very name hints at profound significance. The latter 2 options were perplexing. Who among the virtuous would wield an axe as a weapon? Is the essence of qi omnipresent, requiring a true meaning diagram for comprehension? Ultimately, you chose the true meanings of Jupiter, the axe, and the essence. Having given away both vials of pills, you felt compelled to take a chance. Li Shangja, expressionless, tapped the compendium, producing 3 divine meaning diagrams that appeared in your hands before he turned to leave. As you watched the old man's retreating figure, you couldn't help but murmur in frustration, "Would it hurt to provide a hint on whether I made the right choice?"